Chapter 2062, overwhelmingly defeating the southern border with his power alone. Standing at the right side and looking at Yuan, who had a smile that was not a smile, Empyrean Proudcloud felt uncomfortable as if having eaten a fly. After twists and turns, he finally still stood in front of Yuan and was forced to admit his fault. If he had long known it would be like this, might as well directly take a step back at that time. It would also not be to an extent of like this right now. Grandmaster Yi, Proudcloud is here to apologize to you, Empyrean Proudcloud said with a solemn face. Yuan pursed his mouth and said coolly, do you feel that I'll accept this kind of insincere apology? If you can't swallow your pride, why not brother Proudcloud go back right away and prepare for another battle? Empyrean Proudcloud's face alternated between green and white. So many people were looking at them the moment, and yet he had to apologize to a true God Realm Junior in public. This was simply unprecedented humiliation. The most important thing was that he apologized and the other party was still not satisfied. It was just that he did not see his own expression. How was that an apology? It was clearly coming to demand repayment of a debt. Empyrean Windrider also could not endure the sight of it anymore. His brows were furrowing slightly as he said, Proudcloud, if you still have no regard for what's important, this Empyrean can't protect you anymore after this. Proudcloud's face changed and he gritted his teeth and said with a bow, Grandmaster Yi, the matter previously was all Proudcloud's fault. I hope that you raise your hand high in mercy and don't carry on fighting with the Southern Border Alliance anymore. This time, although they could still hear his unwillingness, his attitude was clearly much more sincere. Yuan said coolly, forget it. Looking at your reluctant and unwilling appearance, I won't make things difficult for you. But you wouldn't be thinking of apologizing to this Yi with a single sentence, right? Proudcloud gritted his teeth and said, of course not. This Empyrean is willing to take out 20% of his territory to give to Grandmaster Yi. Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, if you had long known what would happen today, why behave like that back then? Proudcloud was virtually about to explode, but right at this time, he heard Yuan said faintly, however, that was the price for 10 years ago. Back then, you invaded and occupied my territory. So this Yi wants an explanation. If you took out 20% of your territory, everything can naturally be discussed. But you all bullied people by taking advantage of your power and forced this Yi and Brother Flutterfeather out of the Southern Border Alliance. At this present time, you want to dismiss us with a mere 20% of your territory. Proudcloud's territory was not considered big among all of the factions in the first place. 20% of the territory was sufficient to make his flesh hurt for a long time. But hearing Yuan's words, he knew that this matter was likely unable to be settled anymore. I wonder just what Grandmaster Yi wants before you're willing to drop matters. Empyrean Proudcloud closed his two eyes and got ready to risk it all. Yuan said coolly, back then, those factions that took part in fighting for the territory all took out 40% of their territory. While you, Empyrean Proudcloud, took out 50% of your territory. If we do like in the past, this matter will be considered dropped. Empyrean Proudcloud's expression changed wildly and he said furiously, You're bullying people too far. Yuan's two eyes narrowed, his aura suddenly changing as he said in a cold voice, I'm bullying people too far. Back then, the agreement was just decided and you all reneged on your words, snatching this Yi's territory. Yet, you all still felt zero shame and wanted to settle things without even a word of apology. How can there be such a bargain in this world? Later, your Southern Border Alliance sowed discord between Brother Flutterfeather and me in order to deal with this Yi. Later, we were even forced out of the Southern Border Alliance. After that, you all invaded the Myriad Treasure Tower's territory in a massive invasion and joined forces with 100 forces to carry out a campaign against the Myriad Treasure Tower. This one event after another, this Yi hasn't said anything yet. Now, when it came out of your mouth, it came out that this Yi bullying people too far. Each sentence Yuan said, he took a step forward, the momentum astonishing. Someone was powerful as Empyrean Proudcloud was actually repeatedly forced back by Yuan. When Windrider and the rest saw, they could not help feeling dumbfounded in their hearts. A mere true god realm actually forced back an Empyrean powerhouse. But they had to admit that Yuan's Grandmaster heir was already formed, the imposing momentum on his body surmounting above all life. This aura did not lord over others, but it gave people a feeling akin to that of the mighty ocean, causing them not daring to look straight at him. Empyrean Windrider heaved a slight sigh. He knew that Proudcloud was already thoroughly suppressed by Yi Yuan and had no way of negotiating at all anymore. What Grandmaster Yi said is true. It's just that, your demands are a little too harsh, right? Windrider spoke up. Yi Yuan gave another cold laugh and said, Brother Windrider, this is just me and Proudcloud settling some scores. My score with Brother Pilljade and the Southern Border Alliance hasn't been calculated yet. Don't put things nicely. This Yi is standing here with the bearing of a victor today. If this Yi was defeated, your methods will likely be 10 times fiercer than this Yi, right? Empyrean Windrider's face changed, but he still said with an awkward smile, this. How can this be possible? Yi Yuan said coolly, whether it's possible or not, you and I have a score in our hearts. So saying any more is pointless. I'm only asking you, can my demand be satisfied or not? Empyrean Windrider nodded and said, okay, the Alliance agrees on their behalf. Whatever conditions Grandmaster Yi still has, why don't you say it out together? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, the rest can still be discussed. The Southern Border Alliance will compensate Heavenly Eagle 10 million high-grade Divine Essence stones. In addition, I'll give a list later. You guys prepare the natural treasures on it and my hurdle will be considered cleared. However, don't you all think about this being settled all in one go. Only after the Divine Essence stones and the natural treasures on the list have fully arrived that Brother Flutterfeather will start his negotiations with you all. Empyrean Windrider's face alternated between green and white. He felt like he was negotiating with an old monster, and not a 1,000-over-years-old young man. This guy advanced gradually and entrenched himself at every step, not giving you any chance to play tricks at all. He just planned to drag it out when Yi Yuan directly throttled him. 10 million high-grade Divine Essence stones were nothing. It was just a single hair from 9 oxen to a colossal giant like the Southern Border Alliance. But the list that Yi Yuan pulled out would definitely far exceed 10 million high-grade Divine Essence stones. Furthermore, these spirit medicines must be very rare. Even if the Myriad Treasure Tower took action, they might not be able to collect them fully. This kid was really a bloodsucker. But Empyrean Windrider was also clear that Yi Yuan here was merely the small end. The real largest share was still at Empyrean Flutterfeather there. The negotiation with the Myriad Treasure Tower was the major thing that had important consequences. Empyrean Windrider mused for a while and said, all right, this Empyrean will agree on behalf of the Alliance. After Empyrean Windrider reached the Myriad Treasure Tower, the news of the Southern Border Alliance suffering a miserable defeat and lowering their heads swept throughout the entire southern border like the wind. Not only did it cause a great sensation in the alchemy world, it similarly caused a stir in the entire martial arts world. Those who were well informed all understood that the Southern Border Alliance did not lose to the Myriad Treasure Tower but lost to a genius alchemist called Yi Yuan. Overwhelmingly defeating the Southern Border with his power alone, Yi Yuan's great fame instantly spread throughout the entire Southern Border. At the Luo family residence, the Luo family's ancestor had an appearance of bitter resentment and being let down. He pointed at Luo Tianqi's nose and scolded him severely, you fool. An utter fool. If you enter Grandmaster Yi's tutelage and achieve the grand completion Dao realm in the future, you'll be a great power of this southern border. A God-sent opportunity like this, you actually ran in front of Grandmaster Yi to flaunt your prowess. Was your head kicked by a donkey? Luo Tianqi did not give in. He said, Ancestor, how could Tianqi have known back then that he, a salted fish, could also gain a new lease on life? Moreover, our Luo family is backed by a heavenly emperor. So why is there a need to lick his smelly feet? You, the Luo family's ancestor was angered until he blew smoke from all 7 orifices, and he roared furiously, Scram! Get lost for me. Starting from today, you'll be confined for 500 years and not permitted to take one step out of your room. Chapter 2063, 3 Bullied Wives. The one being remorseful and angry was not just the Luo family's ancestor. Those geniuses who had the chance to enter Yi Yuan's tutelage were currently all thumping their chests and stomping their feet at home, regretting endlessly. Yi Yuan's talent was too great. Furthermore, his ability in teaching disciples was similarly powerful. A figure able to take out more than 10 kinds of pill formulas casually and propel the transformation of the southern border's medicinal pills, how weak could he be in the future? Who could guarantee that several tens of thousands of years later, the southern border would not produce another medicine ancestor-level character? Even if Yi Yuan could not become a medicine ancestor, that was also absolutely a great grandmaster as weighty as Mount Tai. Being able to become his disciple, that was a tremendous lucky chance. Old man Piljade is blind, but his great-grandson could see what others could not. Young Yi, that kid, under Grandmaster Yi's tutelage, he will definitely be an earth-shaking great character in the future. Perhaps in the future, old man Piljade wouldn't even be fit to carry shoes for this great-grandson of his. This boy is too monstrous. I'm afraid that even the medicine ancestor back then also did not have this kind of terrifying strength, right? He overturned the entire southern border alliance with his power alone. This kind of heaven-shocking action, he can bear the title of Little Medicine Ancestor already. No idea since when this title of Little Medicine Ancestor was crowned on Yi Yuan's head. The southern border's various places were virtually all discussing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had such dazzling strength, bystanders would naturally compare with the #1 alchemy Dao person. In the end, they discovered that even when the medicine ancestor was returned to his youth, it would likely be hard to reach Yi Yuan's current height too. One had to know, Yi Yuan overpowered all of the 7-star alchemy gods in the Cloudpill Summit. Later, he even triggered the Sea of Law and entered Ancestor Realm. At a young age, he was already a multi-level figure of the alchemy world. This kind of achievement, using accomplishment that surpassed ancient and modern times to describe, was not the least bit overboard. Being carried along by the heaven-shocking momentum, a puny little heavenly eagle imperial city shockingly already became the southern border's 8th great peak holy land. Although this did not get the Southern Border Alliance's acknowledgement, this was already an established fact in the hearts of numerous alchemists. More and more alchemists poured into Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. This small city already appeared too overcrowded. Yi Yuan opening his mouth and exorbitantly demanding 10 million high-grade divine essence stones from the Southern Border Alliance were done in order to expand the city. 10 million high-grade divine essence stones, even at great imperial capital this level, it was also a massive resource. For close to 10 years, Yi Yuan also accumulated a sum of tremendous wealth from cooperating with the Myriad Treasure Tower. It was sufficient to use to expand the city. The Myriad Treasure Tower and Southern Border Alliance's negotiations were currently carrying out a seesaw game. Actually, Yi Yuan and Flutterfeather were both clear in their hearts that just based on a Myriad Treasure Tower, even if adding in the 7 great reclusive ancient families, they also could not devour the southern border, this piece of fatty meat. This stall ultimately still had to be branched out. Otherwise, what would they still sit down and discuss? With the Myriad Treasure Tower's strength presently, eliminating the Southern Border Alliance was simply as easy as counting numbers, but it was not easy to annex the territories. But even if they could not devour it, the Myriad Treasure Tower also had to fight for the maximization of benefits. The Myriad Treasure Tower ultimately still had to join the Southern Border Alliance. It was just that the division of profits naturally could not be like in the past anymore. The suggestion that Yi Yuan gave Flutterfeather was not to ask for too much of their territories, but the pill formulas must be grasped in their hands. The Southern Border Alliance would definitely covet the pill formulas. The Myriad Treasure Tower's goal was to turn the Southern Border Alliance into their sellers. The Myriad Treasure Tower provided the medicinal pills, while the Southern Border Alliance only had the selling rights. At that time, the profits would be divided again. This way, the Myriad Treasure Tower's position of Alliance Chief would be as solid as a metal bucket. As for medicinal pills, presently with the support of the 7 great reclusive ancient families, they could be refined without ceasing. These alchemy ancient families normally stayed hidden and did not emerge. But that was just relatively speaking. For ancient family disciples to want to cultivate, it naturally could not do without large sums of divine essence stones. This kind of remote controlling method was these reclusive ancient families' favorite method of earning money. Of course, this was something that Empyrean Flutterfeather needed to worry about. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to go and care. Regardless of what the final outcome was, he just needed to sit and wait to get his share of the money. On this day, Yi Yuan was currently in his manor cultivating when suddenly, someone came to report that 5 firmament great imperial capital's Empyrean Lu Yan came to request an audience. Yi Yuan was slightly taken aback and immediately understood something, the corners of his mouth revealing a trace of a smile. At the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan sat high up at the court, while the exalted Empyrean Lu Yan could only stand with his hands by the side below. Looking at the Yi Yuan who was akin to being high in the clouds, Lu Yan felt all sorts of emotions jumbled up in his heart. How could he have thought that within the imperial cities that he governed, there would actually be a huge dragon that soared to the sky? Although Lu Yan was not someone involved in alchemy, a grand event like the Cloudpill Summit, how could he not know about what happened with his status as an Empyrean? When one soul-stirring news after another came over, Yuan finally understood just what kind of existence he offended. Back then, when Flutterfeather gave Yuan the Grandmaster token, beyond his shock, Yuan turned his nose up at it more. A puny little true god realm, holding a Grandmaster token, going to the Cloudpill Summit to make a spectacle of himself. At this age, he should compete with 6-star geniuses honestly and sincerely. Be a Grandmaster, was he worthy? But when one news after another came over, only then did Yuan know that Yuan was really worthy of being one. But later, with the Myriad Treasure Tower and Southern Border Alliance battling against one another, Yuan saw hope again and even expelled the Myriad Treasure Tower, drawing the Cloudpill establishment, these major factions in. In his view, the Myriad Treasure Tower would surely be defeated without a doubt. No matter how strong a faction was, how could they possibly be stronger than the entire southern border? The southern border had a boundless expanse of land. Just the great imperial capitals had thousands to tens of thousands. How could a mere Myriad Treasure Tower be the Southern Border Alliance's match? But he never dreamed that Yuan actually fought until the southern border was utterly destroyed with his power alone, ultimately sending people over to beg for peace. Ever since he sent Lu Zi over to capture Yuan, he had never had anything go right for him before. Toward a mere imperial city, Empyreans could be said to hold power over its life and death. Yet, in this heavenly eagle, Yuan gave him one surprise after another. The 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital was the Myriad Treasure Tower's traditional faction. Since they came to beg for peace, the Cloudpill establishment, these factions, naturally had to withdraw. With this, Empyrean Yuan was virtually about to cry. He thickened his face to go and find the Myriad Treasure Tower, hoping for the Myriad Treasure Tower to rejoin the 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital. But they did not buy it at all. Empyrean Flutterfeather gave the instructions concerning the 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital's affairs that they would not get involved at all. Wanting to have the Myriad Treasure Tower rejoin the 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital, it must get Yuan's approval. There was no choice. Under Empyrean Yuan's helplessness, he could only humble himself and come and beg Yuan. Normally, forget about that. Without the Myriad Treasure Tower, he could find other forces to refine medicinal pills. But the problem was that Yuan poisoned several thousand true god realms to death previously. The 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital virtually had no power to fight. At this juncture, without the support of powerful medicinal pills, he would have to be a lone general without an army for God knows how long. The current Empyrean Yuan brought along Deng Yunzai and Dai Chunhao, just like 3 bullied wives, on tenterhooks. Empyrean powerhouse, that was the pinnacle most existence in this secular world. How high-spirited were they? They had never thought that they would actually have this kind of emotion in front of a true god realm junior one day. Yuan gave a deep bow toward Yuan and said, 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capitals. Yuan pays respect to Grandmaster Yi. Chapter 2064, Glory to Live in Heavenly Eagle. This young man in front of him was the fellow who killed his precious daughter and slaughtered thousands of his subordinates. Now, he actually had to show such solemn respects to the other party. He had no way to describe how uncomfortable this was. But he also understood that with Yuan's present status in the southern border, even if 10 Yuans added up, he would also be inferior. If not being backed by a heavenly emperor, Yuan could plow 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital 10 times over by randomly calling a few Empyreans. Think about what kind of people Yuan was associating with now. Empyrean Flutterfeather, Empyrean Chaoyuan, and it was said that there were also the 7 great reclusive alchemy ancient families' super powerhouses. Any one of these people was not an existence that he could provoke. Although the present Yuan was still true god realm, he already made him unable to look up to him. Empyrean Yuan coming to find this Yi, it really surprises me greatly. Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Yuan had an awkward look as he said, this. The matters in the past was all this Lu who had eyes but couldn't discern Grandmaster Yi's true face, resulting in affronting Grandmaster. I hope that Grandmaster Yi is magnanimous and don't haggle over it with us. Being under people's roof, there was no choice but to lower one's head. At this time, how could an Empyrean's face still be wanted? Moreover, even the Southern Border Alliance's big shots all lowered their heads and admitted their fault to Yuan. What's wrong with him, a mere second firmament Empyrean, lowering his head? Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, if apologies have any use, then what do we still cultivate for? Lu Yan, back then, you commanded an army of 100,000 martial artists and several thousand true god powerhouses. If this Yi's strength was lacking, this heavenly eagle would likely have not even dogs or fowls left anymore. You want to let matters go with this one light and fleeting sentence. Moreover, these few years, you all drove out the myriad treasure tower. It's clearly remnant hatred that's outstanding. Why do you all feel that this Yi should help you guys? Yi Yuan was not a narrow-minded person. However, the five firmament great imperial capital had an appearance of showing disdain on everyone and everything, starting with Lu Zi, deciding people's life and death at the drop of a hat, making him extremely unhappy. Later, Lu Yan even dispatched an army of 100,000, claiming that he was going to slaughter the city. If not for Yi Yuan killing several thousand true gods with ruthless means, how could there still be any heavenly eagle imperial city currently? Lu Yan. Three people had awkward faces. At that time, both parties were akin to fire and water. Even now, they still had a blood feud. It was just that circumstances were stronger than people. Lu Yan. Three people had to implore Yi Yuan and had no choice but to lower their heads. What Grandmaster Yi says is true. Back then, our hearts were blinded. That's why we'd be like that. In order to express our apology, we brought some gifts over. We hope that Grandmaster Yi will kindly accept them, Lu Yan said. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard this. He then said, Lu Yan, it's not that this Yi is looking down on you, but can your five firmament great imperial capital take out something that moves this Yi? When the three people heard that, they could not help choking. That was true. With Heavenly Eagle's present power and influence, they would be controlling 10% of the southern border's medicinal pills market very soon. How astonishing was this wealth! A mere 5 firmament great imperial capital. Even if these 3 great Empyreans took out all of their assets, Yi Yuan would completely turn his nose up at it too. The 3 people exchanged glances and were like eggplants hit by frost, actually at a loss on what to do for a moment. Although they were of noble Empyrean bodies, it was too insignificant in front of the present Yi Yuan. Just as the 3 people lost all hope, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up, "You all coming to find me, it's simply to get the myriad treasure tower to rejoin the 5 firmament great imperial capital. I'll give you all a chance, but whether you do it or not is up to you guys." The moment the 3 people heard, they could not help being overjoyed. But very soon, Lu Yan's face fell again. He knew that the thing Yi Yuan was making them do definitely would not be that easy. "Brother Lu Yan, what are you still in a daze for? Grandmaster Yi already said to give us a chance," Deng Yunzai urged. He already could not endure the present days anymore. The Deng family had already run out of resources for as long as several years. If there were still no medicinal pills provided, all of their Deng family members' cultivation would probably get delayed. So the moment he heard Yi Yuan's words, Deng Yunzai agreed without thinking. Lu Yan's face changed several times. Yi Yuan did not urge either, just quietly waiting for a response. Suddenly, Lu Yan's face turned intent, seemingly making up his mind, and said in a solemn voice, "Whatever orders Grandmaster Yi has, this Lu will definitely do it." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Good, I want the 3 of you to extend a formal apology in front of everyone in the city. Also, swear a solemn oath in front of everybody to never invade Heavenly Eagle in this lifetime. Don't use this sort of expression to look at me. It's not this Yi intentionally making things difficult for you all, but that you owe them an apology." When the 3 people heard that, their faces changed rapidly. Inside this tiny little city lord manor, the 3 of them lowering their heads to Yi Yuan. Although this was humiliating, it was actually nothing much. With Yi Yuan's present identity and status, he could bear their apology. But, making them apologize to those ants with their Empyrean bodies, that was another matter altogether. With this apology, it would be known to millions. Where would their old faces go in the future? Reaching their level of realm, forfeiting their integrity was minor, losing face was huge. Looking at the 3 people whose faces were flickering intermittently, Yi Yuan slowly stood up and left with his hands behind his back. "You all have 3 days' time to consider. After 3 days, if you haven't replied, you all can leave on your own." Beside the 3 people's ears came Yi Yuan's drawn-out voice. 5 days later, at Heavenly Eagle's Pill Tower Square, countless martial artists and alchemists were gathered here. Among the people present, some people had been through that earth-shaking great battle. There were also people that joined Heavenly Eagle afterward and knew absolutely nothing about this. But very soon, they learned the whole story of that earth-shaking great battle from other people's mouths and was immediately shocked speechless. Only then did they know that Grandmaster Yi still had such a brilliant battle record. Annihilating several thousand true gods with his power alone, creating 3 great Empyreans with alchemy, 6 great Empyreans coming to help out from all over the land, forcing a heavenly emperor to give in. This kind of battle record was truly fascinating. But they also learned at the same time why the martial artists in the city loved and respected Grandmaster Yi so much. Grandmaster Yi became furious to the extreme, not for his lover, but it was merely for a nameless kid called Zhang Ming. This kind of benevolent master, was he not worthy of following? Of course, many people present were very disdainful. Tisk, what does this count as? Presently, Grandmaster Yi defeated the southern border with his power alone. That is a truly heaven-shocking battle. Ha ha ha, reasonable, reasonable, everyone burst into laughter. But today, Grandmaster Yi still made 3 great Empyreans apologize to the whole city for our sakes. The eyes of the martial artists that had experienced that battle brimmed over with hot tears. Recalling back then, it was really like a dream. At that time, these 3 great Empyreans were gods in the sky in our eyes, crushing until all of us could not catch our breath. But now, a word from Grandmaster Yi can make them bow their heads in submission. It's glorious to live in Heavenly Eagle. Unknowingly, the horizons of Heavenly Eagle's martial artists also broadened significantly. The originally incomparably mysterious Empyreans in their eyes already became normal. They all understood that it was not that they got strong, but that Grandmaster Yi became powerful. This one sentence stirred up the sense of identity of all the martial artists. Everyone raised their hands and started shouting, "Glory to live in Heavenly Eagle." On this day, 3 great Empyreans apologized in public. The southern border was shocked. Chapter 2065. It's you all who haven't seen much of the world. The void vibrated. Several young girls fluttering with immortal chi slowly walked out. The girl in the front was dressed in clothes whiter than snow. Although she was not a beauty, she was also quite pretty. It was just that there was an additional trace of viciousness between her brows, giving people a feeling of keeping strangers away. The few people strained their eyes and looked into the distance. A large-scale city rose up from the ground ahead, looking magnificent. Beside the white-clothed girl, one of them said, "Senior apprentice Sister Xuan, this is the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City." That little junior sister said, "Right. I didn't expect that a mere Imperial City is actually so magnificent too." Mentioning that little junior sister, a hint of disdain and mockery flashed across in her eyes. Senior apprentice Sister Xuan pursed her mouth and said scornfully, "A mere Imperial City made so luxuriously, the person managing affairs must like to do grandiose things to impress people, not making any contributions. Humph, I get angry at the mention of that wretched girl. If not for her, we also wouldn't have needed to travel across the Heavenspan Mountain and run to the southern border from the northern border." The pretty junior apprentice sister smiled and said, "That wretched girl feels that she has the profound yin divine physique and looks down on eldest senior sister. Master's kindness toward her is as weighty as a mountain, but she doesn't think about repaying it, and even wanted as senior apprentice sisters to run here from far away to capture people. Really damn it, when we capture the person she's in love with, we'll have to teach him a good lesson." Senior apprentice Sister Xuan did not express anything and just said coolly, "Come on, enter the city first before talking. Figure out that kid's situation first. Otherwise, if we beat the grass and startle the snake, it wouldn't be good if he runs." The party of 5 followed the crowd and entered Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Only after entering the city did the 5 people detect Heavenly Eagle's prosperity. It actually did not lose to ordinary imperial capitals. This made them very surprised. Compared to the number of martial artists here, this city was not big, but appeared too small. Senior apprentice Sister Xuan, is this really a little imperial city? Why do I feel like this place is even more flourishing than the average imperial capital? The pretty junior apprentice sister looked left and right and said in surprise. Senior apprentice Sister Xuan frowned and said, "This place has medicine shops in great numbers, alchemy prevalent, looks rather like an alchemy holy land. That girl said before that her little lover is an alchemist. Looks like it matches. There's an inn ahead, let's go over and inquire about it." The few people entered an inn and found a table next to a window and sat down. When the waiter came over, the pretty junior apprentice sister hurriedly asked, "Waiter, I see that your Heavenly Eagle Imperial City seems to have a lot of alchemists." The moment the waiter heard, he could not help saying with a proud look, ladies, you came from other places, right? Hoo, our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is the southern border's #1 alchemy holy land. If you want to request for pills, then you came to the right place. The moment the few junior apprentice sisters heard this, they could not help snickering. The pretty junior apprentice sister said in amusement, #1 in the southern border. A little imperial city also dare claim to be the southern border's #1. Your place is remote and has probably never seen before how big the world outside is, right? Her meaning was saying that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people had never seen much of the world. It was just that the pretty junior apprentice sister's laughing made everyone around her laugh instead. Little girl, not that we haven't seen the world. It's that you all haven't seen how big the world is. You go out and inquire and you'll know that our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is #1 in this southern border. I guarantee this is the truth. Haha, even if 7-star alchemy gods arrived at our Heavenly Eagle, they also have to bend their backs and walk. Little girl, do more homework before going out. Otherwise, you'll become a joke when you reach the place. There were kind laughters all around. But it was incomparably ear-piercing to these few people. The pretty junior apprentice sister's face turned red and was about to fly off the handle, but she heard senior apprentice sister Xuan cough lightly. Senior apprentice sister Xuan looked at the waiter and asked, "This little brother, since your place here is an alchemy holy land, then have you heard of a young man called Yuan before?" As if afraid that the waiter had not heard of him before, senior apprentice sister Xuan added, "Heard that his age isn't old, his alchemy skills should still be passable." The moment these words came out, the whole place was silent. Extremely strange looks appeared on everyone's faces. Senior apprentice sister Xuan and everyone immediately also realized that something was wrong. Could it be that her words violated some taboo? But they did not take it to heart. A mere imperial city, even if it violated some taboo, what could they do to her? Why, did this young lady say something wrong? Senior apprentice sister Xuan asked curiously. The waiter revealed a strange look and said, "That's not it. However, if Lord Yi's alchemy skill is still passable, then other alchemists can find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with." "Oh, in that case, he's very impressive." Senior apprentice sister Xuan did not take it seriously and asked coolly. She was already very convinced that the people of this imperial city developed a wildly arrogant personality because it was too out of the way. Think that they were invincible under the heavens with a few formidable alchemists in the city. Ignorance was truly terrifying. She had still heard of the southern border's alchemy world before. The most powerful ones were Empyrean Piljade as well as the leaders of the 6 great holy lands. When was it a puny little imperial city's turn to assume hegemony? The waiter smiled and said, "Impressive. Hoo, more than just impressive. Tell you this then, even if 7-star alchemy gods came, they would also have to respectfully call His Excellency, Grand Master." Senior apprentice sister Xuan pursed her mouth, a disdainful look on her face. This bunch of country bumpkins was truly wildly conceited to the extreme. But the waiter was not aware at all and said without caring about others, "Heh, turns out that you want to meet Lord Yi. Then you all came to the right place. If it's at other places, you really can't meet him. But Lord Yi likes our shop and frequently comes to patronize our shop. What a coincidence, Lord Yi is here." The waiter shot a glance and just happened to see a young man bringing 2 followers downstairs, coming up the inn slowly. Senior apprentice sister Xuan's gaze turned intent, a hint of joy flashing across in her eyes. It was truly wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search and finding it by chance without even looking for it. When the waiter saw that Yuan came, he hurriedly went over to greet. Yuan already went up the 2nd floor. "Haha, Lord Yi is here. The box room is already prepared, Your Excellency, please enter." The waiter said with a broad grin. Yuan casually fished out a piece of high-grade divine essence stones and threw it to the waiter, saying with a smile, "Thanks for the trouble. Take this." The waiter received it with a chuckle and said smilingly, "Thank you, Your Excellency, for the reward." At this time, the 2nd floor's guests all stood up and gave a bow towards Yuan, shouting in unison, "Your Excellency." Yuan waved his hand and said with a laugh, "All sit, all sit." This Yi's mouth was just feeling itchy and came to have some dishes. Everyone laughed and all sat down. Yuan being close to the civilians was known to all in Heavenly Eagle. Hence, everyone did not mind and were also not scared that they would affront Yuan. Rather, when Yuan glimpsed and saw senior apprentice sister Xuan 5 people, his brows could not help furrowing. These few people concealed their cultivation and seemed, to have enmity towards me. No time for him to think too much either. Senior apprentice sister Xuan. 5 people already got up. Senior apprentice sister Xuan used a tone of looking down from a height and said coolly, "You're Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "It's precisely this Yi." Senior apprentice sister Xuan continued, "Then do you know Lu Er?" When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression changed wildly. When senior apprentice sister Xuan saw Yi Yuan's expression, she was immediately certain and said indifferently, "Looks like I'm right. Lian Xin, take him down." Chapter 2066. Crushing the enemy with one punch. Yes, senior apprentice sister. Behind senior apprentice sister Xuan, a girl in palace attire answered and stepped out. Following her taking a step out, her aura rose straight up, reaching peak 5th firmament true god very soon. That Lian Xin had a proud look, her gaze sweeping over everyone's faces, hoping to see worshipping looks from the eyes of the people crowding around and watching. A middle-stage true god mighty expert was a god in imperial cities. It was just too bad that she was disappointed. The diners were indeed somewhat surprised at first because they did not think that these beautiful ladies actually wanted to deal with Yi Yuan. But very soon, the expressions of these diners calmed down, and in their gazes, it even carried a trace of pity. Even though these people's strength did not pass celestial deity realm at the highest, the big spectacles that Heavenly Eagle's martial artists had experienced before were too many. Forget about a measly little true god realm. Even if it was an Empyrean powerhouse, didn't they also apologize to everyone obediently? Senior apprentice sister Zan said coolly, "Just break the 4 limbs will do, don't harm his life. Otherwise, that slut will probably threaten to kill herself." The moment these words came out, Yi Yuan's face fell. Originally, when he suddenly heard Lu Er's news, he even thought that she was pretty good with these girls. Who knew that the other party wanted to break his 4 limbs the moment they made their move? A surge of evil fire immediately rose in Yi Yuan's heart. Senior apprentice sister, rest assured. Lian Xin knows how far to go and when to stop. This kind of trash, whichever place I want to break him, it will be broken there. Senior apprentice sister Xuan nodded her head, clearly thinking so too. The current Yi Yuan looked to be just celestial deity realm cultivation too. He was utterly not worth mentioning in her eyes. It was not that Yi Yuan was deliberately concealing his cultivation, but that he traveled incognito and did not wish to swagger through the streets. But in the eye of senior apprentice sister Xuan and her group, he became a target that could be needed as they pleased. Finished talking, Lian Xin's palm reached over, aiming for Yi Yuan's shoulder blade. A surge of ice laws instantly spread out, enveloping over toward Yi Yuan. The entire space seemed like it was going to be frozen. This palm was very swift and fierce. If hit, the shoulder blade would definitely shatter. Humph. Acting recklessly and blindly, Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, bending his fingers into a claw, and actually reached first despite launching later, directly disregarding Lian Xin's domain. It was only to hear a crisp sound. Lian Xin fell to the ground with a painful cry. Her shoulder blade bones were already crushed. Senior apprentice sister Xuan's pupils constricted and she cried out in surprise, "Spatial law." Yi Yuan ignored senior apprentice sister Xuan's surprise and said in a solemn voice, "Where's Lu Er? Who are you people?" These few girls clearly did not have good intentions. Most likely, Lu Er's current situation was also not much better. Yi Yuan was naturally anxious in his heart. After a brief surprise, senior apprentice sister Xuan recovered her calmness, her mouth curling as she said, "I underestimated you, but do you think that you can be unbridled because you know a bit of spatial law? Don't you worry, after breaking your 4 limbs, this young lady will slowly tell you that slut's news on the way. Huan Yi, teach him how to behave properly." The pretty girl smiled sweetly and turned to Yi Yuan and said, "No wonder that slut always kept you in her thoughts. I didn't expect that your talent is actually not weaker than hers, cultivating to become a 5th firmament true god in a short 1,000 years. However, it's useless. You dared to hurt my Ice Cloud Tower's disciples, it won't be as simple as breaking 4 limbs." While talking, Huan Yi's aura gradually grew stronger. Taking 3 steps out, her aura already rose to 6th firmament true god. But when that waiter saw the situation, he shook his head slightly and said with a sigh, "Really a little girl who hasn't seen much of the world before. Asking for trouble," when others all nodded slightly when they heard it, deeply feeling that way too. If Yi Yuan was just an ordinary martial artist, they would definitely be worried for his safety. But the one standing here was Yi Yuan. Even Lu Zi, that kind of genius who comprehended 5 kinds of laws, died in Yi Yuan's hands. These few little girls in front of them thought that their strength was powerful, but actually, in Yi Yuan's eyes, they were simply ants. The waiter's voice was not concealed. Hearing the waiter's words, her pretty face could not help turning cold, suddenly pointing a finger out, and actually pointed at the waiter. Ignorant ant, go and die. The waiter was merely divine Lord Realm cultivation. Being hit by this finger, he would definitely be frozen into an ice sculpture. But the waiter did not have the intention of dodging, because he knew that Yi Yuan would not let him die. Humph, you're the ignorant ant. Yi Yuan had long lost his patience. The other party kept on calling slut, how could he not be furious? It was only to see his figure arriving in front of Huan Yi like a ghost. Huan Yi knew that Yi Yuan knew spatial law and was actually long prepared. But even so, she still jumped in fright from Yi Yuan's ghostly figure. Huan Yu's ice law suddenly released, rushing toward Yi Yuan frenziedly. But sadly, Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all. A clear slap sounded out, Huan Yi was directly slapped flying out. This time, Yi Yuan did not stop, figure moving once more, already arriving in front of Senior Apprentice Sister Xuan. Senior Apprentice Sister Xuan laughed coldly, the aura on her body suddenly releasing. She was shockingly 7th Firmament True God. Senior Apprentice Sister Xuan's reaction was also extremely fast. With a cry, her long sword was already in her hand in a twinkle. But Yi Yuan did not dodge or avoid, a fist met with Senior Apprentice Sister Xuan's sword. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually used his physical body to forcefully resist her true god mystic treasure, Senior Apprentice Sister Xuan was even more scornful in her heart. Ice Sleet Sword 1. It was only to see the tip of her sword point. Countless ice sleets extended out of the void, piercing straight for Yi Yuan. Those ice sleets were condensed by her with the power of law, the power immense. Each one was akin to a sharp sword. Even if a 7th Firmament True God forcefully resisted it, they would also have to be poked into a mesh. Yi Yuan actually forcefully resisted with his fleshy body. In her eyes, he was simply courting death. But very soon, Senior Apprentice Sister Xuan's expression changed wildly. Because Yi Yuan rushed over, it was only to see golden light radiate brilliantly on Yi Yuan's body. When those ice sleets touched the golden light, they were directly split into 2, like ordinary ice cones. These ice sleets that were able to pierce a 7th Firmament True God to death were actually unable to stop Yi Yuan in the slightest. How could she know that when Yi Yuan broke through domineeringly at Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital the last time, his physical body already broke through to late stage 6th transformation? Even when encountering a high-grade True God mystic treasure, he did not fear in the slightest too. Let alone ice sleets condensed from mere power of law. At this moment, Senior Apprentice Sister Xuan's move was already ending and did not have time to change moves at all. Seeing Yi Yuan's punch slam over, she did not have time to think too much, power of law erupting suddenly on her body. All around her body was actually covered in layers of ice armor. Yi Yuan did not care and directly slammed a punch on it. Senior Apprentice Sister Xuan vomited a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, figure directly flying out of the inn, her life and death unknown. Tianping, bring her to the City Lord Manor. Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Ning Tianping had followed Yi Yuan for a long time and knew that Yi Yuan was currently already enraged to the extreme. At once, he did not dare to dawdle, his figure going out of the inn with a dash. The Ice Cloud Tower's few disciples looked at Yi Yuan like seeing a ghost, their gazes full of shock. Huan Yi covered her face and cried out in surprise. Senior Apprentice Sister Xuan's ice law is already cultivated to late stage rank 6, but she was, actually sent flying with one punch. She could not help it but to be shocked. Senior Apprentice Sister Xuan was a small stage higher than Yi Yuan. Her ice law was also cultivated to late stage rank 6 already. Her strength could also rank in the top 5 among the Ice Cloud Tower's young generation. She actually could not even not block one of his punches. Heh, I already said that you all haven't seen much of the world. How can His Excellency's strength be what you all, these little fellows, can judge? The waiter had a smug look as if the one who won was him. One not sure if icicle would be better, because different term. Chapter 2067, Northernmost Step. Returning to the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan was too impatient to wait to interrogate Senior Apprentice Sister Xuan and the rest. Lu Er's departure was 1,000 years ago without news. Over these 1,000 years, Yi Yuan was constantly worried about her news. It was just that the heavenspan world was so big, so where would Yi Yuan go and find? Now, he finally managed to hear Lu Er's news. Yi Yuan's emotion had been uneasy since then. Moreover, he even knew that this piece of news definitely would not be too good. Ning Tianping dragged senior apprentice sister Xuan and threw her in front of Yi Yuan. Senior apprentice sister Xuan started coughing fiercely. Huan Yi and the rest looked at Yi Yuan with terrified faces, full of disbelief. This man in front of them was too powerful. One punch had beaten senior apprentice sister Xuan to heavy injuries. Speak, where's Lu Er now? I hope that you all don't force me to search your souls. Yi Yuan looked at senior apprentice sister Xuan and said coldly. Cough, cough, your realm isn't even as high as mine. Want to use soul-searching art on this young lady? Cough, cough, bring it on. Senior apprentice sister Xuan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan's realm was not as high as hers, so his divine soul was naturally not as strong as hers. If he cast soul search, not only would it not succeed, it would harm his own divine soul instead. Yi Yuan's face fell and he said, since that's the case, you go and die then. Presumably, this woman never did anything good for Lu Er too. If killed, then killed. Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden. An ocean-like soul force poured out of Yi Yuan's mind sea. The faces of the few girls changed wildly, only then knowing that Yi Yuan was not joking around. Breaking through the last time, Yi Yuan absorbed the sea of law, his divine soul already reached the limit of true God realm. Stop, I'll say, senior apprentice sister Xuan screamed. Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all, directly attacking senior apprentice sister Xuan's mind sea. Senior apprentice sister Xuan's divine soul attacked in retaliation frenziedly. Yi Yuan just gave a cold snort, the soul-suppressing pearl's power suddenly poured out, instantly tearing down all of her resistance. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest sympathy, reading senior apprentice sister Xuan's divine soul roughly. One scene after another flashed across in Yi Yuan's mind. The more he looked, the angrier he got. It turned out that the northern border had a region called Northernmost Steppe. That place was a land of bitter coldness, factions complicated and complex. Things were not well defined like the southern border, belonging to some heavenly emperor Bodhimanda. That place was a no-man's land. Heavenly emperors did not have any interest in this region at all. Hence, it was divided up by major and minor forces. But as a matter of fact, there were 9 great Empyrean-level factions that were the strongest here. This ice cloud tower was one of the Empyrean-level forces. Roughly 1,000 years ago, Lu Er appeared at the northernmost steppe by some unknown means and was taken fancy on by the ice cloud tower's master. She was then taken in as a disciple. Back then, Lu Er was merely Heaven Glimpse realm, but the ice cloud tower's cultivation method was extremely suitable for Lu Er. By relying on the profound yin divine physique, her cultivation speed was extremely fast. Over 1,000 years, she already cultivated to true God realm. At present, she was already a 5th firmament true God powerhouse. Back then, he helped Lu Er's 9 yin divine link meridian to improve further with divine pills, evolving to become the profound yin divine physique. That was how there was the present Lu Er. But walking along this path, Lu Er suffered considerable hardships. This senior apprentice sister Xuan was envious that not only was Lu Er pretty, but her cultivation talent was also even extremely high. In fact, back then, because Lu Er violated a rule, she hung Lu Er up to beating until Lu Er nearly died. If not for second senior sister helping out later, Yi Yuan probably would not be able to see Lu Er anymore. Of course, although this senior apprentice sister Xuan was jealous, she only listened to others. The one who really wanted to deal with Lu Er was eldest senior sister, xianxia. As for that ice cloud tower's master, she had an attitude of letting things take their course. Although this ice cloud towers was a female force, under the environment of the northernmost steppe, they were mostly self-centered, and would not care about the life and death of the people below at all. In this ice cloud tower, to really talk about treating Lu Er well, there was only second senior sister, Yang Fei. This time, the reason why Xuan Qingling came to find Yi Yuan was because another of the northernmost steppe's Empyrean-level forces young lord took fancy on Lu Er, intimidating the ice cloud tower's tower master with threats and beguiling with benefits, making her marry Lu Er to him. The ice cloud tower's master could not resist the temptation and finally still agreed. It was just that Lu Er threatened to die. That was how the ice cloud tower's master did not succeed. Lu Er's thoughts were pure and her feelings for Yi Yuan were known by eldest senior sister He Xianxia long ago. Hence, she suggested to the Ice Cloud Tower's master to capture Yi Yuan to threaten Lu Er, and force Lu Er to give in. The moment the Ice Cloud Tower's master heard this, she was overjoyed and immediately allowed it. Because she knew that the place Yi Yuan was at was merely an imperial city, so sending Xuan Qingling over was already more than sufficient. It was just that the Ice Cloud Tower's master never dreamed that with Yi Yuan's present strength, killing Xuan Qingling was merely a matter of flicking a finger. Moreover, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's strength at present was not the slightest bit weaker than Ice Cloud Tower. What was laughable was that Xuan Qingling and company thought that they were powerful and came over to capture people without even making inquiries, resulting in being directly annihilated by Yi Yuan. You all, very good. When he said this, Yi Yuan's teeth creaked from grinding. When the Ning Tianping and Bai Chen by the side saw this scene, they could not help secretly being speechless. They did not know what Yi Yuan saw in Xuan Qingling's divine soul, but they rarely saw such a furious expression on Yi Yuan before. It could be seen that Yi Yuan was already enraged to the extreme. Why, Your Excellency, spare our lives? How could the few girls still have any proud appearance? They were already terrified to the extreme. Hey, this Yi isn't someone who kills indiscriminately. It's just that you all normally treated Lu Er like that, so you can't be spared. Finished talking, Yi Yuan waved a hand. Several streaks of sword energy fired out, directly blasting the 4 people to mere residue. These 4 people were all Xuan Qingling's accomplices. In these 1,000 years, there were no few instances of bullying Lu Er and even quite a few times of harming Lu Er to death. How could Yi Yuan spare them? After killing 4 people, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath, forcefully calmed down, and said, "Invite Senior Bai Tong they all over." Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to the northern land, everyone was very worried. After all, arriving at that sort of place, no one knew Grandmaster Yi. If anything mishap happened, that would not be good. Bai Tong frowned and said, "Why not? I go together with you." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "At present, Heavenly Eagle has just stabilized. Forces everywhere are casting covetous eyes, so there must be an Empyrean-level powerhouse holding down the fort. All of you stay. Just Tianping following me will do. Bring Bai Tong over would naturally be much more secure. But the southern border was not calm and tranquil. Empyrean Piljade and the rest were all casting covetous eyes. Without an Empyrean-level powerhouse holding down the fort, Yi Yuan could not set his mind at rest. Through several years of seesawing and negotiations, the Myriad Treasure Tower and Heavenly Eagle joined the Southern Border Alliance once more. With this battle, the Myriad Treasure Tower was naturally the greatest beneficiary, but Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's limelight was the brightest. As the saying went, the winds howl around the highest peaks. It was impossible for Empyrean Piljade they all to willingly be suppressed just like this. Perhaps some troubles would occur. Bai Tong was not just an Empyrean powerhouse, but a 7-star alchemy god too. With him garrisoning Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan could naturally be much more reassured. Young Yi, when Master isn't around, this land of Southridge will be presided over by you. If you encounter anything that can't be resolved, consult Senior Bai, understood? Yi Yuan instructed. Young Yi nodded and said, "Yes, Master." After arranging everything for Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan brought along Ning Tianping. The two embarked on the journey to the northernmost steppe. Chapter 2068, Just Telling the Truth. The northernmost steppe was said to be a grassland, but actually, it was merely a wasteland. The area here was vast, with fierce beasts everywhere. The humans living here had to band up together to keep warm, gathering together. It was also precisely because of this that the people here were stubborn and unruly, killing people at the drop of a hat. Only the strong could survive here. This place was a magical place where martial artists formed factions and gangs, for the sake of benefits and murdering each other. But each beast tied, they were able to put aside all grievances and resist the fierce beasts. Ju Luoji was such a place. The northern land was extremely cold. The air here seemed to be able to freeze people into ice sculptures. Even if one's cultivation reached true god realm, you could feel the bone-piercing chill too. This place was the world of ice law. Hence, the moment people were born, they would grasp a law, that was ice law. Hence, the martial artists here were powerful and often grasped more than 2 laws. At this time, inside a small tavern in Ju Luoji, martial artists were gathered in 2s and 3s, drinking and chatting. This was the way of life of martial artists in their leisure time, warming their bellies with strong alcohol and chatting about the affairs of this northernmost steppe. Hence, the tavern's business was very good. A man and a woman, two young people wearing fur skirts, entered the small tavern and did not find a space after looking around for a long time, their expression somewhat disappointed. The girl pointed at a corner and said, "Big brother, look. The table over there only has two people sitting. Why won't we go over and share tables?" In a corner, two young men were currently drinking alcohol. One of them was all wrapped up and still freezing until he was trembling. The other was dressed in thin attire, but he seemed to be completely fine. The man nodded his head and said, "Come, go over and take a look." The two people came beside the table. The man clasped his hands and said, "This little brother, I'm Southwater Street's Wu Song, and this is my younger sister, Wu Ling. You look, this Raging Fire Tavern's business is too good. Can we share tables?" The young man dressed lightly sipped a mouthful of wine and said coolly, "Sit." The brother and sister two people were overjoyed and directly sat down opposite and shouted, "Waiter, bring 4 jugs of Raging Fire brew." Far away, the waiter shouted at the top of his voice. Very soon, 4 jugs of Raging Fire brew were served. Wu Song opened the seals and directly swigged a mouthful, saying with a smile, "Refreshing. Ha ha. This little brother, come, cheers." The young man opposite raised his glass in a slight gesture and sipped another mouthful of alcohol. When Wu Ling saw the appearance of rejecting people 1,000 miles away opposite, she curled her mouth and said, putting on an appearance. Wu Song laughed and said, "Little brother, don't blame her. This younger sister of mine doesn't think before talking. Wonder how do I address you two brothers?" "Ji Qingyan, Ning Tianping." The two people answered one after another. These two people were precisely the Yi Yuan master and servant who crossed over the Heavenspan mountain and borders to come. Currently, more than 50 years had already passed since senior apprentice sister Xuan and the rest went to Heavenly Eagle. The master and servant two people went through many twists and turns, and were travel-weary, finally hurrying to the northernmost steppe half a year ago. But they did not take action immediately. With the two of their strength, even if they barged into the Ice Cloud Tower, it was also impossible to rescue Lu Er. Fortunately, Yi Yuan ascertained that Lu Er was fine for the time being. Hence, he started planning how to save Lu Er. Arriving here, it was naturally not suitable for Yi Yuan to use his original name, so he simply used his previous life's name. Haha, turns out that it's Brother Ji and Brother Ning. I'll gift these 2 jugs of wine to you too. Just take it as thanking the two of you for offering your seats. Wu Song pushed 2 jugs of wine forward and said. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Then this Ji won't be courteous." Wu Song sized Yi Yuan up and could not resist the questions in his heart and said, "Isn't Brother Ji cold wearing so lightly?" Speaking of which, this master and servant two people were weird too. One wore very little but was aloof and indifferent, while the other wore very thickly but was trembling heavily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not cold." By the side, Ning Tianping could not resist rolling his eyes, his gaze full of envy. He also did not expect that this trip out was actually such a tough errand. With his presently 3rd firmament true god cultivation, he was actually trembling from the cold like a mortal. But his lord was not at all unadapted to this kind of environment. This guy had a late-stage perfect 6th transformation golden body and did not know what cold was at all. Wu Ling snickered and said, putting on airs. "In my view, he's definitely keeping out the cold with divine essence, but doesn't know that this is a big taboo in the northernmost steppe. If you encounter any enemies and only have 70–80% divine essence left, there's no difference from seeking death. Divine essence keeping out the cold, this could indeed resist the chill. It was just that in the northernmost steppe, no one dared to do so. Because at this place, there were murders to seize property at the drop of a hat, or fighting with fierce beasts in the wilderness. One must maintain their peak state. Divine essence to ward off the cold had to deplete large amounts of divine essence under this kind of extremely cold weather. Once encountering the enemy, it would be too late to even cry. Ning Tianping was just about to flare up when he heard that, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hu, this Ji has plenty of divine essence and isn't afraid to consume it." Wu Ling could not help choking when she heard that and said with a cold snort, "Don't listen to an elderly person's advice and you'll suffer right away. Really won't be rewarded for good intentions." Wu Song was a little awkward by the side and said with a laugh, "My younger sister is frank with a ready tongue. Come, this Wu drinks a toast to 2 brothers." Finished drinking, Wu Song put down the wine jug, wiped his mouth, and said, "Refreshing." In this Zhu Luo Ji, it's still the raging fire brew that has the strongest kick. Drinking a mouthful down is like a ball of fire burning. Comparing the alcohol of other taverns to it, they are still much more lacking. Brother Ji, you're also into this alcohol, right? Yi Yuan shook his head slightly when he heard that and said, this alcohol is just average, still passable. Wu Song's brows furrowed when he heard that, thinking to himself that this kid was indeed something who put on airs. Would you die if you did not trigger people? The Raging Fire Brew was a strong drink that was renowned far and wide and deeply loved by the martial artists in the steppe. But reaching Yi Yuan's mouth, it became average, passable. Even if Wu Song was broad-minded, he nearly spewed a mouthful of alcohol over too. Who knew that this tavern's boss had sharp ears and actually heard Yi Yuan's words? He immediately laughed coldly and said, lad, don't be so arrogant when speaking. In this Zhu Luo Ji, who doesn't know that our Raging Fire Tavern's Raging Fire Brew is akin to a fire on the grasslands, and mandatory for the grasslands martial artists. Even compared to the medicinal pills of masters, it doesn't pale in the slightest too. All around, people who love to drink, all had unhappy expressions too. Kid, your hair isn't even fully grown yet and you dare to posture here. Then kid, you're wearing so little, is it using divine essence to ward off the chill? If you have the capability, don't drink this alcohol. Raging Fire Brew is your father's favorite. Are you fucking trying to court death? Yi Yuan's one sentence immediately ignited the tavern. Wu Long snickered by the side and said, see, I knew it. Putting on an appearance, you incurred public wrath now, right? Rather, it was Wu Song who was kind-hearted, hurriedly standing up to clasp his hands at everyone, saying, haha, brothers don't mind it, this brother of mine misspoke after drinking. The tavern's boss had a cold smile on his face as he said, misspoke after drinking. Heh, if you feel that my alcohol isn't good, don't drink if you have the capability. Go. This place doesn't welcome you. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, I was just telling the truth, don't drink, then don't drink then. Either way, it's also dull and tasteless. Chapter 2069, Sunshine Glow. Dull and tasteless, fucking hell. When the tavern boss heard Yi Yuan's words, he was angered until he stomped his feet. When the others saw this scene, other than finding it funny, they could not help pitying Yi Yuan. This tavern's boss was called Zhang Tu. In his early years, he killed people and committed assassins. His evil deeds knew no limits. His strength also reached middle stage true god realm and was not a good person. All the way until acquiring this Raging Fire Brew's formula later did he open the Raging Fire Tavern here. The tavern's boss directly dashed in front of Yi Yuan in rapid steps and said with a cold smile, kid, I, Zhang Tu, have sold the Raging Fire Brew in this Zhu Luo Ji for 10,000 years and have never heard anyone say that it's dull and tasteless before. If you don't give an explanation today, don't think about walking out of this door. Everyone used pitying gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Zhu Luo Ji's veteran folks all knew that this Zhang Tu was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, with his Raging Fire Brew being highly in demand, could it be that no one dared to have designs on him? It was that no one dared, that's all. Wu Ling rolled her eyes and said, how? Made people angry, right? Why don't you have a lid over your mouth? See how you clean up the mess. Wu Song shot a fierce glare at her. Turning around with a fawning smile, he said to Zhang Tu, Boss Tu, this little brother of mine just has arrived and doesn't know the rules. Don't stoop to his level. But Zhang Tu smiled coldly and said, who the hell are you? What's your basis for not making your father stoop to his level? I'm going to stoop to his level today. If these words were to spread out, how will your father's shop still run? Finished talking, he looked toward Yi Yuan again and said with a cold smile, brat, don't blame your father for not giving you a chance. As long as you bring out a better alcohol than Raging Fire Brew today, this matter will be dropped and your father will even apologize to you. If you can't take it out, heh. Zhang Tu had an appearance of itching for a fight. Clearly, he harbored ill intent. Wu Song shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare by the side and whispered, apologize. Brother Ji, quickly apologize to Boss Tu. Yi Yuan sat there calmly and completely ignored Zhang Tu, but he looked at Wu Song with a smile as he said, sit down, Brother Wu. Just based on you defending this Ji like so, this Ji will treat you to a cup of wine today. While talking, a small flask appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan pulled open the lid of the flask. A thick aroma of alcohol instantly filled the entire small tavern. So fragrant, Fine wine. My god, this wine is more than 10 times more fragrant than the raging fire brew. What alcohol is this? This old man has never smelled before such an alcohol aroma in this life before. Upon lifting the flask lid, cries of exclamations within the small tavern linked up together. Quite a number of people were already hazy-eyed from drunkenness just by smelling this alcohol aroma. Zhang Tu's expression instantly became extremely ugly. He did not expect that Yuan really took out the wine. Just based on this alcohol aroma, the wine in Yuan's hand far surpassed the raging fire brew. Smells so good. Big brother, I want to drink. By the side, Wu Ling was already drunk, letting out a light moan that was unable to hide her hankering. It was only to see that saliva already drooled out at the corner of her mouth. This fragrance was truly tempting. Wu Ling just reached her hand out and was smacked flying by Yuan with a slap. Ouch, why did you hit me? This slap also woke Wu Ling up from the pain. But at this time, she looked at Yuan with a look of surprise, as if she had seen a ghost. This guy really had fine alcohol on him. This alcohol is only for Brother Wu to drink, none of your share. Yuan said coolly. Tch, stingy. Don't drink then, who wants it? Although she said so, Wu Ling's pair of eyes lingered on the small flask, saliva drooling out again from the corner of her mouth. In this northernmost steppe, women similarly loved drinking. It was not just Wu Ling. Everyone in the small tavern smacked their lips, staring fixedly at the small flask in Yuan's hand. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yuan poured a small glass for Wu Song. The moment the wine came out of the flask, the fragrance became stronger. Wu Song looked at Yuan with a look of surprise. He was smashed dizzy by this biscuit that fell from the sky. Only he could drink this wine. Brother Wu, sample how's this ye's wine? Yuan made an inviting gesture and said with a light smile. Wu Song desperately swallowed his saliva, the gluttonous bug in his abdomen was already endlessly agitated. Then, this Wu won't be courteous. Wu Song raised the glass, placed it at the tip of his nose and took a whiff, and almost threw the glass away. Too fragrant. He drank so many years of wine and had never smelled before such a fragrant to the extreme wine. The others looked at Wu Song, saliva dripping all over the floor, all incredibly envious. Rather, it was Wu Song who actually could not quite bear to drink it after the wine reached his mouth. By the side, Ning Tianping said with an envious look, "Tisk tisk, this sunshine glow, His Excellency couldn't even bear to let me drink one mouth." "Boy, you have the good fortune of the mouth." Yuan scolded laughingly, "You rascal, don't think that I don't know how much you secretly drank, to actually still dare to vent your grievances here. Really think that I don't dare to beat you?" Ning Tianping had an embarrassed look as he said, "Wasn't it because I was scared of the cold?" "Heh, Your Excellency's wine really tastes better the more you drink. Even several times stronger than the dreamlike wine." Yuan rolled his eyes and could not be bothered to care. Arriving at this land of bitter coldness, in this half a year's time, apart from inquiring information, Yuan was brewing this sunshine glow. Although Yuan did not fear the cold wind, it was uncomfortable in this land of bitter cold after all. Drink a mouthful of warm wine and everything would naturally be resolved. "Brother Wu, not that this ye is stingy, you can only drink a cup of this wine, any more and you'll definitely collapse," Yuan said with a smile. Wu Song smiled when he heard that and said, "Brother Ji is looking down on this Wu too much, this Wu known as 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Even this raging fire brew, I'll be totally fine after drinking 5 jars too." Finished talking, he tilted his head back and downed it in one go. Drinking finish, Wu Song had a peculiar look on his face. When Zhang Tu saw the situation, he immediately laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. What did I say? What bullshit sunshine glow, how can it compare to my fine wine?" Zhang Tu's words were said halfway when it was directly cut off by these two resounding to the extreme words of Wu Song. "Fine wine, fine wine, fine wine, really fucking delicious." Wu Song said 3 fine wines in a row and followed up with a vulgarity. Zhang Tu's face immediately fell. "Would you die if you freaking let me say finish?" But the others could not wait and looked at Wu Song blankly as they asked curiously, "Brother, how is it good?" "Yeah, quickly say, tisk tisk, really want to drink a mouthful." The current Wu Song, his eyes actually already started becoming hazy, shaking his head hard, wanting to wake himself up a bit. When everyone saw the situation, they could not help being secretly tongue-tied. This wine was so strong. I can't describe it. Either way, it's just delicious. Wu Song said in a rough voice. Zhang Tu had a look of refusing to submit as he said with a cold smile, what's the use of being delicious? My raging fire brew has the effect of warding off the cold. Drink of that and you don't need to use divine essence for 3 days. No matter how fragrant your wine is, it also can't compare to my raging fire brew. When he said this, he had a proud look. This raging fire brew's greatest function was not deliciousness, but it was keeping out the cold. In this land of extremely cold, it was the most practical. As for deliciousness, that was still secondary. It was just that his voice had yet to fade when Wu Song directly pulled open his leather mantle and took off all of his clothes, shouting at the top of his voice, hot. So hot. Chapter 2070. Just waiting for someone here. Everyone used pitying looks to look at Zhang Tu. His final trace of pride was trampled to pieces by Wu Song's unwitting stripping. Everyone could tell that Wu Song was not pretending. Currently, Wu Song's skin was slightly red. His body actually emitted steaming vapor. Ha ha ha, refreshing, truly refreshing. Brother Ji, this wine of yours is simple godlike. Wu Song said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, drinking this cup, you don't need to expend divine essence to keep out the cold within half a month. Wu Song nodded slightly and said, I can feel that this wine entering the abdomen is just like there's a pool of hot spring, reaching throughout the entire body from the abdomen. At the rate of the current speed, there's absolutely no problem not using divine essence for 10 days to half a month. Sunshine glow, haha, the wine is indeed as its name suggests. Right now, I feel like there's a warm sun glowing inside my body, being incomparably warm. By the side, Wu Ling was long already drooling with envy. She used a guileless gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said in a spoiled manner, Big brother Ji, let me drink a cup too. You. Yi Yuan gave her a meaningful glance with a strange expression. Wu Ling suddenly understood something, her face could not help changing, her pretty face flushing red. Loud hoots of laughter echoed within the house. Girl, no worries, just strip, we'll take it as we can't see. Scared of what? Our extreme north's girls are men. Everyone burst out laughing. Wu Ling wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. At this time, a middle-aged man walked over and said to Yi Yuan with a smile as he said, This little brother, I want to ask for a cup of wine to drink. Is that okay? The moment this man came out, everyone's hearts turned cold. It's Lightning Blade Wang Hang. If this kid dares to not give the alcohol to drink, he likely can't go out of this door today. Someone discussed softly, Hey, Wang Hang is a tough character who'll pull out his blade at a word of disagreement. More importantly, there are few people who can last beyond 3 blades under his hands. When Zhang Tu saw this scene, his face switched to a relaxed expression again. This kid was likely here to cause a scene today. There was finally someone who came to take care of him. Yi Yuan did not even look at Wang Hang. Picking up the small flask, he poured himself a full cup, then held it up. TCH, pretending for what, didn't he still yield? Wu Ling whispered. Wang Hang also had a smile on his face, his saliva almost dripping down, reaching his hand over. Who knew that Yi Yuan directly tilted his head back and drank it himself? Wang Hang's expression turned stiff, his hand extended there, unable to take it back or leave it there. Kid, you tricked me. Wang Hang glared and said in a solemn voice. I already said, only brother Wu can drink, did you take it that I was joking? Giving you to drink, where will my face go? Yi Yuan said coolly. These people were all watching the show just now. Now, they wanted to ask for alcohol to drink. He, Yi Yuan, was not so lowly. Seeing Wang Hang's expression turn grim until water could drip out, everyone felt their scalps tingle. This boy was too capable of causing trouble. Provoking Zhang Tu was still not enough, and then he provoked Wang Hang. Did this guy really want to go out horizontally today? This boy is mad, right? He actually dared to provoke Lightning Blade Wang Hang. Wang Hang is peak 4th firmament true god. It's said that he once contended with a 5th firmament true god with his lightning blade and didn't get defeated. This kid is tired of living. Seeing Yi Yuan's death-courting action, everyone turned pale with fright. When Wu Song heard Yi Yuan's words, the originally 30% drunkenness was immediately frightened awake. Brother Yi, forget it. Just a cup of wine. This is Lightning Blade Wang Hang. Wang Hang was very famous in this region. Wu Song naturally knew his name. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping, 2 people both concealed their cultivations. In other people's view, These two people were merely young men who were over 1,000 years old. So how much strength could they have? Therefore, the people in this house did not take the two of them seriously. Heh, too late. To dare refute my, Wang Hang's, face, there's only death. Killing this brat, your father can naturally drink his wine. While talking, Wang Hang suddenly pulled out his blade, the power of ice and the power of lightning revolving around him. This Wang Hang actually fused ice law and lightning law. The commotion of this blade was outrageous to the extreme. It's over, dead for sure. This boy is really stubborn. Isn't that so? Just a cup of wine. Just as everyone had sympathetic faces, the blade already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Following that, it was dead silent inside the tavern. Yi Yuan actually used his palm and directly caught Wang Hang's knife edge. Just this light grab and the fused power of law immediately vanished without a trace. Zhang Tu's pair of eyes became wide circles, looking at this scene in disbelief. The strength of this Wang Hang's lightning blade absolutely did not lose to his. The edge of the blade was actually caught by this kid with a grab. Wang Hang was similarly incomparably alarmed and terrified. He stared at Yi Yuan with a dumbstruck face, desperately wanting to pull his blade out. But unfortunately, no matter to what degree he pushed his divine essence, his lightning blade seemed to be welded to Yi Yuan's hand, unable to budge an inch. Let go. Still not letting go, your father won't be courteous anymore. Wang Hang said, threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky. When Yi Yuan heard that, he gave in, lightly, his palm opening up. Wang Hang was currently using strength to pull the blade. With Yi Yuan's releasing it, his entire person directly did a dog-eat-shit tumble. It's you who made me let go. So why didn't you prepare well yourself? Yi Yuan said with an innocent look. When had Wang Hang suffered such unprecedented humiliation before? He immediately said in a great rage, "Punk, you're courting death. Ice lightning blade, go to hell for me." This time, Wang Hang's body erupted with an even fiercer aura. The fused power of laws was even pushed to the peak by him. Everyone's faces revealed great shock. Someone exclaimed in admiration, "This is Wang Hang's true strength. This aura probably doesn't lose to fifth firmament true gods, right?" But Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said coolly, "I already spared your life just now, but you insist on coming to seek death. Forget it, I'll send you off then." Following that, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan lightly met Wang Hang's blade with a finger. The terrifying fused power of law immediately evaporated into thin air. Wang Hang's entire person directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Yi Yuan waved his hand, directly annihilating the blood mist. It was deathly silent inside the house. Everyone used eyes like they had seen ghosts to look at Yi Yuan. This was lightning blade Wang Hang. He died just like this. This guy caught a true god mystic treasure with his bare hands. So how powerful was his fleshy body? It turned out that this boy was really not boasting about not being afraid of the cold. Why would a fleshy body rivaling a true god mystic treasure be scared of the cold? Zhang Tu's face seemed to have opened up a dye house, changing colors non-stop. He secretly sighed at getting lucky. Fortunately, the one who attacked just now was Wang Hang and not him. Otherwise, the current him should be about the same as Wang Hang, right? How could this boy be so strong? I'm just waiting for someone here. So you all don't annoy me. You guys can drink this wine in the future, but I'm just afraid that you all can't afford it, Yi Yuan said coolly. He filled a cup of wine for himself and poured another cup for Ning Tianping, and downed it in one go. Everyone was speechless. Didn't you say earlier that, could only drink one cup? Chapter 2071, Issuing Challenge Letter. Waiting for someone, humph. I think that you're here to cause a disturbance. This place doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Zhang Tu hated and feared Yi Yuan at this time and only wanted to make him leave this place sooner. But he did not dare to provoke Yi Yuan too much either. This malefic star's strength was too strong. So contradictions were laid bare in his words. Yi Yuan poured another cup of wine and drank it, and he said coolly, "You rest assured. After I settle my business, I won't come even if you invite me to." Yi Yuan drank his wine. The aroma of the wine overflowed, teasing everyone until they drooled heavily. Smelling this alcohol aroma, drinking the raging fire brew again completely did not have any taste anymore. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Within the small tavern, grievance points rose sharply. How could Zhang Tu not tell what the others were thinking? He wished to kick Yi Yuan out with a foot, but Yi Yuan just refused to leave. Before long, a gray-robed old man walked into the Raging Fire Tavern. The moment the old man came in, he shouted, "Zhang Tu, give this old man 3 jars of Raging Fire brew and a few side dishes." The moment Zhang Tu saw the arrival of this person, he could not help being overjoyed, hurriedly moving closer and saying respectfully, "Goodness, Master Song Sao, you haven't come for a few days." Not just Zhang Tu. When the rest saw Song Sao, they all stood up one after another, paying their respects to the old man. Clearly, Song Sao's status in Zhu Luoji was very high. Virtually no one did not know. Song Sao laughed and said, "I've been busy refining pills these few days. The gluttonous bug in my stomach flared up the moment the medicinal pills are refined completely, so I immediately came over. Smells so good. Old Tu, your place produced a new product. Why is it so fragrant?" Song Sao said a few sentences when suddenly, the tip of his nose twitched slightly. A whiff of alcohol aroma tunneled into his nose, gladdening the heart and refreshing the mind. But the moment he said it, Zhang Tu's expression immediately became ugly, faltering, not knowing how to answer. Some meddlesome person pointed at Yuan and said, "Master Song Sao, the wine was brought by that kid himself." Song Sao looked toward Yuan with a slight surprise. Raising his foot, he walked over and said smilingly, "Kid, this wine is pretty good. Let this old man have a taste." His words carried a trace of tone that did not allow any dispute. That meaning was that you had to give whether or not you were willing to. When Zhang Tu saw the situation, he could not help being delighted in his heart. "Weren't you showing off, punk? Now that Master Song Sao came to ask for wine, see if you still dare to not give." Yuan did not lift his head. Drinking a cup of sunshine glow on his own again, he opened his mouth and said indifferently, "You're Song Sao." Song Sao's brows furrowed, somewhat happy with Yuan's attitude in his heart as he said in a solemn voice, "That's right. This old man is precisely Song Sao. Kid, this wine." His words were said halfway when Yuan suddenly took out a challenge letter and placed it on the table in front of him. Challenge letter. Song Sao was taken aback and could not help laughing as he said, "Brat, you want to challenge this old man? Do you know who this old man is?" The others were taken aback with Phil. This boy was crazy, right? Where did this brat pop out from? Could it be that he lost his mind? Master Song Sao is our Zhu Luoji's top 3 ranking 6-star alchemy god. This snotty brat, actually wants to challenge Master Song Sao. Master Song Sao's status is venerated, how can he be what a mere nobody can challenge? This boy went crazy wanting to become famous, right? To actually use this kind of method to draw attention. Ah, I understand, turns out that the person he's waiting for is Master Song Sao. At this time, someone finally reacted and cried out in surprise. If say one-shotting lightning blade Wang Heng in one move earlier, everyone could still accept it. Now, wanting to challenge Song Sao, they were unable to accept it. After all, this place was the northernmost step, easily lifting the blade and killing people was normal. But in the northernmost step, the status of alchemists was venerated. The northernmost step's environment was harsh, spiritual energy thin, it was not suited for the growth of an alchemist. Hence, as long as an alchemist emerged here, their status would be very high. Because the martial artists here actually had even higher requirements towards medicinal pills. They must experience endless slaughter in order to survive. They naturally needed more medicinal pills too. And Song Sao was one of the strongest 3 great 6-star alchemy gods in Zhu Luoji. He was practically standing at the summit of Zhu Luoji already. Now, a brat that popped out of God knows where actually wanted to challenge Song Sao the moment he opened his mouth, overestimating his ability too much. Hearing everyone's cries of exclamations, Song Sao had a smug look as he said, "Hear that, kid? This old man's strength is sufficient to rank in the top 3 in Zhu Luoji. Even the top 2 are also not much stronger than this old man. You, a brat who just made his mark in the world, want to challenge this old man? Hoo-hoo, the challenge letter isn't for you. It's for your master, Empyrean Longswan. You don't have the qualifications to make me challenge you." Yuan sipped a mouthful of wine and said coolly. Words hell-bent on shocking people to death. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at Yuan in disbelief. Even Song Sao was also abruptly stupefied there. His master, Empyrean Longswan, was Zhu Luoji's strongest alchemist, not one of the strongest. Because he was the one and only 7-star alchemy god, Even the Zhu Luoji's other few Empyreans also addressed him as a brother when they saw Empyrean Longswan. Hu, kid, are you crazy? Challenging Master Longswan, who gave you the guts? Song Sao felt like he heard the most hilarious joke today. In his eyes, Master Longswan was a god that brooked no blaspheming. Now, there was actually a brat who wanted to challenge this god. This was something that could not be tolerated. Yi Yuan said coolly, I knew that it wouldn't go so smoothly. How about this? I'll fire out a flame, and if you can extinguish it, consider it my loss. I won't say a single word about this matter of challenging him and will even gift you a jar of sunshine glow. Ha ha ha, the surroundings hooted with loud laughter. They were laughing at Yi Yuan's ignorance, laughing at Yi Yuan for overrating his own abilities. A hint of amusement was revealed in Song Sao's eyes and he said with a smile, Kid, our land of extreme north's alchemists might not be able to beat other places in refining pills. But the art of controlling fire, that's what other places absolutely can't compete with. You're playing fire with this old man. Yi Yuan said coolly, you just say yes or no. Song Sao snorted coldly and said, fine, this old man agrees to you. If this old man loses, I'll help you deliver this challenge letter immediately. But if you lose, this wine. What he cared about most was not winning or losing, but the sunshine glow. This wine was too fragrant. Yi Yuan casually beckoned a hand, a jar appeared on the table. When everyone saw this scene, their eyeballs almost popped out. It turned out that this kid still had so much sunshine glow on him. Could it be that this wine was really brewed by this boy? Yi Yuan snapped a finger very casually, a small cluster of fire flew towards Song Sao falteringly. Song Sao laughed in spite of himself when he saw the situation and said, this is your fire controlling technique. Kid, you're really making a spectacle of yourself. But your wine is really pretty good. Amidst the loud laughter, Song Sao beckoned with his palm. A cluster of light green flames turned into a fierce tiger, and it rushed straight at the tongue of flame that Yi Yuan summoned. The others also revealed disappointed expressions. They even thought that Yi Yuan would show a breathtaking performance. In the end, it was just this bit of strength. Indeed, talking big to impress people. PFF'd, only to hear a slight puffing sound emit in the air. The moment that fierce tiger met the tongue of flame, it immediately disappeared without a trace. Chapter 2072, Treat you to a cup of wine. How can it be? Master Song Sao actually lost in a fire battle. That small tottering flame, which can be smashed with one smack, Master Song Sao actually failed to beat it. Could it be that this boy is really a fire control master that conceals deeply? Cries of exclamation sounded out all around, clearly not expecting that such a sudden turn of events would occur. Zhu Luoji's top alchemy master actually lost to an unknown little fellow. Just this bit of capability. You disappoint me too much, Yi Yuan said coolly. Song Sao got a shock. A solemn expression was revealed on his face, and he said in a deep voice, terrific lad, I underestimated you. Watch this. Done talking, Song Sao formed seals with both hands. The divine fire turned into a giant hammer and suddenly smashed over towards that small cluster of fire. The giant hammer directly crumbled. Song Sao's expression changed drastically. This time, he was genuinely shocked. If that time previously was just him doing it casually, then this time he already unleashed 70% of his strength. It actually could not even withstand a single blow in front of this small falteringly cluster of fire. Wu Ling's small mouth opened to form a circle, looking at this scene in disbelief. Big brother, did Master Song Sao underestimate the enemy too much? This is also too unreal, right? Wu Song's expression was solemn as he shook his head and said, I'm afraid that it's not as simple as underestimating the enemy. I also felt that that small flame just now was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. But looking at it now, the flame was compact to the extreme. So in the view of outsiders, they can't feel the temperature and aura at all. This fire-controlling technique has reached the acme of perfection. Wu Ling could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan. Could it be that this hateful guy was actually a fire-controlling expert? Not bad this time, the flame is much more condensed. However, it's still far too lacking. If you're still not convinced, you can try again, Yi Yuan said coolly. In his view, that handling just now was still okay. Compared to the flashiness without substance before, it was clearly much more condensed. The alchemists of this northernmost steppe would frequently protect the body and expel the cold with flames and were indeed much stronger than alchemists of other places in terms of fire-controlling technique. It was just that this bit of strength was still inadequate in front of Yuan. One had to know, his alchemy strength was the southern border's #1 person. And what was a foundational skill of alchemy? It was naturally fire control. In terms of fire control, the world was so big, but there were really scanty few that could win Yuan. Kid, don't you get cocky. Watch this song get rid of it for you to see. Song Sao gritted his teeth and made his move once more. It was just that no matter how he cast the fire control technique, that small cluster of faltering fire was just like a small diamond, standing steadfast. Unleashing 7 to 8 moves in a row, Song Sao still could not do anything to the flame. His face was grim until it was almost dripping water. Yuan also got somewhat impatient and said coolly, "You're too weak. Better invite your master to come out. In order to reward you, I'll treat you to a cup of wine." Done talking, Yuan poured a cup of wine and pushed it in front of Song Sao. Fragrance immediately suffused everywhere. Song Sao's expression flickered indeterminately, but he discovered to his dismay that he already unleashed all of his ability and really could not do anything to this small cluster of flames. He even had a feeling that even if his master, Empyrean Yuan, was here, he might not be able to do anything to it too. But very soon, he chased this kind of ridiculous notion out of his head. His master was a 7-star alchemy god. He was invincible in this Zhu Luoji. How could a mere brat who was still wet behind his ears possibly make his master helpless to do anything? Song Sao's attention was drawn over by the thick wine aroma very soon. This wine was too fragrant. Fragrant until it made people unable to refuse. Song Sao could not resist swallowing his saliva and finally still downed it in one shot amidst everyone's questioning gazes. Good wine. Truly fine wine. This old man has never drunk before such a delicious wine. The moment the wine entered the mouth, Song Sao could not resist giving praises from the bottom of his heart. He felt a stream of top-quality wine flow into his stomach, which then instantly set his whole body on fire, making each of his pores open up. It was as if a blazing sun rose in his heart, warming his entire body. In comparison, the raging fire brew that he had always cherished was simply like garbage. When everyone saw Song Sao's pleased appearance, they no longer doubted the sunshine glow. Previously, everyone was still half dubious, suspecting if Wu Song was pretending or not. Now, with Master Song Sao personally confirming it, who else would still doubt? It was just that this way, the group of martial artists hankered after the sunshine glow even more. The feeling of being able to see but not being able to drink was truly uncomfortable. Kid, I'll help you bring the challenge letter. But this wine. Song Sao stared fixedly at the small flask in Yuan's hand, his goal self-explanatory. He said nonchalantly, "I said 1 cup, it means 1 cup. Don't give me that look. You go back and tell your master that as long as he, Empyrean Yuan, accepts the challenge, if this G loses, this Sunshine Glow's recipe will be offered up with both hands. Don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. With your paltry cultivation base, you can't snatch it away." Song Sao's eyeballs swiveled around, clearly already having the thought of snatching it. In a place like Zhu Luoji, there was no justice and law at all. Things that caught your fancy, just snatch it. As long as your fist was big, whatever you say works. By the side, someone saw that the atmosphere was not right and warned out of goodwill. Master Song Sao, just now, Lightning Blade Wang Heng was planning to take action to snatch, and was defeated by him with 1 punch. Song Sao's face changed and he cried out in surprise, "Lightning Blade Wang Heng." He fused 2 kinds of power of laws, his strength being already comparable to 5th firmament true god. He was actually blown up with 1 punch. That person said again, "Master, so many people were watching it. Could I still be deceiving you?" Song Sao's gaze turned intent, only then discovering that it seemed like Yuan really could not be underestimated anymore. It was only to see his gaze turn dark and he said, "Okay. This old man will help you deliver the challenge letter, but I hope that your alchemy skill isn't just a little bit of fire controlling technique. Farewell." Finished talking, Song Sao put away the challenge letter and directly left. News spread extremely fast. Zhu Luoji had existed for God knows how many tens of thousands of years already. It had never been heard of that someone dared to challenge Empyrean Yuan. A 7-star alchemy god was a divine master in the northernmost steppe. Their status was extremely venerated. Now, a hothead that popped out from God knows where actually wanted to challenge Empyrean Yuan. For some time, Zhu Luoji that had already been quiet for a long time started boiling with excitement. No way, right, where did this kid pop out from? Never heard before that a remarkable young alchemist emerged in Zhu Luoji. Might have come over from the northern border. The brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth actually dares to challenge a 7-star alchemy god. Heh, there's a good show to watch now. I heard that kid completely defeated Empyrean Lonzhuan's accomplished disciple, Master Song Sao, in a fire battle. Wonder if it's real or fake. Hey, it's probably that kid deliberately fabricating it in order to grow his reputation, right? Master Song Sao's fire controlling technique, saying that it's number 1 in Zhu Luoji is not even overboard. Just based on that kid. But I heard that this boy has a kind of wine in his possession that's extremely delicious. Empyrean Lonzhuan only accepted the challenge for the sake of this recipe. The news spread out, questioning voices were everywhere in Zhu Luoji. All because of this unknown boy who was going to challenge the god of alchemy Dao in their hearts. No one thought that Yuan had hope. This was completely a suicide-style challenge. Chapter 2073 looks like you don't have much confidence. In Skyreturn Plaza, people were everywhere. A 7-star alchemy god taking action, this was a grand event of Zhu Luoji. Yuan issuing a challenge letter to challenge Empyrean Lonzhuan spread throughout the entire Zhu Luoji like the wind. Eldest senior brother, you were also too sloppy. Having master compete in alchemy with a snotty brat, this is disgraceful. Song Sao's junior apprentice brother, Luo Yu, said with a disdainful look. Another junior apprentice brother said, isn't making master compete in alchemy with this brat pretty much the same as having master compete in alchemy with us? This kind of alchemy battle doesn't have the slightest suspense at all. Song Sao smiled coldly and said, what the hell do you guys know? That kid has a wine recipe in his hands. Once we obtain it, we can definitely earn boatloads of money. At that time, Northday assembles Empyrean Dragonjade and Splitwind assembles Empyrean Junhao will all have to bow their heads in submission toward master. The moment Luo Yu heard this, he said in puzzlement, senior apprentice brother, is this wine really as good as you say? Song Sao had a look of recollecting the aftertaste as he said, more than good. It simply brings back endless aftertastes. Senior apprentice brother, I only drank a mouth, and during this half a month, my whole body has been warm. I don't even need to use divine essence to ward off the cold with divine fire at all. Delicious plus keeps out the cold, who do you think can resist its allure in this northernmost steppe? The apprentice brothers were all skeptical. Since eldest senior brother came back from Raging Fire Tavern the last time, his mouth kept on praising this whatever sunshine glow with endless praises, as if he was bedeviled. Seeing him always talk about it every day, these few people also could not help drooling. Among the people in this northernmost steppe, there was none who did not like to drink. Hearing that it was so delicious, how could they not be moved? Except, those who had drunk before this sunshine glow at present was just Song Sao and Wu Song, 2 people. Whether it really tasted good or not, they were also not sure. But they understood in their hearts that if it was really as Song Sao said, then as long as this wine was rolled out, it could absolutely sweep across the extreme north's various territories. He's here, it's this boy, so young. At this time, there was suddenly a commotion in the crowd. A ridiculously young figure slowly walked onto the stage. This is also too young, right? Just like a little kid, he's qualified to challenge Empyrean Lonzhuan. Where did this kid pop out from? Simply blaspheming the idol in my heart. Get down. When the people saw that Yuan was so young, they immediately exploded, having a feeling of being cheated. So young, he probably had not even figured out what were medicinal pills and came to challenge Zhu Luoji's alchemy down number 1 person. Was this a joke? With someone taking the lead to hoot, many people also shouted along, asking Yuan to get down. Yuan had an indifferent look as if he could not hear anything. After a while, these guys would naturally shut up. When Luo Yu saw that Yuan was so young, he was also stunned and said disdainfully, hey, really a fool who overestimates his own ability. So young and he actually dares to challenge Master too, truly ignorant. But Song Sao said in a solemn voice, I don't know how's his pill refinement, but his fire controlling technique is truly transcendent. If this wasn't the case, why would I make Master take action? I would have suppressed him myself. Luo Yu was surprised when he heard that and said, eldest senior brother, you really lost to him in a fire battle. Song Sao's expression was slightly dark as he nodded his head. Luo Yu did not quite dare to believe it. He was naturally aware of Song Sao's fire-controlling technique. Even he was a million miles away compared to Song Sao's skill. But such a formidable eldest senior brother actually lost to this kid. Could it be that he was really an alchemy genius? Right at this time, a powerful aura descended from the sky. Empyrean Longswan is here. All thanks to this brat that I can see Empyrean Longswan's true face. Lord Longswan, teach this punk a good lesson. There was cheering in the crowd. Empyrean Longswan was a godlike existence in their hearts. In this northernmost step, a 7-star alchemy god was the sun in the sky, illuminating the world. A brat like Yuan rushing into challenging Empyrean Longswan was blaspheming the idol in their hearts. An old man in azure robes slowly stepped out of the void. His gaze swept all around, his awe displayed in its entirety. Disciple pays respect to master. Song Sao brought the group of apprentice brothers and directly knelt down. Empyrean Longswan nodded slightly, his gaze finally landing on Yuan. He could not help being slightly surprised. Yuan's youth still far exceeded his expectations. You're the Ji Qingyan who wants to challenge this Empyrean. Empyrean Longswan's gaze was scorching as he said. The moment he came up, he applied tremendous pressure on Yuan. Except, Yuan was composed and collected in front of this pressure, and even had signs of being able to stand up to it as an equal. When Empyrean Longswan saw the situation, he could not help being surprised in his heart. How could he know that even when Yuan was facing Empyrean Pilljade, that level of horrifying existence, his aura was also not the slightest bit weak. His bit of pressure was too much of a child's play and even had some suspicion of showing off in the presence of an expert. It's precisely this Yuan said coolly. Empyrean Longswan deliberately pretended to be magnanimous as he said, indeed, heroes come from youngsters. To dare come and challenge this Empyrean at a young age, your courage is commendable. Rest assured, this Empyrean won't be bullying the weak by being strong. In a while, when this Empyrean takes action, I'll definitely pay attention to the proper limits. You pick the medicinal pill then. This battle was simply a piece of cake to him. It was just that his acting was the demeanor of a grandmaster in the view of those people below. He was tolerant and open-minded. Indeed well deserving of being Empyrean Longswan. Toward a young man's affront, he's actually not angry at all and even has the intention of guiding him. Hey, you look at that kid. His proud appearance really pisses people off. Actually, how was there any pride? Yuan just had a calm expression, that was all. It was just that in the view of these people, when Yuan saw a powerhouse like Empyrean Longswan, he should be reverent and respectful, trembling with fear and trepidation, akin to treading on thin ice. Only that way would it be apt for Yuan's status. Yuan gave Empyrean Longswan a glance and said with a strange expression, really want me to pick? Empyrean Longswan could not help laughing as he said, this Empyrean is a 7-star alchemy god. Battling in alchemy with you, a junior, could it be still let this Empyrean pick? Yuan nodded slightly and said indifferently, in that case. Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul Pill then. Empyrean Longswan's gaze turned sharp, almost choking to death. This Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul Pill was one of the medicinal pills with the greatest difficulty among ranked 6 divine pills. Even refining it with his current strength, the success rate was also not high. Furthermore, even if it succeeded, the grade would not be too high either. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but he did not know what he should say. Say that he could refine. What to do if he screwed it up? Saying that he could not refine. Did he have shame or not? Junior, you're deliberately here to mess with this Empyrean, right? This medicinal pill, you probably can't even learn the rudiments, right? Empyrean Longswan said with a dark expression. Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, looks like you don't have much confidence in refining the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul Pill. Then why not, the Amethyst Instant Pill then? Empyrean Longswan nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Don't dig up people's dirt like this. Furthermore, it was another level 9 medicinal pill. He was already very sure that this kid was definitely here to mess with him. Could he have been sent by those few fellows? Chapter 2074, Distinguished Guest. The Amethyst Instant Pill doesn't work too. Yuan shook his head with a disappointed look. He already lowered the benchmark by a lot, but this Empyrean Longswan's strength somewhat disappointed him. Looking at the other party's appearance, he reckoned that being able to reach the middle stage Dao realm was already very impressive. Most likely, he was still lingering around the initial stage Dao realm. Then let's lower the difficulty a bit, Earth Nether Imprint Pill then. Yi Yuan talked to himself. Empyrean Longswan's face opposite turned green. This guy was absolutely here to nauseate him. Humph. Earth Nether imprint pill then. This Empyrean wants to see if you really have that much capability, to be able to refine a level 9 medicinal pill, Empyrean Longswan said with a cold snort. Although this Earth Nether imprint pill was a level 9 medicinal pill, he still had some confidence. Basically, refining middle grade or even high grade was not too big of a problem. Below the stage, the faces of Song Sao and the rest were similarly ugly. The rank 6 medicinal pills that Yi Yuan said, forget about refining them, they could not even learn the rudiments of them. Their master could naturally refine them, but the success rate was not high either. It was not that they doubted master's strength, but that these medicinal pills were seriously too difficult to refine. But in the view of other martial artists, they were somewhat surprised. Empyrean Longswan yielded to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said 3 kinds of medicinal pills, but he chose the final medicinal pill. Clearly, he did not have much confidence in the other 2. Humph. Ignorant fool. To refine level 9 medicinal pills, one needs to at least enter the Dao realm before one has the chance to refine those pills successfully. He's so young, so could it be that he can be a Dao realm powerhouse? Song Sao said with a cold smile. Humph. So what even if he's a Dao realm powerhouse? Our master is already peak initial stage Dao realm. Coupled with the disparity in cultivation realm and soul force, could he still lose to him? Luo Yu said with a disdainful look. Amidst the questioning voices, the 2 people started the alchemy battle. The moment Empyrean Longswan's aura released, everyone burst into an uproar. These martial artists had never seen a 7-star alchemy god take action before. The moment he made his move at this time, it was God knows how many times stronger than the likes of Song Sao. To these martial artists, it was incredibly astonishing. This is the strength of a 7-star alchemy god. Even level 9 medicinal pills are also a piece of cake to Lord Longswan, right? That kid actually wants to challenge such an existence, is his head okay? Hey, in my view, this kid is deliberately here to nauseate people. At his age, knowing some superficial knowledge is already pretty good. The moment Empyrean Longswan made his move, it gave people an extremely breathtaking feeling. It was as if what everyone saw in the past were all ugly girls. Now, suddenly seeing a top-grade beauty, it drove people crazy. There was a wave of cheering voices below the stage, cries of exclamations, as well as disdainful voices toward Yi Yuan. Ning Tianping could not resist rolling his eyes and said speechlessly, truly a bunch of bumpkins who have never seen the world before. This bit of strength can let them cheer until like this. Song Sao was standing right beside him. Hearing that, he said in a great rage, this bit of strength. That brat probably doesn't know how to refine pills at all, right? You look, he hasn't even started until now. Ning Tianping laughed in spite of himself and said, my lord is being kind-hearted and is giving your master a chance to perform. The moment he makes his move, your master will be crushed until he could be badly mauled all over. Song Sao smiled coldly and said, being razor-tongued can't change the outcome too. You guys had best be prepared to hand over the Sunshine Glow's recipe. Yi Yuan stood on the stage, his gaze brimming with a look of disappointment. Empyrean Longswan's bit of strength could not even compare to the weakest Empyrean in the Cloudpill Summit. Yi Yuan gave a low cry, reached his hand out, and beckoned. The medicinal pills were all taken into the medicinal cauldron. Immediately after, a vast surging aura burst out of his body. Everyone's cheers abruptly ceased. Under Yi Yuan's aura, Empyrean Longswan's alchemy aura was like a baby, weak to the extreme. Empyrean Longswan's expression changed wildly, the seals formed in his hands could not help but to stop. It was only to hear a puff. A burnt smell came out of the medicinal cauldron. The materials inside were directly being refined into a ruined pill. It was very taxing for him. To refine level 9 medicinal pills to begin with, so how could he withstand Yi Yuan's heavy pressure? To him, Yi Yuan's aura was like Mount Tai crushing down on top of him, he did not have the slightest strength to resist at all. A shock to the extreme expressions appeared on Empyrean Longswan's face. However, he did not fly into a great rage but was attracted by Yi Yuan's pill refinement very soon. Not just him, his disciples were also drawn by Yi Yuan's bedazzling pill refinement. In a place like the northernmost steppe, encountering such earth-shaking alchemy skill was undoubtedly like a good rain after a long drought to them. Yi Yuan's every move and action had a tremendous sense of beauty, possessing unusually deep Dao accumulations. In their eyes, Yi Yuan was not refining pills but manipulating the great Tao. This kind of alchemy skill had simply reached the acme of perfection, inconceivable. Amidst everyone's cries of exclamations, Yi Yuan successfully condensed the pill. Only after a long time did Empyrean Lonzhuan awaken from the shock. Then, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, he bowed in salute toward Yi Yuan and said, "Master Ji's alchemy cultivation is unrivaled, Lonzhuan admires greatly." This, Lord Lonzhuan, an exalted Empyrean, actually paid such solemn respects to a true God Realm boy. Shocking. Too shocking. I originally thought that Lord Lonzhuan's alchemy cultivation already reached the acme of perfection. Who knew that Master Ji's alchemy strength is more than 100 times stronger than Lord Lonzhuan? In Skyreturn Plaza, astonished voices rose and ebbed like waves. A dignified 7-star alchemy god actually carried out the etiquette of a disciple to a 6-star alchemy god. How could it not make people marvel? These martial artists were not versed in alchemy and did not understand the disparity between Empyrean Lonzhuan and Yi Yuan. But as an alchemist, Empyrean Lonzhuan understood that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was too big. People should not look at how he was a 7-star alchemy god. The ranked 7 divine pills that he could refine were very limited. When ranked 7 divine pills reached level 3 difficulty and above, one could not refine them at all if their realm was lacking. Hence, when he saw that Yi Yuan had such strength, he was immediately shocked beyond words. As for Song Sao and the rest, they had long turned to stone on the spot. Their godlike master was actually defeated just like this. How could this brat-like young man have such terrifying alchemy strength? This, Lonzhuan has many questions on alchemy. I wonder if Master Ji has spare time to give Lonzhuan a pointer or two. Empyrean Lonzhuan asked carefully. Yi Yuan said coolly, "The northernmost steps alchemy Dao is behind the times. Coming here, this Ji will just take it as giving you a fortuitous encounter." The moment Empyrean Lonzhuan heard, he could not help being overjoyed. If there were no accidents, his accomplishments in alchemy would just be like that for life. But if there was someone giving guidance, especially the guidance of a master like Yi Yuan, that would be totally different. Many thanks, Master Ji, for showing pity. Lonzhuan can't repay it even with 10,000 deaths. Lonzhuan was incredibly agitated and gave another respectful bow toward Yi Yuan. Finished saying, he straightened his back and immediately recovered his Empyrean's majesty as he said in a clear voice, "From today onward, Master Ji is this Empyrean's distinguished guest. If anyone dares to offend Master Ji, it's setting yourself against this Empyrean." Chapter 2075, Sweeping Through Ju Luo. Several days later, a piece of extremely explosive news spread throughout the entire Ju Luo Ji. Empyrean Lonzhuan acknowledged Ji Qingyan as his master and paid respects to the latter as a disciple. This news was akin to a heavyweight bombshell, stirring up titanic waves in Ju Luo Ji. Did I hear wrongly? No matter how powerful that Ji Qingyan is, he's also merely a 6-star alchemy god. Does Lord Lonzhuan have this need? Truly inconceivable. A 7-star alchemy god actually acknowledged a 6-star alchemy god as a master. I've lived for tens of thousands of years, but it's still my first time hearing of such a thing. Just what kind of god is Ji Qingyan, to actually be able to bring Lord Lonzhuan into submission? The entire Ju Luo Ji blew up. Everyone was discussing this matter frenziedly. Everyone was filled with curiosity toward this Ji Qingyan that popped out from no idea where. Empyrean Lonzhuan had always been a godlike figure in Ju Luo Ji all along. Even Empyrean powerhouses also showed extra reverence to him and did not dare to offend in the slightest. But now, this kind of godlike existence actually acknowledged a 1,000-over-years-old youth as his master. It was simply too astonishing. But very soon, another explosive news came over. Grand Pill Establishment rolled out a new kind of wine. The name of the wine was Sunshine Glow. Grand Pill Establishment was recruiting 9 sales representatives. Once the news came out, it immediately caused a great sensation in the entire Ju Luo Ji. This Grand Pill Establishment was Empyrean Lonzhuan's force. Not only this wine called Sunshine Glow had excellent taste, but it also had the effect of keeping out the cold. As long as celestial deity realm martial artists drank a cup, they would not need to use any cold warding method for half a month. As soon as this wine was rolled out, it immediately spread throughout the entire Ju Luo Ji in a frenzy. Various restaurants, taverns, and wine shops rushed toward Grand Pill Establishment crazily, wanting to obtain Sunshine Glow's dealership rights. Hearing this news, Zhang Tu almost went mad. Others did not know, but he knew that this sunshine glow was Master Ji's wine. Now, his intestines were almost green with regret. Back then, if not for a moment of muddleheadedness, offending Master Ji, with the Raging Fire Tavern's strength and his relationship with Master Song Sao, wouldn't getting Sunshine Glow's dealership rights still be accomplished with ease. But sadly, there was no regret medicine in this world that could be eaten. Even so, Zhang Tu still brought a large gift and went to find Song Sao. Master Song Sao, you're also aware, my Raging Fire Tavern is number 1 in Zhuluoji. There are hundreds of branches alone. Number 1, heh, that's all in the past. The moment Sunshine Glow emerged, your Raging Fire Tavern probably can't even enter the top 10 anymore. Brother, don't blame me. Want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having eyes, offending Grandmaster. These things, bring them away. If Grandmaster knew about it, wouldn't he break my legs? Zhang Tu's words were not finished saying yet and were interrupted by Song Sao coldly, directly issuing an order to evict the guest. Leaving the Song Manor, Zhang Tu felt like the entire world turned gloomy. A single misstep resulted in eternal regret. In the old days, his Raging Fire brew was unique in Zhuluoji. It could be said that he could summon the rain and wind in Zhuluoji. But now, the Raging Fire brew was left without anyone caring about it overnight. Sure enough, the 9 great representatives were picked very quickly. As soon as Sunshine Glow came out, it was akin to like a fierce wind passing through, being all the rage. There were long queues in the shops of the 9 sales representatives every day. Many martial artists queued for several days and nights in order to taste a mouthful of this legendary Sunshine Glow. Really too freaking delicious. Grand Pill establishment is really harming people. After drinking this wine, drinking other wines will be like horse piss. Equipped with this jar, I won't need to think of ways to ward off the cold within a year anymore. This wine should only belong in the heavens. Fine wine, fine wine. After Sunshine Glow came out, it became an extremely popular item very soon. Even if Grand Pill establishment brewed it around the clock, it was also unable to satisfy the enthusiasm of all the martial artists. Later on, the various major restaurants could only limit the supply. A cup of Sunshine Glow was even hiked to a sky-high price. But even so, no one would go and sell the wine at all. People who had the luck to purchase the wine all cherished what was theirs, hiding and tucking it away, fearful of being known by people. On this day, Zhang Tu finally purchased a small jar of Sunshine Glow after queuing for 7 days and nights. Hence, he could not wait and drank a mouthful. The moment the wine entered the abdomen, a mellowness instantly spread throughout his 4 limbs and bones, as if an electric current ran through. At the same time, a hot current gathered at this Dantian area, as if it was the blazing sun illuminating from high up, continuously warming his body. Fine wine, truly excellent wine. Zhang Tu could not resist praising. But after praising, his expression turned dim. Such a fine wine, he actually passed right by it. Originally, it should be him who became a figure who could summon the wind and rain in this Zhuluoji. But now, everything was gone. Inside Grand Pill establishment, Empyrean Longzuan was looking at Yi Yuan with a look of worship. Toward Yi Yuan, he already prostrated on all fours in admiration. After Yi Yuan entered Grand Pill establishment, Empyrean Longzuan asked him about some areas that he did not understand. The incisiveness of Yi Yuan's understanding took his breath away in astonishment. On some areas that were obstructed originally, he suddenly saw the light. The following few days, the more he consulted Yi Yuan on alchemy Dao, the more that he felt that Yi Yuan was unfathomable. He even suspected whether or not Yi Yuan already stepped into the legendary ancestor realm. Otherwise, how could he have such a deep understanding of alchemy Dao? Therefore, he steeled his resolve and acknowledged Yi Yuan as his master. Yi Yuan hesitated for a moment but still agreed. This Empyrean Longzuan could acknowledge him as master as a 7-star, it could be seen that he genuinely loved alchemy. Furthermore, Yi Yuan still had to borrow Empyrean Longzuan's power to save Lu Er. After acknowledging him as his disciple, Yi Yuan took out the Sunshine Glow's recipe and handed it to Empyrean Longzuan. After Empyrean Longzuan drank the Sunshine Glow, he felt even more respect towards Yi Yuan from the depths of his heart. As the saying went, those who reached first can teach. Yi Yuan could casually take out such a freakish pill formula, it could be seen how deep his attainments in alchemy Dao were. Indeed, as expected, as soon as Sunshine Glow rolled out, it immediately swept across Zhuluoji, and allowed Grand Pill establishment earn boatloads of money. Listening attentively to Master preach on Tao these few days, this disciple suddenly saw the light and seemed to have already touched the threshold of middle-stage Tao realm, Empyrean Longzhuan said excitedly. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and shook his head and said, "You're still far away. Although you became an Empyrean and a 7-star alchemy god, your foundation is too shallow. It seems like you've already touched the threshold of middle-stage Tao realm, but in reality, you're too far away. Even if give you 1,000, 10,000 years, you might not be able to enter middle-stage Tao realm too." Imparting Tao to Longzhuan these few days, Yi Yuan was already shocked. He had never seen before a 7-star alchemy god with such a shallow foundation. Being able to enter 7-star, this Empyrean Longzhuan absolutely got massively lucky. Placed in the southern border, Empyrean Longzhuan was probably even inferior to Yun Yi, let alone talk about other 7-star alchemy gods. Hearing Yi Yuan's face, Empyrean Longzhuan also had a look of embarrassment on his face as he said with vicissitudes of emotion, "It's exactly as Master said. It's just that this northernmost step, spirit medicines are lacking and inheritances are missing. Wanting to step into 7-star is as hard as ascending to heaven." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Hence, if you want to improve further, don't reach beyond your grasp, but be down to earth." Empyrean Longzhuan repeatedly said yes. The two people chatted for a while when Empyrean Longzhuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Master, Zhu Luoji's other 7 great Empyreans have heard about you. All of them want to come over to pay respects to you. I wonder, what's your opinion?" Chapter 2076, Awing the Group of Empyreans. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, thinking to himself that the thing he waited for finally came. He naturally did not do so many things in order to show off his power and make a name for himself. It was actually in order to make these Empyreans pay him a visit. Zhu Luoji had 9 great Empyreans. Yi Yuan, as an outsider, running over to ask for people without rhyme or reason was no different from a lamb being thrown to the wolves. Then what could let him get close to these Empyreans? It was naturally alchemy. Since Empyreans revered alchemy immensely, then as long as he displayed his alchemy strength, would these Empyreans still not look to him for help? In addition, Yi Yuan also took out the sunshine glow, this major killing tool. These Empyreans would view him in a different light even more. As for Empyrean Longzhuan wanting to acknowledge him as master, this exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. 8 Empyreans appearing in unison, the atmosphere in the hall became heavy all of a sudden. Song Sao and the rest of the disciples waited upon them carefully, not daring to even breathe loudly. Yi Yuan sat up straight, looking calm and composed. The 8 great Empyreans all sized Yi Yuan up with curious faces, clearly all carrying a trace of doubt. They never would have thought that Empyrean Longzhuan's master was actually so young. "Master, disciple will introduce to you. This is Sword Star Pavilion's Empyrean Void Sword," Empyrean Longzhuan said. "Master Ji," Empyrean Void Sword said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan looked over, nodded his head slightly, which was considered to have greeted Empyrean Void Sword. Empyrean Void Sword's brows furrowed, thinking to himself that this boy was so arrogant. Empyrean Longzhuan appeared slightly awkward, but he knew that Master had great ability. Being a little cold and arrogant was normal. Hence, he carried on making introductions to several others. "This is Ice Cloud Tower's master, Empyrean Ice Cloud. Her ice attribute laws have reached the acme of perfection, with her strength being powerful." But the fourth one that Empyrean Longzhuan introduced was a middle-aged woman who had already partly lost her good looks but still retained her graceful bearing. Actually, from the moment she came in, Yi Yuan's attention was placed on her. Among Zhu Luoji's 9 great Empyreans, only this Empyrean Ice Cloud was a woman. Who could it be if it was not her? Yi Yuan still grunted a response perfunctorily. Empyrean Ice Cloud gave a cold snort and said, "Your esteemed self is also a little too arrogant, right? Were this Zhu Luoji's masters no matter what? Is greeting you and you gave us this kind of attitude?" The moment Empyrean Longzhuan heard this, he knew that it was going to be bad. Others did not know, but he knew that his master was not being arrogant. It was his master having the confidence. How could ordinary Empyreans enter his eyes? It was just that Empyrean Ice Cloud, this old lady's temper, was not an ordinary kind of cold arrogance. How could she stand Yi Yuan's attitude? Sure enough, the other Empyreans were all reserved. But reaching her, it broke down. Clearly, the other Empyreans also knew Empyrean Ice Cloud's temper and were all waiting for her to jump out. Everyone was not a fool. For Empyrean Longswan to be able to acknowledge such a young person as his master, this young man definitely had aspects surpassing others. Although they all did not believe it, they also would not be silly enough to go and offend the other party. After all, they were all here to request for pills, and not to look for trouble. Once they offended the master, where would they go to find medicinal pills? Sure enough, Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly and he said indifferently, if Empyrean Ice Cloud feels like this G's attitude is haughty, you can leave first. You all came here simply for the sake of requesting for pills. Since you have something to ask this G, then whatever attitude I have, you have to endure it. Isn't that so? The moment the group of Empyreans heard, they all thought, terrific fellow, indeed clashed. How venerated was Empyrean Ice Cloud's status in this Ju Luo Ji? When had she suffered this kind of wrong before? It was only to see her laugh. She then said, hoo, what a wildly arrogant Master Ji. I wonder if your ability is as great as your spirit. Yi Yuan gave her a light glance and said coolly, how can my ability be what you can gauge? I already said, those who don't believe me can very well leave. Empyrean Ice Cloud's frosty eyebrows rose in anger and she suddenly stood up. With her flying into a rage, Empyrean pressure swept over toward Yi Yuan crazily. She actually wanted to take action. With this, Empyrean Longswan was enraged too. He said with a cold snort, Ice Cloud, letting you all come in as master giving you guys face. But you're not giving this Empyrean face like this. This place doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Also, don't come and beg this Empyrean for medicinal pills for your Ice Cloud Tower anymore in the future. Empyrean Longswan had long already prostrated on all fours in admiration toward Yi Yuan these few days. Although he was an Empyrean, he would never put on any airs of an Empyrean in front of Yi Yuan. Who could have thought that this Ice Cloud did not give face at all, and actually questioned Master in front of him, and even wanted to attack? How could he tolerate it? Empyrean Ice Cloud's expression darkened. Empyrean Longswan's move was too vicious. In this northernmost step, 7-star alchemy gods could be this arrogant. No one dared to offend a 7-star alchemy god. Once offended, one could only feel endless regret. Their cultivation could only rely on luck in the future. Empyrean Ice Cloud's face was extremely ugly, standing there, at a loss on what to do. The others were also secretly startled. They all did not think that the normally incomparably lofty Empyrean Longswan was actually so respectful toward Yi Yuan. Empyrean Void Sword hurriedly stepped forward to be a mediator, saying with a smile, the two of you, don't get angry. Since Master Ji is Empyrean Longswan's master, then he naturally has genuine ability. Younger sister Ice Cloud, you also have to fix your temper. Empyrean Ice Cloud gave a cold snort but did not dare to make a sound anymore. But she still had a stubborn look on her face, not having the intention of backing down. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, I know that everyone questions my strength, but how can my ability be what you can imagine? As long as you all can pool together enough spirit medicines, this G will create 10 Empyreans for you. Where's the difficulty in that? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed disbelieving expressions. Which of them did not corroborate their Tao as Empyreans after narrow escapes, bathed in bloody slaughters in this northernmost step? How could Empyrean powerhouses be created as you wished? Empyrean Ice Cloud's face had an even more apparent sneer. But this time, she learned to be smart and just smiled coldly and did not speak. Hey, you all don't put on those expressions. That day when I had the alchemy battle with Master, I didn't open my furnace. But do you all know what grade was Master's Earth Nether imprint pill? Empyrean Longswan said with a cold smile. Empyrean Void Sword said hesitantly, what grade was it? Could it have been superior grade? Another Empyrean said, heaven grade. Hoo, you all see for yourselves. Empyrean Longswan laughed coldly and threw a small bottle to Empyrean Void Sword. Empyrean Void Sword caught the medicine bottle curiously. The others all stared at all, similarly having curious faces. Looking at Empyrean Longswan's appearance, could it be divine grade? Except, they denied this notion very quickly. How was this possible? Earth Nether imprint pill was a level 9 medicinal pill. They knew that Empyrean Longswan could at most only refine high grade. Even if this Yi Yuan was formidable, he was also merely a 6-star alchemy god. At the very most, it was also just peak heaven grade. Empyrean Void Sword probed with divine sense and his expression suddenly changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a horrified face, as if he had seen a ghost. Brother Void Sword, Just what grade is it? When everyone saw his expression, they became even more curious. Could it really be divine grade? Void soared through the small bottle to another Empyrean and said with a sigh, "Brother Hemming, you see for yourself." Chapter 2077, Ruthless Extermination. The medicinal bottle passed around the hands of the Empyrean powerhouses. After the person in front finished inspecting, they just silently passed it to the next person, the expression on their faces incomparably stunned. Even someone as cold as ice like Empyrean Ice Cloud also had her curiosity stirred. She thought to herself, could this medicinal pill really be divine grade? Younger sister Ice Cloud, you take a look for yourself. Among the 8 people, the stronger Empyrean Redfeather heaved a slight sigh and passed the small medicinal bottle to Empyrean Ice Cloud. Ice Cloud looked at him curiously, caught the small bottle that was thrown over, and said scornfully, even if it's divine grade, it's also not to the extent of making all of you have this expression, right? Humph. So what if it's divine grade? Is this the reason for looking down on us? As she expressed her derision, she sunk her divine sense into the small bottle. Talking until the end, her entire sentence was stuck in her throat, and she only felt that her throat was incomparably dry. The vast spirit, divine grade. How is this possible? Empyrean Ice Cloud's pupils constricted, her gaze full of disbelief. Vast spirit divine pill. In this vast expanse of northernmost steppe, had vast spirit divine pills appeared before? Empyrean Ice Cloud was also not too sure, but most likely it had never occurred. Although the northernmost steppe was boundlessly vast, the 7-star alchemy gods added up were also just those few. Even if those people's strengths were stronger than Empyrean Yuan, it was also not that much stronger. Forget about having them refine vast spirit divine pills, even ordinary purple spirit divine grade, they probably could not refine it. Even if refined, it was also those level 1 and 2 simple medicinal pills. The difficulty of level 9 medicinal pills to them was too high. But this young man in front of them actually refined a vast spirit divine pill with the cultivation realm of a 6-star alchemy god. Sigh, younger sister Ice Cloud, you were too impulsive. How can someone capable of making younger brother Yuan respect so much not have some ability? Empyrean Redfeather also sighed slightly and said, some ability, heh, Master G, doesn't have just some ability here. Empyrean Void Sword said with a laugh. Humph, this Empyrean is also a respected figure in this northernmost steppe. If not for Master's alchemy Tao making me look up to it, why would I acknowledge him as my master? Ice Cloud, before you came in, you said that you'd talk nicely. That's why this Empyrean agreed. But now, after entering Grand Pill Establishment, you disrespected Master. This Empyrean can't help you anymore. Empyrean Yuan said with a cold snort. Wouldn't Empyrean Ice Cloud looking down on Yuan be equivalent to looking down on him, Empyrean Yuan? How silly would he have been, to acknowledge an incapable 6-star alchemy god as his master? This, Master G, Empyrean Ice Cloud stammered and already did not know what she should say. A 6-star alchemy god capable of refining vast spirit divine pills was absolutely a multi-existence in this northernmost steppe. She actually questioned such a major power just now. Only now did she know that when Yuan said he could create an Empyrean powerhouse with a flip of his hand, those were not empty words. Since Yuan could refine a vast spirit divine grade earth nether imprint pill, then refining a divine grade and above heaven seizing good fortune pill was absolutely nothing difficult. It was just that the spirit medicines that the heaven seizing good fortune pill required were too hard to come by. Otherwise, wouldn't Yuan creating a batch of Empyrean powerhouses be like taking something out of his pocket? Empyrean Ice Cloud, you can leave now. The medicinal pills that you're requesting for, this G won't refine them. In addition, all of Grand Pill Establishment's medicinal pill supply to your Ice Cloud Tower will discontinue starting from today. Yuan opened his mouth coolly and directly issued the order to chase away the guest. He sneered coldly to no end in his heart. Finally he showed Empyrean Ice Cloud some colors. To dare treat lure like so, how could it do to not let you taste the flavor of despair? Right from the start, Yuan never planned on dropping in to ask Empyrean Ice Cloud to release her. That was the worst strategy. He thought even less of snatching lure with martial strength. Really pressing this Empyrean Ice Cloud into a corner, she might really hurt lure. Since the identity of an alchemist was useful, then what did bringing Zhu Luoji to its knees and compelling the northernmost steppe to submit count for with his strength? One had to know, he defeated the entire southern border's alchemy world with his power alone. Yi Yuan's plan was to overpower her until she yielded, and he also wanted to make her send Lu Er over obediently. Bullying people too far. When had Empyrean Ice Cloud suffered this kind of treatment before? She was angered until her middle-aged expression was icy cold. Empyrean Ice Cloud was still thinking of apologizing. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all, directly cutting off Ice Cloud Tower's grain. Yi Yuan said coolly, bullying people too far. This is just you bringing trouble to yourself. Empyrean Redfeather could not quite look on anymore and spoke up, Master Ji, younger sister Ice Cloud Shi. Before he finished speaking, Yi Yuan's expression turned cold and he said in a cold voice, if anyone intercedes for her, don't come to Grand Pill Establishment to request for pills anymore in the future. The faces of all the Empyreans changed and they indeed did not dare to say any more. They had already witnessed Yi Yuan's strength. Although it could not directly increase their strength, it could make their factions much more powerful. How could such a person be casually offended? Even Empyrean Ice Cloud, this kind of hothead, was purely looking for abuse by opposing Yi Yuan. Song Sao and the rest watched until they were quaking in their boots by the side. Good lord, their Grand Master was really domineering. Empyrean Ice Cloud's chest heaved up and down and she gritted her teeth and said, good. This Empyrean doesn't believe that in this northernmost step, there's just you, one alchemist. Finished talking, Empyrean Ice Cloud flicked her sleeves and left. Master, this. Empyrean Longswan also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually have such an intense reaction and did not even hesitate. In this northernmost step, the 7-star alchemy gods were not just him alone. Hearing Empyrean Ice Cloud's meaning, she was clearly planning to find other assemble 7-star alchemy gods to cooperate. But Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest and said coolly, Longswan, remember. Under my charge, alchemists mustn't be insulted. Not only this Ji is like this, you as well as Song Sao they all need to have this confidence, understood? Empyrean Longswan's expression turned somber, and then he bowed and said, yes, disciple understands. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and continued, Longswan, starting from tomorrow, you accompany me and head to the surrounding territories to pay a visit to fellow alchemists in the steppes. The moment these words came out, all of the Empyreans' faces changed. Goodness, this was ruthless extermination. If one was unconvinced, kill until the person submitted. Not only was this young man's strength formidable, but his temper was also similarly arrogant. This kind of person must not be offended. All of the Empyreans' hearts turned cold and naturally understood that Yi Yuan was killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Yes, Master, Longswan said respectfully. At the same time, he was delighted in his heart. With Master garrisoning, Grand Pill Establishment could do as it pleased in the northernmost step this time. Haha, Master Ji, this Empyrean has always been on close terms with Longswan. Coming here this time, I want to request for several medicinal pills, Empyrean Redfeather said with some awkwardness. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, this is naturally not a problem. If you need rank 6 divine pills, as long as you all gather the spirit medicines, I'll definitely return you a divine grade medicinal pill. As for rank 7 divine pills, wait for a few more days, I believe that Longswan will be able to give you all a pleasant surprise. When everyone heard that, their hearts could not help jumping. Following that, it was wild elation. Rank 7 divine pills were too hard to come across in this northernmost step. Chapter 2078, Xianxia. In Ice Cloud Tower's dungeon, it was gloomy and cold and also damp. Several celestial deity realm disciples guarding were chatting while drinking wine to warm themselves. Did you hear? Our Ice Cloud Tower has completely fallen out with the Grand Pill Establishment. They directly cut off our medicinal pills supply. I heard that Martial Ancestor flew into a thunderous rage after returning. Senior apprentice Sister Li got a little on her bad side and was actually killed by her with one palm. What? Cut off the medicinal pills supply? Then what should we do about our cultivation in the future? I heard that Martial Ancestor already sent people to arrange things with North Day Assemble's Empyrean Dragon Jade. I believe that there will be a result very soon. But that Master Ji who's new is really too scary, to actually be able to make Empyrean Longswan acknowledge him as a master. Master Ji? Which Master Ji? When did our Ju Luo Ji have an additional Master Ji? Hoo, Junior Apprentice Sister, you were guarding the dungeon these few days and don't know about the outside world's situation. This Master Ji is called Ji Qingyan. Although he's just a 6-star alchemy god, he defeated Lord Longzhuan in public. Later, Lord Longzhuan even put aside the face of an Empyrean and acknowledged him as a master. Oh, right, this Master Ji even brought a kind of fine wine called Sunshine Glow. It's already being snatched like crazy outside now. So impressive. That junior apprentice sister's mouth opened wide, a face of disbelief. Empyrean Longzhuan was a godlike existence in her eyes. But now, this godlike existence actually acknowledged a 6-star alchemy god as his master. Then how formidable was the other party? She was already unable to imagine it. Inside the dungeon, when a gaunt and thin figure heard, Ji Qingyan, these 3 words, her beautiful figure suddenly trembled. Following that, she actually wept with joy. He came. I knew it. I know that you'll be fine. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize with one glance, and this thin figure was precisely the Lu'er that he had already not seen for more than 1,000 years. In these several decades, Lu'er had always been suffering torment. Eldest senior sister He Xianxia told her that her master already sent senior apprentice sister Xuan to go capture Yi Yuan. When senior apprentice sister Xuan captured Yi Yuan and brought him back, if she still dared to disagree with the wedding with Feng Tianyang, her master would sentence Yi Yuan to death. Senior apprentice sister Xuan had left several decades ago. Calculating it, she should also be coming back. Lu'er naturally had confidence in her young master. But the more she cultivated, the more she knew that cultivation was not easy. Senior apprentice sister Xuan was a top 5 ranking existence in Zhu Luoji, being a late-stage true god realm mighty expert. Even if Yi Yuan was formidable, it was likely hard to resist senior apprentice sister Xuan too. Hence, these several dozen years, Lu'er did not have a single day where she could cultivate serenely, and also did not have a day where she could rest well. Presently, she had a wan and sallow appearance. If Yi Yuan was here, his heart would probably ache terribly. But earlier, the discussion of Ice Cloud Tower's 3rd-generation disciples made Lu'er wildly ecstatic. All the worries in these several decades, all of the suffering, completely vanished without a trace at this moment. Sure enough, young master was invincible. He came to save me. Ji Qingyan, this name, others did not know it, but how could she? Lu'er, not know. Moreover, to be able to make a 7-star alchemy god put aside his pride and acknowledge this figure as a master, who could it be if not her young master? The current Lu'er was proud and also delighted and also touched. The pain and resentment of these few years had long already evaporated into thin air. Turns out that his excellency is already so incredible. Even a 7-star alchemy god like Lord Longzhuan actually has to acknowledge him as a master. Lu'er's eyes sparkled, the joyous emotion not only expressed in words but also on the face. She knew that her young master was incredible. But she did not expect that 1,000 years had passed and he was already formidable to such a degree. Even Empyrean powerhouses had to acknowledge him as a master. Great martial aunt, Lu'er was currently rejoicing on her own when several panicky voices suddenly came from outside. She hurriedly reined in her emotions and concealed her joy. Although Lu'er was pure, she was not dumb. Since Yi Yuan changed his name and came to this northernmost step, he definitely had his plans. If she gave it away, not only would it disrupt Yi Yuan's plans, it might even put Yi Yuan in danger. He Xianxia was born with a mean face and had a high and mighty appearance, making people give rise to detest the moment they saw her. But in this Ice Cloud Tower, her seniority was the oldest and her strength the strongest. Seeing Lu'er, He Xianxia had a cold smile on her face as she said, "You're ungrateful slut, you really don't know what's good for you. Master imparted to you cultivation methods and provided resources for your cultivation. Now, asking you to do a little something, you threaten to die." Lu'er said coolly, "Senior apprentice sister, don't need to say any more. If master makes Lu'er go and fight, even if I die on the battlefield, Lu'er will also not have any complaints. But, making Lu'er commit to Feng Tianyang, that bastard, Lu'er would rather die than submit." He Xianxia curled her mouth and said disdainfully, "What's wrong with Feng Tianyang? He's this northernmost stepp's young generation's #1 person. Getting his favor is your fortune cultivated from your previous life." Lu'er said, "Senior apprentice sister, you don't need to say any more. These words, Lu'er has already listened until my ears are growing calluses. How that Feng Tianyang's temperament is, I believe that senior apprentice sister is even clearer than me." Seeing that Lu'er was impervious to everything, He Xianxia could not help feeling angry and said in a solemn voice, "Humph. Are you still harboring hope in your heart? Let me tell you, your senior apprentice sister Xuan has already sent news that your little lover has already been captured by her. 3 years if it's short, 5 years if it's long, they will be able to return to Zhu Luoji. Xianxia wanted to see a panicky expression from Lu Er's face, or even kneel on the ground to beg for mercy. But she was disappointed. If it were before, Lu Er would still be worried. Now, Lu Er knew that Zhu Luoji had an addition Ji Qingyan. So why would she be worried? However, Lu Er's face still changed color slightly. It was just that it was reined in very quickly, recovering to an indifferent expression as she said coolly, "Is that so?" Senior apprentice sister Xuan left for several decades and has never been heard of since. But today, she suddenly sent news. Don't eldest senior sister find it strange? Saying any more is pointless. If senior apprentice sister Xuan really brought young master over, Lu Er will naturally submit. With Yi Yuan's news, Lu Er had much more confidence when speaking. "You, little slut, you really think that I don't dare to do anything to you?" Xianxia said furiously. Lu Er could not be bothered to argue with Xianxia and simply shut her 2 eyes. Lu Er ignored her. Good, good, good. What a stubborn little slut. I want to see if you're forged out of iron." Under Xianxia's rage, she repeatedly fired out several seals. Lightning suddenly shot from everywhere in the entire dungeon. Lu Er cried out painfully, her whole body being bound up by frenzied electricity. But the stubborn Lu Er did not make a sound. It was just that the light moans that came from time to time showed her current agony. The 5 lightning array formation was laid down in this dungeon. It was in order to prevent prisoners from escaping and also to carry out punishments. Since Lu Er went into the prison, Xianxia would come and torture Lu Er when she was unhappy, all the way until Lu Er spasmed on the ground in pain. Only then would she leave in satisfaction. But this was already no idea how many times. When those celestial deity realm disciples outside heard the lightning sounds coming from inside, they knew that martial ant Lu Er was being tortured again. All of them were frightened until they were silent like cicadas in winter. Only all the way until after more than 2 hours, after Lu Er laid on the ground and made no more sounds, did Xianxia laugh coldly. She then said, "Tisk tisk, really pity my little junior sister. Although I can't kill you, seeing you get tormented every day is still very satisfying, ha ha ha." Chapter 2079, Despaired Ice Cloud. In front of Empyrean Ice Cloud Tower, second senior sister Yang Fei said anxiously, "Master, our Ice Cloud Tower has already not had gotten new medicinal pills for the greater part of this year. At present, the medicinal pills reserves are already less than 10%. Xianxia smiled and said, "Junior apprentice sister, what are you anxious about? In this northernmost step, what can stump master?" Empyrean Ice Cloud's face was cold as frost as she said coolly, "Humph. That boy thinks that by relying on a mere grand pill establishment, he can boycott our Ice Cloud Tower. Truly overestimating his own ability. Although the northernmost step respects alchemists, the ones who know how to refine pills aren't just one lone swan alone. Hoo, that boy has just arrived. How can he understand master's means?" Xianxia continued buttering up. But actually, she was still somewhat unhappy in her heart. She was presently already 9th firmament true god and already not far from grand completion true god realm. Xianxia heard that Master Ji's ability was remarkable and could even refine a divine grade heaven-seizing good fortune pill. If she could obtain one, wouldn't she be able to corroborate her Tao and take the seat of an Empyrean? There was just this one shop in this northernmost step. Yet, her master offended him. Now, being boycotted by him, this thoroughly throttled her trace of hope to break through to become an Empyrean. Xianxia understood her potential. It was likely that the grand completion true god realm was her limit. As for Empyrean, this step was far too difficult. In this greater part of a year, Empyrean Ice Cloud ran everywhere and finally managed to fix up a contract with North Day Assemble's Empyrean Dragonjade. They agreed to provide Ice Cloud Tower with medicinal pills. While it was a little troublesome, it was not to the point of having no medicinal pills. Thinking up to here, Empyrean Ice Cloud's expression eased up slightly and she said coolly, "MN, counting the time, the first batch of medicinal pills should already be almost arriving. No need to worry too much. Rather, that last Xuan's side has no news whatsoever until now. Could some accident have happened?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Master is worrying too much. A mere imperial city, what formidable character can it produce? Rather, it might be that junior apprentice sister Xuan couldn't find the person. That's why it delayed some time. Empyrean Ice Cloud nodded her head slightly, also feeling that it was not too likely. But by the side, Yang Fei-er's pretty face changed slightly. If junior apprentice sister Xuan brought that Yang Fei-er back, little junior sister would definitely be forced to give in. The few people were currently chatting when suddenly, Empyrean Ice Cloud's thoughts stirred. Only to see her spit divine essence, a powerful virtual image appeared in the Great Hall. Seeing the person, a trace of a smile finally appeared on Empyrean Ice Cloud's 10,000-year ice face. Brother Dragonjade, how have you been? Suddenly coming to find Ice Cloud, could it be that the first batch of medicinal pills we agreed upon is arriving? Ice Cloud said smilingly. This virtual image was shockingly a wisp of Empyrean Dragonjade's divine sense. Dragonjade smiled and said, younger sister Ice Cloud, this Empyrean is finding you to let you know that our cooperation probably can't carry on anymore. As for the deposit that you paid in advance, this Empyrean will send someone to return it in due time. Alright, this Empyrean still has something, goodbye. Wait, brother Dragonjade. Empyrean Dragonjade completely ignored Empyrean Ice Cloud. His virtual image gradually dissipated, leaving behind Ice Cloud and the rest whose expressions changed drastically. How can this be? Xianxia was still brimming with confidence previously. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, the situation suddenly changed? Empyrean Ice Cloud recovered to a dead person's expression. Her expression was as ugly as it could get. When she went to find Empyrean Dragonjade previously, Empyrean Dragonjade was still very enthusiastic. Empyrean Ice Cloud also paid a great price for this. But who knew that in a blink of an eye, Empyrean Dragonjade actually went back on his word. Suddenly, a voice sounded out in the Great Hall. The person said, younger sister Ice Cloud, are you there? Empyrean Ice Cloud's eyes glimmered and she said, it's brother Redfeather. Please enter. A figure slowly stepped in. It was precisely Empyrean Redfeather. In this Ju Luo Ji, the 9 great Empyreans each acted of their own free will. But to talk about relationships, it was pretty good between Empyrean Redfeather and Empyrean Ice Cloud. The moment Redfeather entered the hall, he said, younger sister Ice Cloud, you have to be more careful. Master Ji traveled around the various territories in this greater part of the year, challenging powerhouses from everywhere, with his fame already shaking the northernmost steppe. But he suddenly discovered that the expressions of everyone in the hall were very amiss. Empyrean Ice Cloud even had a face like dead ashes, disbelief on her face. What is it? Empyrean Redfeather asked uncertainly. Ice Cloud did not answer. He turned to Yang Fei-er. Yang Fei-er laughed bitterly and said, Lord Redfeather is a step too late. Just earlier, Empyrean Dragonjade broke the contract and already stopped providing medicinal pills to our Ice Cloud Tower. Empyrean Redfeather's expression changed. Following this, he sighed and said, sigh, younger sister Ice Cloud, your attitude should change. This Master Ji's alchemy strength is unrivaled and really can't be offended. Empyrean Ice Cloud gnashed her teeth in hatred at this time. Her chest was heaving up and down. She was practically at the brink of rampaging already. I don't believe that a mere 6-star alchemy god can still make the northernmost steppe bow its heads in submission. This Empyrean will go and find Empyrean Xiao Yu right now. As Empyrean Ice Cloud said this, she was about to leave. But then she heard Empyrean Redfeather sigh faintly and said, it's too late. Just earlier, Vast Wind Assemble sent news that Ji Qingyan challenged Empyrean Xiao Yu. Empyrean Xiao Yu suffered a crushing defeat and carried out the etiquette of a disciple in front of Ji Qingyan. The moment these words came out, the expressions of everyone in the Great Hall changed wildly. What? Empyrean Xiao Yu was also defeated. He's the Extreme North's #1 alchemy Dao person, a middle-stage Dao realm powerhouse. Empyrean Ice Cloud was really visibly moved this time. Vast Wind Assemble was the strongest pill establishment in the northernmost steppe. And Empyrean Xiao Yu was also the publicly recognized strongest 7-star alchemy god in the northernmost steppe. But now, Ji Qingyan even defeated him too. Defeated then defeated, but Empyrean Xiao Yu actually carried out the etiquette of a disciple towards Ji Qingyan like Empyrean Longswan. Just how monstrous was this Ji Qingyan? Vast Wind Assemble was actually managed by Feng Tianyang's father. Empyrean Ice Cloud was planning on forcefully bringing Lu Er to request help from Vast Wind Assemble just now. But hearing this news, she was akin to being struck by lightning. Matters between Empyreans could not be settled by marriage and becoming in-laws. Ji Qingyan was currently like the noonday sun. Even Empyrean Vast Wind also had to give Ji Qingyan some face. How could he possibly offend Ji Qingyan, this great Buddha, for Lu Er? Let alone that Feng Tianyong had at least 10, if not 8 women too. Why would he pay attention to her, a measly little Empyrean ice cloud? Empyrean ice cloud suddenly discovered that with how vast the northernmost steppe was, there was actually no place for her to stay anymore. Empyrean Redfeather gave Empyrean Ice Cloud a glance rather sympathetically and sighed and said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, after Master Ji returns, give in to him. While he's a little arrogant, he's actually very easygoing." Having contact with Yi Yuan these few days, Empyrean Redfeather discovered that Yi Yuan was actually very easy to have dealings with. As long as one did not oppose him, he would even give quite a lot of concessions in medicinal pills. Furthermore, Ji Qingyan's medicinal pills were really extremely impressive. He requested for a few medicinal pills, and then the disciples under him actually all broke through their cultivation realms. How could this kind of powerhouse be easily offended? Furthermore, Yi Yuan threw them an even larger bait, which was Empyrean Longswan. This time, Yi Yuan brought Empyrean Longswan along to tour the extreme north. Once they returned, Empyrean Longswan might have a large improvement in strength. Chapter 2080, Lowly. At the Grand Pill establishment, Empyrean Longswan was more and more respectful in front of Yi Yuan. During this 1 year, Yi Yuan brought him to tour the extreme north's territories and challenge the various mighty 7-star alchemy gods. There was not a single defeat. Even the extreme north's #1 person, Empyrean Xiao Yu, also completely lost to Yi Yuan. Of course, during this 1 year, Empyrean Longswan gleaned immense benefits by following Yi Yuan's side. He was an Empyrean to begin with. He was even more sensitive toward the flow of Tao. The realm that Yi Yuan displayed made him have a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. Coupled with Yi Yuan's guidance normally, Empyrean Longswan was already just a step away from the middle stage Tao realm. At present, he felt incomparably joyful regarding his own decisive decision. So what if he was an Empyrean? Putting down those vague and insubstantial pride and acknowledging an exceptional teacher beats several thousand years of bitter cultivation. Master, it's likely not appropriate for us to isolate the ice cloud tower like this, right? No matter what, she's an Empyrean powerhouse too. At this rate, I'm afraid that she'll be detrimental to you. Empyrean Longswan said cautiously. Yi Yuan could tell that Empyrean Longswan was really concerned about his safety. But he did not take it to heart and just said coolly, "No worries. Just based on her, she can't harm me yet. Oh, right, help me spread this piece of news out, saying that Master wants to refine a furnace of medicinal pills and require the profound Yin Divine Physique to assist by the side. If there's a profound Yin Divine Physique that comes forth, Master will definitely show generous thanks." The moment Empyrean Longswan heard, he could not help revealing a strange look as he said, "There's a profound Yin Divine Physique inside that ice cloud tower." Yi Yuan revealed a look of surprise and said, "Oh, so coincidental, forget it, let that old lady get off cheap then. If she can have that profound Yin Divine Physique come to help me refine pills, this matter will be dropped just like that. Oh, right, this piece of news still needs to be spread. Make that old lady come find us, don't make it like we're rushing to beg them." "Yes, Master." Empyrean Longswan received the order and left. Yi Yuan naturally said these words on purpose. Toward Empyrean Longswan, Yi Yuan still could not trust completely yet. After all, those who were able to corroborate their Tao and take the seat of an Empyrean in this Zhu Luoji, which one was simple. Once anything went wrong with this matter, Yi Yuan had the means to protect himself. But wanting to save Lu Er would become extremely difficult. Traveling along the way for several decades, Yi Yuan had long planned everything out. Empyrean Ice Cloud was not on guard against him at all, but he knew about Empyrean Ice Cloud like the back of his hands. He sought out a profound Yin Divine Physique to assist in pill refinement with the name of a Grand Master. This was also commonly seen in alchemy and would not arouse people's suspicions. Everything that Yi Yuan did previously was all for the sake of this scheme today. He wanted to make Empyrean Ice Cloud send Lu Er over willingly. It was just that Longswan's action of acknowledging a master made his plan go a little easier. Sure enough, the moment the news was spread, Empyrean Ice Cloud ran over. Just lending for a few days, Empyrean Ice Cloud naturally would not let go of this chance to get on friendly terms with Yi Yuan. The incident previously was all Ice Cloud failing to see your true ability despite having eyes. "I heard that Master Ji requires the assistance of a profound Yin Divine Physique in pill refinement. Our Ice Cloud Tower just happens to have a disciple that's of the profound Yin divine physique. Ice Cloud is willing to lend her to Master G to refine pills. I hope that Master G won't bear a grudge against Ice Cloud anymore and let the Ice Cloud Tower off, Empyrean Ice Cloud Tower said with a fawning smile. Yuan had long seen through that this Empyrean Ice Cloud was an old lady who bullied the weak but feared the strong. Vast Wind Assemble was strong, so she delivered her disciple up with both hands. Previously, being displeased at the sight of Yuan was because she still had not reached the end of her ropes. But now, she saw Yuan's true strength. So, she yielded. How could the coldness and pride from before still be seen at this time? If one did not know, one would even think that this Empyrean Ice Cloud was the neighbor's mother, being very cordial. Looking at this face, Yuan only felt disgust. Lu Er actually acknowledged such a person as master. Lu Er truly had eyes but could not see. Humph, since this G made my first appearance in the world, I've yet to be looked down upon by people like this before. So what if Empyrean? This G can't tell how many Empyreans have seen before, which one isn't reverent and respectful towards this G. Only Lord Ice Cloud turns your nose up at this G. Act out the full thing when putting on a show. Yuan naturally would not relax his bite so easily. These Empyreans were all extremely cunning. Since he played the role of this arrogant character, then be arrogant until the end. If he let things go so easily, it would arouse people's suspicions instead. At the very least, he had to make Empyrean Ice Cloud feel that refining pills were just in passing, it was not essential. Empyrean Ice Cloud had an awkward look on her face and she said, "What Master G said is right. Actually, after the matter that day, Ice Cloud has always regretted it too. It's just that you felt that you still had a way out and didn't have the need to lower your head to a mere true god realm, is it?" Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Empyrean Ice Cloud was even more embarrassed when she heard that. She suddenly felt that although this Yuan was haughty, he was actually extremely scheming and not the kind of silkpants who looked down on everyone. Just looking at his actions in the extreme north, she could tell that the other party advanced gradually and entrenched himself at every step, all the way until he forced her into a desperate situation. Thinking up to here, Empyrean Ice Cloud became even more respectful in her heart. She was born with this mindset: if you were strong, she would be weak, but if you were weak, she would be strong. It was all Ice Cloud's fault. I only hope that I can make up for it a little. Ice Cloud hopes that Master G can provide this opportunity, Empyrean Ice Cloud said respectfully. But Yuan said coolly, "I can give you the opportunity, but your Ice Cloud Tower's medicinal pills, the price will increase 10% more than other factions. Don't use that kind of expression to look at me. This is your punishment. You don't think that by sending a profound Yin divine physique over to refine pills, our enmity can be wiped clean off the slate, right?" Hearing Yuan's words, Ice Cloud had an impulse to vomit blood. To Empyrean factions, the medicinal pills that they expended every year were very considerable. 10% price did not look like much, but accumulated, it would be very horrifying. And this was all money thrown away. However, being able to purchase medicinal pills, this was already a substantial step that was taken. Actually, Empyrean Ice Cloud did not care too much about whether or not she could purchase rank 5 and rank 6 medicinal pills. But the rank 7 medicinal pills that Empyrean Yuan refined, she could not survive without them. Ice Cloud already heard that during this 1-year period, Empyrean Yuan's strength advanced greatly. Many medicinal pills that he could not refine in the past, he could refine them now. This was simply a piece of massive good news to them, these Empyreans. Disciples were just tools to earn money for them. Only their own strength becoming powerful was important. Many thanks to Master G for giving Ice Cloud this opportunity. I wonder when Master will be refining the pill, so that Ice Cloud can have people bring the profound Yin divine physique over. Ice Cloud already could not wait to send Lu Er over, but Yuan waved his hand and said, "No hurry. This medicinal pill is very hard to refine. This G still has to prepare. After 3 days, you just get people to send her over then." "Why, you aren't willing?" As Yuan said those words, he discovered that Empyrean Ice Cloud wanted to speak but swallowed the words back. Yuan could not help furrowing his brows. Empyrean Ice Cloud jumped in fright and hurriedly waved her hands and said, "No, no, no. Ice Cloud dare not. It's just that, about Ice Cloud's disciple, Vast Wind Assemble's Feng Tianyang took fancy on her, but she isn't willing, threatening with death at every turn." Ice Cloud is afraid that she'll make use of this chance to escape, so. Chapter 2081, Understand or Not. 3 days later, Ice Cloud Tower's eldest senior sister Xianxia escorted Lu'er and arrived at Grand Pill establishment. In order to set Empyrean Ice Cloud's mind at ease, Yuan agreed to her terms. All in all, talk about it again after seeing Lu'er first. But Yuan's requirement was having Empyrean Ice Cloud's eldest disciple personally escorting her over. Because in this way, it would show sincerity. Damn lass, let me tell you this. Don't have any lousy ideas. With me around, you can't go anywhere. Xianxia said viciously. Lu'er looked straight ahead and could not be bothered to acknowledge. Actually, she was long overjoyed in her heart already. Indeed, young master is different from the rest when doing things. If it were others, they would either charge into Ice Cloud Tower desperately or think of ways to infiltrate into Ice Cloud Tower to save people. But her young master was good. He directly made her master deliver her to the doorstep willingly. For more than half a year, Lu'er had been thinking of what method her young master would use to rescue her every day. She thought of countless possibilities but never thought of this kind of method before. You came to save people and even had the other party obediently deliver the person that you wanted to save in front of you. This kind of means was truly fantastical. This was, having to help you count money after being sold, right? Lu'er thought mischievously in her heart. Also, Master Ji enjoys a high prestige and commands universal respect, his strength being immensely formidable. If you dare to rebut him at all, I'll definitely tear you to shreds. Huh, heard that. Seeing Lu'er ignore her, Xianxia could not help getting irritated. Relax, eldest senior sister. The matter concerns Ice Cloud Tower's future. Lu'er knows the importance, Lu'er said coolly. Although Lu'er had been dissatisfied with Empyrean Ice Cloud these recent few years, she had a pure heart and still had more gratitude toward Empyrean Ice Cloud than resentment. After all, in this 1,000 years, it was Empyrean Ice Cloud who imparted to her cultivation method, giving her what she had today. Humph, hope that you know what's good for you. We're about to enter Grand Pill establishment right away. Behave yourself, Xianxia said with a cold snort. The two people entered Grand Pill establishment. Under Song Sao's lead, they entered the hall. The moment Lu'er entered the door, she saw that young and handsome figure who appeared slightly skinny. Her entire person immediately froze there. Even if 1,000 years had passed, even if Yuan's present looks had changed a lot now, Lu'er still recognized at a glance. This figure lived in her mind every day, lived in her dream, and had never been forgotten. What did she wander for hundreds of millions of miles, arriving at this land of hardship, endured the disparaging and scorn of her junior and senior apprentice sisters, and whipping punishment for? Wasn't it to not become his burden anymore? But who knew that in the end, young master still had to run around for hundreds of millions of miles and come to this land of extreme north to save her? Thinking up to here, her tears wanted to burst forth from her eyes uncontrollably. Lu'er was currently thinking of diving toward Yuan, but she noticed that Yuan was currently giving her a look, only then abruptly startling awake. Right now was not the time to identify each other yet. Empyrean Lonzwan was currently seating next to Yuan. Ice Cloud Tower Xianxia pays respect to Master Ji. When Xianxia saw Yuan, she bowed respectfully. Seeing that Lu'er was still in a daze, her face turned cold and she said in a deep voice, "Slut, what are you stoning there for? Why haven't you hurrying up and coming over to pay respects to Master Ji?" As she said, she was about to make a move to deal with Lu'er. Yuan's brows furrowed, his expression turning cold as he said with a cold yell, "Insolence." Xianxia did not figure out the situation and said with a cold smile, "Slut, heard that? You're too impudent. I'm talking about you." Yuan narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice. Actually, the killing intent in Yuan's heart currently already filled his chest. He saw how Lu'er spent these few years in senior apprentice sister Xuan's memories. This Xianxia was the main culprit. Furthermore, with Yuan's eyesight, how could he not tell that Lu'er currently had a great deal of hidden injuries on her body? Clearly, she had suffered considerable torment. Just looking at Xianxia's attitude, Yuan could guess that these were likely related to her. It was just that due to Empyrean Lonzwan being present, Yuan could not make a move. Otherwise, the current Xianxia would already be a dead person. Ah, me. Xianxia was stunned, clearly not believing it. It was clearly this lass who did not have manners, so how did it become me who was insolent instead? However, before she could react, Yuan gave a cold yell again, Lonzwan, slap her mouth. Lonzwan was taken aback but did not dare to defy, sending a slap over with a whoosh. He also did not understand why Yi Yuan was hitting He Xiangyun, but he heard Yi Yuan's fury. Spending a long time with Yi Yuan, he had also grasped a little of Yi Yuan's temperament. Therefore, he did not hold back in this slap. How could the slap of an Empyrean be what He Xiangyun could block? Even if she was able to react to it, she did not dare to block too. An extremely resounding slap smacked on He Xiangyun's face, directly smacking her flying out. All the way until that moment she was sent flying, He Xiangyun still did not able to understand what was going on. Junior apprentice sister was disrespectful to you, Master Ji. Was there anything wrong if I am disciplining my junior apprentice sister? But Lonzwan knew how far to go when he made his move. Although this slap was loud, it was not lethal. After all, He Xiangyun was Ice Cloud Tower's eldest disciple. If this slap smacked her to death, wouldn't that old lady come find him to fight it out? But Yi Yuan's order, he carried it out without the slightest hesitation. When He Xiangyun crawled to her feet, half of her face was already swollen badly. It was only to see that she had a confused look, clearly not understanding why Yi Yuan wanted to hit her. Yi Yuan seemed to have seen through what she was thinking and said with a cold smile, "Understood why I hit you or not?" He Xiangyun understood that Yi Yuan was presently the extreme north's big shot. Even her master did not dare to provoke too. She could only endure this slap. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, He Xiangyun shook her head very innocently. "Don't even understand why I hit you. Stupid. Lonzwan, hit again," Yi Yuan said coolly. Lonzwan's expression changed, but he still followed Yi Yuan's order. Another slap landed on the left side of He Xiangyun's face, sending her flying to the other side. How heavy was the slap of an Empyrean? Even if Empyrean Lonzwan controlled his strength, these two slaps were also enough for her to suffer. On the two sides of He Xiangyun's face, the mark of 10 fingers was very distinct, as if imprinted on it. 2 slaps made He Xiangyun see stars and also could not figure out where was north, south, east, and west. After He Xiangyun recovered slightly, Yi Yuan asked again coolly, "Now, do you understand?" How could He Xiangyun still dare to shake her head? She hurriedly nodded her head and said incoherently, "You understood, understood." Who knew that Yi Yuan shouted coldly again, "Lonzwan, hit again." With this, even Lonzwan somewhat pitied He Xiangyun. But he did not have the intention of holding back. Another slap flew over, He Xiangyun was sent flying once more. Only after she crawled to her feet did Yi Yuan say coolly, "Clearly didn't understand, but pretend to understand, deserves to be hit." He Xiangyun had 10 million profanities galloping across in her head currently. Your reason for hitting people is really a good reason. It was absolutely out of the question for her to dare say these words out. But He Xiangyun already had tears pouring down her face now, clearly feeling wronged. Humph. In this grand pill establishment, who kneels and who doesn't kneel, it's my call. It's your turn to come and gesture here and there. Now, understand. Yi Yuan looked at He Xiangyun coldly and said calmly. He Xiangyun nodded her head painfully, her face covered with tears. What the hell is this? Chapter 2082, Apologize to me. The moment she entered the medicine refining room in the back hall, Lu could not hold back anymore and dove right into Yi Yuan's embrace. She then started sobbing loudly. Yi Yuan consoled carefully, his heart also filled with 1,000 regrets. To other martial artists, 1,000 years was very short. But to Yi Yuan and Lu 1,000 years was far too long. Yi Yuan walking all the way from the state of Qin, the one who accompanied him the longest was Lu. The two of them were known as master and servant, but actually, even Yi Yuan himself also could not tell the two of their feelings anymore. 1,000 years was seemingly as long as seas changing into mulberry fields and mulberry fields into seas to them. Alright, don't cry, don't cry. Young master came to fetch you home. Yi Yuan patted Lu back lightly and said akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. Ever since Li and the rest left Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan was very worried every day. Later, compared to the situation of White Light and Li the one that he worried about most was naturally Lu. But Lu did not have any news all along. Yi Yuan was also greatly anxious in his heart. The suffering involved, only he himself was aware. Sniff, sniff, young master, I even thought, hoo, did you think that senior apprentice sister Xuan of yours came to capture me, bully me? Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Lu nodded her head. These few years, She lost all desire for food and drink. What she was most worried about was this. Miss Lu, rest assured. His Excellency has a high prestige now. He defeated the southern border with his power alone, and he is presently the southern border's #1 alchemy god. Also, the present Heavenly Eagle is also the southern border's #1 alchemy holy land. Even Empyrean realm powerhouses have to respectfully call Grand Master Yi when they see His Excellency. Those few senior apprentice sisters of yours didn't even figure out the situation and ran over to capture His Excellency, simply not knowing life from death. Ning Tianping said with a cold smile on his face. When Lu heard, it felt like she was listening to a book from heaven, her brain not quite enough to use. Southern Border's #1 alchemy god and Southern Border's #1 alchemy holy land. The present Lu naturally knew how vast a land the Southern Border was. Yuan actually became a figure that could command the wind and rain like so in the entire Southern Border. Turns out that young master is already this formidable. Lu was shocked and also happy. The more impressive her young master was, the happier she naturally would be. Yuan smiled and said, no matter how impressive, I'm also your young master. Suddenly, Yuan's brows furrowed. His expression turned cold, and he said, you have injuries all over your body. Someone should have used a lightning attribute or ray formation to hurt you, right? If I didn't guess wrongly, it's that eldest senior sister of yours, xianxia, right? Lu said in surprise, young master, you already knew. Yuan sneered and said, that senior apprentice sister Xuan of yours was stupid and was already soul-searched by me. If this was not the case, why would I set up such a grand scheme and make Empyrean Ice Cloud send you over obediently? When Lu heard this, she could not help feeling pain in her heart. Yuan knew Lu's personality and said with a sigh, oh, it's been so many years, you're also a grown girl already, to actually not have changed at all. Xianxia and Xuan Mengyao abused you like so, but why you actually still want to plead on their behalf? When Lu heard that, she could not help saying with a wrong face, they are my senior apprentice sisters after all. Yuan let out a slight sigh and changed the topic. He said, all right, don't talk anymore. Young master will help you treat your wounds first. Inspecting for Lu only then did Yuan know how severe the injuries on Lu's body were. How brilliant were Yuan's medical skills. Inspecting slightly, he knew that some of the wounds on Lu's body already lasted for several decades. There were even some old injuries that had been buried in the body for several hundred years. The more he examined, the greater the fury in Yuan's heart. He already secretly made up his mind that this xianxia must be eliminated. Of course, he would not tell Lu. Just not long after Yuan and Lu entered the medicine refining room, a matter that shook the Zhu Luoji happened. Vast Wind assembles Empyrean Vast Wind's son, Feng Tianyang, exited seclusion. Empyrean Vast Wind's brother, Empyrean Windlike brought Feng Tianyang and is a large contingent of troops and came to Zhu Luoji to get married. And the target of marriage was a disciple of Ice Cloud Tower. This matter caused a great sensation in the entire assemble. Ice Cloud Tower that was originally a relatively weak power in Zhu Luoji became a highly popular faction all of a sudden. Vast Wind Assemble was one of the strongest forces in the northernmost steppe. Empyrean Vast Wind was even a fifth firmament Empyrean super powerhouse, his status incomparably venerated. Different from Zhu Luoji, everyone going their own way, Vast Wind Assemble was ruled by Empyrean Vast Wind alone. There were as many as over a dozen Empyrean powerhouses under his command. And Feng Tianyang was even known as the northernmost steppe's #1 genius, and already a ninth firmament true god mighty. Expert, just a step away and he could enter the realm of Empyrean. Even Empyrean Ice Cloud also did not expect that Vast Wind Assemble would regard it with such importance, to actually send Empyrean Windlike here. At this time, all of Ice Cloud Tower's disciples all came out to welcome Empyrean Windlike's party. The other 8 great Empyreans were also all present. Hoo-hoo, not seeing for many years, younger sister Ice Cloud is more and more beautiful. Empyrean Windlike said with a laugh. Empyrean Ice Cloud smiled and said, brother Windlike is making fun of Ice Cloud. Ice Cloud is already a faded beauty. So how am I beautiful? Empyrean Windlike could not help laughing as he said, what years is there to speak of for cultivators of our generation? Younger sister Ice Cloud is too modest. At this time, another old man stepped forward to greet her. The moment Ice Cloud looked, who was it if not Empyrean Xiao Yu? Empyrean Ice Cloud hurriedly returned the courtesy. She did not expect that Empyrean Xiao Yu actually came together too. Everyone present was extremely surprised. Vast Wind Assemble was attaching too much importance to this marriage, right? To actually have two Empyreans come at once. After all, Feng Tianyong had a lawfully wedded wife. Marrying Lu was merely as a concubine. Those who were not aware of the details all knew that Empyrean Xiao Yu probably had an ulterior motive, and it was with that Master Ji. Especially Empyrean Lonzuan, it was something that he already knew. This Empyrean Xiao Yu was actually very envious of him entering Yi Yuan's tutelage. Feng Tianyong pays respect to Senior Ice Cloud and various seniors. At this time, a mighty youth flashed out from behind Empyrean Windlike and bowed to Empyrean Ice Cloud. But his appearance was not as a junior bowing respectfully to a senior, but as peers talking on equal footing. Empyrean Ice Cloud did not mind either, saying with a smile, "Hoo-hoo, not seeing for some time, Honorable Nephew Feng's cultivation grows with each passing day." Empyrean Ice Cloud was also very surprised in her heart. The last time she saw Feng Tianyong was still 100 years ago. At that time, Feng Tianyong was merely a middle-stage ninth firmament true god. Now that 100 years passed, Feng Tianyong's strength already approached grand completion. He was only a step away from becoming an Empyrean. At this rate, in less than 2,000 years, this boy would likely be stepping into the realm of Empyrean. Feng Tianyong just smiled faintly, paying no attention to this kind of compliment. It was just that his gaze swept, but his brows knitted together and he said in a solemn voice, "Senior Ice Cloud Tower, your Ice Cloud Tower's disciples are all here. Why is only Lu missing?" Empyrean Ice Cloud's face changed and she hurriedly gave a few words of explanation. Who knew that Feng Tianyong gave a cold snort and said, "Senior Ice Cloud, your way of doing things is also too preposterous. Lonzuan is my unwed wife, you actually had her stay in the same room with another man. Empyrean Lonzuan, that Ji Qingyan is your Grand Pill Establishment's people. You order them to bring Ji Qingyan over right now and apologize to me. Just say that I, Feng Tianyong, said it." Chapter 2083, Self-Satisfied. Everyone's hearts turned cold. Was this opposing Master Ji? Everyone knew that at present, in this northernmost step, Master Ji's limelight was in full bloom, even crushing Ice Cloud Tower until it had to bow its head in submission. And Feng Tianyong was the extreme north's #1 person of the junior generation, a peerless heaven's chosen, a powerhouse who was about to step into Empyrean. These two great gods were going to clash head-on. Empyrean Xiao Yu's brows furrowed and he said, "Tianyong, Master Ji enjoys a high prestige and commands universal respect. I'm afraid, this isn't appropriate, right?" Feng Tianyong was unrivaledly domineering as he said with a cold snort, "What's inappropriate about it? I've long wanted to meet this Ji Qingyan. I want to see if he's really as impressive as the legends say." He was not an alchemist and did not have that much awe and veneration toward Yi Yuan at all. In his view, no matter how impressive this Master Ji was, if he could not be used by him, what use was there? Since he wanted to meet Master Ji, and there was also such a good excuse, so why not use it? As for whatever lone man and woman, Feng Tianyong was not worried at all. In this land of extreme north, no one dared to touch his, Feng Tianyong's, woman. Seeing Lonzuan not moving, Feng Tianyong said in a cold voice, "What, Lonzuan? Can't hear my words?" At this time, Feng Tianyong was already very impolite when speaking. Facing Empyrean Lonzuan, he even dropped the honorifics and actually directly called him by name. Lonzuan's expression flickered incessantly. Vast Wind Assemble was powerful, he could not afford to provoke Feng Tianyong. Among the extreme north's factions, they were mutually interdependent and also exercised control over each other. A major faction like Vast Wind Assemble, its strength exceeded the other factions by significantly a lot. Others naturally could not afford to provoke it. In the northernmost step, the situation of one faction swallowing another was not rare. For the Vast Wind Assemble to have such a scale, it was the result of Empyrean Vast Wind going on expeditions all around. It was precisely because Empyrean Vast Wind was very domineering, sweeping across the extreme north, that Feng Tianyong had the confidence to treat these Empyreans as he pleased. Empyrean Ice Cloud was already frightened by Yi Yuan and could only warn, "Tianyong, that Master Ji's personality is very proud." "I'm afraid that," Feng Tianyong sneered and said, "Scared of what? Isn't Senior Ice Cloud just worried that there will be no one supplying medicinal pills in the future? Rest assured, Lu will be this Feng's wife in the future." Why would I ignore her parental home? Senior Xiao Yu, we'll supply Ice Cloud Tower's medicinal pills in the future. There's no problem, right? Empyrean Xiao Yu understood in his heart that Feng Tianyong was making an example out of Ji Qingyan. It was just that Feng Tianyong was the same as his father, being extremely domineering. He could only nod and said, no problem. The moment Ice Cloud heard, she immediately felt assurance in her heart and said smilingly, then, I really thank you so much, honorable nephew Tianyong. Xianxia was long already bursting with joy behind Empyrean Ice Cloud and complained tearfully, Master, that Master Ji is really too arrogant. You have to stand up for me. That day, she escorted Lu Er to Yi Yuan there. In the end, she was directly dealt a few slaps by Yi Yuan. Until today, the swelling still had not gone down. After Xianxia, who had a stricken senseless look, returned, she complained tearfully to Empyrean Ice Cloud. Although Empyrean Ice Cloud was angry, how could she still dare to offend Yi Yuan? She could only swallow the insult and humiliation silently, and swapped with second eldest sister, Yang Fei, to go over. Empyrean Ice Cloud said coolly, since that's the case, you take a trip together with Empyrean Longswan then. If that Yi Yuan dares to go against honorable nephew Tianyong's orders, directly detain him and bring him here. Empyrean Longswan's face changed and he said in a cold voice, Ice Cloud, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you're ignoring this Empyrean? Humph. Longswan, could it be that you're deeming this Feng as nothing? Empyrean Ice Cloud had not spoken yet when Feng Tianyong said with a cold snort. Longswan's expression changed several times. Snorting coldly, he flicked his sleeves and left. Empyrean Ice Cloud was overjoyed in her heart. She originally thought that Feng Tianyong was just playing with Lu Er. Looking at it now, he clearly regarded Lu Er with great importance. With the vast wind assemble as a backer, who would she still be scared of in this Ju Luoji? Xianxia, what are you still in a daze for? Ice Cloud said coolly. A hint of a cold smile flashed across Xianxia's face and she followed after. The group of Empyreans was silent like cicadas in winter. Clearly, they did not expect such a big hoo-ha to occur the moment they met. Although they were all not willing to offend Master Ji, Feng Tianyong clearly did not think so. Everyone also discerned that Feng Tianyong wanted to take Ji Qingyan into use for himself. If he could not compel him to submit, then he would destroy him. Although everyone felt that it was a shame, they also did not say anything. After all, in this northernmost steppe, the strong reigned supreme. In the end, Ji Qingyan was merely a true god realm. Even if Xianxia went, he was not a match against her. Xianxia was self-satisfied and already plotting on finding Yi Yuan to settle the scores. She had lived in this Ju Luoji for so many years and had yet to suffer such unprecedented humiliation before. She had the personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance to begin with. Now that she found a chance, how could she not take revenge? Previously, not daring to make a move was dreading Empyrean Longswan on one hand. On the other hand, it was that Yi Yuan's prestige was too strong, she did not dare to offend. But now, with Feng Tianyong backing her up, what was she still afraid of? A mere Yi Yuan, so what even if his pill refinement was any stronger? With her ninth firmament true god powerful strength, wouldn't trampling on Yi Yuan still be effortless? Master, vast wind assembles Feng Tianyong has arrived. He said to have you send Miss Lu Er over. Also, talking up to here, Empyrean Longswan truly found it hard to speak out anymore. At this time, Xianxia followed closely behind. Seeing Empyrean Longswan's appearance, she could not help laughing mockingly and said in a clear voice, Ji Qingyan, get out for your grandaunt. Lord Tianyong orders you to immediately bring that slut over and offer an apology to him. Empyrean Longswan's brows furrowed slightly, opening his mouth but did not say anything. The vast wind assemble was powerful. He, Longswan, alone, could not afford to provoke. However, no one answered. Xianxia clearly did not have that patience. Not answering was perfect. If Ji Qingyan went obediently, she would really not have the reason to explode. Senior Longswan, I believe that you've also heard Lord Tianyong's words. Now, it's Ji Qingyan making light of Lord Tianyong, don't blame Xianxia for taking action. Finished talking, Xianxia was just about to make a move to destroy the door. Empyrean Longswan snorted coldly and said angrily, get lost. How can Master's prestige be what you can violate? Xianxia's face changed, but she was not afraid. She then said with a cold smile, Senior Longswan, you're also an exalted Empyrean. To actually acknowledge a 6-star alchemy god as a master. Now, Lord Tianyong is clearly going to take care of Ji Qingyan. With vast wind assembles might, could it be that you wish to resist with your power alone? When talking, Xiangyan had a smug look. With Feng Tianyong backing her up at the back, why would she think anything of one Empyrean Longswan? Empyrean Longswan's face changed several times. Finally, he said with a dark expression, stay here obediently for this Empyrean. If you dare to move rashly, this Empyrean definitely won't spare you. Done talking, his figure moved and he was planning on pushing the door and entering. Right at this time, the hall's door opened with a creak. A figure slowly walked out. When Xiangyan saw Yi Yuan, a hint of delight from taking vengeance flashed across on her face. Pointing her finger, she said in a commanding tone, this young lady thought that you had a tough and unyielding character, and would rather break than bend. Didn't expect that, you're a loser too. Call Lu and take a trip with this young lady. A faint smile hung on Yi Yuan's face and he walked over leisurely, his aura growing stronger and stronger. Chapter 2084, Showdown. Seeing Yi Yuan come in a threatening manner, Xiangyan was not alarmed but happy instead. She was currently worried about not finding the reason to fly off the handle. But she did not expect that Yi Yuan actually delivered himself to the door. Peak 6th Firmament True God. Hu, Ji Qingyan, the humiliation that you gave this grandaunt this time, I'll return it to you this time along with the interest. Xiangyan revealed a cruel smile. At the same time, her aura rose to the peak. That delightful sensation of taking vengeance was practically filling her up. Yi Yuan's bit of strength was nothing at all in her eyes. She was Ice Cloud Tower's head disciple, an initial stage 9th Firmament True God mighty expert. Wouldn't dealing with a mere 6th Firmament True God still be captured with ease? Master, you're not her match, you mustn't be rash. Empyrean Longswan's face changed and he was about to make a move. But his figure had not moved yet when Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice came over. Yi Yuan said, no need for you to take action. This bitch, I'll do it myself. Originally, Xiangyan was still somewhat wary of Empyrean Longswan. But this guy was actually courting death himself. At once, Xiangyan laughed coldly, ice laws suddenly expanding out, ravaging over towards Yi Yuan frenziedly. The commotion was outrageous, making the Empyrean Longswan by the side feel anxious and fearful. Yi Yuan walked over leisurely. The very first step was just around 10 feet, but the further to the back, the greater the distance his one step took. Under Xiangyan's powerful aura, Yi Yuan appeared too weak. Freezing domain, Xiangyan shouted and said with a cold smile, the humiliation that you gave me, I'm going to return all. The words were said halfway when Xiangyan's expression changed drastically, looking at Yi Yuan with a horrified look. Yi Yuan actually passed through inside her freezing domain with ease, arriving in front of her in a blink of an eye. A resounding slap instantly echoed throughout the entire Grand Pill establishment. This slap, Yi Yuan did not employ divine essence. It was merely struck with the power of the physical body. However, how horrifying was the power of his physical body? This slap directly slapped Xiangyan flying out. Empyrean Longswan and Yang Fei who were not far away both opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Yi Yuan who was just 6th Firmament True God sent the 9th Firmament True God Xiangyan flying with a slap. Yi Yuan took a step out, stood in front of Xiangyan with his hands behind his back, and said coolly, just now, what did you say that you were going to do with the humiliation I gave you? Xiangyan's face hurt to the extreme and already lost all sensation. Currently, half of her face was already swollen badly, being akin to a pig's head. She covered her face, looking at Yi Yuan with a stunned look. Her freezing domain could even freeze space, but Yi Yuan actually cut through it. The reason why she did so just now was actually to give the frozen Yi Yuan a few slaps to take back her humiliation. Who knew that her freezing domain actually did not have any effect on Yi Yuan at all? How could Xiangyan know that Yi Yuan's attainments in spatial law were sufficient to rival Empyreans? She only came into contact with a smattering of spatial law through ice law. How could she resist Yi Yuan? I'll kill you. After the shock, Xiangyan completely turned angry from embarrassment and already had killing intent aroused. In her view, it was just a moment of carelessness earlier. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to be her match. Limitless ice arrows, Xiangyan's gaze was full of hatred. Forming seals in her hands, compact and tiny ice arrows suddenly condensed in space, and they carried out indiscriminate attacks inside this area of space. Even if a ninth firmament true god got caught inside, they would also be injured even if they did not die. She was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than her. The moment Xianxian's spell activated, Yi Yuan's figure moved. Another slap sent her flying once more. Yi Yuan looked at Xianxian with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Kill me." Based on your strength. By the side, Empyrean Longzhuan was long already stupefied from watching. It was his first time knowing that Yi Yuan's martial Dao strength was actually so strong. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that not only did Yi Yuan comprehend spatial law, his fleshy body even reached the late-stage 6th transformation golden body. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's 6th transformation golden body seemed to be special. Yang Fei'er similarly had an astonished look. The extremely powerful eldest senior sister in her eyes actually lost and failed to even receive a single move. Not only was this Master Ji's alchemy strength fearsome, but the strength of his martial art was also formidable. What kind of monster was this? But at this time, she could not look on with folded arms anymore as well, her figure moving and blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and she said, "You want to stop me?" Yang Fei'er's expression was pale. She knew that she was not Yi Yuan's match, but she said stubbornly, "Eldest senior sister was disrespectful toward Master Ji. I apologize to you on her behalf. I hope that Master Ji shows mercy." At this time, Empyrean Longzhuan also urged, "Master, hold on just a moment. That Feng Tianyang currently wants to use you to establish awe. If you kill Xianxian, wouldn't you fall right into his scheme?" When Yi Yuan heard that, he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh. If I want to become enemies with this Feng Tianyang, what will you choose?" Presently, it already reached the moment of a showdown. Longzhuan's every action and conduct was all within Yi Yuan's observations. Xianxian came representing Feng Tianyang. Just now, when she made a move toward him, Longzhuan was clearly planning on taking action. Looking at it like this Longzhuan was rather sincere toward him. Longzhuan let out a sigh, shook his head, and said, "It's no use. Feng Tianyang is naturally nothing, but behind him is Empyrean Vast Wind, one of the extreme north's strongest existences. Even if I want to stand up for Master, my spirit is willing, but my strength is lacking too." To Empyrean Longzhuan, Vast Wind Assemble was a colossal giant. A mere grand pill establishment was totally not enough to look at in front of the Vast Wind Assemble. Although he was an Empyrean powerhouse, he had to lower his head too. Yi Yuan looked at Longzhuan and said with a smile, "I'm only asking you. If I must shed all pretenses of cordiality with Feng Tianyang, what will you do?" Although Yi Yuan looked like he was joking, Longzhuan understood in his heart that Yi Yuan already made a decision in his heart. Now was the time where it was his turn to make a decision. Was it to stand on Yi Yuan's side and fight till the death, or betray Yi Yuan and stand on Feng Tianyang's side? But this was a battle where no hope could be seen at all. Just based on him, one Empyrean, how was it enough? Once they lost all decorum, don't talk about Empyrean Vast Wind who was in the distance Vast Wind Assemble, even Zhu Luoji's Empyreans would also definitely stand on Feng Tianyang's side. Empyrean Longzhuan's face revealed a struggling look, clearly extremely conflicted in his heart. He had no intention of becoming enemies with Yi Yuan, but this kind of pointless sacrifice, he was truly unable to understand. Yi Yuan did not urge either, he just looked at Empyrean Longzhuan indifferently, waiting for him to make his decision. At this time, Xianxian finally struggled to her feet and said inarticulately, "Just based on you, a puny little true god realm, you also dare to become enemies with Lord Tianyang. Reckless and blind thing, where's Lu'er that slut? Why haven't you made her come out?" Slap, slap, slap. Yang Fei'er did not even react to it, and Yi Yuan already arrived behind Xianxian. A series of slaps greeted her, hitting until Xianxian's blood and foam sputtered, her eyes seeing stars. After no idea how many slaps, Yi Yuan finally stopped. Looking at the dead pig like Xianxian, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Know why I hit you?" Xianxian's eyes rolled back and she instinctively shook her head. She also really wanted to know what Yi Yuan targeted her like so. Yang Fei'er was clearly by the side too, but Yi Yuan did not touch her at all. Was it merely because she offended him? Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Because I'm called Yi Yuan." Chapter 2085. Sit back and wait. Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was struck silly by Yi Yuan, her brain not wrapping itself around it for a while. Rather, it was Yang Fei'er who suddenly cried out in surprise. Looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief, she said with a cry of surprise, "Yi Yuan. You're that young master who Lu spoke of." Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "That's right. It's precisely me, senior apprentice Sister Fei'er. For the past 1,000 years, thank you very much for taking care of Lu." As he said, Yi Yuan gave a deep bow toward Yang Fei'er, to show his thanks. This bow, it came from the bottom of Yi Yuan's heart. In these 1,000 years, if not for Yang Fei'er looking after, Lu would probably have died long ago. Yang Fei'er was full of disbelief and muttered, how is this possible? Didn't junior apprentice Sister Xuan go to find you? Oh, right, with your strength, how can junior apprentice Sister Xuan be your match? Speaking up until here, Yang Fei'er shook her head with a bitter smile. They all thought that Yi Yuan was easy to bully, but who could have expected that Yi Yuan's strength was actually even stronger than eldest senior Sister Xianxia? One had to know, Lu's cultivation speed was already extremely horrifying, cultivating from the heaven-glimpsed realm to the true god realm in 1,000 over years' time. How could Ice Cloud Tower's people think that her young master's cultivation talent was even more horrifying than hers? Although his realm was still clearly lacking, his combat power was off the charts, directly using the power of the fleshy body to crush Xianxia, who was a 9th firmament true god. This kind of talent was truly terrifying to the extreme. More importantly, Yi Yuan was also an unrivaled alchemy master, sweeping across the northernmost steppe, making a group of 7-star alchemy gods bow their heads in submission. The shock in Yang Fei'er's heart simply could not be any greater. Was there really such a monstrous genius in this world? Why, you're Yi Yuan. Xianxia used a muffled voice and cried out in surprise. Although they could not hear what she was saying too clearly, they could hear her fear. Xianxia finally understood why Yi Yuan found fault and directly gave her a few slaps. It turned out that he was taking revenge for Lu. That target that they could freely need in their hearts actually appeared in the northernmost steppe now, casually needing them. This kind of thing made people too unable to accept it. Just like you saw an ant from afar, walking in front of it to take a look, turns out that it was a giant. That kind of terror, this kind of shock, simply could not use words to describe. Also, you. For the past 1,000 years, I have to thank you for taking extra care of Lu. Of course, stemming from repayment, you can go and die already. Yi Yuan pointed a finger out, directly blasting Xianxia to dregs, destroyed in body and soul. At this time, Yang Fei'er finally recovered from the shock, and looked toward Yi Yuan while being somewhat fearful as she said, "Why you hurry up and bring Lu away from here, while Feng Tianyong hasn't discovered it yet? Not only does he want Lu, but he also wants to deal with you. If you let him discover your relationship with Lu, he definitely won't spare you." When Yang Fei'er learned of Yi Yuan's real identity, what she thought about right away was to have them hurry up and escape. The further they ran, the better. After all, no matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was also just a true god realm. In this Zhu Luoji, there were 10 Empyrean-level powerhouses. Once discovered by them, the two of them could forget about escaping. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Leave here." Why leave? If I wanted to leave, I would have left long ago. The reason why I stayed behind is to meet this Feng Tianyong. I want to see what kind of character he is. Yang Fei'er even thought that Yi Yuan's temperament flared up and said anxiously, "Now isn't the time to be willful. Feng Tianyong's strength is not what eldest senior sister can compare to. Furthermore, he even brought 2 Empyrean powerhouses." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not answer, but looked at Empyrean Lonzwan and said smilingly, "Have you thought about things over? If you've thought it through, swear a heavenly Tao oath, you only have this one chance." Empyrean Lonzwan kept quiet by the side the entire time, but in his heart, monstrous waves were similarly stirred up. Although he did not understand what was going on, he could think of the reason why Yi Yuan suddenly appeared in Zhu Luoji. His goal was simply Lu. What a grand scheme. The entire Zhu Luoji's people were toyed with by Yi Yuan in the palm of his hand. Especially Empyrean Ice Cloud, she actually even delivered Lu over submissively. If not for seeing with his own eyes, he would not believe even if beaten to death that the entire northernmost steppes Empyrean powerhouses became Yi Yuan's tool. What kind of scheming was this? What kind of daringness? What kind of means? However, Lonzwan still could not tell what confidence Yi Yuan had, to dare remain here and provoke Feng Tianyong. Yi Yuan played such a grand game of chess, so how could he possibly not leave himself a way out? Thinking all about these, Longzuan was taken aback by the shock. In this 1 year plus of living together, he thought that he already understood Yi Yuan very well. But only today did he discover that his understanding of Yi Yuan was too little. In fact, he, an Empyrean powerhouse, was unable to imagine just what Yi Yuan's path of retreat was. Suddenly, he sucked in a deep breath and made the wisest decision in this life. Longzuan is willing to follow Master till death and absolutely not betray. If I violate this oath, Longzuan is willing to accept heaven's punishment. Empyrean Longzuan said in a solemn voice. By the side, Yang Fei could not help being struck dumb with amazement. She felt that the scares that she suffered in this life were not as many as today. After Empyrean Longzuan knew about Yi Yuan's real identity, he actually swore a heavenly Tao oath and said that he wanted to follow Yi Yuan. Was he crazy? Smart. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and threw 2 jade plates to Longzuan and Yang Fei respectively, saying coolly, in a while, if you encounter danger, just deploy divine essence and shatter the jade plates. It will naturally ensure your safety. Empyrean Longzuan's pupils constricted, thinking to himself that he indeed did not misjudge. It was just that, could this small piece of jade plate escape from under the noses of 10 Empyreans? That Empyrean Windlike, Empyrean Redfeather, both were third firmament Empyrean powerhouses. An hour arrived in a flash. Inside Ice Cloud Tower, Feng Tianyang slowly opened both eyes and said coldly, looks like he's refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Looks like this Ji Qingyan hasn't figured out who has the final say in this land of extreme north. By the side, Ice Cloud said with a cold snort, that kid doesn't have anyone in his eyes in the first place. He's someone who won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. But, logically speaking, Xianxia should have also brought him back already. Could it be that brother Longzuan stood in the way? Feng Tianyang curled his mouth and said disdainfully, I think that this Longzuan is likely muddle-headed with age, to actually acknowledge a true god realm as his master with the status of an Empyrean. Martial uncle, let's go over and take a look. If that Longzuan doesn't know how to appreciate favors, we don't mind sending him off. Empyrean Windlike nodded slightly and slowly followed after. Seeing Feng Tianyang seethe with killing intent, Empyrean Ice Cloud was incomparably delighted in her heart. She had long found Yi Yuan and Longzuan displeasing to the eyes. This time, she could just nicely borrow a blade and kill people. Erasing these 2 people, Zhu Luoji would have peace and tranquility. The group of Empyreans and true gods arrived at Grand Pill establishment in a threatening manner but discovered that the hall had just experienced a great battle. While the Grand Pill establishment was long already void of people, on the hall's stone steps, Yi Yuan sat with his ankle on his knee, sitting on a wooden armchair, drinking wine calmly as the wine aroma overflowed. Empyrean Longzuan and Yang Fei 2 people were standing on the left and right in attendance. Chapter 2086, Soul Planting Secret Art. Feeling the bloody smell pervading in the air, Feng Tianyang's gaze turned slightly cold. But he did not look at Yi Yuan but looked toward Empyrean Longzuan. Longzuan, you actually dared to kill Xianxia. Could it be that you want to become enemies with my vast wind assemble? Feng Tianyang said coldly. In his view, it was simply impossible for Yi Yuan to kill Xianxia, unless Longzuan turned traitor. Longzuan shook his head lightly and said, she wasn't killed by this Empyrean. Feng Tianyang smiled coldly and said, still want to quibble? Apart from you, who else can kill Xianxia here? Also, what's the meaning of this, junior apprentice Sister Yang? Empyrean Ice Cloud's 2 eyes narrowed and she said in a solemn voice, Fei why haven't you come over here? Yang Fei looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud, those eyes were like looking at a stranger. Master, it's Fei-er's last time calling you like this. From today onward, Fei-er will be leaving Ice Cloud Tower. Yang Fei said coolly. Empyrean Ice Cloud Tower's pupils constricted and she said in a cold voice, treacherous disciple, do you know what you're saying? Master nurtured you for so many years, but you actually want to break away from the Ice Cloud Tower. Fei, kill the person in front of you and return in front of Master. Master can take it as if nothing happened. Talking toward the back, Empyrean Ice Cloud's words gradually became gentle, like a benevolent mother. When Empyrean Ice Cloud was saying this, a light flashed in her eyes. A mysterious power transmitted out of her body, reaching Yang Fei. This power was extremely hidden, even the Empyrean powerhouses present were unable to detect it. It was just that Yang Fei was not moved at all, as if she did not hear it at all. Empyrean Ice Cloud's face changed, her voice becoming sharp as she said, Fei, Master is talking to you. Didn't you hear? At this time, the Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly smiled and said, Are you wondering why you use the divine soul mystic art, but senior apprentice sister Fei didn't listen to your orders? When Empyrean Ice Cloud heard that, her heart jumped wildly. Her soul-planting secret art was extremely hidden. How did this boy discover it? Furthermore, her secret art had never failed before. Why would Yang Fei not listen to her orders? Empyrean Ice Cloud had a stomach full of doubts, but she was an old monster who had lived for several 100,000 years. In the end, she naturally would not reveal it easily. Stinking brat, at death's door and you're still spurting nonsense here. Do you believe that this Empyrean will tear your mouth right now? Empyrean Ice Cloud said in a cold voice. Yuan was indifferent as he said with a faint smile, Unsavory history got dug out by me and turned angry from embarrassment. Hoo-hoo, using a divine soul mystic art to control your own disciples, a master like you really makes people's hair stand on end. The moment these words came out, the faces of all of Ice Cloud Tower's disciples changed drastically. They looked towards Empyrean Ice Cloud with a look of terror, disbelief on their faces. Being planted with a divine soul mystic art was equivalent to being another person's slave. As long as Empyrean Ice Cloud was willing, she could make them do anything. This kind of thing, any martial artist would not be willing. This kind of method, what difference was there between them and a bunch of pigs reared in pens? Even the other Empyreans also looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud with incredibly shocked gazes. Empyrean Ice Cloud's eyes were icy cold as she said in a frosty voice, Humph. Despicable little brute, want to use this kind of method to sow discord in the Ice Cloud Tower. Do you think that you have a chance to escape like this? Empyrean Ice Cloud laughed coldly. A powerful to the extreme ice law suddenly expanded out and a palm smacked over toward Yuan. How fearsome was the palm of an Empyrean! But right at this time, Empyrean Lonzwan similarly made his move. The two people exchanged a palm in the air, leveling Grand Pill establishment to the ground. Yuan looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud, his gaze gradually becoming cold. When he treated Lu Er's injuries, he was extra cautious and inspected Lu Er's divine soul through the soul-suppressing pearl, only then, discovering an abnormality, and could not help breaking out into cold sweat from alarm. It turned out that this was Empyrean Ice Cloud's true trump card. This kind of divine soul mystic art was extremely hidden, it was concealed within the Ice Cloud Tower's cultivation method. When Ice Cloud Tower's disciples cultivated this cultivation method, it would secretly leave behind Empyrean Ice Cloud's divine soul imprints in their divine souls. As long as Empyrean Ice Cloud was willing, she could control these disciples through her divine soul imprints at any time. If not for Yuan having a secret treasure like the soul-suppressing pearl, he would really not be able to discover it. With this trump card here, Empyrean Ice Cloud was not worried at all that Lu Er would not give in. It was just that Empyrean Ice Cloud did not wish to arouse the disciples. Vigilance, coupled with that Feng Tianyang was currently in closed seclusion and the time was not up yet, that was why she did not activate it. As for capturing him to threaten Lu Er, it would naturally be good if she got him, but it also did not matter if she did not. At that time, she just had to play a little trick in Lu Er's divine soul, no one would discover it at all. It was just that Empyrean Ice Cloud exhausted every power of her brain and also did not think that her unnecessary move provoked a Yuan. After Yuan ferreted this out, he also felt lingering fear. If not for him being extra cautious, the consequences would be too terrible to imagine. At the same time, he also brimmed with killing intent. This Empyrean Ice Cloud deserved to be killed. After taking care of xianxia earlier, Yuan gave Yang Fei an inspection and indeed discovered that she was also planted with a divine soul imprint, and conveniently wiped it away for her. Otherwise, Yang Fei also would not have this attitude toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. Killing off witnesses, just based on you. Yuan looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud and said with a cold smile. Empyrean Ice Cloud's expression flickered incessantly. Suddenly, she said to Feng Tianyang, Honorable Nephew Tianyang, this boy is spurting nonsense. Also don't know where he sent Lu Er to. He truly deserves death. Everyone's hearts turned cold, aware that Empyrean Ice Cloud wanted to borrow a knife to kill people. Feng Tianyang's gaze looked at Yuan coldly and he said coolly, Kid, this young master give you a chance now. Hand Lu Er over, then kneel down and beg for mercy. This young master will let you become the vast wind assemble's grand protector, making your status even above senior Xiao Yu's. In Feng Tianyang's view, Yi Yuan was merely a trapped beast currently. He gave him a way out, he should be shedding tears of gratitude. Of course, he was eyeing Yi Yuan's pill-refining strength. Controlling such an alchemy genius in vast wind assemble, in the future, after he corroborates his Tao as an Empyrean, it would also not be impossible for him to lead the vast wind assemble and unify the land of extreme north. Feng Tianyang's ambition was extremely great, even stronger than his father's. In front of him, either submit or die. It was also precisely because so that even when these Empyreans saw him, they were also all very wary. It was a shame that he ran into Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tianyang and shook his head, laughing in spite of himself as he said, "A toad wanting to eat swan meat, overestimating your own ability. Just the likes of you are also fit to make me submit. Swaggering and blustering here, what you're relying on are those Empyreans beside you, right?" Feng Tianyang burst out laughing and said, "Kid, you think that because your alchemy Tao is powerful, you can turn your nose up at other people. Alchemy Tao is ultimately a minor Tao. Martial Tao is the truly great Tao that leads to heaven. Why would I, Feng Tianyang, rely on other people's strength? Ji Qingyan, I know that you're unconvinced, but you don't need to goad me either, because you're not qualified enough yet. Dealing with you, why would I need an Empyrean to take action? If you want to stand before me, beat them first before talking." Feng Tianyang waved his hand. 7 to 8 young men walked to the front of the crowd. Immediately, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Chapter 2087, This is your martial Tao. Wang Ning, Zhou Qianwei, Su Shenyu. My God, those are all the various Empyreans' head disciples. It's over this time, Master Ji is dead for sure. These head disciples, the weakest is also an initial stage 9th firmament true God. How to fight? Apart from He Shangyan who had already died and Master Song Sao, Zhu Luoji's young generations, top experts are all gathered here. There was a wave of exclamations all around. Clearly, this lineup gave them a fright. These head disciples were all very powerful existences even among 9th firmament true gods. There was no problem at all crushing those in the same rank. Master Ji was still a little away from late-stage true god realm, so how was he going to fight them? Feng Tianyang had a proud look as he turned to Longzuan and said coolly, "Longzuan, the affairs of the younger generation will be left to us. You'd best not meddle in it. Otherwise, don't blame this Feng for not being courteous." Empyrean Longzuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Relax, this Empyrean won't take action." Wang Ning looked at Yi Yuan with a disdainful look and said coolly, "Brother Feng, dealing with a trash like this, Wang Ning alone is more than enough. Why is there a need to mobilize everyone?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "A trash like this? If I didn't see wrongly, you recently consumed the Yi Qing pill that I refined. That's how you broke through to peak 9th firmament true God, right?" Wang Ning said coolly, "So what? Didn't you hear Brother Feng? Martial Tao is the great Tao. In front of our martial prowess, you're as fragile as an ant." When Yi Yuan heard that, he grinned and said, "Very good. Looks like I've underestimated the northern people's degree of shamelessness. Zhu Luoji's Empyreans really made me have a completely new appraisal of them. The few of you, attack together then." Yi Yuan could tell that these few people had all consumed the medicinal pills that he refined, their cultivations all having an overnight transformation. This kind of favor, Wang Ning actually summed it up in a few words and said it out simply. How shameless was it? Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were hard to exchange for using money. Even if it was a tiny bit of improvement, it saved hundreds, even thousands of years for these people. Attack together. You haven't gone delirious from fear, right? Wang Ning and the rest could not help laughing as they said. In their view, no matter how strong Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao was, it was merely becoming a wedding gown for others. How much strength could he have? Yi Yuan did not even reach the late-stage true god realm, but he actually boasted shamelessly about wanting to fight 1-on-7. He was truly ignorant until it was laughable in their eyes. Hoo, looks like this punk is normally kept aloof from the masses and already forgot what's called awe and veneration. Since that's the case, let's teach him, Su Shenyu said proudly with a faint smile. Finished talking, the 7 people had amused looks on their faces as they sped over towards Yi Yuan. Regarding this kind of battle, they were all somewhat unconcerned. Too lacking of a challenge. It was just that they did not detect that an amused expression similarly showed on Empyrean Lonzhuan's face. Yi Yuan and Feng Tianyang, who was more formidable, he did not know. But for Yi Yuan to dare let these people attack together, then he definitely thought nothing of them. These people were stronger than He Xiangyan, but they were also not much stronger. Yi Yuan suppressed He Xiangyan with a slap. He reckoned that dealing with them would also be a cinch. Brothers, play with him well, Wang Ning said with a smile and already flashed behind Yi Yuan, his speed extremely fast. A hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of his mouth and he raised his hand to deal a palm. The others also all had amused expressions as if already seeing that panicky expression of Yi Yuan being toyed with. Talking about it was slow, but actually, Wang Ning's speed was just a matter of a blink of an eye. However, just as this palm of his was about to land on Yi Yuan's shoulder, Yi Yuan seemed to have grown eyes at his back, slightly leaning his body to one side, dodging it lightly. This is the martial Dao that you spoke of. Claiming so solemnly about what martial Dao, I was wondering how formidable you were. Truly disappointing, Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Wang Ning's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. This time, it was a huge loss of face. Haha, Wang Ning, didn't you say that you wanted to play with him? Why were you toyed around? Zhou Qianwei said with a big laugh. Wang Ning, can't even take care of a middle stage true god realm. You're really losing face for us, these head disciples. Su Xinyu said with a loud laugh. When the other head disciples saw the situation, they also ridiculed away. Among the few great chiefs, there were naturally secret competitions too. Seeing Wang Ning get deflated, they naturally could not dispense with a bout of sarcasm. It was only to see Wang Ning's expression turning cold, and he said in a solemn voice, just now was just a moment of carelessness, kid, don't you get cocky. Oh, is that so? Yi Yuan stood with both hands behind his back, having a meaningful expression on his face. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Wang Ning immediately became angry from embarrassment and said in a great rage, punk, you actually dare to underestimate me. Wang Ning's aura immediately rose to the peak. A strange but crafty sword stabbed over towards Yi Yuan. The speed of Wang Ning's sword was extremely fast, practically arriving in an instant. It was just that Yi Yuan still leaned his body to one side slightly, and dodged it again lightly. Damn it, how did he do it? I don't believe that I can't even take care of a middle stage true god realm. Wang Ning gritted his teeth, brandished his sword, and attacked again. It was just that no matter how hard he worked, he still could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. He talked about playing with Yi Yuan, but the end result was being toyed with by Yi Yuan. In the beginning, everyone was all still mocking Wang Ning, feeling that this chief was too trash. But along with the passage of time, everyone could not laugh anymore. Once or twice could still say that it was lucky. But they were very clear about Wang Ning's strength. No matter how lacking, it was also not to the point of being toyed in circles by a middle stage true god realm. Zhou Qianwei and the rest exchanged glances, all seeing shock from each other's eyes. Attack together. This boy is strange, Zhou Qianwei said in a deep voice. 6 great chiefs immediately used their means and rushed forward together. It was just that them joining the battle was still useless. No one could touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves at all. The 7 people had a threatening manner, but no matter how hard they worked, they still could not do anything to Yi Yuan. The more they fought, the more alarmed they got. The more they fought, the more shocked they became. Yi Yuan's movement technique was too bizarre, just like a loach, being unable to catch it at all. Far away, Feng Tianyang's expression likewise became more and more serious. Yi Yuan's move was clearly extremely brilliant spatial law. This kind of supreme law, comprehending even a little, was tremendous luck. Yi Yuan clearly comprehended to an extremely high realm. Those few fools did not detect it at all. Just what's going on here? A 6th firmament true god is toying with 7 9th firmament true gods in the palm of his hand. Could it be that Master Ji isn't just an alchemy master, he's similarly a martial arts expert? Too strong. Just don't know if Master Ji has the means to retaliate or not. A 6th firmament true god toying with 7 9th firmament true gods. This scene was overly shocking, incurring a series of exclamations. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan would definitely be made fun of. Who knew that the result was totally the opposite? Hoo, this is your martial Dao. Truly laughable, to actually not even be on par with me, this minor Dao's alchemist. You guys also dare claim to be chief disciples. High up in the sky, came Yi Yuan's bantering laughter. Suddenly, a fearsome power of vitality soared to the sky. Everyone's faces changed. Forget it, you all let me down too much, let's end this game. Yi Yuan's lazy voice spread out nonchalantly. Chapter 2088, Feng Tianyong's Plans. Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed. His power of vitality was actually on par with 8th Firmament True Gods. It was only to see him dodging Wang Ning's sword nimbly. He directly threw a fist over. Wang Ning only felt a horrifying power arrive with a howl behind him. But wanting to dodge was already too late. Amidst everyone's frightened voices, Wang Ning was smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Universe Dragon Claw coupled with the perfect 6th transformation golden body, the power of Yi Yuan's punch already did not lose to peak 9th Firmament True Gods. How could Wang Ning be able to resist it? When the other chiefs saw this scene, their scalps could not help tingling. How could they still dare to deal with Yi Yuan? All running helter-skelter everywhere. Master, save me, master. These chiefs seemed to be finding their families grown-ups after being bullied by people outside. There was even sobbing in their words. They all thought that Yi Yuan was easy to bully, but who knew that this was a desolate wild beast? Yi Yuan was not to be provoked at all. When Empyrean Redfeather and the rest saw the situation, they immediately shouted, "Stop, Ji Qingyan." At the same time, the few great Empyreans were about to take action. It was just that Yi Yuan was faster than them. After Yi Yuan killed Wang Ning, he did not have the intention of stopping at all. It was only to see one Yi Yuan suddenly become 6, appearing in 6 directions at the same time. A series of detonations came from the sky. The 6 great chiefs were directly blasted into dregs. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, stunned looks on their faces. Especially the few great Empyreans, their hearts were dripping blood. These were all their successors. How much painstaking effort did they expend these few years? But now, Yi Yuan only used several breaths and killed all of them. How to make them accept this? However, they currently were even more shocked in their hearts. Yi Yuan exhibited extremely brilliant spatial law, far exceeding their imagination. In an instant, transformation into 6 clones, appearing at 6 venues at the same time, slaying 6 powerhouses. They all, these Empyreans, could naturally tell that this was not some cloning technique, but an extremely brilliant utilization of spatial law. Even they, these Empyrean powerhouses, could not do it too. This is also too strong, right? Even if Master Ji is a body-refining powerhouse, it's also not to the extent of being so strong, right? His one move killed 6 great 9th Firmament True Gods. Truly inconceivable. Master Ji already overpowered the extreme North's alchemy path at a young age. Furthermore, he actually also has such horrifying strength in martial Dao. How did he cultivate? Everyone was long already dumbfounded from shock. They were stunned by Yi Yuan's combat power. Originally thought that Yi Yuan was merely an alchemist, and that his combat power was limited. But who knew that Yi Yuan's combat strength was off the charts, directly crossing a few minor realms and killing his enemies. Zhu Luoji's most elite juniors actually did not even have the chance to escape from under his hands. Ji Qingyan, you killed my disciple. This Empyrean will definitely kill you today, Empyrean Redfeather said with a furious roar. The other Empyreans were also extremely alarmed and enraged. They were thoroughly enraged by Yi Yuan's actions. However, Yi Yuan was very calm, looking toward Feng Tianyong with a smile that was not a smile. He then said, "Looks like their martial Dao isn't worth mentioning at all. Don't know whether your martial Dao can stir up any of my interest or not." Feng Tianyong's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, brilliant light shining in his eyes. Yi Yuan's performance greatly exceeded his expectations. Originally he thought that he could casually suppress Yi Yuan. He did not expect that the combat power Yi Yuan displayed was actually sufficient to pose a threat to him. Hoo, boy, you indeed made me very surprised. However, you still don't have the qualifications to stand in front of me. Those people are similarly clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of this young master. Feng Tianyong slowly stepped out, the aura on his body growing stronger and stronger. Everyone's faces could not help changing. Someone cried out in surprise, "What a powerful aura." This aura already reached the grand completion True God realm. Just a step and he'll be able to reach Empyrean realm. Feng Tianyong had a proud look and said with a faint smile, "If you feel that after killing them, you have the qualifications to challenge me, then you're gravely mistaken. I, Feng Tianyang, I'm destined to be the person who unifies the extreme north. How can I be compared to those kinds of trash? Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, is that so? You also said so just now, but they are all dead. Feng Tianyang's face turned cold and he said, humph. This young master gives you a chance now, hand over Lu Er, or die. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, his words having an additional hint of coldness as he said, you want to marry Lu Er because you took fancy on her profound yin physique. Feng Tianyang was taken aback and said, how did you know? But it also doesn't matter that you know. This young master is doing it for her profound yin physique. This young master's cultivation method has already reached major accomplishment, and my cultivation is already cultivated to the peak true God realm as well. After this young master takes her profound yin physique, I'll be able to break through the shackles and become the youngest Empyrean powerhouse in this northernmost step. When Yi Yuan heard that, killing intent soared in his heart. Earlier, when Feng Tianyang released his world power, Yi Yuan could feel an extremely scorching power. This power was extremely strong as if it was a primitive behemoth. But Yi Yuan could detect that this power was not at grand completion. Amidst the power of extreme yang, it was missing a trace of extreme yin power. Yi Yuan's understanding of heavenly Tao was far from what ordinary people could compare to. Myriad life in this world had always mutually promoted and restrained each other. No matter how strong the power of extreme yang, it ultimately had a limit too. Just based on this, even if give Feng Tianyang another 100,000 years, he could also forget about stepping into Empyrean realm. But, if he completed this missing piece, Feng Tianyang might be able to break through to Empyrean within a few years. How could it be that easy to search for this trace of extreme yin power? But Lu Er's appearance made Feng Tianyang see hope. Hence, he had been in closed seclusion all the way these few years, finally cultivating to be a grand completion true God. Then after coming out and taking Lu Er's extreme yin power, he would be able to break through to be an Empyrean smoothly. It was just that while he planned things out well, he ran into Yi Yuan, this unexpected variable. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said, you deserve death. Feng Tianyang's actions already touched Yi Yuan's bottom line. Lu Er was Yi Yuan's reverse scale, touch and die. Feng Tianyang laughed loudly and said, letting this young master corroborate my Tao as an Empyrean, that's her honor. Where is she? Hand her over, and this young master can spare you from death. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tianyang and said with a mocking look, you talk so much. Didn't you think why I took Lu Er away? Feng Tianyang's expression turned dark and said, I don't care who you are. Not handing Lu Er over, you'll have to die. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, stop making futile efforts. Lu Er isn't in Zhu Luoji anymore. Also, my name is actually Yi Yuan. Feng Tianyang was clearly unfamiliar with this name. But when Empyrean Ice Cloud heard this name, her expression could not help changing wildly. Why are Yi Yuan? How is this possible? Empyrean Ice Cloud was the same as Empyrean Longzuan, instantly thinking of many things. It was also precise because of this that she was extremely shocked in her heart. It turned out that all of these were his schemes. And she, an Empyrean powerhouse who dominated a region, fell into the scheme step by step under Yi Yuan's towing. She even personally delivered Lu Er to Yi Yuan's hands. Feng Tianyang's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, who is he? Chapter 2089, Extreme North's number one person. He's the person that Lu Er is in love with. Empyrean Ice Cloud said bitterly. Feng Tianyang was also a clever person and thought of many things in an instant. In this 1 year plus, Ji Qingyan's name echoed throughout the extreme north. Feng Tianyang naturally heard a lot after leaving seclusion. It was just that he also did not expect that Yi Yuan doing so much was actually for Lu Er. Heh, what a grand scheme. Boy, you really made me see you in a different light. However, to dare snatch my, Feng Tianyang's woman, you must die today. Feng Tianyang laughed coldly, a roaring flame suddenly bursting out from his body. Limitless fire hell. Feng Tianyang held his palm out, the entire region of space was completely enveloped by the flames, directly shrouding Yi Yuan inside it. Everyone's faces changed, this ball of fire hell was like a blazing sun. Even if they were so far away, they also had a feeling of being incinerated. What kind of situation would it be for the Yi Yuan situated inside the fire hell? Indeed well deserving of being the extreme north's number one person, Feng Tianyang's heaven-burning secret art has probably cultivated to sublimity already. Even if Master Ji has the ability to reach the highest heaven, he probably can't escape this limitless fire hell too. A shame, such a powerful alchemy master died just like this. Many people shook their heads and sighed, lamenting for Yi Yuan. In their view, Yi Yuan was dead for sure. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Feng Tianyang's mouth, and he said disdainfully, "This limitless fire hell of mine can incinerate limitless void. Even if you grasp spatial law, how can you escape?" The voice had yet to fade when a figure walked out of that limitless flames leisurely and at ease. It was as if that limitless sea of fire was his own backyard. Who was this person if not Yi Yuan? Feng Tianyang's face changed and he said, "This. How is this possible?" Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "You overestimated your flame law and also looked down on spatial law too much. Incinerating limitless void, hoo-hoo, how can it be as easy as you think? Only a person like you who doesn't understand space dared to say this kind of words." The more he studied spatial law, the more Yi Yuan felt the extensive and profoundness of spatial law. The Tao of space was one of this world's most primitive laws. How could it be defeated so easily? True God realm powerhouses used spatial law to shuttle through the void, but that was merely the most superficial application of spatial law. Comprehending spatial law to Yi Yuan's degree, one could not find more than a few in the entire heavenspan world. Feng Tianyang judged others using his own strength, so how could he understand Yi Yuan's might? Unless Feng Tianyang could cultivate spatial law to Yi Yuan's level, or cultivate flame law to Empyrean level, then there would be a possibility of hurting Yi Yuan. Just with this current level, how could it threaten Yi Yuan? Feng Tianyang's face fell slightly and he said coldly, "Humph. Being deliberately mystifying. I underestimated you. I'll let you take a look at my true strength then." It was only to see his gaze turn sharp, another aura rose to the sky. Wind attribute law, this is Empyrean vast wind's specialty. Everyone was still in the midst of exclaiming when a third power of law spread out. This time, even Yi Yuan's gaze also revealed some solemnness. Ice law, I didn't expect that Feng Tianyang is actually such a peerless talent, to actually fuse three kinds of power of law. No wonder he's so arrogant. He indeed has the capital to be wildly arrogant. Empyrean Redfeather exclaimed with admiration. That was right, he did not comprehend three kinds of laws. But he actually fused three kinds of power of law. It was only to see that on Feng Tianyang's body, the power of flames, power of the fierce gale, and power of ice, intertwining together. Clearly, it was the manifestation of three power of laws fusing together. Law comprehension like his could virtually sweep across those in the same rank already. There was a wave of exclamations all around. Everyone said that Feng Tianyang was the extreme north's #1 person. Previously, everyone all felt that this was him relying on his father's prestige. Only now, did they know that that was him relying on his own strength. Those who fused two power of laws were already called geniuses among geniuses. Those who fused three power of laws could no longer be described using genius. That was a peerless talent. Fusing three power of laws was not what Lu Zi's five power of laws could compare to. With Feng Tianyang's strength, he could probably pummel Lu Zi with just one hand. Feng Tianyang looked at Yi Yuan with a proud look and said with a cold smile, "To be able to force my full strength out, you can be sufficiently proud. I fused three power of laws and have never met a match in the same rank. Now, I stepped into grand completion true God realm. I'm the #1 person under Empyrean. Yi Yuan, this is my martial Tao. Do you think I have the qualifications to say this?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "This is your full strength. Not bad, it's just don't know if you can force my full strength out or not, bring it on." Feng Tianyang snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Reckless and blind fool, I want to see what your full strength is." Done talking, Feng Tianyang's figure moved, arriving in an instant. Three power of laws fused into one, his fist was momentous and tidal-like, virtually about to rent the sky asunder and split the earth open. Even the group of Empyreans also had slight changes in countenance at this time. This kind of commotion, once Feng Tianyang stepped into Empyrean realm, he could probably crush all of them instantly. Only a third firmament Empyrean like Empyrean Redfeather had the qualifications to firmly suppress him. At the same time, Yi Yuan's vital energy also rose to the peak and was even stronger than just now. Above the void, the two people exchanged a punch. Horrifying energy undulation spread out, giving people a feeling of MT. Tai crushing down from above. Under the one punch, Yi Yuan's figure flew out backward, a mouthful of fresh blood spurting out wildly. Feng Tianyong laughed loudly and said, "To be able to receive this punch of mine, you can be sufficiently proud. However, you're still hard-pressed to escape death today." Again, finished talking, he did not wait for Yi Yuan to catch his breath either, another punch slamming over. One loud boom after another came over. The two people's battle was practically about to shatter the sky. The void trembled, making the starry river flowing in reverse. This kind of battle practically already surpassed the limits of true God realm. This was a fight of another level. So strong. The two of them are both so strong. Truly unable to imagine how the two of them cultivate. What a shame. Yi Yuan almost can't hold on anymore. He's still too young. Give him another few hundred years, he should be able to win Feng Tianyong. There are no ifs in life, lose means lose. But considering Yi Yuan's talent, it's indeed a shame. Below, there was a series of exclamations. The two people's combat strength far exceeded their imaginations. It was just that Yi Yuan was repeatedly forced back under Feng Tianyong's pressuring, and already could not quite hold out anymore. The outcome of this fight was obvious already. Feng Tianyong's aura was too outrageous. For Yi Yuan to be able to last until now under his fierce attacks, it was already rather valiant. Right at this time, a loud bang came over. Yi Yuan's figure drew a straight line and fell into the earth. Sigh, Yi Yuan is defeated. A wave of bemoaning came from the crowd. Feng Tianyong stood in the air, akin to a god of war. Ha ha ha, in the junior generation, you're the first to be able to fight with me to this extent. Now, you can go to hell. Feng Tianyong's figure similarly cut across the horizon, heading toward that huge pit in the ground. Chapter 2090, True Sword Hollow Etch. Feng Tianyong arrived fast, but he was blasted back. Even quicker. Everyone was dumbfounded, uncertain what it meant. They completely did not detect any trace of undulation and Feng Tianyong was blasted flying. It was as if Feng Tianyong ran into a wall and was directly rebounded back. This scene was extremely puzzling. Inside the pit, Yi Yuan carried the bone sword and slowly walked out, with a desolate killing aura on his body. Very good. To be able to force out my full strength, you can be sufficiently proud. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tianyong and said coolly. He stood there, giving people a very lofty feeling, just like a sharp sword that was sheathed, accumulating momentum and awaiting release. This is sword intent. What a swift and fierce sword intent. He fused a supreme law and the sword Dao law. How is this possible? Empyrean Windlike had been standing there calmly all along. Even when he saw that Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law, he was also not the least bit moved. Because he knew that Feng Tianyong would definitely win. But at this time, a look of surprise finally showed on his face. Comprehending spatial law was nothing, but fusing sword Dao law and spatial law, that was incredible. The difficulty level was much harder than even fusing three powers of law. Supreme law, just comprehending it required immense talent. Ordinary people could not even learn the rudiments, let alone talk about fusing the power of law. Just how in the world did this kid cultivate? His alchemy talent crushed 7-star alchemy gods, but he's actually also heavenly defying in martial arts. Empyrean Redfeather exclaimed with admiration. Just now was him striking Feng Tianyong flying. But I didn't detect sword Dao undulations at all. Another Empyrean cried out in surprise. An attack that could not be seen was the scariest. The group of Empyreans already did not know how to describe their emotions. Originally they thought that one Feng Tianyong was already monstrous enough. They did not expect that Yi Yuan's talent was even more monstrous than Feng Tianyong's. This, brother Windlike, honorable nephew Tianyong will be fine, right? Why not? We'd better take action, Empyrean Ice Cloud said worriedly. Empyrean Windlike shook his head and said, relax, just now was just Tianyong's momentary carelessness. Furthermore, he still has an ultimate move that he hasn't used. Tianyong won't lose. Although this boy's talent is high, his cultivation realm is inferior to Tianyong's in the end. The moment the group of Empyreans heard this, they immediately felt greatly reassured. The current Feng Tianyong had disheveled hair, numerous wounds on his body, in a sorry state. How was there still that lofty bearing from before? Damn it, damn it, damn it, you dared to hurt me. I'll definitely tear you to shreds. Yi Yuan, this finger is the strongest attack that I created after fusing 3 laws. For you to be able to die under this attack, you can be sufficiently proud. Feng Tianyong roared and pointed a finger out fiercely. Fine cracks actually appeared in space. It could be seen how horrifying this finger was. If this finger were to land on a person's body, it could probably directly annihilate them. Space-shattering finger. Empyrean Windlike's face revealed a hint of a praising smile as he said, fusing laws is one aspect, application of laws is another aspect. Tianyong's understanding of these three laws is extremely profound and already carved out a great Tao that belongs to him. Maybe he can surpass Big Brother in the future and become a once-in-a-blue-moon heavenly emperor powerhouse of this land of extreme north in several 100,000 years. This finger, even if a first firmament Empyrean took it, it would likely be the outcome of serious injuries too. When everyone heard that, their faces all changed. They did not expect that Feng Tianyong was actually so monstrous. The strike of a ninth firmament true god could actually harm an Empyrean. What kind of terrifying offensive power was this? How strong was an Empyrean? Even if one stood there and let a grand completion true god realm hit them, it would also be hard to injure them in the slightest. These were powerhouses of two different levels. It was two different levels of understanding toward heavenly Tao. But Feng Tianyong's finger could actually seriously injure an Empyrean. It could be seen how terrifying this attack was. Of course, being able to harm an Empyrean was one thing. An Empyrean powerhouse naturally would not stand there stupidly and let Feng Tianyong hit. The Empyreans could not help looking over toward Yuan with pity. Encountering such an opponent was his sorrow. He's actually smiling. The Empyreans discovered that a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yuan's mouth, and could not help being very surprised. At this time, he actually still had the mood to smile. Ice Cloud sneered and said, probably scared silly, right? A little interesting. Yuan slowly raised his sword and calmly stabbed a sword out. This sword was too sloppy and ordinary, without any power to speak of. Compared to Feng Tianyong's show of strength that billowed to the sky, Yuan's sword art did not have any aesthetic sense at all. It looked like Yuan was a martial artist who did not know how to use the sword at all. Except, if Song Yu and the rest of the people who had been to the ancient god battlefield before were here, they would know that Yuan's sword actually followed the exact same pattern as that Empyrean bone devil. What is he doing? Can this kind of sword hurt people? Empyrean Windlike furrowed his brows. He completely could not tell what impressive aspect Yuan's sword had. But he kept feeling in his heart that there was that tiny hint of something amiss. Empyrean Ice Cloud laughed coldly and said, of course it can't hurt anyone. That's why this Empyrean said that he's scared silly. People who did not know the inside story were all mocking Yuan's sword, saying that he was a mantis blocking the cart. Feng Tianyong was similarly like so. He laughed wildly and said, haha, you're relying on this sword to handle me. Go to hell then. At this time, the space-shattering finger was already formed. He pointed over toward Yuan fiercely. True sword hollow etch. Yuan lightly spat these 4 words out of his mouth. This move was still sword hollow etch. But he was inspired by the Empyrean bone devil and already completely mastered restraining the power. Sword hollow etch's power also reached the extreme and did not leak out in the slightest, reaching the realm of returning to one's original simplicity. Hence, he named it True Sword Hollow Etch. Right at this time, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across in Empyrean Windlike's mind, thinking of something. Just now, when Feng Tianyong was suddenly blasted out backward, wasn't there no undulations at all? Could it be that this boy condensed his power to the limits and did not leak any of it out? Could this kind of thing really be done? Not good. Tianyong, quickly retreat. Empyrean Windlike yelled out, his figure suddenly moving, speeding over towards the two people's battlefield. But sadly, it was already too late. One bright and one dark, 2 attacks, collided together in midair fiercely, rending the void apart. This kind of collision could be described using move mountains and fill the seas, making mountains and rivers flow in reverse. It was not the least bit over the top. Everyone looked at this scene in great shock. Their brains had not processed it yet. Why would Yuan's sloppy and ordinary sword have such terrifying power? Yuan's sword hollow etch was an incomparably swift and fierce strike in the first place. Now that his retraining of power had reached major accomplishment, the power of sword hollow etch was compressed to the extreme, without any leakage. The power became several times greater. Such a terrifying attack, it was hard for even space-shattering finger to withstand too. Feng Tianyong did not even get to groan and was directly annihilated. The one dead is actually Feng Tianyong. Just what kind of sword is this? Why would it have such terrifying power? Chapter 2091, Heaven-Shocking Lightning. Seeing Yi Yuan put away the bone sword calmly, Empyrean Windlike's two eyes were practically spewing fire. Vast Wind Assemble's future was actually killed just like that, right under his eyelids. He thought that by relying on his Empyrean might, it was absolutely impossible for such a thing to happen. Yi Yuan also would not dare to kill him right in his face. But Yi Yuan killed him just like that. Punk, you've got guts. Empyrean Windlike gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan said coolly, Feng Tianyong coveted Lu Er's profound yin divine physique. He deserved to die. If Feng Tianyong just took fancy on Lu Er's beauty, Yi Yuan also would not have his killing intent aroused. After all, everyone loved beautiful things. Yi Yuan would not go so far as to be so crazy, killing off anyone who took fancy on the people around him. But Feng Tianyong never should have had designs on Lu Er's divine physique. If Feng Tianyong took Lu Er's profound yin divine physique, Lu Er would become a cripple if minor, or kick the bucket if it was serious. How could Yi Yuan tolerate this kind of thing? Good, good, good. Today, if I, Windlike, don't kill you, I'm not human. Empyrean Windlike was already furious to the extreme, his body emitting an outrageous aura. Feng Tianyong was the extreme north's future master, was the vast wind assemble's future. Now, he was actually dead. Empyrean Windlike's fury could be imagined. What a terrific little brute, you dared to kill honorable nephew Tianyong, it's becoming enemies with the entire land of extreme north. Today, this Empyrean will definitely kill you. Empyrean Ice Cloud immediately jumped out and said, Little friend Yi Yuan, you went overboard in this matter. Today, you must stay here. This Empyrean won't sit by idly and remain indifferent too. Empyrean Redfeather also said, with Feng Tianyong dying at Zhu Luoji, it would be hard for them all, these people, to absolve themselves from the blame. Once Empyrean Vast Wind investigated it, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Hence, their attitude must be shown right now. The other Empyreans also spoke up, wanting to capture Yi Yuan one after another. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, kill me. Heh, today's matters aren't over yet. The injustice that Lu Er suffered these few years, this Yi will claim it back for her today all at once. Today, this Yi will exterminate your ice cloud tower down to the last person. Yi Yuan staying behind was not for bravery or to fight. When he found out the problem in Lu Er's cultivation method, he had killing intent aroused toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. Furthermore, in this ice cloud tower, the ones who bullied Lu Er normally were not in the minority. To Yi Yuan, Ice Cloud Tower already did not have the need to exist anymore. It was just that these words sounded overly conceited in other people's ears. Ha, you want to kill this Empyrean? Kid, I admit that you're very strong, but you, a mere true god realm, want to kill an Empyrean. When Empyrean Ice Cloud heard that, she burst out laughing. Everyone all shook their heads one after another, feeling that Yi Yuan was too ignorant. He was indeed peerlessly talented, but wanting to kill an Empyrean, he was clearly not qualified enough yet. In theory, that sword of Yi Yuan's was sufficient to threaten Empyrean powerhouses. It was just that these Empyreans were not fools either. Would they stand there and let Yi Yuan kill? Moreover, that kind of horrifying sword, the consumption would definitely be tremendous. How many swords could Yi Yuan unleash? Yi Yuan sighed slightly, a dark metal ball suddenly appearing in his hand. This thing was originally my final trump card, I didn't want to use it easily. But today, in order to kill you, I can only use it. When Yi Yuan was talking, he had a look of reluctance to part. Ha. Empyrean Ice Cloud's laughter gradually ceased, the expression on her face becoming extremely fascinating. Not just her, after the other Empyreans saw that black ball, each and every one of their expressions became incomparably solemn. Even Empyrean Windlike, the fury on his face also diminished considerably. At this time, there was more alarm and fear. Clearly, he feared this black ball like a tiger. Heaven-shocking lightning. This is Heavenly Emperor level heaven-shocking lightning. Why would you have this sort of thing? Empyrean Ice Cloud cried out strangely. How was there still any of the former composure? Currently, alarm and terror were written all over her face. And the other Empyreans also unconsciously pulled apart the distance from her. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, turns out that you all recognize this thing, huh? Then I don't need to do any explanations. Just now, weren't you all very fierce, wanting to uphold justice for Feng Tianyang's death. That's okay, I don't mind. I welcome you all to come to find me to demand justice any time. All of the Empyreans' faces turned black, nearly fainting in anger. Demand justice my ass. That's heaven-shocking lightning. Heavenly Emperor level heaven-shocking lightning. Heaven-shocking lightning was a one-time consumable. Inside sealed the power of a certain powerhouse's one attack. Once opened, it would be equivalent to that powerhouse's all-out attack. And heaven-shocking lightning had many different colors. Among them, the highest grade of heaven-shocking lightning was black, and it was refined with special methods. It was extremely hard to come across. What was sealed inside was naturally the attack of a heavenly emperor powerhouse. If it was an Empyrean-level heaven-shocking lightning, everyone would not be at the extent of being so fearful. After all, it was just the power of one strike. Furthermore, it was not executed by the caster themselves. But, heavenly emperor-level heaven-shocking lightning, how horrifying was the power? This kind of heaven-shocking lightning, the materials required were extremely hard to come by. It was normally hard to chance upon. Yet, Yi Yuan had one in his hands. This was a deadly object. Once Yi Yuan released the heaven-shocking lightning here, probably none of them, these Empyrean powerhouses, could survive. The attack of a heavenly emperor shocked the heavens and earth. In front of a heavenly emperor, all were ants. This heaven-shocking lightning was obtained by Yi Yuan inside the ancient god battlefield's heavenly emperor Crepe Myrtle's cave. Originally, it was used as his final trump card, to preserve his life. Even when 100,000 people besieged Heavenly Eagle back then, he also never used it. But today, for Lu'er Sake, he decided to use it. This Empyrean ice cloud's thoughts were extremely wicked. Not killing her, it was hard for Yi Yuan to dispel the hatred in his heart. Thinking about everything that Yi Yuan suffered in these 1,000 years, Yi Yuan's heart ached faintly. The Empyrean Windlike who was still clamoring about taking revenge just now, his expression was currently deathly white, without any imposing momentum at all. Right now, Yi Yuan's spearhead was clearly targeting Empyrean Ice Cloud. He did not wish to anger Yi Yuan and make Yi Yuan turn the spearhead to deal with him. How could his fragile body bear it? Why Yi Yuan? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You look, in any case, this Empyrean has also brought Lu'er up for so many years and imparted to her cultivation methods. Empyrean Ice Cloud broke out in cold sweat, racking her brain to think of a plan to escape. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, misunderstanding. Hoo-hoo, Lu'er has followed me since young, and I couldn't even bear to hit her once. You count for yourself, how much hardship has she suffered since she arrived at Ice Cloud Tower? Furthermore, in your eyes, she's probably just a cultivation tool, right? Now, you're telling me that it's a misunderstanding. Empyrean Ice Cloud discovered that this Yi Yuan was too smart, as if he was an old thing that had experienced many vicissitudes of life. How was he like a young man? This kind of inferior quibbling had no way of fooling him at all. Hence, she gritted her teeth and said in a stern voice, Glazed Frost Grand Art, absorb for me. Those Ice Cloud Tower disciples all cried out miserably. The divine essence in their bodies actually broke out of their bodies frenziedly, swarming over toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. And Empyrean Ice Cloud's aura was currently rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 2092, Heaven-Ranked Secret Order. Initial Stage 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Middle Stage 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Late Stage 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Empyrean Ice Cloud's aura increased steadily, directly breaking through the fetters of 2nd Firmament Empyrean, reaching peak 3rd Firmament Empyrean. And this was not over. Her aura was still rising, heading straight for 4th Firmament Empyrean. The realm that originally needed year after year before she could break through was actually not the slightest bit stagnant at this moment. However, those Ice Cloud Tower disciples were all sucked into dry corpses, the method extremely cruel. Even when Yang Fei saw this scene, her face also turned pale. These junior apprentice sisters and martial nieces that had lived with her for many years passed away just like that, without even a trace of strength to resist. She could not help looking toward Yi Yuan. If not for this man, she would probably also be the same as them now, right? The other Empyreans also stared at Empyrean Ice Cloud in immense shock, being stunned by this scene. No one could have thought that she actually concealed such means. It turned out that Empyrean Ice Cloud was the ambitious schemer hidden among them. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance clearly disrupted Empyrean Ice Cloud's plans. Otherwise, come one day in the future, when Empyrean Ice Cloud devoured all of her disciples in one go, she would likely be able to directly become the extreme north's #1 person. Even if Empyrean Vast Wind came, he might not be able to suppress her too. At the thought of this, everyone was horrified. To be able to use such cruel means to equip herself, the northernmost step would probably immediately be plunged into darkness under this woman's rule. In virtually an instant, Empyrean Ice Cloud's aura rose to 5th firmament Empyrean. Empyrean Vast Wind not moving out, there were really few existences that could be found in this land of extreme north that could do anything to her. Even Empyrean Windlike was weaker than her. Empyrean Ice Cloud stood in the air, her white fairy dress fluttering away. Glaring at Yuan, she said ferociously, "Brat, you forced my hand. The two of our debts have to be squared." Finished talking, Empyrean Ice Cloud took a step out and directly concealed inside the void. The other people were all dumbfounded and tongue-tied, gazes casting toward Yuan one after another. They were afraid that Yuan would use the heaven-shocking lightning on them. Yuan's two eyes narrowed and similarly took a step out, entering the void. Seeing Yuan left, everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. Finally sent this plague god away. "Brother Windlike, this," Empyrean Redfeather said with a hesitant look. Empyrean Windlike gave a cold snort and said, "This matter isn't over so easily. Humph. After he uses that heaven-shocking lightning, I want to see what methods he still has to be cocky with us. Tianyong's matter, I'm afraid that Big Brother already knows. At this time, he is probably already on the way." Perhaps feeling being at the mercy of a true god earlier was overly humiliating, he was a little loud when speaking. Everyone present could hear it clearly. Empyrean Redfeather and the rest nodded slightly, clearly having long predicted that this matter would not be left at this. Feng Tianyong was too monstrous, but such a monster died at Zhu Luoji. If there was no explanation for this matter, Empyrean Vast Wind would probably turn the entire northernmost step upside down. A little while ago, inside a dark space of Vast Wind Assemble, a stalwart figure was currently sitting down cross-legged. Behind him, several colored lanterns were suspended in the air. These were all the lifeblood soul lamps of the Vast Wind Assemble's important people. Suddenly, one of the colored lanterns gave off an intense tremor, then shattered with a crack. That big and tall figure suddenly opened both eyes, his gaze cold and gloomy, like a bottomless abyss. This Empyrean gave Tianyong several life-preserving divine abilities. Even when facing Empyrean powerhouses, he should be able to escape with his life. Furthermore, there's Windlike accompanying him on this trip. So who could kill Tianyong in front of Windlike? Empyrean Vast Wind's brows were tightly knitted, full of puzzlement. He regarded Feng Tianyong extremely highly. Although he normally trained Feng Tianyong a lot, he also gave Feng Tianyong quite a lot of life-preserving divine abilities. With these divine abilities around, even if facing an Empyrean powerhouse and Feng Tianyong could not beat him, he could still escape with his life. For so many years, those divine abilities also let Feng Tianyong tide over perilous situations, turning dangers into safety time after time. Let alone that this time was just marrying a girl. Furthermore, there was also Empyrean Windlike accompanying him. In Empyrean Vast Wind's view, there was no danger at all. Yet, this time, Feng Tianyong died. This son that he pinned high hopes on was dead. Empyrean Vast Wind did not know that Feng Tianyong did not have time to use life-preserving divine abilities at all and was directly killed by Yuan's sword hollow etch. Having lived for no idea how many tens of thousands of years, Empyrean Vast Wind had long already cultivated until he had no joy nor sorrow. It was just that currently at his glabella, that thunderous rage hidden in the depths of his heart could be seen. Humph, no matter who it is, to dare kill Tianyong, even if this Empyrean goes up to the 9th heaven and below the earth, I'll also tear you to pieces. Not pulling your divine soul out and refining it for 100,000 years, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in this Empyrean's heart. Finished saying, Empyrean Vast Wind pointed at the void. Several dozen streams of light directly tore through the void and left. After 15 minutes, Vast Wind Assemble was in an uproar. Several dozen powerful auras gathered in the sky above Vast Wind Assemble, virtually making the entire territory asphyxiated. Isn't that Ling Yu Assemble's Empyrean Shen Luo? That's a 5th firmament Empyrean super powerhouse. Why would he appear here? Also, that's Hedong Assemble's Empyrean Shi Mie. That's Ironwood Assemble's Empyrean Zhe Yun. What in the world is happening? Practically half of the northernmost steppes Empyrean powerhouses have gathered at are here. In Vast Wind Assemble, People who had the knowledge noticed that all of these Empyreans that normally did not show themselves to the public were now there. Each one of them was a super powerhouse whose names shook a region. But now, all of them were gathered in vast wind assemble. Even a fool also knew that something big was about to happen. Empyrean Shen Luo was in front and said to Empyrean Vast Wind with clasped hands, "Brother Vast Wind, I wonder what happened. You actually want to use the heaven-ranked secret order? The last time it was used, it was when the demon race's 9 great sovereigns arrived together." The other Empyreans also had blank faces, not knowing what happened. This heaven-ranked secret order was the secret order that Empyrean Vast Wind commanded the extreme north with. Normally, not reaching a life and death juncture, it would not be used. Now, they received the heaven-ranked secret order under the circumstances where they did not receive any danger alerts. Empyrean Vast Wind had a calm expression, devoid of joy and sorrow as he opened his mouth and said coolly, "Wait, there are still a few that haven't arrived." The other Empyreans exchanged glances, but no one dared to say anything. Empyrean Vast Wind's prestige was not established through words but carved out with real swords and spears. People should not look at how these Empyreans were all powerful. In reality, they were very fearful of Empyrean Vast Wind. Before long, the void trembled and 3 figures slowly stepped out. When the Empyreans saw this scene, their pupils could not help constricting. Empyrean Tian Ju, Empyrean Mie Yu, Empyrean Zhen Huang, these 3 are all existences that aren't weaker than Empyrean Vast Wind. They actually came too. Looks like something big is really going to happen. Chapter 2093, Heavenly Emperor's Strike. Vast Wind, you issued the heaven-ranked secret order to call us here. If there isn't anything special, you'll need to give me an account. Empyrean Tian Ju looked at Empyrean Vast Wind and said those words with a cold smile on his face. Clearly, he did not really have respect for Empyrean Vast Wind. Empyrean Tian Ju and the 2 great Empyreans were slightly weaker than Empyrean Vast Wind in terms of strength. But if they really fought, Empyrean Tian Ju 3 people also would not be that much weaker. Hence, even though they treated Empyrean Vast Wind as their common lord, they actually did not really have respect for him. Empyrean Vast Wind's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said coolly, "My son, Feng Tianyang, has perished. Inviting everyone here is to request for everybody to take action together and block off this hunt. After the matter is done, this Empyrean will naturally repay generously." Feng Tianyang was known as the young generation's #1 person. Once he stepped into Empyrean in the future, he would be the extreme north's common lord. But now, he died. Tian Ju and the rest were wildly elated in their hearts when they heard that. But in front of Empyrean Vast Wind, they could not express it and just said with a loud laugh, "Vast Wind, what has your son dying got to do with us? Isn't it too rash for you to send out the heaven-ranked secret order arbitrarily? Vast Wind, you're too unbridled. The heaven-ranked secret order is the highest secret order that we've agreed upon. You actually gathered all of us here for this. What evil motives do you have?" Empyrean Mie Yu said in a cold voice. "Humph, Vast Wind, if you don't give us an explanation today, this matter isn't over." Empyrean Zhen Huang said unhappily. While the 3 great supreme Empyreans dealing with Empyrean Vast Wind in unison, the other Empyreans were all silent like cicadas in winter. The scene was already going out of control. Many Empyreans were gloating over others' misfortune, waiting to watch Empyrean Vast Wind's good show. After all, even though Empyrean Vast Wind was formidable, he was not formidable to the extent of truly unifying the extreme north. Summoning the group of Empyreans here for his son, everyone was also rather unhappy in their hearts. Feng Tianyang's death was actually something that had a far-reaching impact on the northernmost steppe. Concerning this point, everyone had a score in their hearts. Empyrean Vast Wind said coolly, "You want an explanation? This Empyrean will explain for you right now." Done talking, Empyrean Vast Wind suddenly fired a palm out. Heaven and earth changed colors because of it. Empyrean Zhen Huang's face revealed a look of great alarm, hurriedly raising his palm to meet the enemy. However, a power akin to Mount Tai crushing down from above suddenly pressed over this palm. He was unable to contend with it. Empyrean Mie Yu's 2 eyes narrowed and suddenly pointed a finger out too. The wind and clouds changed, lightning flashing. The battle between middle-stage Empyrean realms was too earth-shaking. Yet, under this palm of Empyrean Vast Wind, the 2 great 6th firmament Empyrean powerhouses were faltering very soon. Empyrean Tianju gave a cold snort and also struck a palm out. With 3 great Empyreans making a move at the same time, how shocking was the commotion. However, what was even more shocking was Empyrean Vast Wind. His palm seemed to have come from beyond the heavens, suppressing the world. Very soon, the 3 great Empyreans could not hold on anymore, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood at the same time, figures flying out backward. Empyrean Vast Wind's one palm suppressed 3 great Empyreans. Damn it, you broke through to the late-stage Empyrean realm. Empyrean Tianju looked at Vast Wind and said with a look of astonishment. Empyrean Vast Wind said coolly, "Are you all still satisfied with this explanation?" Empyrean Tianju was tongue-tied for a moment and actually did not know what to say. Empyrean Vast Wind's gaze swept across everyone's faces and said coolly, "Looks like nobody has objections anymore, set off then." Done talking, Empyrean Vast Wind stepped out and shuttled into the void. The other Empyreans exchanged glances, but still followed him in the end. Several tens of thousands of miles outside of Zhu Luoji, Empyrean Ice Cloud revealed her figure, having a hint of ridicule flashed across the corners of her mouth. "So what if you have the heaven-shocking lightning? Can't catch up to this Empyrean, everything is futile." Except, her voice had yet to fade when a layer of ripples emerged in space. Yi Yuan's figure slowly stepped out. Empyrean Ice Cloud's words were immediately cut off. She used a gaze like having seen a ghost and cried out in surprise, "You! How can you be so fast?" Yi Yuan played with the heaven-shocking lightning in his hand and said coolly, "You seem to have forgotten that I know spatial law." Empyrean Ice Cloud naturally did not forget. It was just that she did not think that Yi Yuan's spatial law would actually be fearsome to such a degree. She traversed the void with the power of 5th Firmament Empyrean. How fast was the speed? Originally she thought that she would be able to shake Yi Yuan off, but who knew that she would be caught up so quickly? A true god realm could actually rely on spatial law to catch up to a 5th Firmament Empyrean. What kind of shocking thing was this? Just how will you be willing to let me off? Empyrean Ice Cloud's complexion was ashen, looking at Yi Yuan with a terrified look. "Let you off? Hoo-hoo, you're probably thinking too much, you must die today." Yi Yuan said coldly, Are you mad? Your heaven-shocking lightning, there's even a possibility of killing a heavenly emperor powerhouse, but you're actually using it to kill me. This kind of precious treasure is a treasure that can fortify destiny regardless of which faction it's placed in. You're actually wasting it like this." Empyrean Ice Cloud cried out at the top of her voice in shock. "So what? In my view, there's only willing or not willing, not about its worth." Yi Yuan still remained unmoved. You lunatic. Do you know once you use the heaven-shocking lightning to kill me, Empyrean Wind-like absolutely won't let you off. Also, that Empyrean Vast Wind, he regards this sun dearly. Right now, he's probably already on the way here. If you have the heaven-shocking lightning, they will absolutely be incomparably apprehensive. But, if you use it to kill me, you won't have a reliance anymore." Empyrean Ice Cloud's eyes swiveled around, trying to persuade Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan said coolly, "That doesn't need you to worry over. You also don't need to harbor thoughts of getting lucky anymore. No matter how what, you also can't escape death today." Facing Yi Yuan, who was impervious to all reason, Empyrean Ice Cloud completely broke down. She no longer had any thoughts of leaving things to luck, her figure moving and shuttling into the void, attempting to escape. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly, right hand pushing lightly pressing the heaven-shocking lightning into the void. Using spatial law in front of Yi Yuan, even if it was Empyrean Ice Cloud, it was also showing off in front of an expert. It was only to see a horrifying to the extreme power burst out from within the void. A blinding light could be seen distinctly even from more than 100,000 miles away. At this time, it was as if there was only that area of pale yellow light left in the world. The Empyreans who were far away at Zhu Luoji currently had ashen pale faces. That horrifying energy undulation was seemingly like the sound of thunder, exploding in their ears, being clear and distinguishable. They were all very clear that this energy was released more than 100,000 miles away. If released in this Zhu Luoji, the entire Zhu Luoji would probably be razed to the ground instantly. An Empyrean powerhouse said falteringly, This is the strike of a heavenly emperor. Are really too horrifying. Saying that it has the power to destroy the world is also not overboard. Currently, the group of Empyreans exchanged glances, and they actually felt somewhat grateful toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. If she did not run away, Yi Yuan would likely have directly obliterated Zhu Luoji at this time. Chapter 2094, Spatial Node Technique. In Zhu Luoji, there was utter dilapidation. Even when separated by such a great distance, Zhu Luoji was still affected. This heaven-shocking strike let everyone feel clearly how powerful a heavenly emperor powerhouse was. Originally, everyone did not have a clear understanding of heavenly emperors, this kind of legendary existence. But now, everyone had an understanding. The group of Empyreans strained their eyes and looked into the distance, all palpitating with anxiety and fear. Is this the strike of a heavenly emperor? No wonder everyone says that heavenly emperor is a life form on another level. This kind of power is simply unimaginable. Empyrean Redfeather's face turned pale as he said. Only a short while ago, he felt that he was already standing at the summit of the world, thinking that Empyrean was already extremely powerful. But now, he knew that in front of heavenly emperors, he was weak like an ant. This kind of destructive power was simply unable to use shocking to describe. It's us being weak that restricted our imaginations. Empyrean Xiao Yu lamented. All the way until now, that light that covered the sky still did not dissipate. It seemed to have become eternal in this world. There was already no one who cared about whether Empyrean Ice Cloud was dead or alive. Under this kind of heaven-shocking strike, forget about a 5th firmament Empyrean, even a 9th firmament Empyrean or half-step heavenly emperor, so what? There was only death. Suddenly, the void trembled. Several dozen figures stepped out of the air. The entire Zhu Luoji immediately exclaimed in alarm. Several dozen Empyreans, what kind of powerful lineup was this? To actually descend upon Zhu Luoji at the same time. The extreme north was shocked. Used their buttocks to think that everyone also knew who came. It was just that Empyrean Vast Wind did not come in a threatening manner, but looked at the light in the horizon, his expression flickering incessantly. Earlier, in the void, he felt a power that he was unable to contend with affecting the entire world. It almost sent them, these Empyrean powerhouses, into the spatial turbulent flow. This kind of horrifying power made his heart palpitate. This was a power that he was unable to rival. There was still such a terrifying power existing in this northernmost step. An Empyrean who just came out said with lingering fear in his heart, this. What in the world happened here? Even a 9th firmament Empyrean also doesn't have such horrifying destructive power, right? This power, could it be a heavenly emperor powerhouse? Could it be that Feng Tianyang offended a heavenly emperor powerhouse, that's why he was killed? Empyrean Mieyu's face also turned white, speculating. These powerhouses were normally all high and mighty, having an appearance of impassiveness. But having witnessed such a horrifying energy undulation, they were all not composed anymore. Empyrean Vast Wind's 2 eyes narrowed, his gaze finally landing on Empyrean Windlike. Windlike, what's going on here? Who killed Tianyang? Empyrean Vast Wind said in a solemn voice. It was just that when asking this, the extreme north's sovereign, Empyrean Vast Wind, appeared lacking in confidence. After all, this scene before their eyes was too shocking. It already far exceeded the scope of power that he controlled. How could Empyrean Windlike not understand what Vast Wind was thinking? In reality, the Empyrean Windlike who witnessed everything was currently even more shocked than Empyrean Vast Wind and the others. But Empyrean Vast Wind was asking him. So Empyrean Windlike forcefully collected his thoughts, then briefly recounted the events from start to end. When mentioning the heaven-shocking lightning, everyone including Empyrean Vast Wind all let out a long sigh in relief. If this thing was released against them, probably none of the Empyreans present would be able to survive. That was several dozen Empyreans. More than half of this extreme north's Empyreans still did not have any strength to retaliate in front of this power. But beyond the shock, the group of Empyreans was secretly laughing at Yi Yuan's foolishness. This kind of precious treasure was actually used to bombard a mosquito, killing the ant-like Empyrean ice cloud. It was truly a wanton waste of God's good gifts. As long as Yi Yuan did not use it, he would be able to deter the entire northernmost steppe. Even if Empyrean Vast Wind came to find him, he also would not dare to be impudent in front of him. But now, Yi Yuan used it up. Wouldn't it be equivalent to asking Empyrean Vast Wind to exterminate him? Sure enough, Empyrean Vast Wind gave a cold snort and said, "What a fine Yi Yuan. To dare kill my son, this Empyrean will definitely have you die without a burial ground." Although his words were ruthless, everyone heard the sense of relief in his words. If Yi Yuan did not use up the heaven-shocking lightning, him coming in a threatening manner would probably have had his face slapped swollen. However, before this, I'll take care of the two of you first. Empyrean Vast Wind's gaze turned cold but landed on Yang Feier and Empyrean Longswan. After Yi Yuan left, Empyrean Windlike's aura had locked onto their bodies from far away the entire time. As long as they made any strange movements, he would deal a lightning blow. But these two people were also sensible and actually did not run away. Everyone looked at the two people with pity, feeling that they followed the wrong person. Hey, old man Longswan, you're also someone who has lived to a ripe old age, to actually throw your lot in with such a fool. That kid had such a precious treasure in his hands and he actually used it to kill a measly little ice cloud. Are you regretting it to death right now? Empyrean Tianju said mockingly. Empyrean Longswan's face did not have a flustered look, he just said coolly, Tianju, you're wrong. Not only did I not regret it, but I'm also rejoicing greatly instead. Tianju laughed loudly when he heard that and said, rejoicing. You followed such a fool and are actually still rejoicing. Right now, he threw you here alone to wait for death, but you're actually still rejoicing. Old man Longswan, looks like you're really muddle-headed with age. A hint of a smile surfaced on Empyrean Longswan's face and he said coolly, that strike just now, you all saw it, right? Do you feel that you are very insignificant? Do you feel that you're very weak? You guys aren't able to imagine this kind of realm throughout your lives, while I will witness the birth of a peerless powerhouse. Or maybe one day in the future, this Empyrean will also possess this kind of power. Ha ha ha, peerless powerhouse, you're talking about that kid. He'll become a dead person very soon. No matter how great his talent is, what's the use? Tianju laughed loudly and said. The other Empyreans also had mocking looks on their faces, feeling that Empyrean Longswan had gone utterly insane and already could not figure out the situation. Empyrean Vast Wind gave a cold snort and said, do you want to witness the birth of a peerless powerhouse? Go to another world, he'll go down to accompany you very soon. No, wait, he won't have the chance, because this Empyrean is going to extract his soul alive and refine it for 100,000 years, making him never to reincarnate for all of eternity. His aura suddenly released, a horrifying pressure filled the group of Empyreans with fear. Everyone knew that Empyrean Vast Wind genuinely became enraged. It was only to see him throw a palm over toward Longswan and Yang Feier fiercely. But these two people were not seized with panic but took out a jade plate very calmly. Hoo, Vast Wind, your son's death only had himself to blame. You can't kill Master too. As for us, you likewise can't kill. Longswan crushed the jade plate very calmly, the two people's figures instantly vanished on the spot. Empyrean Vast Wind laughed coldly and said in a solemn voice, want to escape? How can it be that easy? It was only to see him extend a palm into the palm, chasing right after the two people. It was just that when he probed into the void, where was there still the two people's shadows? Empyrean Vast Wind's expression changed, and he said in alarm and fury, damn it. It's a spatial node technique. Chapter 2095, Warning. It's actually a spatial node technique. This guy's grasp over spatial law actually already reached such an extent. Empyrean Tianju was dumbfounded with amazement as he looked at this scene. Originally thought that Longswan two people were dead for sure, who would have thought that they suddenly used spatial node technique, escaping away. Even if there was a late-stage Empyrean mighty expert like Empyrean Vast Wind, he also could not hold these two back. Spatial node technique was an extremely profound application of spatial law. There were also scanty few Empyrean powerhouses that could grasp it. The so-called spatial node technique was leaving behind a marker in some nodal point of space, and imprinting it onto some object with extremely complicated spatial secret art. As long as one crushed this item, they would be able to trigger the spatial secret art and transport the person around it to that spatial node. This kind of transportation was something instantaneous. Unless one's spatial law attainments reached a certain realm, otherwise, it was very hard to keep the other party behind. Damn it, this spatial node technique can't transport you too far. After this Empyrean kills that wicked thing, I'll come and take care of both of you. Empyrean Vast Wind's words appeared somewhat having become somewhat angry from embarrassment. The other people were silent like cicadas in winter, all not daring to speak. It was just that toward this scene just now, they were secretly startled. In this northernmost step, there were few who could escape from under Empyrean Vast Wind's hands so effortlessly. Tianju, Mie Yu, Zhen Huang, the three of you each lead a team and pincer Yi Yuan from three directions. If you guys let him escape, this Empyrean will exterminate your clans." Empyrean Vast Wind said in a thunderous rage. The three people's faces were slightly fearful, nodding their heads and answering yes one after another. Empyrean Vast Wind already planted a divine sense imprint on Yi Yuan. The three people chased after following the aura. Empyrean Vast Wind gave a cold snort and took a step out. "Brother Tianju, this kid's spatial law is so impressive, but why is he hobbling slowly over there?" Empyrean Shen Luo sensed that Empyrean Vast Wind's divine sense imprint speed of moving was not fast, and instead like it was sightseeing. Empyrean Tianju's brows furrowed and he said, "Humph. Conceited fool. No matter how great this kind of person's talent is, it's also impossible to rise up. Let's hasten our footsteps. The southwest direction is the Demon Divine region. Once let him escape to the Demon Divine region, that will be like a fish entering the sea." Empyrean Shen Luo nodded slightly, the party's speed increasing a little. After half a day, above a stretch of wilderness, more than a dozen figures stepped out of the air. Ahead, a youth in white stood with his hands behind his back, traveling leisurely and carefree. When the youth in white saw Tianju and the rest, he flashed a smile and said, "Only came now. You guys are too slow." Empyrean Tianju's two eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "You're Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right, it's precisely this Yi. You knew that we were coming." Empyrean Tianju's brows furrowed, feeling puzzled in his heart. In his view, Yi Yuan should be escaping in a panic right now. But looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it seemed like he was sightseeing, deliberately waiting for them to come. He only felt that Yi Yuan was foolish before, not knowing that they were pursuing. However, the moment Yi Yuan saw then, his face did not have the slightest expression of surprise. It was as if he knew about them chasing him long ago. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "That Feng Tianyong fused 3 power of laws. No matter where he's at, he's a peerless genius. Empyrean Vast Wind naturally dotes on him dearly. I killed him, so it's impossible for Empyrean Vast Wind to regard it like he didn't see it." The moment Yi Yuan said it like this, Empyrean Tianju's brows knitted even tighter. Yi Yuan's logic was extremely clear, not at all like a slow-witted person. How could such a person possibly resign himself to death here? Then why didn't you run? Empyrean Tianju said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Although I'm proficient in spatial law, in front of a middle-stage Empyrean powerhouse, I can't escape at all. Since I can't run, then might as well don't run anymore." Although Yi Yuan's spatial law was impressive, in terms of speed, it was at most only comparable to the initial stage Empyrean realm. In front of middle-stage Empyrean realms, there was no possibility of escaping at all. The northernmost steppe was a vast territory that was immense, sufficient for Empyrean Vast Wind to catch up to him. Therefore, Yi Yuan never planned on escaping at all. As for Empyrean Ice Cloud, she just forcefully increased her strength with a secret art and did not count as a true middle-stage Empyrean realm at all. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan could catch up to her very quickly. "In that case, you're planning on surrendering without resistance?" Empyrean Tianju said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Surrendering without resistance? Hoo-hoo, you're thinking too much. Waiting for you guys here, I just want to tell Empyrean Vast Wind that he can't kill me." Tianju laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "If you have the heaven-shocking lightning in your possession, he indeed can't kill you. But you actually used such a precious treasure to kill one ice cloud. So what reliance do you have now?" Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "How can my means be what you can imagine?" Yi Yuan had a look of composure as if these Empyreans were all ants. Right at this time, an astonishing aura descended. A middle-aged in azure robes slowly stepped out. Who could it be if not Empyrean Vast Wind? His gaze fell on Yi Yuan, cold until it pierced the bones. "You're Yi Yuan," Empyrean Vast Wind said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan sized Empyrean Vast Wind up for a bit and said coolly, "Well worthy of being the extreme north's #1 person. The aura on your body is much stronger compared to them. No wonder you could groom a genius like Feng Tianyong." Empyrean Vast Wind was taken aback. This boy actually still had the mood to praise him. "Humph, you still have the gall to mention Tianyong. Since you got caught up by this Empyrean, I believe that you already came to understand, right?" Empyrean Vast Wind said coldly. "Came to understand? What's that? I stayed behind just to warn you that Feng Tianyong coveted Lu Er's profound yin divine physique, his crime deserving more than death. This matter ends here. If you refuse to stop, bear the consequences yourself. Yi Yuan said coolly. You are warning this Empyrean. A hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Empyrean Vastwind's mouth, seeming to find it very funny. But Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right. It's warning you. The other Empyreans' faces all revealed very comical looks. Clearly, they all felt that Yi Yuan's words were very hilarious. Hey, looks like you're impenetrably thick-headed. Then, this Empyrean will send you off. Relax, I won't let you die so easily. This Empyrean will extract your divine soul and refine for 100,000 years. I'll let you know the taste of despair. Empyrean Vastwind's aura suddenly rose, gradually reaching the peak. Then, he pressed a palm over toward Yi Yuan. The moment a seventh firmament Empyrean made his move, how shocking was the commotion. The other Empyreans' faces all changed, looking at this scene in incredible shock. This palm virtually represented the apex of the northernmost step. However, right at this time, a figure flashed out of the void. That figure similarly smacked a palm out. The commotion was extremely shocking and actually roughly on par with Empyrean Vastwind. A horrifying air billow came over. Even those sixth firmament Empyreans could not stand firm either, almost dropping down from the sky. Empyrean Vastwind's figure flew out backward. He looked at this figure in great shock and said, Huntwind, what's the meaning of this? This is my human race's internal affairs. If you intervene, it's becoming enemies with the entire extreme North's human race. Chapter 2096, Second Sage. This middle-aged man that suddenly appeared had a stocky and imposing build, having a full beard on his face, looking very boorish. It was just that the divine essence undulation on his body was different from Vastwind and the rest. It was shockingly a demon race's major power. He was Empyrean Huntwind, one of the northernmost stepp's 5 great demon race Empyreans. His status was comparable to Empyrean Vastwind's in the demon race. Hearing Empyrean Vastwind's question, Empyrean Huntwind chuckled and said, You old wily fox, using the human race to come and suppress this Empyrean. Hey, if not for dreading those few old monsters, do you think that it's your turn to be unbridled here? Empyrean Vastwind snorted coldly and said, This boy has the enmity of having killed my son. If you protect him, you can forget about leaving this place today. But Empyrean Huntwind ignored him. Instead, he turned around and gave a respectful bow toward Yi Yuan and said, Huntwind was tardy in coming to the rescue. I hope that Lord Second Sage pardons my offense. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, No worries. The time was just right. Empyrean Huntwind suddenly switched to a pleased expression as he asked excitedly, Lord Second Sage killed Feng Tianyang. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, Feng Tianyang coveted Lu Er's profound yin divine physique and was killed by me with one sword move. Ha ha ha, well killed. This Empyrean wanted to kill that punk long ago, but Vastwind this old thing is too cunning, not giving me any chance. I didn't expect that he actually died in Lord Second Sage's hands. Empyrean Huntwind said with a big laugh. Although he was laughing, he was actually extremely shocked in his heart. What kind of character was Feng Tianyang? Even he, one of the demon race's 5 great Empyreans, was extremely apprehensive of him. Once Feng Tianyang grew up, it would absolutely be a catastrophic blow to their demon race. Hence, for so many years, Empyrean Huntwind had once engineered numerous murder schemes targeting Feng Tianyang. But none ever succeeded even once. For this, the demon race even lost numerous geniuses. Who could have thought that Feng Tianyang actually died just like that? He died in the hands of a middle-stage true god realm. When Vastwind and the rest of the Empyreans saw Huntwind's attitude, their eyeballs nearly popped out. This stubborn and unruly demon race major power was actually so respectful toward a human race's true god realm. In this land of extreme north, Vastwind and the rest had fought with the demon race's 5 great Empyreans countless times before. When had they seen him be so respectful toward someone before? Also, Empyrean Huntwind actually called Yi Yuan, Second Sage. Who could shoulder this form of address? Just who was this kid in front of him? Empyrean Vastwind did not know that before Yi Yuan came to the extreme north, the demon race's sacred ancestor high priest announced to the entire demon race that he was conferring to Yi Yuan the title, Second Sage. In alchemy, this was an existence second only to him. This title stirred up monumental waves in the demon race. The sacred ancestor high priest status in the demon race was extremely revered. The Second Sage that he personally conferred, how venerated was that status? Why would Yi Yuan not have any reliance when coming to this Ju Luoji? This title of Second Sage was the path of retreat that he saved for himself. Yuan knew that the northernmost steppe was a vast territory. Even if he saved Lu, he might not be able to escape too. And this northernmost steppe's demon race was his greatest reliance. Hence, that was why Yuan used up the heaven-shocking lightning without any scruples. Seeing Empyrean Huntwind's gloating appearance, Empyrean Vast Wind finally could not endure it anymore. Humph, Huntwind, this Empyrean doesn't care who he is. If you dare to stop this Empyrean today, this Empyrean will make you fall here. Empyrean Vast Wind's aura suddenly released and actually directly reached 7th Firmament Empyrean. Huntwind had a look of amusement as he said, "Haha, did you think that only you broke through?" The moment Empyrean Huntwind's aura was released, Berserk Demon Divine Essence was emitted, and he was actually not the least bit weaker than Empyrean Vast Wind. Empyrean Vast Wind's expression changed. He thought that he would be able to suppress the 5 great Empyreans after he broke through. Who knew that Empyrean Huntwind was the same as him, also breaking through to the late-stage Empyrean realm? Except, his notion of killing Yuan would not change at all simply because of Empyrean Huntwind's breakthrough. Tian Zhu, Mie Yu, Zhen Huang, this Empyrean will deal with this old bear. You all attack together, go kill that boy. Empyrean Vast Wind ordered. Empyrean Huntwind laughed loudly and flicked his sleeves grandly and said, competing with numbers. Open your dog eyes and take a look. The moment these words came out, each and every one of the human race's major powers' faces changed drastically. In the void, one figure after another stepped out of the air. It was all Empyrean powerhouses. Roughly calculating a bit, there were probably already several hundred Empyrean powerhouses. The faces of Vast Wind and the rest turned pale with a whoosh. What the hell is going on here? The demon race's 5 great Empyreans have always been divided, why would they join hands and attack this time? This kind of lineup, probably the entire extreme North's demon race Empyreans are all here, right? How is this possible? The extreme North's demon race goes on conquests year in and year out without ceasing. That's how our human race can keep a foothold here, but today, when the human race's several dozen Empyreans saw such a terrifying lineup, each and every one of their faces revealed looks of despair. In the northernmost steppe, the demon race's strength was much stronger than the human race. It was just that among the demon race's powerhouses, neither yielded to the others. That was how the human race could survive between the crevices. But today, these different species of demons actually all joined hands. This kind of situation had never happened before. If prior to this, their understanding of Second Sage still remained on that it was a term. However, now, they finally had a clear understanding of how powerful this noun was. What kind of person could make the entire extreme North's demon race be bound by a common hatred for the enemy? Even if Huntwind broke through to the late-stage Empyrean realm, he also could not do this. In fact, those few old monsters of the demon race likewise could not do it too. But Yuan did it. Empyrean Vast Wind finally understood what kind of powerful opponent he was facing. Ha ha ha, Vast Wind, weren't you very arrogant just now? Continue to be cocky now. You want to kill Second Sage, then today, our extreme North's demon race will annihilate your human race. Huntwind laughed wildly and said, several hundred Empyreans ganging up on several dozen Empyreans, this kind of strength comparison was not on the same level at all. Empyrean Vast Wind's face was ashen. He never dreamed that he would end up in such a hopeless situation today. When he heard that Yuan used up the heaven-shocking lightning, he not only had fear toward Yuan in his heart. But who could have thought that a measly little true god realm actually moved the entire extreme North's demon race Empyreans? Vast Wind, this Empyrean said before, you can't kill Master. A figure slowly stepped out. It was precisely Empyrean Longswan who escaped with the spatial node technique. Empyrean Vast Wind's expression flickered incessantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, you all really want to fight a life and death struggle for a human. One of the demon race's 5 great Empyreans, Empyrean Divine Scorpion, said with a sinister smile, heh, Vast Wind, this Empyrean wanted to kill you long ago. This time, you can forget about escaping. The 5 great Empyreans each stood separately, surrounding Empyrean Vast Wind. As long as he made any unusual movements, what awaited him would be a lightning blow. Finally, Empyrean Divine Scorpion clearly could not hold back anymore, wanting to take action. Stop. Without my orders, no one is allowed to make a move. Yuan stood in the air, Empyrean Divine Scorpion stopped rather unwillingly. He looked at Empyrean Vast Wind and said coolly, "Vast Wind, I wonder if this Yi's warning is effective or not." Chapter 2097. What are you happy about? Vast Wind, Tianju, and the rest had blank expressions. Was this Empyrean Divine Scorpion in front of them really that Divine Scorpion that they knew? This Empyrean Divine Scorpion was an existence that did not give in to anyone. But now, he was submissive and obedient toward Yi Yuan. They simply could not believe their eyes. Yi Yuan, this Empyrean is considered defeated today. I only beg that you take into account that we're of the same human race and let us leave. Empyrean Vast Wind gritted his teeth and said, although he gave in, the resentful look in Empyrean Vast Wind's gaze flashed past. The other human Empyreans were also all sighing endlessly. The haughty and overbearing Empyrean Vast Wind actually lowered his head toward a true God realm powerhouse. They were all clear what kind of proud existence Empyrean Vast Wind was. Such a person's heart was loftier than the sky, how could he admit defeat? Yi Yuan looked at Vast Wind and said with a faint smile, of course. This Yi isn't a murderous person. The rest can all leave, but only you and Empyrean Windlike will probably have to stay here forever. Empyrean Vast Wind's face changed drastically when he heard that and looked at Yi Yuan with an alarmed and enraged face as he roared, "You're despicable." Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "Despicable? Hoo-hoo, I warned you previously. It's considered to have given you a chance, but it was you who didn't cherish it. Since my identity is already leaked, do you think that I'd wait for you to come and take revenge?" Yi Yuan and Lu Er's identities were not a secret anymore. As long as Empyrean Vast Wind inquired slightly, he would be able to know that he came from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Being remembered by a seventh firmament Empyrean mighty expert day and night, even if Yi Yuan had formidable abilities, it was also hard to take comprehensive precautions. Yi Yuan was not a person who murdered the innocent. The grudge between him and Vast Wind was just a personal grudge, so he did not wish to implicate too many outsiders. After all, these were all the human race's powerhouses. Once they all died here, the entire extreme north would probably be plunged into misery and suffering. This kind of thing, Yi Yuan could not do it. He surveyed the surroundings and said coldly, "Today's matter is just the personal grudge between me and Vast Wind. Those who don't want to die, hurry up and get lost for me." The group of Empyreans exchanged glances. Vast Wind gritted his teeth and said in a solemn voice, "Don't get fooled by this brat's sowing discord. He has clearly thrown his lots in with the demon race and wants to divide and destroy our extreme north's human race." "Ha ha, Vast Wind, you saying these words is also insulting our intelligence too much. You want to drag us down the water together, no chance at all. This Empyrean was forced against my will to come here in the first place. Feng Tianyang dying is a good thing to us. Now, there's someone taking care of you, we're all too happy." Empyrean Miayu said with a loud laugh. "Vast Wind, you've played the tyrant in the extreme north for so many years. You finally came to an end. I, Zhen Huang, won't be accompanying anymore." Finished talking, Empyrean Zhen Huang directly shuttled into the void and disappeared. With these two people taking the lead, the other Empyreans also left one after another. Empyrean Tianju and the rest were unconvinced by Vast Wind to begin with. If not for him breaking through to be 7th Firmament Empyrean and forcing these Empyreans to come here, they absolutely would not get involved in this matter. Now, there was someone taking care of Vast Wind, so they were all too eager. From this, one could also tell that Vast Wind ruling the extreme north's human race, what he relied on was just martial strength. There were not many people who sincerely followed him. Looking at one Empyrean after another leaving, Empyrean Vast Wind was close to despairing. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Looks like your popularity isn't too good. There's not even one that stayed behind. Looks like you normally don't enjoy popular support in the extreme north." Empyrean Vast Wind looked at Yi Yuan, gnashed his teeth in hatred, and roared furiously, "Damn little brute. Today, even if I die, this Empyrean will also slaughter you." Everyone did not predict that Empyrean Vast Wind would suddenly erupt. How outrageous was the commotion once an Empyrean was enraged. Even Empyrean Huntwind did not react. But he was a powerhouse on the same level as Empyrean Vast Wind after all. Even if he was half a beat slower, he also chased after in time. It was only to see him suddenly slam a fist out, the imposing momentum swift and fierce to the extreme. However, Empyrean Vast Wind did not avoid this punch. He torpedoed toward Yi Yuan at full strength. All of a sudden, an energy undulation that blotted out the skies and covered the earth crushed over towards Yi Yuan frenziedly. It was only to hear a loud boom transmit over. Empyrean Vast Wind's figure flew out like a kite with a broken string. However, his palm already fired out too. Although it was just a palm that was struck hastily, how powerful was the strength of a 7th firmament Empyrean? Even if it was a casual palm, butchering true God realm martial artists were also as easy as blowing off dust. Seeing Empyrean Vast Wind forcefully take a fist of his, Empyrean Huntwind felt his scalp tingle. If Sacred Ancestor High Priest died at his place here, Sacred Ancestor High Priest would probably fly into a thunderous rage, right? Careful, Second Sage. Empyrean Huntwind only had time to cry out in surprise, the palm already arriving. The place where Yi Yuan stood, space shattered, spiritual energy flying everywhere. An intense light shone until people could not open their eyes. When the light dissipated, that place already did not have Yi Yuan's figure long ago. All of the demon race's powerhouses felt their scalps tingle. Second Sage was killed by someone under their heavy encirclement. This was a sin. Once Sacred Ancestor High Priest raged, the northernmost step would not have the blade of grass grow. Damn it, damn it, damn it, this Empyrean will kill you. Empyrean Huntwind roared at Empyrean Vast Wind, suddenly slamming a fist over. Forcefully receiving Huntwind's punch, the current Empyrean Vast Wind was already seriously injured. How could he still be Huntwind's match? This punch, he forcefully withstood it again. However, his face did not have any decadence, but instead burst out laughing as he said, "Ha ha, cough cough, ha ha ha, what bullshit Second Sage. Didn't he still die at this Empyrean's hands? Tianyang, father has, cough cough, avenged you." Empyrean Vast Wind started laughing free from inhibitions as he coughed blood. Empyrean Huntwind bristled with anger, but to the Vast Wind who already had the will to die, his fury had no use at all. A moment of carelessness let Second Sage die. He could not absolve himself from the blame. What are you happy about? Right at this time, a faint voice sounded out in everyone's ears, making Empyrean Vast Wind's laughter abruptly stopped. A young and handsome voice slowly stepped out. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Empyrean Huntwind's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, "Lord Second Sage, you didn't die." The other demon race Empyreans also had astonished faces. Although that palm earlier was not strong, it was enough to one-shot an initial stage Empyrean realm powerhouse. But Yi Yuan was completely unscathed. How is this possible? That palm of mine clearly already hit you. Empyrean Vast Wind had a blank face as he said in shock. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said, "You don't seem to know this, but Lonzwan their spatial node technique, it was personally set up by me. With my spatial law attainments, even if there isn't Huntwind they all around, it also won't be easy for you to want to kill me, let alone that you can only ambush me while taking advantage of their inattentiveness. This degree of attack is indeed lethal to other true God realms, but I laid down several dozen spatial nodes all around here. As long as my thoughts stir, I'll be able to teleport away. How can it be that easy for you to want to kill me?" This. Empyrean Vast Wind looked at Yi Yuan, his complexion ashen. The palm that he risked his old life to exchange for actually did not even harm Yi Yuan's hair. Chapter 2098, High Priest Redplume's Invitation. It was simply very hard for people who did not truly learn the rudiments of spatial law to imagine how profound this law was. The higher the realm, the more accomplished with high proficiency the application of spatial law. It would instead form more of an illusion. That would be so for someone who was actually already very skilled in the aspect of spatial law. However, being able to be called a supreme law, how could spatial law be that easy? Martial artists' understanding of law was just one aspect. The ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. With Yi Yuan's attainments in the aspect of spatial law, even if he was not an Empyrean's match, if an Empyrean wanted to kill him, it was not as simple as dying to one palm. Very clearly, Empyrean Vast Wind was misled just like that. In reality, the Empyreans present were all deceived by Yi Yuan. "Alright, you've experienced it now. You can give up hope now, right? Huntwind, send him on his way," Yi Yuan said coolly. Alright, haha, it's still Lord Second Sage who is impressive. Otherwise, this old bear, I would have to expend considerable effort to kill him." Empyrean Huntwind rubbed his fists and wiped his palms, appearing extremely excited. He and Vast Wind were the demon race's and the human race's number one person. The two people had fought for no idea how many years. Today, he could finally eliminate this guy. So how could he not be excited? Huntwind's palm carried horrifying power, directly annihilating Empyrean Vast Wind. The all-powerful lord of the extreme north, Empyrean Vast Wind, was annihilated just like that. As for Empyrean Windlike, it was naturally even less necessary to go into details. Under the garroting of the group of demon race Empyreans, he fell in battle very quickly. At this time, Lu Er's figure slowly walked out of the void, akin to a fairy maiden descending upon the world. Even if these demon race Empyreans saw, they also could not help becoming absent-minded. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Er and could not help sighing. The thin and frail young lass back then already grew into a tall and graceful lady now. The current Lu Er did not lose to Li Er and Mu Lingxie, the two great goddesses, in terms of looks in the slightest. Furthermore, Lu Er's profound yin body bestowed on her a disposition as clean as ice and as pure as jade, akin to a fairy maiden that had transcended the mundane world. Hoo-hoo, it's all over. In the future, this young master won't let you suffer any harm again. Yi Yuan lightly caressed Lu Er's head and said smilingly. Lu Er nodded her head and said, it was Lu Er who caused trouble for young master. Not far away, Yang Fei looked at this scene with an envious look. In Ice Cloud Tower, Yang Fei was the closest to Lu Er and naturally knew that she always kept that young master in her thoughts. It was just that in her view, that so-called young master was not worthy of Lu Er at all. Lu Er was exceptionally talented. There were practically no obstacles in corroborating her Tao as an Empyrean in the future at all, while that young master was merely a puny little imperial city's alchemist. 1,000 years later, the two people would long already not be on the same level anymore. But when she knew Yi Yuan's identity, Yang Fei was thoroughly stunned. Lu Er's young master was actually so freakishly talented. If it was merely talent, forget it. The series of events that happened later made her shocked until it could not be any greater. Eradicating He Shangyan with his fist, slaying Feng Tianyang with his sword, and even obliterating Empyrean Ice Cloud with a heaven-shocking attack. Now, even the leader of the extreme north's human race, Empyrean Vast Wind, also died in his hands. Not just so, he even became the demon race's second sage. Even the Empyrean Huntwind that Empyrean Vast Wind who was very wary of was also submissive and obedient to him. This kind of peerlessly heroic man, which woman could not admire? Yang Fei sighed faintly and actually became somewhat envious of Lu Er. Yi Yuan comforted Lu Er a while and suddenly opened his mouth and said, already watched for so long, still not showing yourself. Huntwind and the rest of the Empyreans exchanged glances, looking all around, and did not discover traces of other people at all. Suddenly, a layer of ripple emerged in space. A figure was like a ripple, slowly condensing and forming into an old man like. The old man had a goatee, looking very amiable. When Huntwind looked at the arrival, he could not help opening his eyes wide. This seventh firmament Empyrean powerhouse, did not even discover the arrival. Yi Yuan discovered him. No wonder sacred ancestor high priest valued Lord Second Sage so highly. He was indeed extraordinary. Previously, his awe toward Yi Yuan mostly originated from sacred ancestor high priest. But now, he discovered that this second sage was really not simple. However, what shocked him even more was this goatee old man. With his strength, he actually could not fathom the old man's depths. The goatee old man gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said with a smile, this old man Gongyang Lai Yuan, as a servant by High Priest Redplume's side, pays respect to Lord Second Sage. Toward Goatbeard's self-introduction, Yi Yuan did not have any reaction. But each and every one of the demon race Empyreans present, their eyeballs nearly popped out. High Priest Redplume, Extreme North's Huntwind pays respect to Lord Gongyang. Empyrean Huntwind actually knelt straight down, knees hitting the ground. Paying respect to Lord Gongyang. The group of Empyreans all prostrated. Yi Yuan was at a loss and said in puzzlement, High Priest Redplume. Who is that? The Goatbeard's brows furrowed slightly, but he still explained, High Priest Redplume is the 11th disciple under Sacred Ancestor High Priest, one of the demon race's strongest 11 people in terms of alchemy Tao apart from the Sacred Ancestor High Priest himself. Yi Yuan was enlightened the moment he heard this. This High Priest Redplume was Sacred Ancestor High Priest's little disciple. Not just any random Tom, Dick, or Harry, could become a servant by High Priest Redplume's side. This Goatbeard was likely a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Hence, that was why Huntwind and the rest would be so respectful. Of course, just based on High Priest Redplume's servant, this identity, even if the Goatbeard did not have a heavenly emperor's cultivation realm, it was also sufficient to do as he pleased in the demon race. So that's how it is. What did you come to find me for? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Facing a heavenly emperor powerhouse, Yi Yuan did not have much veneration. He saw sacred ancestor high priest's thoughts as clear as a blazing fire. Previously, when he solved, asked not, he did not express anything but suppressed the matter instead. Sacred ancestor high priest was worried that giving him too high a status would hinder his growth. Presently, Yi Yuan displayed his talent for the first time in the southern border, crushing until the whole territory's 7-star alchemy gods bowed their heads in submission. Sacred ancestor high priest felt that the time already arrived. That was why he would announce to the outside world that he was second sage. This title of second sage was not that he felt that Yi Yuan's standing could already match up to this kind of status. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's present strength was completely inadequate to harness this title. In terms of realm, Yi Yuan was merely true god realm. In terms of alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan also merely just entered ancestor realm currently. There were countless powerhouses in this world, but Yi Yuan never felt that he was invincible under the heavens. Not mentioning others, just talking about these 11 disciples under sacred ancestor high priest, each one of them was a demon race major power, with their alchemy Dao strength being immensely formidable. The current Yi Yuan was far from a match. Sacred ancestor high priest giving him this title was to make him become the target of public scorn, to let him swiftly grow up amidst adversity. Clearly, his every action and conduct, the other party was paying attention to it. Humph, this kid is so condescending, to actually think nothing of master. Does he really take himself to be second sage? Seeing that Yi Yuan's face did not have any look of awe, Gongyang Lai was very unhappy in his heart. However, he did not show it on his face and said with a faint smile, West Spirit Region under Master's command is going to host a Grand Demon Divine Pill Convention. He heard that Second Sage is an alchemy master and specially invited Second Sage over to give a pointer or two. 1 annotation text missing. Chapter 2099, He has been lonely for too long. Master, little junior brother he, seems to be somewhat dissatisfied with your decision, and he arbitrarily summoned Yi Yuan to West Spirit Region, Jimo said with a helpless look. 1. Sacred Ancestor High Priest stood with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he reached his hand out and beckoned. A table-sized chessboard landed on the table. Jimo, you bring this chessboard and make a trip to Wanshang Great Imperial Capital. Wing said with a faint smile. Jimo's entire body trembled and he said, Master, this is the ask-not chessboard that you studied for several million years. You're actually going to let that kid crack it? You wouldn't really take him to be second sage, right? When he said this, Jimo's words more or less still carried some indignation. He touched his heart and felt that when he was young, he also had talent that did not lose to Yi Yuan. However, he did not obtain his master's such serious and earnest response. Wing gave Jimo a meaningful glance and said with a smile, Second Sage. Hoo-hoo, Jimo, the more one cares about this title, the more one can't amount to anything great. You apprentice brothers pay too much attention to this title. To people who pursue Tao, all undeserved reputation is fabricated, only one's own strength is real. Jimo trembled again, his face revealing an ashamed expression as he bowed. He then said, What Master says is extremely right. Jimo has learned it. These days, them apprentice brothers cared about this title of second sage immensely. One had to know, these apprentice brothers, had already followed sacred ancestor high priest for several millions of years. But no one could get this name. But now, a measly little true god realm, 6-star alchemy god, was actually enjoying such a revered reputation. What did second sage mean? That was an existence second only to the sacred ancestor high priest. Furthermore, it was the honor of having the sacred ancestor high priest personally grant it. But now, sacred ancestor high priest roused the dreamer from sleep with a word. Jimo could not help being taken aback by surprise. He gave him a glance and said with a faint smile, the so-called martial artist's yearn for Tao is actually merely a joke. This world is a vanity fair. How many can throw aside fame and pursue great Tao? Even those high and mighty Tao ancestors probably find it hard to truly abandon this world's fame and gain too. But this Yi Yuan, This seat has observed him for a long time. His Tao is different from the others. In alchemy Tao, his innocence and devotion definitely have never wavered before. And this is also the greatest difference between you all apprentice brothers and him. Ji Mo's expression gradually became solemn. The more he followed by sacred ancestor high priest's side, the more he felt his shallowness. It was just that this logic, him understanding, did not mean that he could really do it. In this world, who did not understand the logic of yearning for Tao? But after reaching Empyrean realm, cultivation is easily calculated with millions of years. How many powerhouses could really endure the whittling of time? Time was a butcher's blade. Since time immemorial, how many Empyreans, or even heavenly emperor powerhouses, had it killed? What master said, Ji Mo has received the teachings. Ji Mo said respectfully, haha, go on, this seat already can't wait and want to have a battle with this boy. Truly an opponent that makes people's hot blood seethe. Sacred ancestor high priest's gaze seemed to have passed through the firmament, arriving at the northernmost step. Hoo, looks like, sacred ancestor high priest can't quite stand the loneliness anymore. Hearing what Gongyang Lai said, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. His gaze looked towards the horizon as if piercing through the void, meeting eyes with a certain someone on the horizon. The so-called being spiritually attached to a friend that one had not met, was likely talking about the two of them, right? It was just that Yi Yuan's words were so uninhibited and unbridled in Gongyang Lai's view. Humph, don't second sage forget, your title is bestowed by sacred ancestor high priest. The minimum respect should still be shown. Gongyang Lai said unhappily. How shocking was the rage of a heavenly emperor. Huntwind and the rest were crushed by this powerful pressure until they could not breathe and did not even dare to raise their heads. In Gongyang Lai's view, High Priest Redplume was already a paramount existence. Then, what kind of existence was his master, sacred ancestor High Priest? People should not look at how they called him second sage. In reality, there were not many who truly took him to be second sage. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, Goatbeard, one day in the future, you'll know what I mean. Sacred ancestor high priest, he has been lonely for too long. You all won't understand. Gongyang Lai seemed to only have a hazy notion, but he still gave a cold snort and stopped talking. Before coming, High Priest Redplume instructed before, to make sure not to rub second sage the wrong way. Gongyang Lai was merely a servant, so he naturally did not dare to defy. All right, you can go. Half a year later, I'll keep the appointment. Yi Yuan waved his hand in motion for Gongyang Lai to leave. Gongyang Lai had an oppressed look as he said with a cold smile, very well. I hope that half a year later, Lord Second Sage won't disappoint Gongyang. Farewell. Done talking, Gongyang Lai's figure gradually turned illusory, finally disappearing. Only after Gongyang Lai's figure completely vanished did Huntwind and the rest finally let out a sigh in relief. Just now, Lord Gongyang Lai was clearly already enraged. It was just that due to Lord Second Sage's identity, that was why he forcefully pressed it down. Except, the pressure of a heavenly emperor was too strong. Many Empyreans were already dog-tired and could not even stand. Empyrean Huntwind had a bitter face as he said, Lord Second Sage, you're a big shot, but it's too much for us, these small fries. Yi Yuan smiled and said, relax, your friendly sentiments, this Yi will bear it in mind. This half a year, I'll create several Empyrean powerhouses for your demon race. Empyrean Vast Wind's demise in battle shook the entire northernmost steppe. Vast Wind Two Brothers, as well as Feng Tianyong's passing, changed the entire northernmost steppe's arrangement. Vast Wind Assemble fell apart, while Empyrean Tianju, Empyrean Miayu, Empyrean Zhenhuang, and the rest of the powerful Empyrean powerhouses broke away from central authority and exercised local power. The northernmost steppe entered the Warring States era, having endless disputes. But a legend was left behind in this land of extreme north. You all don't know how insufferably arrogant Feng Tianyong was back then. The fusion of three laws, that power, even if an Empyrean powerhouse saw, they would also have to keep a wide berth. But Lord Ji Qingyan directly annihilated him with just a casual sword. Master Ji is really my extreme north human race's savior. If not for him, our extreme north's human race will probably be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Master Ji is truly remarkable. I heard that he's even the demon race's second sage. Even if Empyrean Huntwind saw him, he has to bow his head in submission and be obedient. After that incident, Yi Yuan ordered Empyrean Huntwind that the demon race was not to invade the human territory within 1,000 years. It was also precisely because of this order that let the human race barely manage to maintain. The land of extreme north was where the strong feeds and the weak were prey. What Yi Yuan could do was also just this. If the human race was still unable to give birth to powerhouses that were able to resist the demon race within 1,000 years, then it was also not his fault anymore. Survival of the fittest in natural selection. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to protect the extreme north human race for life. Their strength still needed themselves. And in this half a year, Yi Yuan refined several heaven-ranked demon Empyrean pills for the extreme north's demon race, creating several Empyrean powerhouses for the extreme north's demon race. The demon race simply prostrated on all fours in admiration toward Yi Yuan, this second sage. Half a year later, Yi Yuan brought Lu and the rest, and stepped onto the road leading to the West Spirit region. Chapter 2100, Opposing Heavenly Emperor. Xin Luo leads everyone to pay respects to Lord Gongyang. Below the hall, a crimson-haired middle-aged man led a group of powerhouses wearing priest divine robes and prostrated on the ground, the appearance extremely devout. Each and every one of these powerhouses had powerful auras. They were all the same, being Empyrean powerhouses. But in front of Gongyang Lai, this heavenly emperor powerhouse, they did not even have the qualification to raise their heads. Of course, what they were more awestruck by was the high priest Redplume behind Gongyang Lai. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's 11 disciples, each one was a leviathan of a region, an existence in charge of a region, but they were all very puzzled in their hearts. Who was this True God Realm Jr. standing beside Lord Gongyang? Which True God Realm Jr. had the qualifications to stand beside Lord Gongyang? Could it be a disciple that High Priest Redplume recently took in? Gongyang Lai waved his sleeves grandly and said coolly, "All come and pay respects to Lord Second Sage." Everyone trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan with disbelieving faces. He's the second sage that Sacred Ancestor High Priest chose. So young, a mere True God Realm can actually overpower 11 great disciples. What capability does this kid have? Based on what? A punk like this, based on what can he overpower High Priest Redplume? I'm not convinced. Below, a commotion immediately came from the group of Empyreans. Clearly, they were stunned by Gongyang Lai's introduction. But after the shock, each and every one of these Empyreans' faces revealed indignant looks. Those present were all the West Spirit region's elite 7-star priests. They were all supporters of High Priest Redplume. If High Priest Redplume's eldest senior brother, High Priest Cloudcav, was conferred second sage, they naturally would not say anything. However, Yi Yuan was too young, and his realm was too low. Such a young man who suddenly appeared wanted to ride on top of High Priest Redplume's head, how could they be convinced? The red-haired powerhouse, Xin Luo, bowed and said, "Lord Gongyang, please pardon us for being impolite. This junior in front of us is merely 1,000 over years old. His realm is merely late-stage rank 6. Letting him become second sage, we truly can't accept it. Yeah, Lord Gongyang, letting us bow to a junior like this, we're seriously unconvinced." Lord Gongyang, saying something unpleasant first. If we bow to him, can he afford to accept it? There was a hubbub below. Clearly, they were extremely averse to this second sage who suddenly appeared. High Priest Redplume, they all, fellow apprentice brothers, those were all top powerhouses among heavenly emperors. Among 8-star priests, they were all apex existences. Even such a top character was unable to become second sage, but a junior became second sage. These people did not say certain words out, that was whether or not Sacred Ancestor High Priest was muddle-headed with age. A few years ago, Sacred Ancestor High Priest announced to the demon race that he was conferring Yi Yuan as Sacred Ancestor High Priest. No one knew who Yi Yuan was, where he popped out from. This announcement was vague, only saying that Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was immensely formidable, and he had once resolved the eternal chess game, ask not. There was nothing else. In the beginning, everyone was extremely stunned. But later, everyone was speculating one after another that second sage might be some reclusive powerhouse, an existence on the same level as Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Suddenly coming out and debating on Dao with Sacred Ancestor High Priest and was just a bit inferior, so that was how he was conferred as second sage. But now, a group of Empyreans suddenly saw a true god realm. Furthermore, it was even a human, becoming second sage and being above them. They were unable to accept this kind of thing. Seeing everyone's fierce reaction, Gongyang Lai did not get angry but was delighted instead. Of course, he, an old monster who had lived for no idea how many years, naturally would not show it on his face. It was only to hear him snorting coldly. He said, "Insolence. How can it be up to you all to butt in about the second sage that sacred ancestor high priest personally conferred? Forget about true god realm, even if a heaven glimpsed realm is here, you all have to prostrate in worship too." The moment a heavenly emperor raged, it was as if the entire hall was quaking. All of the Empyreans' faces turned fearful and immediately became silent. But each and every one of these Empyreans was also an old monster. They caught some unusual meaning from Gongyang Lai's words. Lord Gongyang had an implicit meaning. Sure enough, Gongyang Lai turned to Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Lord Second Sage, your status is noble. Please don't stoop to the level of a bunch of boorish fellows." Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. How could he not understand Gongyang Lai's thoughts? Wasn't acting this out today to take him down a notch? If it was really some welcoming ceremony, he should have long given these people a heads up, and not like this right now, everyone having vacant faces, then completely exploding. With his status of High Priest Redplume's spokesman in a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, if he were to really forcefully suppress, how could these Empyreans dare to speak? It would also not be their turn to talk. The second sage, that sacred ancestor High Priest personally conferred, even High Priest Redplume did not dare to butt in too. But his face had never joy nor sorrow as he said with a faint smile, "Hoo-hoo, I'm going to stoop to their level today." As Yi Yuan smiled, the aura on his body suddenly flared, immediately having a feeling of looking down upon the world. Gongyang Lai's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's reaction would actually be so intense. He thought that with so many Empyrean powerhouses, plus him, this Heavenly Emperor powerhouse who lorded over all life, wouldn't toying with a measly little Yi Yuan still be easily done. But Yi Yuan did not play games with him at all. Was this Yi Yuan in front of him who looked down upon the world really that true God realm kid? Gongyang Lai's eyes could not help going into a trance. "Gongyang Lai, you don't need to play this kind of outwardly compliant, but inwardly opposing game with me. The demon race has always been lofty and straightforward. If you're unconvinced by me, just say it right out, don't need to incite them to come and squeeze me. You've taken human form for too long and are about to lose even your ancestors' guts too, right?" Yi Yuan questioned. Gongyang Lai's face turned black, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Yuan really did not save him any face when opposing him, this Heavenly Emperor. If any junior dared to talk to him like this, they would have long been beaten to death by him with a sneeze. Yet, this in front of him was the second sage that sacred ancestor High Priest personally conferred, who dared to touch him. Him playing a bit of petty tricks in secret was still okay, but to really take action, that was a big no-no for him. This emperor is unconvinced. Can you, a measly little true god realm, shoulder the name of second sage? Gongyang Lai was angered until his face reddened to the ears as he said. Below, those Empyrean powerhouses were long already staring dumbfoundedly. A true god realm who dared to oppose a heavenly emperor powerhouse. They had lived for several million years, it was still really their first time seeing. These two realms were people of two completely different worlds. Forget about true god realm, even Empyrean realm, a heavenly emperor could also smack him to death with one slap. With Gongyang Lai's realm, if he really wanted to kill Yi Yuan, he would not even need a finger. Yi Yuan, this second sage, was really extraordinary. Hearing Gongyang Lai's words, Yi Yuan suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Gongyang Lai, do you feel that sacred ancestor High Priest is muddle-headed with age?" Gongyang Lai's face changed and he said in alarm and anger, You're spurting nonsense. Why would this emperor have this kind of thought?" Yi Yuan smiled indifferently and said, "Don't need to hide it. I know that not only you think so, but they also think so. But let me tell you this. I'm indeed not High Priest Redplume's match right now. But before long, I'll surpass him. Chapter 2101, I'm his opponent. Haha, surpass Lord Redplume, just based on you." Gongyang Lai seemed to have heard an extremely hilarious joke, with his expression full of disdain. What kind of powerhouse was High Priest Redplume? Gongyang Lai served by his side for so many years and was all too aware. 8 million years ago, High Priest Redplume rose up from insignificance, sweeping across the entire demon divine region with his astonishing aptitude. Later, he no longer had a match among peers. Hence, he challenged the eternal chess game, ask not, making a name for himself in one battle. In these 8 million years, High Priest Redplume followed by Sacred Ancestor High Priest's side. His alchemy strength had long already reached an unfathomable step. This young man in front of him wanted to surpass High Priest Redplume. Perhaps his talent was really greater than High Priest Redplume. But even if he were to really surpass High Priest Redplume, that would also be no idea how many years later. Either way, someone would also believe if I said that I would surpass Sacred Ancestor High Priest 10 million years later. Who knew about the matters after 10 million years? Xin Luo and the rest of the Empyreans also had scornful faces, clearly not believing what Yi Yuan said. Hoo, yeah, give him 8 million years, he might really be able to catch up to High Priest Redplume. Lord Second Sage is really incredible. Just don't know if he can live for 8 million years or not. After 8 million years, I can surpass Medicine Ancestor. Either way, bragging won't need to be sentenced to death too. The group of Empyreans had scorn all over their faces, with their words full of ridicule. Yi Yuan kept a straight face and answered with a question, then have you thought before why Sacred Ancestor High Priest would confer a nobody like me as Second Sage? Does he value my talent highly, or is he really muddle-headed with age? This, Gongyang Lai was taken aback. Clearly, he had not considered this question before. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's thoughts were not what he could surmise at all. Hence, he was totally unable to understand this conferment. Currently, Yi Yuan asking this question, all of the Empyreans ceased the mockery, listening attentively with curiosity. Clearly, this was also the question that they were most concerned about. Yi Yuan said coolly, reaching Sacred Ancestor High Priest's realm, what is there that he still pursues? That's naturally the sublime summit of alchemy Tao. He asked Medicine Ancestor what is Tao, but Medicine Ancestor dodged it with, ask not, 2 words. Hence, he asked the world what was Tao. He searched for tens of millions of years and finally found an opponent. That person is me. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching, sweeping across all of the Empyreans' faces as he said in a solemn voice, the title is, Second Sage, is hoping that I can become an opponent who is able to sit and debate on Tao with him. Do you all understand? Inside the hall was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by Yi Yuan's arrogant to the extreme speech. They were not convinced by Yi Yuan's speech but utterly stunned by Yi Yuan's wild arrogance. What kind of existence was Sacred Ancestor High Priest? In the demon race, he was a god. He created numerous demon race heavenly emperors with his power alone. Presently, the demon race's top major powers virtually all revered Sacred Ancestor High Priest as supreme. Even though these disciples, were presently all leading figures of a region, facing Sacred Ancestor High Priest, they still carried out the etiquette of a disciple. No one dared to talk about becoming his opponent. Now, a true God Realm brat actually said that he was going to become Sacred Ancestor High Priest's opponent. This was simply laughable to the extreme. Ignorant, arrogance. Sacred Ancestor High Priest is the Heavenspan world's universally acknowledged number 2 alchemy Tao person. For several tens of millions of years, no one had dared to challenge him. You actually said that you're going to become his opponent. Gongyang Lai berated, but Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, what does a swallow know of the aims of a swan? No matter how strong a powerhouse is, they also walked over step by step from a weakling. You all don't even dare to think about it, so you naturally can't become a powerhouse like Sacred Ancestor High Priest. The logic of experts is lonesome, you all naturally won't understand too. Yi Yuan was just elaborating on a fact, but this way of saying things was simply ignorant and conceited in the eyes of everyone. In their eyes, he was a madman. The group of Empyreans was thoroughly stunned. Originally, when Yi Yuan said that he wanted to surpass High Priest Redplume, they felt extremely shocked. Now, Yi Yuan directly brought Sacred Ancestor High Priest out, saying that he wanted to become his opponent. Hoo, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, chatting about these with you all, you guys also won't understand. Gongyang Lai, don't you want to take me down a notch? Then I'll give you this opportunity. Today, I'll have a Tao debate with the 7-star priests present. As long as there's someone among you who can defeat me, I'll leave immediately and never enter the demon divine region for life. Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment these words came out, Gongyang Lai's eyes lit up. He was long dissatisfied with this arrogant to the extreme fellow. Since he was looking for abuse himself, and even said never to enter the demon divine region, this sort of word, then it could not be blamed on others. Xin Luo's two eyes narrowed slightly and he said with a cold smile, Lord Second Sage, this is what you said. Yi Yuan said coolly, I said it. If even you these people can beat me, then I don't want this title of Second Sage too. Xin Luo laughed in spite of himself and said, Lord Seven Star really talks wildly. The strength of a 7-star priest isn't what you can imagine. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, my strength isn't what you all can imagine too. Xin Luo's two eyes narrowed slightly, turned to an Empyrean, and said, since that's the case, Priest Wujum, you come and seek guidance from Lord Second Sage then. Empyrean Wujum chuckled and said, I obey your command. However, what we're competing in is demon divine pills. Lord Second Sage mustn't compete in human divine pills with this Empyrean. This Empyrean can't refine it. The moment these words came out, it immediately incurred a wave of hooting laughter. Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head and said, relax, we'll be competing in demon divine pills. Demon divine pills or divine pills already did not have much difference to the current Yi Yuan. In the end, all roads lead to Rome. Regardless of whether demon divine pills or divine pills, they were merely two branches of alchemy Dao. Just like how the poison path and medical path were the same. The priest temple naturally did not lack a place to refine medicine. Xin Luo ordered people to prepare the place to compete in alchemy very soon. Yi Yuan two people were currently making preparations when Gongyang Lai asked, how is Wujum's strength? He mustn't lower the prestige of our Redplume lineage. Xin Luo smiled and said, Your Excellency, rest assured. Younger brother Wujum is of the wood spirit physique to begin with. He has extremely high talent in alchemy. Furthermore, his realm already reached peak late-stage Dao realm. Among these people, he's also an existence that can rank into the top 10. Wouldn't dealing with a mere 6-star priest still be easily accomplished? Gongyang Lai nodded slightly, immediately setting his mind at ease. Although he was not a priest, following by High Priest Redplume's side for so many years, he naturally knew the strength difference between the priests. Someone who was a peak late-stage Dao realm powerhouse was already an extremely powerful expert in alchemy. Judging from Yi Yuan's age, even if he had heaven-defying talent and reached late-stage Dao realm, it was also impossible to be Wujum's match. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan two people started the alchemy battle. Empyrean Wujum was a wood spirit that attained Dao in the first place. His advantage in refining pills was tremendous. The moment his aura was released, those spirit medicines were as obedient as his children. His demonic attraction art was already at a high degree of proficiency. But when everyone's eyes landed on Yi Yuan, they could not help exclaiming in admiration. What sharp and fierce demonic attraction art! How can a human cultivate the demonic attraction art to such a boundary? Xin Luo marveled in admiration. Chapter 2102, that sentence before. This demonic attraction art has probably already reached the realm of divine connection, right? Ashamed, this Empyrean cultivated the demonic attraction art for no less than 1,000,000 years, and I'm still actually unable to reach the realm of divine connection. To be able to be called second sage, this boy is indeed incredible. The group of Empyreans broke out with marvels. Clearly, they had their breaths taken away by Yi Yuan's demonic attraction art. Xin Luo's gaze carried some shock and carried some puzzlement. The strength of demonic attraction art determined the quality of the medicinal pill to a very large extent. Hence, the demon race viewed the demonic attraction art with utmost importance when refining pills. However, being able to cultivate the demonic attraction art to Yi Yuan's level, Xin Luo had never seen before. The demonic attraction art was divided into 4 levels: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and grand completion. But there were still 3 levels above these 4 levels. They were respectively profound intent, divine connection, as well as Dao Descent 1. The demonic attraction art was the foundational skill of demon divine pills. Its importance went without saying. The first 4 levels, as long as one practiced diligently, they would be able to reach it. But the latter 3 levels already reached the level of Dao and was not what bitter cultivation could attain. It depended on one's comprehension ability. The priests present were all major powers of the demon race, being 7-star priests. The majority of these people could cultivate to the profound intent realm. It was just that there was not one that reached the divine connection realm. But now, a human cultivated the demonic attraction art to the divine connection realm. How could they not be ashamed? Actually, to Yi Yuan, the demonic attraction art was not complicated. Actually, it was just control over demonic divine essence. And with regards to precise control of divine essence, how many people in this world could compare to him? Coupled with his profound understanding of alchemy Tao, reaching the divine connection realm was not surprising. It was just that this scene to the group of Empyreans was sufficiently shocking. Gongyang Lai furrowed his brows and said in a solemn voice, "What? His demonic attraction art is very impressive." Xin Luo smiled bitterly and said, "More than impressive. Even if ordinary 8-star priests were here, they also won't dare to say that their demonic attraction art is stronger than his. As for me, I'm ashamed of my inferiority." A hint of surprise flashed across Gongyang Lai's eyes. He was a layman in refining pills. He just ran errands for High Priest Redplume. It was High Priest Redplume who forcefully pushed him to Heavenly Emperor realm with the power of medicinal pills. Xin Luo's strength, he roughly knew about it. Xin Luo was an apex existence among those in the Empyrean realm. Now, even he actually said that he was ashamed of his inferiority. So it could be seen how strong Yi Yuan's demonic attraction art was. Then this battle, Wujum will lose, Gongyang Lai said rather hesitantly. Now, he was already not quite confident. Xin Luo shook his head and said, "The process of refining demon divine pills is extremely complex. Demonic attraction art is just one aspect. Lord Gongyang, rest assured, Wujum's realm and foundation are absolutely not what a 1,000-years-old junior can compare to." This battle still doesn't have any suspense. Only after hearing this did Gongyang Lai set his mind at ease. However, things did not develop in the direction that they imagined. The two people did not carry out the competition of alchemy Dao aura in their alchemy battle. However, seeing the actual scene of refining pills, Yi Yuan's pill refinement was like an ensemble of nature itself, as if developing a world. In comparison, although Wujum's pill refinement was impressive, it was lacking that hint of flavor. Those present were all experts among experts, so they could tell the quality at a glance. Just this trace of flavor, it would likely be hard for Wujum to go past it in this lifetime. Xin Luo's expression became more and more serious. The puzzled look on his face was becoming thicker and thicker. He was unable to imagine that such a young priest, why would he not produce any mistake when refining pills? No weakness to exploit. This was the impression that Yi Yuan's pill refinement gave Xin Luo. Condense. Haha, refining the 9-palace demon divine pill this time, this Empyrean state is an unprecedented good. Whatever second sage, a mere 6-star alchemy god, how does he know what is pill refinement? The moment Wujum condensed the pill, because his state was too good, he could not resist laughing out loud. It was just that when he came back to his senses, he discovered that something was not quite right. There was actually no one answering. Looking again, everyone was using strange eyes to look at him. What's wrong with everyone? Why are you using this kind of eyes to look at me? Wujum said with a baffled look. Xin Luo threw a small bottle to him and said with a sigh, "You take a look for yourself." Wujum probed with his divine sense and immediately turned stiff on the spot. Wujum was completely defeated. Following that, several more people challenged Yi Yuan, all taking out the medicinal pill that they were more adept in. But in front of Yi Yuan, they were still utterly defeated. Gongyang Lai was long already dumbstruck with amazement. A 6-star priest swept across the West Spirit region's 7-star major powers. This kind of thing was simply like a fantasy tale. Finally, West Spirit region's #1 alchemy Dao person, Xin Luo, also stepped forward to challenge Yi Yuan, and was still completely defeated. Yi Yuan looked at Xin Luo and shook his head and said, "A vast West Spirit region actually can't find a single ancestor realm. No wonder the demon race's alchemy Dao has always been suppressed by the human race. This place gathered the entire West Spirit region's strongest batch of 7-star priests. However, not one person reached ancestor realm." Yi Yuan originally even thought that Xin Luo could reach ancestor realm and give him some threat. It was just that sadly, Xin Luo only reached half-step ancestor realm too. There was still a step away from ancestor realm. When everyone heard Yi Yuan's words, they could not help having ashamed looks on their faces. However, there was more shock in their hearts still. Ancestor realm powerhouse. Second sage was actually an ancestor realm powerhouse. 1,000 over years old ancestor realm powerhouse. This was simply a mythical existence. Xin Luo heaved a sigh and bowed in salute as he said, "Second sage is mighty." Xin Luo is wholeheartedly convinced. Right at this time, a cold snort transmitted over. A figure stepped into the hall. "Humph, what dogfart second sage?" Pretending to be mysterious, You all are really a bunch of trash. The West Spirit region's face is utterly lost by you guys. Following the voice and looking over, the faces of the group of Empyreans turned fearful. We pay respects to Priest Crimson Sky. Seeing the arrival, the group of Empyreans bowed in unison. A young man dressed in cotton clothing slowly came up to the high platform. He bowed slightly toward Gongyang Lai, and he said, I pay respects to Uncle Gongyang. When Gongyang Lai saw the arrival, his eyes could not help lighting up. He said with great joy, Hoo-hoo, good. Good. Crimson Sky is here. This emperor can rest assured. Crimson Sky sized Yi Yuan up and said with a contemptuous look, don't think that entering Ancestor Realm, you're remarkable. Want to be mentioned in the same breath as Master, you're still a million years too early. Yi Yuan's face turned cold and he said in a cold voice, what did you say just now? Crimson Sky gave a cold snort and said, I said that you're still a million years too early. Are you deaf? Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold snort, the previous sentence. Crimson Sky was taken aback and immediately smiled coldly and said, I said that you're some dogfart second sage, pretending to be mysterious. What, could it be that I said wrongly? Gongyang Lai's face changed, noticing that things were not good. Sure enough, Yi Yuan shouted in a great rage, where did this impudent person come from, to dare be so insolent? Gongyang Lai, does High Priest Redplume discipline apprentices like this? To look down on even their own Grand Master? Crimson Sky's face changed wildly, immediately knowing that he misspoke. The title Second Sage was personally conferred by Sacred Ancestor High Priest, but he actually said Dogfart Second Sage. Wasn't this slapping Grand Master's face? He only saw Yi Yuan sweeping across the West Spirit region just now and let slip his mouth due to a moment of indignance. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would use his words as evidence. Chapter 2103, Kneel Down. I. Crimson Sky's face reddened to the ears, stammering heavily, not knowing how to explain. Yi Yuan's gaze was sharp and fierce as he said with a cold cry, kneel down. Crimson Sky trembled all over, raising his head high as he said with refusal to give in, based on what to make me kneel down. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, I'm the second sage that Sacred Ancestor High Priest personally conferred. In terms of status, I'm even above your master, High Priest Redplume. Even if he saw me here, he also won't dare to be as impudent as you. Why, I'm not allowed to make you kneel. Or is that to have me go and reason it out in front of High Priest Redplume? All of the Empyreans were silent like cicadas in winter. No one expected that once Yi Yuan exploded, the commotion would actually be so shocking. Just now, Crimson Sky was still ordering people here and there by pointing with a finger when he came in. But at this time, he did not even dare to breathe loudly anymore. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said was also very reasonable. Even if High Priest Redplume was here, he also would not dare to rebut Yi Yuan to his face. Otherwise, why would Gongyang Lai play this kind of small trick where he was agreeable in public while opposing in private? Crimson Sky's expression flickered incessantly and looked toward Gongyang Lai pleadingly. Gongyang Lai let out a slight sigh, but he had yet to open his mouth when he heard Yi Yuan say with a cold laugh, you want to plead on his behalf? Then your meaning is that he blasphemed Sacred Ancestor High Priest's face and doesn't need to be punished. Gongyang Lai choked when he heard that and could only say to Crimson Sky, sigh, get on your knees. This matter, he really could not help Crimson Sky anymore. If it reached the ears of Sacred Ancestor High Priest, this issue could not be settled no matter what. Unless, he killed Yi Yuan. But there were so many people present. So who dared to kill the second sage that Sacred Ancestor High Priest personally conferred? Crimson Sky stood there with a face of struggle. As High Priest Redplume's proud disciple, Crimson Sky gathered myriad glory on him and always had his eyes at the top of his head. When had he suffered such humiliation before? It was just that the prestige of the Sacred Ancestor did not allow provocation. This point, he could still weigh the relative importance. Kneel down. Suddenly, Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. Crimson Sky trembled and knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a thud. The group of Empyreans was completely stunned. Crimson Sky was actually punished by someone, he was to kneel toward that person. They should not look at how each and every one of them was a 7-star priest, comprising of middle and late stage Empyrean mighty experts. In front of Crimson Sky, they were still a head lower. Crimson Sky was arrogant, but he also had the capital to be arrogant. He only used 8,000 years and reached Ancestor Realm in Alchemy Dao. He was the fastest to reach Ancestor Realm among all of High Priest Redplume's disciples. This kind of talent, coupled with his identity as High Priest Redplume's disciple, was sufficient for him to do as he pleased in the West Spirit region. Hence, when these Empyreans saw Crimson Sky, they all had to bow respectfully. But now, he was punished with kneeling towards someone else. Yuan looked down from a height and denounced sharply with a scowl, "Crimson Sky, do you know your crime?" How proud and arrogant was Crimson Sky! He was about to explode on the spot, but he saw Gongyang lie winking at him non-stop, and he could not help being startled. Crimson Sky knows his crime. Crimson Sky gritted his teeth and said, how sly and cunning was Gongyang Lai. He was far from what Crimson Sky, this guy, who grew up soaking in a honey jar, could compare to. At this time, the more Crimson Sky retorted, the more miserable the outcome. In fact, if it really went out of control in the end and Yuan ordered people to kill Crimson Sky, no one would dare to say a word of no either. Offending the second sage was equivalent to offending sacred ancestor high priest. Killing you was you getting off lightly. Fortunately, Crimson Sky was not stupid and understood Gongyang Lai's meaning very quickly. He could only swallow his pride and endure in silence. Good that you know your crime. Now, this sage punishes you to kneel and repent in front of the sacred ancestor's statue for half a month. Do you accept the punishment? Yuan said in a solemn voice. Crimson Sky suddenly lifted his head, his gaze full of rage. The Demon Divine Pill convention was about to happen right away. How numerous were the demons coming and going in front of the sacred ancestor plaza. But he had to kneel for as long as half a month in front of the statue. Wouldn't he become a laughingstock for everyone? This guy definitely did it on purpose. MN, do you feel that you weren't wrong? Yuan's voice gradually became cold. Crimson Sky glared at Yuan, his eyes spewing fire as he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Crimson Sky, receive the punishment. Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly and said coolly, go on. Crimson Sky's chest was practically about to explode. Carrying limitless grievances, he came in front of the sacred ancestor's status and knelt down. All of the Empyreans were dumbfounded. Crimson Sky came in a threatening manner, clearly to find Yuan to fight for supremacy. In the end, he barely said a few words and was punished to kneel before the sacred ancestor's statue. This really made everyone's jaws drop. But many people felt that Yuan was overwhelming others with his influence, and he was actually scared of Crimson Sky. Crimson Sky was different from them. Even though he was just first firmament Empyrean, he was a genuine ancestor realm powerhouse. Who was stronger among the two was really hard to say. Yuan was afraid of losing the face of second sage. That was why he did not dare to take action. Yet, Crimson Sky himself even slammed onto the spearhead, selling himself with the first sentence he said when he ran in. Yuan would not care about what these people thought, directly leaving with his hands behind his back. Looking at what, never seen before, others repenting in front of the sacred ancestor. Scram. In the plaza, Crimson Sky's roars transmitted over from time to time. Yuan ignored what Crimson Sky was thinking. He still had an objective of coming to this West Spirit region, which was to search for some spirit medicines to refine pills to break through the bottleneck of late Origin Pill Realm. Reaching Origin Pill Realm, Yuan finally realized how horrifying the cultivation method he cultivated was. Now, with each minor realm that he broke through, the spiritual energy required was virtually several times of the same rank. One had to know, true God realm cultivation was easily calculated with tens of thousands of years. Several times of this was several tens of thousands of years of spiritual energy. This massive amount of spiritual energy, even if Yuan had the help of medicinal pills, the advancement speed was also extremely slow. In the past, he could break through a minor realm in 10 years to 20 years. Now, he needed at least several decades or even 100 years before he could do it. This was still after Yuan swallowed no idea how many top-grade medicinal pills before he had this speed. Otherwise, with the spiritual energy quantity of Origin Pill Realm, ordinary martial artists might not be able to break through a minor realm in 100,000 years too. Yuan reached peak 6th firmament Origin Pill a few years back. It was just that the medicinal pills in his hands were all consumed entirely during his way to the land of extreme north. It was still a step away before he could break through the bottleneck. The Demon Divine Pill convention this time, it naturally could not do without all kinds of spirit medicines. Yuan naturally could not make this trip in vain. Young master, you're really too incredible, to actually even become the demon race's second sage. You don't know, the northernmost steppes demons are ferocious. But they are so docile in front of you. Lu'er followed by Yi Yuan's side with an idolizing look. Lonzuan and Yang Fei followed behind the two people, with their expressions and emotions being complicated. Yang Fei followed Yi Yuan this half a year. Under the assistance of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, she already broke through to be a ninth firmament true god. This kind of cultivation speed, she did not even dare to think about it in the past. While Lu'er having obtained Yi Yuan's help, her cultivation speed was even more terrifying. Yang Fei practically saw Lu'er every day and discovered that her aura was growing non-stop. It was simply too monstrous. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Silly lass, do you think that second sage is so easy to be? Right now, no idea how many people staring at me in this demon divine region." Lu'er smiled and said, "I don't care, either way, young master is the most impressive." The few people were currently chatting when they brushed past a group of men and women. Suddenly, a red-haired and bare-backed youth in the front furrowed his brows, and he turned around to look at Yi Yuan. Chapter 2104, Domineering. The red-haired youth's eyes lit up as he said with some surprise, "What thick Qilin bloodline power. That young man definitely has my Qilin clan's precious treasure on him." By the side, a beautiful girl nodded and said, "I also felt it, big brother Yuan, that person seems to be a human." The red-haired youth frowned and said, "How can my Qilin clan's precious treasure land in the hands of a human? Come with me." Done talking, the red-haired youth brought the few people and stepped forward, blocking Yi Yuan 4 people. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his face revealing a doubtful look. He did not seem to have offended these few people before. The red-haired youth had an interrogating look on his face as he said in a solemn voice, "Human, do you have my Qilin clan's precious treasure on you?" Yi Yuan was taken aback and immediately thought of the Qilin Emperor bone. Could it be that these few people were of the Qilin clan? The Qilin clan's bloodline was noble and not inferior to the dragon race. They rarely walked around outside. He did not expect that he actually ran into them here today. Looks like this Qilin clan might have some secret art that was able to feel bloodline power. That was how they would sense the Qilin Emperor bone on him. But even if he was of the Qilin clan, being stopped by this bunch of brainless people, and even had an appearance of "you owe me money," why would Yi Yuan go along with it? Yi Yuan had long thought it over in his heart, but did not show the slightest bit on his face as he said coolly, "So what if I do, so what if I don't?" The red-haired youth said in an overbearing manner, "Humph. Then it means you do. How can my Qilin clan's precious treasure fall in the hands of a human? Hurry up and hand it over." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he did not get angry but laughed instead. This person's logic, ordinary people really could not understand it. If I don't hand it over." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said. The red-haired youth smiled coldly and said, "Human, you probably don't know about my Qilin clan's awe-inspiring reputation, right? Even sacred ancestor high priest also has to give into our Qilin clan a little. You dare to forcibly occupy my Qilin clan's precious treasure. Have you thought about the consequences properly? I'll give you a chance now. Hand over the precious treasure, then kowtow and admit your fault to us. This matter will be considered dropped. Otherwise, humph." The red-haired youth did not finish speaking, but the meaning was already very clear. It was just that these words sounded all the more ridiculous to Yi Yuan. Could it be that these guys did not come into being for a long time and their brains were rotted? There was no lack of people purchasing natural treasures in the marketplace. Seeing that there was a show to watch, a large group naturally crowded around. But when they heard that these youngsters were of the Qilin clan, everyone's faces revealed surprised expressions. They are actually of the Qilin clan. Weren't they normally in the Qilin pseudo-world? Why did they come into being? I heard that the Qilin clan's talent is extremely strong. Nobody is a match in the same rank at all. Jumping realms and challenging is also commonplace. That human kid actually provoked the Qilin clan. He'll probably suffer a big loss. In the demon race, some races were natural kings, with their strength far surpassing those in the same rank. Such as Yi Yuan, it was as easy as eating and drinking for him to jump realms and battle with the dragon race's cultivation method and martial technique. Later, he attained the perfect 6th transformation golden body, his strength even one-shotting those in the same rank. The Qilin clan's talent was virtually equivalent to the dragon race, their strength could be seen at a glance. This red-haired youth's strength was late-stage rank 6, being roughly equivalent to the human race's 8th firmament true god, his strength closing in on peak rank 6. In everyone's eyes, Yuan was naturally far from a match. It was just that even a clay bodhisattva had some anger too. This red-haired youth repeatedly made trouble out of nothing, and even wanted him to kneel down and beg for mercy. It finally aroused Yuan's anger. Is that so? Also not afraid of telling you, I really have a Qilin clan's treasure on me. It's just, come and get it yourself if you have the capability, Yuan said with a cold smile. The red-haired youth did not take Yuan seriously at all. Looking at Lonzwan behind Yuan, he said with a cold smile, your reliance is this Empyrean, right? Hoo, Uncle Yu is also an Empyrean, I believe he won't be weaker than that Empyrean behind you. Behind the red-haired youth, there was a middle-aged man glaring, his aura restrained. People did not expect that he was actually an Empyrean. Yuan said coolly, really so much crap. Would dealing with a trash like you still need to rely on others? The red-haired youth laughed loudly when he heard that and said, haha. It's still my first time hearing that someone dares to say that my Qilin clan is trash. Brat, if I don't tear you apart today, who will still respect my Qilin clan in the future? Done talking, the red-haired youth surged with blood vitality. A powerful bloodline power suddenly erupted. The shock of the commotion was even somewhat stronger than a ninth firmament true god. When everyone saw this power, their faces suddenly changed. Everyone said that the Qilin clan was powerful, but that was all just legends. There were barely any who had really seen before. But the strength that this red-haired youth exhibited currently actually made him have an impulse of submitting. At this time, they finally knew how powerful the Qilin clan was. The red-haired youth's long hair fluttered, both hands seizing two clusters of fire, as if he was stepping on fire wind wheels. 1. He looked at Yuan coldly and said in a solemn voice, kid, I give you one last chance. Hand over the Qilin precious treasure, kneel down and admit your fault. I'll spare you from death. Otherwise, when my fist lands, it will be hard for you to want to live. Yuan's mouth curled and he said, looks like your family's elders didn't teach you how to behave before coming out. Today, I'll take action on behalf of your family's elders, and teach you properly. The red-haired youth's face turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, punk, it's you who is courting death. You can't blame me. Fire Qilin blessing. The red-haired youth struck a fist out, the entire street seemed to be set on fire. Qilin was a fire attribute divine beast, its power boundless. It was indeed not fake. Boundless power of law thoroughly wrapped Yuan up and did not give him the chance to escape at all. The Qilin clan is indeed powerful. This punch, probably even a peak rank 6 will also be blown up, right? This kind of inheritance martial technique, when cultivated to the peak, it has the power to obliterate heaven and earth. It really makes people envious. Sigh, that kid is also asking for it. People want the Qilin clan's treasure, just give it to him. Why seek death himself? There was a series of exclamations coming from all around. They were all shocked by the red-haired youth's punch. At the same time, they also secretly shook their heads, feeling that Yuan was too insensible. He did not have strength, yet guarded the treasure to the death. Was there a need? Do you think that only you have bloodline power? Then I'll let you take a look at what's called a true Qilin bloodline. All of a sudden, Yuan's body erupted with an extremely powerful blood vitality. The might of the momentum was actually even above the red-haired youth. When people from the Qilin clan saw this, each and every one of their faces suddenly changed. Yuan's perfect sixth transformation golden body was extremely restrained. Not taking the initiative to release it, outsiders could not tell at all. Hence, in everyone's view, Yuan was merely a peak sixth firmament true god human martial artist. How could he withstand the red-haired youth's punch? Completely erupted at this time, how outrageous was the commotion, only to see him throw an ordinary punch out, not using any martial technique at all. Qilin bloodline power surged to the sky. With two fists meeting, the red-haired youth fell back more than 10 steps in a row before barely managing to stabilize his figure. While Yuan did not budge an inch, the red-haired youth's eyes went wide, looking at Yuan in disbelief as he said, how is that possible? Your Qilin bloodline power is actually even stronger than mine. Chapter 2105, Heavenly Qilin Devouring Space. It was not just the red-haired youth. Everyone present looked at Yuan with incredible shock. The demon race's bloodline power could be grafted. Humans frequently extracted the demon race's bloodline power. But no matter how it was graded, it was unable to surpass the original race's bloodline power. But now, Yi Yuan, a human's bloodline power, was actually thick to such an extent. How could they not be shocked? Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Is it very strange to be stronger than you?" By the side, Uncle Yu said with a cold snort, "Humph. Stealing Qilin bloodline, deserved to die 10,000 times over. Qi Yun, don't hold back, kill him." Qi Yun's face turned cold, and he said with a nod, "I didn't expect that taking this trip out, I actually really ran into someone who isn't afraid to die, to even dare to steal my Qilin clan's bloodline power too. Forget it, since that's the case, I'll send you off then." Finished talking, Qi Yun's two hands came together, two clusters of fire combining into one. A surge of mysterious power instantly reverberated between heaven and earth. Behind Qi Yun, the figure of a giant beast slowly emerged. The enormous beast opened its gaping maws. That appearance was like it was going to swallow the sky and devour the earth. This enormous beast was naturally the Qilin divine beast. This is the Qilin clan's innate divine ability, Heavenly Qilin devouring space. It's said that once this move is unleashed, even the void can be devoured. Its power is tremendous. To be able to execute Heavenly Qilin devouring space, this red-haired youth's status in the Qilin clan definitely isn't low. Feeling Heavenly Qilin devouring space's horrifying power, there were cries of exclamations from all around. Although demons like the Qilin clan were reclusive and did not emerge, there were legends about them in this world. The Heavenly Qilin devouring space was precisely the Qilin clan's powerful hallmark. After the demon race cultivated to a certain realm, they would awaken their innate divine abilities. It was just that to legendary divine beasts like the Qilin, their innate divine abilities were especially terrifying. In terms of strength, this Qi Yun was inferior to Feng Tianyang. But by relying on an innate divine ability like Heavenly Qilin devouring space, Feng Tianyang might not be Qi Yun's match too. The awakening of this kind of innate divine abilities had nothing to do with the power of laws. It was only related to the source of great Tao. In other words, it was heaven bestowing a gift. And this was the powerful reliance for the demon race to be able to exist side by side with the human race. Witnessing Heavenly Qilin devouring space, everyone looked at Yi Yuan very pitifully. They could tell that Yi Yuan touched the Qilin clan's reverse scale. Qi Yun looked down from a height, looking at Yi Yuan with cold eyes as he said with disdain, "So what if stole Qilin bloodline? How can my Qilin clan's true strength be what you can imagine? Once Heavenly Qilin devouring space is unleashed, even the void can be devoured. You can go with peace of mind." Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "Heavenly Qilin devouring space is it. As luck would have it, I also awakened it." "You awakened the Heavenly Qilin devouring space? Ha ha ha, MN. When Qi Yun heard Yi Yuan's words, he could not refrain from laughing wildly. But laughing halfway, it suddenly ceased, like a duck which had its throat stuck. Because Yi Yuan's body suddenly erupted with a powerful undulation. This undulation was actually exactly the same as his Heavenly Qilin devouring space. Behind Yi Yuan, a behemoth Qilin similarly appeared. Two Qilins faced each other, not giving an inch. The entire place was dead silent. The Qilin clan looked at that figure in the void, shook to the core. Uncle Yu said in shock, "How is this possible? This human's Qilin bloodline is actually powerful until it can awaken innate divine abilities." Yi Yuan pointed at the void and shouted coldly, "Heavenly Qilin devouring space, devour for me." Qi Yun's pupils constricted and he gritted his teeth and said, "So what even if you know Heavenly Qilin devouring space? Kill for me." Two Qilins were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, tearing crazily in the void. The city's sky immediately turned dim. Endless spiritual energy was being devoured. Yi Yuan two people's figures were immediately swallowed up by the darkness. In an instant, berserk energy undulations swept throughout the entire city, alarming countless powerhouses. Is this the innate divine ability of the Qilin clan? Indeed ridiculously strong. Even if a peak rank 6 clashes with them, they would probably be directly swallowed up too, right? This power is too frightening. Just which of the two of them won? Completely can't tell. When the martial artists in the city were discussing animatedly, a figure dropped down from above the void. Uncle Yu's face changed, leaping up. The one who fell was precisely Qi Yun. The current Qi Yun was already unconscious, injuries all over his body. It was as if he was torn apart by something. Clearly, he already sustained extremely severe injuries. Following that, another figure stepped out of the void, his figure elegant. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Seeing this scene, the powerhouses below became wide-eyed. The counterfeit heavenly Qilin devouring space defeated the authentic heavenly Qilin devouring space. How could this human be so monstrous? Uncle Yu shouted fiercely and reproached, "Punk, to dare hurt Qi Yun, you're courting death." Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "I already said to teach him how to behave on behalf of his elders. Natural treasures are obtained by those fated for it. This is the heavenspan world's norm. I went through all kinds of hardships and perils, obtaining the Qilin treasure at death's door, but you want it back with a word and even want me to kneel and admit my fault. What kind of logic is this?" Uncle Yu's face turned frosty and he said in a solemn voice, "My Qilin clan's words is the logic. Kid, this Empyrean will send you on your way right now." Done talking, Uncle Yu raised his hand and it was a fist. Except, Lonzhuan was long prepared, directly clashing a fist with Uncle Yu. Lonzhuan's realm was a level higher than Uncle Yu, but Uncle Yu's bloodline power was powerful. The two people barely managed to be evenly matched. Uncle Yu's expression was extremely ugly as he said with a cold snort, "Kid, if you don't give an explanation today, forget about leaving here." Yi Yuan said coolly, "With the likes of you." At this time, a figure stepped out of the void. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said in a cold voice, "He can't, then what about me?" The one who came out was an old man, his aura extremely powerful. Looking at him, he was a late-stage Empyrean peerless powerhouse too. When Uncle Yu saw the arrival, he was immediately overjoyed. Bowing in salute, he said, "Qi Yu pays respect to Lord Chen." This boy, Qi Chen interrupted Qi Yu's words with a hand gesture and said coolly, "This Empyrean knows." He looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Brat, hand over the Qilin precious treasure. Then end your life yourself to atone for your crime, saving this old man from having to take action." Yi Yuan could not help laughing and shaking his head when he heard that and said, "Looks like your Qilin clan has its leaders setting a bad example, and its subordinates following suit. Indeed all shameful. Still that sentence, 'The treasure is on me, come take it if you have the capability.'" Qi Chen's gaze turned cold and he said with a cold smile, "Kid, you're very courageous. Since that's the case, then this Empyrean will come and take it." Lonzhuan's face changed and was about to block in front of Yi Yuan, but heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "It's fine, let him come over." Lonzhuan was taken aback and could only retreat to the side. A powerful aura completely locked onto Yi Yuan. This Qi Chen was indeed a late-stage Empyrean mighty expert. The powerhouses in the city looked at Yi Yuan with doubtful faces, like looking at a fool. They did not understand just where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Could it be that he thought that he was invincible under the heavens by grasping heavenly Qilin devouring space? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and did not have the intention of making a move. He wanted to see when those old things planned on taking action. Chapter 2106, Unrelenting. A palm attacked, carrying the power to crush heaven and earth. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, unperturbed and fearless. Just as everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure, a figure manifested itself. Xin Luo took a step out of the void and caught Qi Chen's palm, saying with a smile, "Hoo, brother Qi Chen, please calm your anger." The powerhouses in the city were suddenly enlightened. No wonder Yi Yuan dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that his backer was this strong. With Qi Chen being blocked, his brows could not help furrowing. He said in a solemn voice, "Xin Luo, what's the meaning of this?" Xin Luo gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance, thinking to himself that this boy was too cunning. He had probably long known that they were watching the show, so he simply did not move, forcing them to come out. They all were dissatisfied with Yi Yuan and all wanted to watch Yi Yuan suffer a loss. But Yi Yuan was cool as a cucumber under Qi Chen's pressure and did not have any appearance of being in a tight corner. "Brother Qi Chen, he can't be touched," Xin Luo said in a grave manner. "Humph, merely a human brat who stole a demon bloodline. Why can't he be touched?" Qi Chen said with a cold snort. "Brother Qi Chen has just come into being and might be unaware, but this is the second sage that sacred ancestor high priest personally conferred." Xin Luo said helplessly. Qi Chen's face changed, looking at Yi Yuan with a stupefied look. When the martial artists in the city heard this, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked. "What, he's the legendary second sage? He is also too young, right? Really blinded my dog eyes. Why would second sage be a human? Furthermore, he is only at the true god realm. What capability does this boy have, to dare be called second sage? Is sacred ancestor high priest cracking a joke with us? Qi Chen naturally understood what second sage meant. It was just that his face was full of disbelief as he said, "Hulu, is brother Xin Luo joking around with this Empyrean? What kind of existence is sacred ancestor high priest? Why would he confer a human true god realm as second sage?" Xin Luo smiled bitterly and said, "When this Empyrean first met second sage, I had the same idea as you. But how can Xin Luo dare to joke around with the name of the sacred ancestor high priest? This is indeed our demon race's newly established second sage. Furthermore, Lord Second Sage's alchemy strength, we have also witnessed it before and are wholeheartedly convinced." Qi Chen naturally understood in his heart that Xin Luo would not joke about this kind of thing. But this matter was a little too inconceivable. If he was really second sage, he really could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Although he was powerful, he was still far too lacking from the sacred ancestor high priest's level. Although the Qilin clan did not fear sacred ancestor high priest, it was still not worthwhile to lose all decorum with sacred ancestor high priest for a treasure. Humph, even if this is the case, he stole my Qilin clan's bloodline and took possession of my Qilin clan's treasure. He even injured a member of my Qilin clan. Could it be that it's dropped just like this? Qi Chen said in a solemn voice. This, Xin Luo could not help having an awkward look. This matter was originally you all making trouble out of nothing, alright. Now, you're even going from bad to worse. The Qilin clan had not come into being for a long time and really did not know about the ways of the world at all. The treasure that people obtained, that was naturally theirs. How was it your Qilin clan's? Sure enough, Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Do you still want face, old thing? Fine, since you want the treasure, I'll give it to you right now. But I want to see if your family's ancestor will acknowledge you, this unfilial grandson or not." Done talking, Yi Yuan flipped his hand over. A crystal-clear jade bone was already held in his hand. It was precisely the Qilin Emperor bone. The moment the Emperor emerged, an archaic power immediately filled the world. Inclusive of Xin Luo, everyone opened their eyes wide, staring fixedly at the Emperor bone in Yi Yuan's hand. The Qilin clan's people even trembled all over, as if all the bloodline power in his bodies were ignited. The powerhouses in the city all revealed heated gazes. They were clearly moved by the Qilin Emperor bone. If not for there being so many Empyrean powerhouses present holding the line, the city would probably have already become a deathmatch pit at this time. Qilin, Emperor bone. Qi Chen practically squeezed these few words from the crevices between his teeth, his gaze full of intense heat. How could Yi Yuan not understand these people's gazes? But he did not pay any attention. The Emperor bone was spiritual. He only obtained the Emperor bone's recognition after going through all kinds of hardships and difficulties. Even if Qi Chen killed him right now, he also could not bring away the Qilin Emperor bone at all. Amidst everyone's stupefied gazes, Yi Yuan casually threw and tossed the Emperor bone to Qi Chen. Qi Chen's gaze turned sharp, stepped into the void, attempting to grab the Emperor bone in his hand. However, just as he was about to grab the Emperor bone, a blazing white light suddenly erupted from within the Emperor bone. Qi Chen was caught off guard, his entire person akin to being struck by a heavy blow, figure flying out backward. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out wildly, already suffering heavy wounds. Then, the Emperor bone flew one round in the air and returned to Yi Yuan's hand again. Even when Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was somewhat astounded too. Initially, when Jian Sutao attempted to seize the Emperor bone, he was also merely burned by the Emperor bone, that was all. Yi Yuan did not expect that the Qilin Emperor bone was actually even more ruthless toward its own descendants. But he also understood that the Qilin Emperor bone was standing up for him. Impossible. This is impossible. How can the Qilin Emperor bone acknowledge an outsider as its master? Just what method did you use? Qi Chen ignored his injuries and pointed at Yi Yuan as he roared. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I said long ago, the treasures of the world had their own regulations and laws and can't be compelled. If it's yours, others can't snatch it away. If not yours, you can't keep it. You only know that I obtained the treasure, but you don't know what I paid for the treasure. But you pledged in all solemnity here, saying that the treasure is owned by your Qilin clan. Truly ridiculous and laughable." Seeing this scene, those originally heated gazes gradually withdrew. Since the Qilin Emperor bone already acknowledged a master, no matter how hard others worked, it was also useless. Even if they killed Yi Yuan, they also could not get the Qilin Emperor bone's recognition. It was also impossible for them to bring it away. It was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan dared to take it out. Qiyu smiled bitterly and said, no wonder his Qilin bloodline is so thick, and he even awakened an innate divine ability. It turns out that he actually obtained the Qilin Emperor bone's recognition. By the side, Qi Yun already woke up and said in a solemn voice, even if there's the Emperor bone's recognition, for him to be able to awaken an innate divine ability at this age, his talent already surpasses the vast majority of the clan members. Awakening innate divine abilities was an extremely difficult thing. It was not that it could definitely be accomplished by possessing the Emperor bone. For Qilin clan, being able to awaken innate divine abilities at Qi Yun's age was already very remarkable. But Yi Yuan was clearly even more talented than them. No way, this Qilin Emperor bone is extraordinary, we must bring it back to the clan. Qi Yun's gaze turned intent. Stepping onto the void, he pointed at Yi Yuan and said, since you're second sage, I believe that your alchemy strength must be extremely strong, do you dare to wager? Yi Yuan looked at Qi Yun and said with a smile that was not a smile, oh. Bet on what? Qi Yun said sternly, my big brother, Qi Zhen, is the Qilin pseudo-world's distinguished alchemy talent among the young generation. Do you dare to bet with him? If you lose, leave behind the Emperor bone. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said coolly, then, what will you guys use to bet against me? Chapter 2107, Voidrush Grand Spirit Pill. Qi Yun could not help being stunned. He did not expect that not only did his suggestion not scare Yi Yuan, the other party seemed like a hungry wolf that saw a little lamb instead. That kind of eyes made him very uncomfortable. Being counter-asked by Yi Yuan, he froze. After all, since it was a wager, they also had to take out an equivalent treasure. Treasures that could rival the Qilin Emperor bone, he could not make the call. Hey, really gutsy, do you really think that you're invincible under the heavens after being conferred second sage? This Empyrean can make the decision to take out the Qilin clan's peak Empyrean spirit treasure, Jadeclean's Truefire bottle. With this bottle, you can execute another innate divine ability of the Qilin clan, Jadeclean's Truefire. Since you obtained the Emperor bone's recognition, you should know the power of this innate divine ability. Using it to bet with the Emperor bone should be sufficient. Qi Chen spoke up. The moment these words came out, Qi Yu and Qi Yun's faces changed drastically. Elder Chen, you mustn't. The Jadeclean's Truefire bottle is our clan's precious treasure. How can it be easily brought out to wager with him? Qi Yun's face changed as he said. Even Shen Luo turned pale with fright and cried out in surprise, as brother Qi Chen overly agitated. I heard that an Empyrean powerhouse of your esteemed clan had once wielded the Jadeclean's Truefire bottle to execute the innate divine ability, being evenly matched in strength with a human heavenly emperor powerhouse. This kind of precious treasure, you're actually taking it out to bet. Qi Chen smiled coldly and said, that's right. However, this Empyrean is very confident in Qi Zhen's alchemy skills. He'll let this second sage know what's called a frog at the bottom of a well. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said with a grin, okay, deal. He naturally knew about this innate divine ability. This was an innate divine ability that required Empyrean realm before it could be awakened, its power immense. As soon as it was executed, it could virtually obliterate heaven and earth. This Jadeclean's Truefire was different from Feng Tianyang's low-level martial technique. If it was executed, even if Yi Yuan was proficient in spatial law, it would also be insanely difficult to want to escape. As long as he got this Jadeclean's Truefire bottle, Yi Yuan would have one more trump card, his strength would surely increase greatly. Being a peak Empyrean spirit treasure, this was already a pinnacle most treasure in the Heavenspan world. In terms of value, it was not the slightest bit inferior compared to the Emperor Bone 2. Furthermore, now that Yi Yuan obtained the Qilin bloodline, using this Empyrean spirit treasure would be just right. As for that so-called Qi Zhen, he really did not take him seriously. In this Heavenspan world, if 8-star alchemy gods did not emerge, there would really barely be anyone that could surpass him in alchemy Dao. Humph, just you laugh, you'll cry later. Seeing Yi Yuan's determined appearance of getting it, Qi Chen's anger flared out of the blue. When the time comes, the one who cries will probably be you, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Returning to his residence, Yi Yuan started closed seclusion to refine pills. Master, what medicinal pills can these spirit medicines refine? I've never heard of it. Lone Swan looked at the pile of spirit medicines in front of him and asked with a frown. The pill formulas of rank 6 spirit medicines. With his status as a 7-star alchemy god, he naturally knew a lot. But the spirit medicines that Yuan sourced for this time, he could not find the appropriate pill formula even after digging deep within. Yuan smiled and said, "You naturally haven't heard before. This is the pill formula that I created. It's called Voidrush Grand Spirit Pill." Lone Swan opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, The pill formula that you created yourself. Then, how is it compared to the heavenly mandate secular forgetting pill?" Yuan answered with a question, "What do you think?" Lone Swan swept a glance over these spirit medicines and said hesitantly, "If refining a medicinal pill with these spirit medicines, it will probably at least be 2 times and above of the heavenly mandate secular forgetting pill, right?" Yuan smiled and said, "If it's just 2 times, what am I refining it for? The same grade Voidrush Grand Spirit Pill, the medicinal effect is 5 times and above that of the heavenly mandate secular forgetting pill. F5 times, Master, this. Lone Swan opened his eyes wide, stammering until he already could not speak. Yuan naturally knew why Lone Swan was shocked. Once this pill formula was brought out, it would absolutely set the world on fire. Probably the entire Heavenspan world's alchemy world would have tumultuous waves stirred up. It might even startle the medicine ancestor. The improvement of ordinary medicinal pills, being able to increase 10% of the medicinal effect, was already very impressive. Compared to this Voidrush Grand Spirit Pill, those pill formulas that Yuan brought out in the southern border were simply weak to the max. The shock in Lone Swan's heart simply could not use words to describe. Yuan was able to create such a heaven-defying medicinal pill, then would there still be other medicinal pills that he newly created in his hands? Once these medicinal pills surfaced in the world, a sanguinary slaughter was bound to be stirred up in the Heavenspan world. The allure of this kind of pill formula was too great. But what was even more appealing was still Yuan, this person. Once this matter was exposed, Yuan would surely fall into a dangerous situation. A person who was able to create a pill formula with 5 times the medicinal effect, that was simply an existence that was going to defy the heavens. It was also precisely because of this that Yuan kept a tight lip towards outsiders. Lone Swan already proved his loyalty. That was why Yuan would let him come and observe the refinement of the Voidrush Grand Spirit Pill. "Hoo, good that you know. Don't leak half a word about this to the outside," Yuan said with a smile. Lone Swan's expression became somber, and he immediately raised his hand to the sky and swore a heavenly Tao oath. Yuan nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction. The implications of this matter were too great. Lone Swan being so sensible, his painstaking efforts were not in vain. Swearing a heavenly Tao oath, Lone Swan did not have any dissatisfaction but was very happy instead. Because this represented that Master already trusted him immensely. Otherwise, how could he let him know about this kind of earth-shaking important matter? It seemed like he was indeed not wrong in abandoning Zhu Luoji's foundation and following Master. When the pill refinement started, Lone Swan became more and more shocked in his heart. The complexity of refining the Voidrush Grand Spirit Pill and the brilliance of the technique, he never saw these in his lifetime. Lone Swan knew that Yuan's refining speed was extremely fast and the quality was extremely high. But this single mere rank 6 divine pill, Yuan actually expended 1 entire day's time. Turned out that this is Master's true strength. When Yuan finished refining, Empyrean Lone Swan sighed with admiration. He had seen before Yuan taking action, and he even fought with Yuan before. But the alchemy strength that Yuan displayed in front of outsiders was merely the tip of the iceberg. And this Voidrush Grand Spirit Pill was the major accomplishment of Yuan's alchemy strength. Only at this moment did Lone Swan know how superficial his understanding of alchemy Tao was. He also had a never before resolve to follow Yuan. After Yuan adjusting his breathing for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "How's the harvest?" Lone Swan said respectfully, akin to dispelling the clouds and seeing the bright moon. Yuan smiled and said, "You're a 7-star alchemy god, and you are already very close to the great Tao. When Master refines pills in the future, you follow by the side and experience it with all your heart." Lone Swan's face revealed great joy, and he said respectfully, "Many thanks, Master." This kind of pill refinement that was close to Tao, ordinary people did not even have the chance to experience it. This was a massive lucky chance, so how could Lone Swan not be happy? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Withdraw. Master is going into closed seclusion." Lonzuan answered respectfully and withdrew. Experiencing the pill refinement by Yi Yuan's side this one day, with his rank 7 soul force, he actually could not quite bear it anymore too. He had to go back and rest, then digest the comprehension he had this time carefully. Half a month later, a powerful aura rose to the sky inside the secret chamber. Yi Yuan finally broke through to the 7th firmament origin pill. Chapter 2108, Aggrieved. Master, that crimson sky has already been clamoring outside for many days, saying that he wanted to challenge you in front of the entire city. The moment Yi Yuan exited seclusion, Lonzuan came up to greet him. Yi Yuan's brows raised up and he said with a smile, "Oh. Go out and take a look." The two people walked out of the front door and discovered that outside the door there was already a huge crowd of people. Challenging the second sage, this sort of thing, and in addition to it being in front of everyone in the city, there was naturally tremendous appeal. Furthermore, the people present already knew that Crimson Sky was High Priest Redplume's disciple. His strength was bound to be extremely strong. These two people's alchemy battle would absolutely be unusually exciting and extremely worth seeing. Lord Second Sage, Crimson Sky is unworthy but wants to challenge you. Lord Second Sage, do you see it? Everyone is looking forward to you taking action. Lord Sacred Ancestor High Priest, huddling up like a turtle, wouldn't you lower Sacred Ancestor High Priest's reputation? Outside the front door, Crimson Sky shouted at the top of his voice spreading all around. These people were probably mostly summoned by his loud voice. But he became wiser this time, calling, "Lord Second Sage," time and again, not daring to have the slightest bit of arrogant action. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, Crimson Sky's eyes lit up. He then gave a bow toward Yi Yuan and said, "Lord Second Sage, Crimson Sky has been waiting here for a long time." Yi Yuan said coolly, "You want to challenge me?" Crimson Sky nodded and said, "Right now, everyone in the city is saying that Lord Second Sage's name falls short of reality. A mere 6-star priest at the True God realm, how can he take on the name of Second Sage? Hence, Crimson Sky has come forward on my own accord and wants to request Lord Second Sage to give a pointer or two in front of the demons in the entire city, so as to rectify the name of Lord Second Sage. Yeah, Lord Second Sage. If you want to obtain our recognition, then take out a bit of strength. We really want to see on what basis you become the Second Sage. Not letting us see your strength, we absolutely won't acknowledge that you're Second Sage." The ones that came to crowd around, quite a number of people were all priests and thought very highly of Second Sage this title. With Crimson Sky saying so, it immediately aroused many people's resonance. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly. His heart was like a clear mirror. Crimson Sky, this kind of person whose eyes were at the top of their heads, it was impossible to have this kind of cunningness. There was definitely someone plotting at the back. But since he dared to come to West Spirit region, he naturally did not fear challenges. Yi Yuan revealed a look of amusement on his face and said smilingly, "Can defeating you prove the title of Second Sage?" Crimson Sky, you're also thinking too highly of yourself, right? Crimson Sky could not help choking when he heard that. The others were also directly tongue-tied. Yeah, what kind of existence was Second Sage? That was an alchemy Dao powerhouse second only to Sacred Ancestor High Priest. How could a mere Crimson Sky be mentioned in the same breath? Crimson Sky discovered that in front of Yi Yuan, he was a complete and utter noob. He was like a ball of clay, Yi Yuan could knead him however he wanted. Really aggravating. Lord Second Sage, are you avoiding my challenge? Crimson Sky gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan avoiding and not fighting with this is the reason right now, no one dared to say a word of no. You want to challenge me, you were totally not qualified enough. Hoo-hoo, why would this sage avoid the battle? Telling you all this is just to let you understand your statuses. I know that you think that by reaching Ancestor Realm, you are conceited and think that you can challenge this sage. Then this sage will let you understand how great the disparity between you and I is. Crimson Sky's brows raised up, and he said with a big laugh, "That's what you said." "I said it," Yi Yuan said coolly. Second Sage and High Priest Redplume's disciple, Crimson Sky's battle, swept throughout the entire city like the wind. In the plaza, there were massive crowds of people. Not even a needle could be poked in. The demon race's priests all raked their heads, wanting to squeeze a little closer. On the stage, Crimson Sky looked at Yi Yuan with a smug look and said with a smile, Lord Second Sage, the humiliation that you gave me these few days, I'm going to claim it all back. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp and he said, in a solemn voice, humiliation? You're saying that you showed no respect to your superiors and then I punished you to kneel and repent, it's humiliation. The moment Crimson Sky heard, he almost bit his tongue off. How aggravating. A little carelessness and he fell into the pit again, making him maintain a modest and polite mentality toward a person whose realm was even lower than his was seriously too hard. When talking, a moment of carelessness that he would reveal his true colors. And no, I didn't mean that. What I'm saying is, Lord Second Sage, please guide me well, Crimson Sky said stammeringly. In front of so many people, if he was punished with kneeling again by Yi Yuan, it would really be a huge loss of face. Today was making Yi Yuan lose face, not make himself lose face. Crimson Sky secretly hated in his heart, swearing that he would definitely make Yi Yuan lose very horribly. But Yi Yuan was secretly laughing in his heart, but was calm on the surface as he said, relax, this sage will guide you well. Humph, humph, when the time comes, who guides who is still not known. Just you be smug, you'll be crying later. Crimson Sky smiled coldly in his heart. He was extremely confident in his strength and that he absolutely would not lose to Yi Yuan. This fight also attracted the attention of many parties. On an inconspicuous watchtower, Gongyang Lai stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood Xin Luo. Crimson Sky's deflated appearance was naturally taken into his sights in its entirety. Gongyang Lai could not help shaking his head and he sighed and said, Crimson Sky's talent is indeed great, but his experiences are too little. He isn't Yi Yuan's match at all. Xin Luo smiled and said, Hu, I believe that this fight will also be of tremendous help to Lord Crimson Sky. He was eyed by Lord Redplume at a very young age and his road was smooth sailing. In terms of scheming, he naturally can't compare to Second Sage. Gongyang Lai's gaze was sharp as he said, this Yi Yuan, I have no idea what background he has either. He's young, but he is like an old monster in the way he conducts himself. He is proud, but he doesn't look down on everyone and everything. He is domineering, but he also doesn't lose the sense of propriety. Even this emperor also has to be careful in front of him. Xin Luo also said in agreement, Second Sage, this title is virtually utilized by him to the extreme. He didn't consider everything and everyone beneath his notice because he is the Second Sage, but he also used the title of Second Sage to pressure us until we can't breathe. He truly is a troublesome character. Gongyang Lai's gaze landed on the Yi Yuan far away and asked, how high do you think Crimson Sky's chances are for this fight? Xin Luo smiled and said, this battle, Lord Crimson Sky will definitely win. Gongyang Lai said in surprise, oh, why is that? Reaching Ancestor Realm was reaching another world. Whoever was stronger or weaker was really hard to say. Gongyang Lai also had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan's talent indeed surpassed everyone, including Crimson Sky. Xin Luo seemed to know what Gongyang Lai was thinking and said with a smile, talent is one thing, but strength is another. If we don't reach Ancestor Realm, we don't have any strength to fight back at all in front of Yi Yuan. But Crimson Sky stepped into Ancestor Realm 1,000 years ago, while Yi Yuan had merely stepped into it for several hundred years at most, or even shorter. In addition, Lord Crimson Sky was taught by High Priest Redplume. Letting him out this time, the goal is to probe Yi Yuan's strength. This indicates that High Priest Redplume feels very optimistic about Crimson Sky. If I must choose one among the two of them, I'll naturally pick Crimson Sky. Chapter 2109, Textbook Example. On a watchtower with an extremely good line of sight, the Qilin clan's powerhouses were all present. Qi Chen looked in the distance and slowly opened his mouth and said, Qi Zhen, you have to watch this alchemy battle well. Although I don't think that he can beat you, the implications of this matter are too great, so you mustn't be careless. Beside Qi Chen, a young man with a cold face stood with his hands behind his back. He was precisely Qi Zhen. Qi Zhen was the Qilin clan's young generation's #1 alchemy genius, his strength formidable. Although he was of the young generation, Qi Zhen was actually more than 30,000 years old already. To talk about Emperor Bones, our Qilin clan also has quite a few left behind by ancestors. Could it be that this Emperor Bone is different in some way? Qi Zhen asked curiously. Qi Chen nodded and said, I sensed an extremely ancient aura from this Emperor Bone. Compared to the Emperor Bones in the clan, it seems to be more nobler and more mysterious. I feel that this Emperor Bone must be hiding our clan's big secret inside it. Hence, We must get it. Qi Zhen was slightly surprised, clearly not expecting that Qi Chen would actually be so serious. Uncle Chen, rest assured. I won't lose, Qi Zhen said coolly, revealing powerful confidence. On that day, when everyone knew that Second Sage was actually a true god realm, the entire city was shaken. There were criticizing voices everywhere in the city. There were questioning voices everywhere. And today, whether Second Sage was worthy of the title or failed to live up to the name, it was also time to examine it. High Priest Redplume's proud disciple, an ancestor realm powerhouse, this was clearly the most ideal testing stone to test Second Sage's strength. Lord Second Sage, you watch carefully. This is my Redplume lineage's Nero Heavenwalk technique. I'll use it today to tell you that you're not worthy to be called Second Sage. Crimson Sky gave a cold cry, a profound aura suddenly erupted. It was as if there was only him alone left in this entire world. Waves of profound and inscrutable aura transmitted out of the medicinal cauldron, revolving around Crimson Sky. This was the aura of Tao. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help letting out waves of exclamations. The demon divine region was vast, the powerhouses numerous. But ancestor realm powerhouses were extremely hard to encounter. One had to know, even a major power like Xin Luo was also merely a half-step ancestor realm. This is ancestor realm, indeed a celestial figure. Lord Crimson Sky is well deserving of being High Priest Redplume's proud disciple. This is the aura of Tao. Lord Crimson Sky completely drew out all of the power of law inside the spirit medicines. Too impressive. This is genuine pill refinement. Compared to Lord Crimson Sky, we're simply trash. Whatever dogfart Second Sage, he's weak to the max when compared to Lord Crimson Sky. In the plaza, fanatical voices could be heard all around. Many people were instantly turned into fans by Crimson Sky. When had these people seen before ancestor realm powerhouses take action? The moment Crimson Sky made his move, they naturally felt incomparably surprised. On the watchtower, Xin Luo also had a look of surprise as he said with a sigh, "This is ancestor realm." Lord Crimson Sky has probably already acquired High Priest Redplume's true legacy. Given time, he might be able to clear Ask Not as well. This battle doesn't have any suspense. This half-step ancestor realm, longed for ancestor realm immensely. It was just that this step was far too difficult. Back then, Empyrean, Flutterfeather was a half-step ancestor realm long ago but kept failing to take the final step and truly step into ancestor realm, all the way until he encountered Yuan. The so-called ancestor realm was actually tracing to the source, and one could already pry into the source of great Tao, getting to work from the most fundamental, refining medicinal pills. Hence, the moment Crimson Sky made his move, he drew out all of the power of law inside the spirit medicines, discarded the dregs, and retempered them, forming better quality medicinal pills from there. Gongyang Lai also stroked his beard and laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Hoo-hoo, although Crimson Sky is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, his talent is indeed extremely high. Even Master is also full of praises toward him. After today, see how Yuan this brat still has the cheek to be called Second Sage." Yuan himself appeared very calm. He was not in a rush to take action but observed Crimson Sky's pill refinement for a while, and unwittingly shook his head slightly. Hoo-hoo, pill refinement isn't competing in quarreling, whoever's voice is louder wins. Today, this sage will teach you a good lesson, and let you know how medicinal pills should be refined. It was only to see Yuan put his hands together. The sky suddenly dimmed, motes of stars manifesting above the sky of the stage. Chaos heavenly star art, demonic attraction art activating, Yuan's entire person transformed into a mirage. The power of laws inside the spirit medicines transformed into fine flowing streams, flowing into the stars. This scene was unbelievably beautiful. Those who were still shouting, "Lord Crimson Sky is incredible," previously, already shut their mouths sensibly at this time. They were already thoroughly dumbstruck with amazement by Yuan's pill refinement. When Xin Luo saw this scene, he could not help staring dumbfounded with his mouth agape, unable to say a word. Originally, Crimson Sky had an imposing momentum, attempting to directly crush Yuan until he could not lift his head. But very soon, he felt an unparalleled power burst forth, forcefully knocking aside his alchemy Tao aura, not allowing the least bit of resistance. In front of this power, he suddenly felt that he was extremely puny. Crimson Sky's heart shook wildly. He had yet to encounter such a situation before. Even when battling on alchemy with his senior apprentice brothers, he also never had this kind of feeling before. He felt that the Yi Yuan on the other side was akin to the sky, as though he was the earth, as though he was the entire world. This power was too terrifying. Is this Yi Yuan's true strength? Xin Luo looked at Yi Yuan blankly, finally blurting out this sentence. Gongyang Lai did not know pill refinement, but he also discerned something unusual from Xin Luo's expression. Furthermore, with his heavenly emperor strength, he also sensed the aura of the great Tao source distinctly. This aura, even he also felt waves of heart palpitations. It was not that this power was too strong, but it was a kind of awe and veneration that came from the bottom of the heart. Being born in this world, people would not really fear nothing. Mortals revered gods, martial artists revered heaven and earth. The current Gongyang Lai seemed to be facing heaven and earth. Just what is going on? Could it be that? Crimson Sky froze. Gongyang Lai said somewhat disbelievingly. Xin Luo turned to look at him and said with a bitter smile, "This alchemy battle doesn't have any suspense at all. Heavenly Melody Heartseal pill is one of the most difficult to refine medicinal pills among ranked 6 demon divine pills, the medicinal properties in the spirit. Medicine's extremely complicated. How to extract the power of law heavily tests the standard of the priest. To ancestor realm powerhouses, drawing out the medicinal properties within isn't hard, but Yi Yuan did it too perfectly. On the other side, Qi Chen's expression was never before solemn until today. He was also explaining the impressive aspect of Yi Yuan to his fellow clan members. The complexity of medicinal properties is just like the stars in the sky, with people being unable to handle it at all. Even ancestor realm powerhouses also don't dare to say that they can master it fully. Even if sacred ancestor high priest or ancestor Qi Chen is here, it's probably also just Yi Yuan's standard. If we are to say that Crimson Sky's strength already attained a higher level, then Yi Yuan's skill can be said to be textbook example. Behind Qi Zhen, the faces of Qi Chen and the rest became more and more surprised, and increasingly solemn. Qi Zhen's appraisal of Yi Yuan was too high. Chapter 2110, Rectifying Name. Qi Chen's face could practically squeeze water out. His heart already sunk to rock bottom along with Qi Zhen's words. What did Qi Zhen's words mean? Sacred Ancestor High Priest, Ancestor Qi Chen, what level of existences were those people? Qi Zhen actually placed them in the same category with Yi Yuan. Wouldn't this mean that even if Qi Zhen went up, there was not the slightest chance of victory too? Qi Zhen was reputed as an existence that was the next ancestor Qi Chen in the Qilin clan. So how high was his status? If not for this, how could Qi Chen pledge in all solemnity to take the Jadeclean's Truefire bottle out as a wager? Qi Zhen, then if you took the stage, how much assurance do you have? Qi Chen asked with a grim look. Qi Zhen shook his head and said, no confidence at all. Everyone trembled all over. What Qi Zhen said was no confidence at all. With Qi Zhen's strength, how formidable did the strength have to be before it could make him say this kind of words? Everyone present understood Qi Zhen very well, his confidence in alchemy, no one could smash it. But now, Qi Zhen actually did not even dare to say that he had a 10% chance. How is this possible? Big brother, you're an existence that's going to inherit ancestor Qi Chen's mantle, so how can you possibly fail to deal with even a 6-star priest? Qi Yun said with a look of disbelief. Qi Zhen shook his head and said, prior to this, even if I knew that he's an ancestor realm powerhouse, I also wouldn't feel that he can pose any threat to me. But after witnessing his alchemy skills, I have no choice but to admit that he, this second sage, lives up to his name. Lives up to his name. This was Qi Zhen's evaluation of Yi Yuan. Everyone was taken aback by shock. When they knew that Yi Yuan was second sage, there was more contempt and disdain. But now, Qi Zhen gave him such a high appraisal. Following Yi Yuan's pill refinement going in depth, one stream of flowing light after another flew out of the medicinal cauldron and converged into the stars, shattering and reassembling. One light band after another was akin to the aurora, too beautiful to be absorbed all at once. In the plaza, countless demons seemed to have been brought into the depths of the starry sky, roaming heaven and earth. That kind of feeling made people feel enraptured. No shocking and outrageous aura, and also did not raise a shocking commotion that caught people's eyes. Everyone happened so naturally. Under the atmosphere that Yi Yuan created, people already forgot about Crimson Sky, and forgot that they were still battling on alchemy. They were only purely admiring, purely experiencing it. This alchemy battle became Yi Yuan's one-man performance. Crimson Sky's alchemy Dao aura became smaller and smaller. Finally, It became small until it could be overlooked. What Qi Zhen said, he could feel it completely. Furthermore, he felt it even more vividly than Qi Zhen. This was just a one-time textbook example. Yi Yuan was teaching him how to refine pills and not doing some alchemy battle. Alchemy battle? What alchemy battle was there still? Crimson Sky could not help smiling ruefully in his heart. It turned out that this was Second Sage's true strength. Crimson Sky could feel that Yi Yuan's realm was only a little higher than his. But pill refinement had never been about just the realm. Pill refinement was an extremely complicated process. Any minor detail could determine the quality of the medicinal pill in the end. Clearly, Yi Yuan performed the other aspects of pill refinement to the limits outside of one's realm. As long as his realm was there, even if Sacred Ancestor High Priest was here, there was no reason he could not have a battle. Only at this moment did Crimson Sky truly experience why Sacred Ancestor High Priest would confer Yi Yuan as Second Sage. This kind of strength simply had no weaknesses to exploit. Unless one completely crushed him in Alchemy Dao realm, otherwise, there wasn't the slightest chance of victory at all. What was even scarier was that Yi Yuan was only less than 2,000 years old. He was called an alchemy genius, High Priest Redplume's genius, the young generation's disciples. But compared to Yi Yuan, he was already an old man. Yi Yuan's potential was simply unimaginable. When everything settled down, that vast starry sea transformed into a formation diagram, and gradually integrated into the medicinal cauldron. People finally woke up from the shock. All of the gazes were gathered on that young figure on the stage. Marvelous work of art, truly a marvelous work of art. Turns out that this is Lord Second Sage's true strength. The title of Second Sage lives up to reality as well as in name. I finally understand why Sacred Ancestor High Priest conferred him as Second Sage. Although I couldn't understand Lord Second Sage's pill refinement at all, he's really very, very incredible. At this very moment, there was already no one who questioned Sacred Ancestor High Priest's decision anymore. Yi Yuan defeated the same rank Crimson Sky in a close to crushing manner. Within the same generation, he was almost invincible. If this kind of person was not fit to be called Second Sage, who was worthy? Although there were many demon race priests present, some were even 6-star priests who were more or less the same as Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan's pill refinement, they could not understand at all. Yi Yuan's realm was far higher than theirs. However, this did not hinder them from feeling that Yi Yuan was remarkable. Because this kind of thing could not be faked, and it was clear at a glance. Crimson Sky already gave up. There was no meaning at all to him continuing. Although these spirit medicines were very precious, he already lost the courage to carry on. He slowly came before Yi Yuan, bowed all the way down, and said respectfully, Crimson Sky overestimated his own ability and challenged Lord Second Sage. Lord Second Sage, please deal the punishment. No one felt that Crimson Sky's action had anything inappropriate. On the contrary, they felt that it was natural and right. Crimson Sky's strength going to challenge Yi Yuan could indeed be called overestimating his ability. Although similarly Ancestor Realm, their true pill refining strength was not on the same level at all. The current Crimson Sky already put away his arrogance long ago and was respectful like a little student in front of Yi Yuan. He had never thought that there was actually still such an existence among the young generation. Actually, many people were clear that Sacred Ancestor High Priest would not shoot at random, but Yi Yuan was seriously too young until it made people unable to believe that he could become Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Crimson Sky was likewise the same. Coupled with that he was High Priest Redplume's disciple, he was even more indignant about Yi Yuan riding on top of his master's head. That was why he would come and challenge Yi Yuan. But now, he actually produced a trace of wavering towards his own master. Yi Yuan was just roughly 1,000 years old. 10,000 years later, would his master really be Yi Yuan's match? Crimson Sky did not know, but he knew that the Yi Yuan after 10,000 years would probably have flung him no idea how many streets behind. Yi Yuan said coolly, forget it, my realm is right here to see. So it's normal that you all have doubts. If there's someone who feels that this sage is unworthy of the title, you can still come and challenge me. Everyone's faces turned slightly somber. Many people recalled making quite a number of malicious remarks about Yi Yuan previously, saying that Yi Yuan was unworthy of the title of Second Sage. Some even scolded very nastily, and could not help feeling ashamed at this time. Crimson Sky hurriedly said, dare not, dare not. Second Sage's strength, even if my few senior apprentice brothers came, it's also merely thus. And they are only a little higher than Lord Second Sage's realm, that's all. After Lord Second Sage's realm is there, I'm afraid they won't be a match. Chapter 2111, Shameless. Inside the priest temple, Yi Yuan sat high above. Below, stood Xin Luo and the rest of the 7-star priests, as well as Gongyang Lai. At this time, the 7-star priests' faces all had ashamed expressions. Xin Luo stepped out of the ranks, bowed all the way down, and said in fear and trepidation, "We have offended Lord Second Sage previously and deserve 10,000 deaths." Gongyang Lai had an embarrassed look as he said with a bow, "Gongyang Lai has affronted Lord Second Sage. Your Excellency, please deal out punishment." The group of Empyreans could not help being secretly tongue-tied. Even Lord Heavenly Emperor actually acknowledged his fault. They had lived to this ripe old age and it was really their first time seeing such a scene. But thinking about it, this was also within reason. The second sage that sacred ancestor High Priest personally conferred, his status was even above High Priest Redplume. He could take the bow of a heavenly emperor. With the talent and strength that Yi Yuan displayed, surpassing High Priest Redplume in the future was also possible. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, "This matter ends here. You all were merely made use of by old man sacred ancestor, why would this sage stoop to your level?" Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. But everyone also quaked in their boots when they heard it. To dare call sacred ancestor High Priest as old man sacred ancestor, this was probably one of a kind, right? If it were before, everyone would definitely turn their noses up at Yi Yuan's words. But now, they did not dare to butt in at all. This was a matter between great gods, so it was not their turn to interject at all. Come one day in the future, Lord Second Sage would likely be able to grow to become an existence like sacred ancestor High Priest. However, be that as it may, Yi Yuan was still rather grateful toward old man sacred ancestor. The demon race's alchemy technique was a unique school of thought and indeed had many areas to glean from. Yi Yuan also learned many things from these people. Yi Yuan was never an egomaniac. On the contrary, he attached great importance to every alchemy battle. While seemingly unconcerned with alchemy battles, Yi Yuan could actually glean knowledge from it every time. And it was precisely this kind of accumulation that let him improve at breakneck speeds. And this was also precisely what sacred ancestor High Priest wanted to see. At this time, someone suddenly came to report. The person said, "Lord Second Sage, the Qilin clan's Qi Zhen requests an audience." The moment Xin Luo heard, his brows could not help raising up as he said, "Qi Zhen? That Qi Zhen which Qi Chen spoke of. Could it be that he came to find Lord Second Sage to complete the bet?" On that day, Qi Chen made a bet with Yi Yuan in front of everyone. This matter, the people present all knew. Yi Yuan asked curiously, "Xin Luo, I heard that these legendary divine beast clans mostly stay reclusive and don't come out. But why did they appear in West Spirit region this time?" Xin Luo said, "Actually, this time was High Priest Redplume issuing invitations to the various major pseudo-worlds, inviting the strongest juniors in the current era to come out and have an exchange. This Qi Zhen only came because he received the invitation. It's just that I don't know why, his journey seemed to have been delayed for a while now. So he only arrived at this time." Yi Yuan felt enlightened in his heart and said, "In this case, Crimson Sky is here to take part in the convention this time." Xin Luo nodded and said, "Precisely so." Yi Yuan said, "Then, the dragon race and other races have also arrived." Xin Luo nodded and said, "Yes. In the past, these races were not willing to interact with the outside world. But this time, they agreed and even sent out quite a few juniors." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help becoming curious. Arriving at the Heavenspan world for so many, he had never heard of the dragon race's information. As a successor of the dragon race, he was also very curious about the dragon clan. Looks like this time, he could meet the dragon clan's powerhouses. Before long, a young man with a frost look walked into the hall. "I pay respects to Second Sage." Qi Zhen clasped his hands slightly, with his attitude being somewhat haughty. Gongyang Lai's face turned cold and he said, "Insolence. Seeing Second Sage, how can you be so impolite?" Seeing Gongyang Lai, Qi Zhen's pupils could not help constricting. It was actually a heavenly emperor powerhouse. However, it was also just a slight surprise. With his status in the Qilin clan, he had seen before many heavenly emperor powerhouses. "That's your second sage, not my Qilin clan's second sage. What do you want me to do before it's considered polite?" Qi Zhen looked at Gongyang Lai and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Gongyang Lai could not help choking when he heard that. These apex divine beast races, each clan's foundation was unfathomable. Not coming into being these countless years, who knew how many powerhouses were hiding inside their pseudo-worlds? Sacred Ancestor High Priest dominated the Demon Divine region, but it was also just the Demon Divine region on the surface. Furthermore, Sacred Ancestor High Priest only had a unique school of thought in alchemy Dao, and could not truly unify the demon race. In the demon race, there were still some existences whose strength did not lose to Sacred Ancestor High Priest. The demon races, species were numerous. Some races were powerful and not weaker than that of the outside world. Just as the Qilin clan, they had the capital to be haughty. Squeezing Gongyang Lai with one sentence, Qi Zhen turned to look at Yi Yuan and said, "Coolly, I came here to inform you that the arranged battle between you and Uncle Chen previously isn't counted." The moment these words came out, the hall immediately burst into an uproar. What? Something that has been agreed upon? They actually went back on their word. I understand. They must have seen Lord Second Sage's strength and are afraid of losing to Lord Second Sage, so they don't dare to compete anymore. The Qilin clan is really shameless. Each and every one of the priests present was extremely indignant. This kind of shameless action, the Qilin clan could actually do it. They already acknowledged Yi Yuan, this second sage, in their hearts. Now, the Qilin clan actually did this kind of shameless action, they felt like they experienced it for themselves. Qi Zhen's face turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, "Everyone, you all had better pay attention to your words. My Qilin clan isn't what anyone can bully. Uncle Chen and Second Sage's arranged bet, I wasn't present. They also didn't seek my opinion. This kind of agreement was taken too lightly, so how can it count?" Qi Zhen was merely an initial stage Empyrean, but his bloodline was noble. Saying these words, it had its own majesty. Furthermore, the Qilin clan was incomparably powerful. This was something known to all in the demon race. Really offending the Qilin clan, it would be hard to clean up the mess too. Finished talking, Qi Zhen turned to Yi Yuan again and threatened, "Second Sage, you seized my Qilin clan's precious treasure, it's equivalent to becoming enemies with my Qilin clan. Qi Zhen gives you a piece of advice. You'd better send the Emperor Bone back to the Qilin clan. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." The Qilin clan's shamelessness was really cut from the same cloth. He looked at Qi Zhen and said with a smile, "Oh. I wonder what kind of consequences there will be." Qi Zhen laughed coldly and said, "Second Sage is from the human race and probably isn't aware of my Qilin clan's power yet, right? My Qilin clan's strength can rival half of the outside world's demon races. You, weigh it over yourself then. Farewell." Done talking, Qi Zhen turned around and left. "Halt!" Yi Yuan shouted coldly. "Did I let you leave?" Qi Zhen turned around and could not help laughing as he said, "What? Based on you, a true god realm, you also want to make me stay? Or is it that you think they dared to forcefully keep me?" Chapter 2112, Aren't You Proud? Qi Zhen looked at Yi Yuan and said those words with a disdainful look on his face. This alchemy battle indeed made him inexplicably shocked, and even have a feeling of being ashamed of his unworthiness. Could it be that because of this, the Qilin clan was going to give away a peak Empyrean spirit treasure? What kind of concept was an Empyrean spirit treasure? That was a treasure on the same level as the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl. Such treasures could suppress a region and bring extremely good destiny. Yi Yuan being able to rise up heaven-defyingly had an inextricable relationship with these two treasures. Such a treasure, even when placed in the Qilin clan, it was absolutely not a dispensable existence too. If not for the Qilin Emperor Bone being too tempting and too extraordinary, it would be absolutely impossible for Qi Chen to suggest this kind of alchemy battle. But now, they discovered that there was no hope of winning at all, and they could only choose this kind of shameless method to end this bet. Qi Zhen really did not take Yi Yuan seriously. Even if he was second sage, he also could not posture on top of the Qilin clan's head. "Is that so? I can't keep you here, but what about it?" Yi Yuan's gaze had a cold look as he slowly took out the Emperor Bone. The moment the Emperor Bone emerged, a power that seemingly came from great antiquity suddenly descended. All of the powerhouses in the hall felt their shoulders sink, a tremendous pressure descending from the sky. Everyone's faces changed colors. On that day, when Yi Yuan took out the Emperor Bone, he did not trigger the power inside the Emperor Bone. The aura that they felt flowed out of the emperor bone naturally. But today, the pressure in the emperor bone was in full bloom. Even these Empyreans felt enormous pressure. Of course, it was merely just pressure, it did not give Yi Yuan the power to contend with Empyreans. But one person was different. That person was Qi Zhen. This was an emperor bone from the ancient era, the ancestor of the present Qilin clan's ancestor. How noble was the bloodline and how strong was the pressure. This kind of pressure originated from the depths of the bloodline and originated from the depths of the soul. Kneel down for me. Yi Yuan's cry was akin to the evening drum and morning bell in a monastery. Borrowing the might of the emperor bone, it shook until the great hall quaked incessantly. Qi Zhen's mind told him that he should not kneel. However, his body and soul seemed to not heed his orders. It was as if there was a demon in his heart, telling him to kneel down, to kneel down. In the midst of Qi Zhen's trembling, he slowly knelt down. One could tell from his body that his entire person was undergoing intense struggle. Under such a powerful bloodline pressure, his body actually did not listen to orders anymore. That instant when Qi Zhen's knees came into contact with the ground, endless humiliation welled up in his heart. He looked at Yi Yuan coldly, eyes bloodshot with rage as he roared, "Yi Yuan, you dare to humiliate me? Humiliating my Qilin clan, you'll die without a burial ground." Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene dumbfounded with gaping mouths. Even a heavenly emperor powerhouse like Gongyang Lai was also staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied at this time. A primal variant species like the Qilin clan, not only were they powerful themselves, the strength of their race was also powerful to the extreme. Although he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, when he saw a Qilin clan's distinguished talent like Qi Zhen, he also had to give in a little. But Yi Yuan actually used this kind of radical method to make him kneel. "Lord Second Sage, this is probably not appropriate, right?" Gongyang Lai said cautiously. Yi Yuan ignored him, but his gaze looked at Qi Zhen calmly as he said with a cold sneer, "Isn't your bloodline noble? Aren't you incomparably proud? Aren't you taking advantage of your power to bully people? Aren't you being shameless? Then let me tell you today, your pride is utterly worthless in front of me. I don't need the Jadaclean's Truefire bottle. The wager can also be written off. I, Yi Yuan, am not an unreasonable person. But your Qilin clan is self-assured that your bloodline is noble and looks down on everyone under the heavens, calling off the bet with this kind of shameless method. Turns out that the words of an Empyrean powerhouse are like letting out a fart. If it's like this, forget it too. But you even ran in front of me to swagger and make a show of force, wanting me to hand the emperor bone over with both hands. If it's once or twice, forget it, but you all really take me, Yi Yuan, to be a soft persimmon, and can be threatened by any random Tom, Dick, or Harry. MN. Yi Yuan glared fiercely, akin to a celestial deity that descended, giving people a feeling like he was a god. When the surrounding Empyrean powerhouses heard Yi Yuan's denouncing, each and every one of them secretly sighed in their hearts too. Indeed, even though Yi Yuan was a young genius comparable to sacred ancestor high priest, he did not have the arrogance that a youth would normally have. Even when Crimson Sky was being arrogant in front of him, Yi Yuan also just brushed it off with a smile in the end. But this Qilin clan went too far. That matter on that day, everyone present knew. When Qi Yun saw Yi Yuan, he said that the Emperor Bone was the Qilin clan's and was extremely overbearing. Later, Qi Yu jumped out and was also like that. Then later, Qi Chen, this late-stage Empyrean mighty expert, came out and was the same too. Discovering Yi Yuan's identity in the end and knowing that the matter could not be done, he used a wager to seize it by force and trickery. However, after witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, the Qilin clan went back on their word again. If they reneged on their word, forget it, you come and say it nicely. Lower your head and admit your fault, perhaps Yi Yuan would not haggle over it anymore. Yet, this Qi Zhen made it seem that he was number one under the heavens and ran in front of Yi Yuan to posture. Disregarding cancelling the bet with this kind of shameless reason, he even wanted Yi Yuan to hand over the Emperor Bone with both hands. Even a clay bodhisattva had some anger, let alone Yi Yuan, this genius who enjoyed success at a young age and had a status comparable to sacred ancestor high priest. No matter how easygoing one was, they also had a limit, no. It was just that they did not expect that Yi Yuan's Emperor Bone actually had such terrifying power, to actually be able to pressure the Empyrean realm Qi Zhen to directly kneel down. Aren't you proud? Isn't your bloodline noble? Then I'll trample all of your pride underfoot. Done talking, Yi Yuan stomped down, directly stepping on Qi Zhen's face and stepping onto the floor. The enormous force directly stomped until the ground fissured apart. Yi Yuan's strength was not worth mentioning to Qi Zhen. It was just that his face hurt a little. But the humiliation in his heart reached the peak at this moment. He gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Yi Yuan, if you have the guts, kill me. As long as you don't kill me today, I'll grind your bones to dust and let you know what's called true remorse." How proud was the Qilin clan. Today's incident would become his lifelong smirch. How could he not be enraged? But threatening Yi Yuan, he was not worried that Yi Yuan would really do anything to him. Humiliating him like this was already the limit that he could do. Did he really dare to kill Qi Zhen? The consequences of killing him were not what Yi Yuan could bear. Except, he underestimated Yi Yuan's resolve. He had always yielded to soft tactics and did not bow to force. Even if a transcendent heavenly emperor came over, he could forget about making Yi Yuan lower his head too, let alone a mere Qi Zhen. It was only to see killing intent appear in Yi Yuan's eyes. The bone sword was already gripped in his hand. "Hoo, you think that with you having the Qilin clan a backer, I won't dare to do anything to you? Since that's the case, then I'll send you off. I want to see what the Qilin clan can do to me." Chapter 2113. Even if you're a heavenly emperor, it won't do either. A hint of disdain flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, the bone sword directly thrusting out. A threat of death pounced from head on. Qi Zhen's expression changed drastically. He did not think that Yi Yuan really dared to kill him. Could it be that this guy did not care about the consequences? Just as he thought that he was dead for sure, one fine blue thread after another blocked in front of Qi Zhen. Yi Yuan's bone sword was actually unable to move an inch further. The pupils of all the Empyreans present shrunk. That was the Tao mark, the hallmark of a heavenly emperor powerhouse. This kind of power was the might of heaven and earth. Mortals were not able to resist it at all. When Qi Zhen saw the Tao mark appear, he knew that Gongyang Lai would not passively watch him be killed, and he could not help being overjoyed. With a heavenly emperor taking action, who else could kill him here? Yi Yuan's expression turned cold and he looked at Gongyang Lai and said in a solemn voice, "You want to stop me?" Gongyang Lai bowed and said, "Lord Sacred Ancestor High Priest, Qi Zhen's status in the Qilin clan is extremely high. He can't be killed. Once killed, it will surely attract the fierce retaliation of the Qilin clan. At that time, even Sacred Ancestor High Priest might not be able to protect you too." When Qi Zhen heard that, he seemed to have grasped the final life-saving straw, roaring wildly, "Yi Yuan, I'm the Qilin clan's alchemy Dao future, Ancestor Si Chen's successor. If you dare to kill me, you'll definitely regret it." Yi Yuan laughed coldly and said, "Really cannot change your nature. At this point, you still dare to threaten me?" His gaze became cold, and he turned to Gongyang Lai and said icily, "When this sage is doing things, it's not your turn to come and butt in. Do you really want to stop me?" Gongyang Lai mused for a moment and finally sighed and said, "Lord Second Sage, I'm doing it for your own good. I also don't wish for the demon race to fall into internal strife. Let young Master Qi Zhen leave. This emperor will make my apologies to Lord Second Sage later." In Gongyang Lai's view, killing Qi Zhen was a huge matter. Once they provoked the Qilin clan, they might come roaring into existence and make the entire demon divine region fall into chaotic times. Although Yi Yuan's title of Second Sage was big, he was merely a true god realm in the end. Gongyang Lai's respect was completely toward Sacred Ancestor High Priest, and it was not toward Yi Yuan. Toward Yi Yuan himself, Gongyang Lai did not have too much awe and fear. No matter how breathtaking Yi Yuan's performance was, that was also just a genius that had yet to grow up. He was on a different level from a heavenly emperor powerhouse like him in the end. Yi Yuan laughed loudly. The aura on his body was surging to the sky. However, in front of a heavenly emperor powerhouse's strength, Yi Yuan appeared so insignificant. His bone sword was still unable to advance the slightest bit. Gongyang Lai shook his head and said with a sigh, "Lord Second Sage, give up. The strength of a heavenly emperor powerhouse, you're unable to imagine it. This emperor can't watch you do the wrong thing and go beyond redemption." But right at this time, one fine blue thread after another crept out from Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's eyes also gradually became icy cold. Under the blue fine threads, Gongyang Lai's power suddenly collapsed with a loud bang. Gongyang Lai's pupils constricted, wanting to make a move again, but it was already too late. The bone sword directly pierced through Qi Zhen's chest. Violent sword Dao La destroyed Qi Zhen's innards wantonly. How powerful was Empyrean realm? But in front of Dao Marks, what did it count for? Until death, Qi Zhen's eyes opened wide, clearly not daring to believe everything happening before his eyes. How could a true god realm break through the Dao Marks laid down by a heavenly emperor? At this time, a trace of regret actually arose in his heart. If he yielded to Yi Yuan, perhaps it would be a different outcome, right? Pride, this thing, would really cause people's death. Sometimes. How is this possible? Lord Second Sage He actually broke through Lord Gongyang's Dao Marks. What's that on Lord Second Sage's body? Could it be Dao Marks too? How can a true god realm possibly use Dao Marks? Could it be that my eyesight is failing? Inside the great hall, shocked voices linked up together. The shock that the scene which happened just now brought to them was seriously too intense. What crept out from Yi Yuan's body were clearly Dao Marks. But why would Dao Marks that even a half-step heavenly emperor powerhouse could not utilize appear on a true god realm powerhouse? But the one who was more shocked was Gongyang Lai. He, as a heavenly emperor powerhouse, naturally understood what Dao Marks signified. That was truly a power that belonged to heavenly Dao. Only by reaching the realm of heavenly emperor could one enter the Dao with their bodies and mobilize the might of heaven and earth to carry out attacks. But Yi Yuan, a mere true god realm powerhouse, actually grasped Dao Marks. This kind of thing was simply too outrageous to hear. At this time, Yi Yuan took back the bone sword and slowly got up. The Dao Marks on his body faded away like the tide. His gaze was icy cold. Gongyang Lai, meeting eyes with him, actually involuntarily shuddered. What kind of look was this? You actually grasped Dao Marks. How is this possible? Gongyang Lai looked at Yi Yuan and involuntarily asked. His heart was completely being filled with questions at this time. If Yi Yuan, wants to kill people, no one can stop it. Even if you're a heavenly emperor, it won't do either. Yi Yuan's words seemed to freeze space. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have become a different person. The composure on his face had long already disappeared. What replaced it was iciness. But different from the last time in the ancient god battlefield, the current Yi Yuan seemed to still have a trace of reason remaining. With the lesson learned last time, Yi Yuan already did not dare to employ the power of Dao Marks too much. If not for Gongyang Lai taking action, he would not have utilized it either. Gongyang Lai's face changed, only then, waking up to reality. A major issue happened. Gongyang Lai shouted coldly and said furiously, "You think that by calling you second sage, you can be lawless and unbridled? Do you know that you've caused huge trouble?" Yi Yuan looked at Gongyang Lai coldly and said, "You think that I, Yi Yuan, can stand here and make you call me second sage? What I'm relying on is sacred ancestor high priest." "You're wrong. It's sacred ancestor high priest who needs me, and it's not me who needs sacred ancestor high priest." Arrogances, truly wild arrogance. Even if you're second sage, you also can't compare to sacred ancestor high priest. Furthermore, your action right now dragged the entire demon race into the water. Gongyang Lai said in a great rage. Yi Yuan continued icily, saying, "If the Qilin clan comes, I'll shoulder it alone. You don't need to worry." Done talking, Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves and left, leaving behind the dumbfounded crowd. No one thought that things would actually develop to such an extent. The situation presently already reached the degree where it could not be salvaged. Looking at Yi Yuan's distant back view, Gongyang Lai could not help but smile bitterly. He also did not expect that he personally took action and actually failed to stop Yi Yuan. The second sage that sacred ancestor high priest personally conferred was indeed extraordinary. Very soon, Qi Chen and the rest were informed of the news that Qi Zhen was killed, and they were naturally extremely alarmed and enraged. "Xin Luo, this Empyrean is going to kill Yi Yuan right now. Don't you stop me. Even if he's the second sage, killing my Qilin clan's alchemy genius, he'll also have to make amendments with death." Facing Xin Luo, Qi Chen was in a towering rage. Who knew that Xin Luo just shook his head and smiled bitterly as he said, "I won't stop you. It's just that, I'm afraid that even if you go, you can't kill Lord Second Sage either." Chapter 2114, Long Shaochen. Hearing Xin Luo's explanation, Qi Chen was taken aback with shock. Indeed, that Emperor Bone was extraordinary. With Qi Chen's status, he had naturally seen before Emperor Bones handed down from ancestors. But he had never heard of that an emperor bone could suppress bloodline and make the Qilin clan not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Let alone that Qi Zhen was even an Empyrean powerhouse. Wouldn't that mean that as long as Yi Yuan grasped the emperor bone in his hand, he would be in an undefeatable position when facing the Qilin clan's Empyreans? No way, this emperor bone must be brought back to the clan. Very soon, Xin Luo, this matter, my Qilin clan has remembered it. Your West Spirit region, just wait for my Qilin clan's wrath. Qi Yun, let's go. Done talking, Qi Chen brought Qi Yun and the rest along, and then they left in a huff. Xin Luo had long somewhat expected this scene. Seeing the situation, he could not help smiling bitterly. It seemed like a blood storm could not be avoided anymore. Thinking up to here, Xin Luo could not help giving rise to resentment toward Yi Yuan in his heart. He vented his hatred but involved the entire demon race in the fires of war. After Qi Chen and the rest left, Gongyang Lai's figure appeared. Lord Gongyang, what should be done about this matter? Xin Luo said. Gongyang Lai's face turned dark and he said, what else can we do? If the Qilin clan comes to denounce us, then there's only handing Yi Yuan over. Xin Luo's expression changed drastically when he heard that and said, but he's Lord Second Sage. Gongyang Lai sneered and said, so what if Lord Second Sage? The might of the Qilin clan, it's also not that you're not aware. Once a war starts, the entire demon race will definitely suffer a great loss in strength. At that time, can the other various races still be so quiet? Could it be because of Yi Yuan alone, we make the entire demon race fall into a crisis? I think that even if Sacred Ancestor High Priest was here, he would also hand Yi Yuan over without the slightest hesitation. Moreover, saying that he's Second Sage, he's currently merely a true god realm. Who can know how the future will be? This heavenspan world, the most valuable are geniuses, the least valuable are also geniuses. Before geniuses grew up, they were merely geniuses. This heavenspan world, there were geniuses dying every second. It was not lacking Yi Yuan alone. Yi Yuan's alchemy strength indeed made them astounded. But why would a heavenly emperor powerhouse like Gongyang Lai really pay attention to a genius? All of his respect toward Yi Yuan all stemmed from Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Furthermore, Gongyang Lai also had selfish motives. Yi Yuan's appearance already affected High Priest Redplume's status in the demon race. Borrowing the Qilin clan to eliminate Yi Yuan was also a pretty good choice. By the side, Xin Luo's expression flickered incessantly. This kind of thing was already not what he could intervene in. Regarding killing off Qi Zhen, Yi Yuan did not have much feeling. After returning to his residence, he went into seclusion for 10 days and finally completely chased away that icy cold feeling. While using the power of Dao marks could make his strength soar, the consequence was also tremendous. Under normal circumstances, Yi Yuan already did not dare to utilize Dao marks anymore. However, Yi Yuan did not have too much fear toward the Qilin clan. With the Qilin Emperor bone around, even if ordinary heavenly emperors came, he could directly suppress too. Yi Yuan believed Empyrean vast universes words more and more. The ancient era's powerhouses were really incomparably powerful. This Qilin Emperor bone had been through countless eons and actually still had such powerful might. That kind of bloodline suppression, unless the Qilin clan's pinnacle heavenly emperors came, otherwise, there was no way to contend at all. According to Yi Yuan's judgment, it was unlikely that a mere Qi Zhen was unlikely to provoke the Qilin clan's top heavenly emperors to act. In front of a heavenly emperor, Empyreans were merely ants too. Your Excellency, someone is requesting an audience outside. Ning Tianping's voice came from outside the door. Who is it? Yi Yuan went out and asked. It's a little girl with a horn growing on top of her head. She said that she came to thank you. Ning Tianping said, thank me. Yi Yuan was at a loss. Apart from Yang Fei and Lu he did not know any little girl with a horn growing on her head here. Arriving at the hall, Yi Yuan indeed saw a little girl with a horn growing on her head. Her appearance was very lovely and cute, making people feel happy when they saw her. When Yi Yuan saw this little girl, he actually had a very cordial feeling. Could it be? Yi Yuan was currently astonished in his heart when that little girl already saw Yi Yuan and came in front of Yi Yuan with a few leaps and bounds, having a pair of large eyes wide open as she said with a beam, your second sage Yi Yuan. It was you who killed Qi Zhen. Yi Yuan was just about to admit it, but was interrupted by the little girl again. She said, hee hee, well killed. This young lady has long found that Qi Zhen displeasing to the eye. I came today to tell you thanks. Oh, right, if the Qilin clan dares to come to find trouble with you, you just report my name. They definitely won't dare to make things difficult for you. Oh, and also, I'm called Xiaochen. 1. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and asked, "You're from the Dragon Clan?" Long Xiaochen revealed a look of surprise, and she said in astonishment, how did you know? When demons transformed, their shapes were diverse. Not revealing their auras, one could not differentiate the race. But when Yi Yuan saw Long Xiaochen, the dragon race bloodline in his body actually stirred restlessly. How could Yi Yuan still not understand what was going on? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I guessed it. You had enmity with Qi Zhen." Long Xiaochen nodded her head like a rattled drum as he said, "That guy won against my big brother in an alchemy battle and even flaunted his prowess, saying that my big brother can't surpass him for life. TCH, don't their Qilin clan just rely on fire attribute law to win by a notch in alchemy?" Yi Yuan also secretly nodded when he heard it. This conformed to Qi Zhen's temper, being overbearing. Long Xiaochen sized Yi Yuan up and down and asked with a very curious look, "I heard that Qi Chen made a bet with you. But in the end, Qi Zhen really did not dare to accept the challenge and cancel the bet with not being present as the reason, and he even threatened you. That's why he was killed by you, is that so?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "There was indeed such a thing." Long Xiaochen giggled after hearing and said, "Qi Zhen, that fellow is really as cocky as before. But now, he can't strut around anymore, ha ha ha." Talking until the back, Long Xiaochen laughed until she shook with laughter, appearing very happy. Laughing finish, Long Xiaochen patted Yi Yuan's shoulder like a little grown-up and said smugly, "Remember, if those Qilin clan's old fellows come to find trouble with you, you just report my, Long Xiaochen's name, got it?" Yi Yuan found it funny. What sorts of existences were the Qilin clan's major powers? Why would they fear you, a little lass? But, towards this childlike and naive little lass, he really could not bear to reject. Smiling, he nodded and said, "Long Xiaochen, okay. I've remembered it. Xiaochen, are you here or not?" Outside the door, an anxious voice suddenly sounded out. The moment Long Xiaochen heard, she could not help getting a shock, hurriedly running to the back hall. In the end, she even turned her head around and warned Yi Yuan, "Not allowed to say that I'm here, got it? Otherwise, I'll beat you up." Long Xiaochen stuck her dainty little fist out, a threatening look on her face, then she slipped into the back hall. At this time, a handsome young man walked into the great hall with hurried steps. Seeing Yi Yuan, the young man clasped his hands and said, "This brother, I wonder if you've seen a little girl with a horn growing on her head." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Seen before. She's hiding in the back hall." Chapter 2115, Qilin arrives. The youth was taken aback. At this time, Long Xiaochen already walked out from the back hall, using murderous eyes to look at Yi Yuan. "Yi Yuan, I trusted you. But you actually betrayed me," Long Xiaochen said angrily. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Little girl, running away from home, your family will be worried. You saying that you thank me for killing Qi Zhen shows that you really love your big brother. Then how can you bear to make him worry?" Long Xiaochen was stunned, revealing a thoughtful expression. By the side, Long Xiaohai was already shocked speechless. He looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief and said, You killed Qi Zhen. How is this possible? A true god realm killed an Empyrean realm?" Long Xiaohai felt that this guy must be bragging. Long Xiaochen held her head with her hand and revealed a furious appearance from failing to live up to expectations as she said, "You stupid big brother. This matter already caused a great sensation in the entire city, but you actually don't know. He's called Yi Yuan, the second sage personally conferred by sacred ancestor high priest. He's amazing." Shock was written all over Long Xiaohai's face. Clearly, his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. Second sage, he truly did not expect that this young man before his eyes actually had such a great background. Long Xiaochen could not be bothered with Long Xiaohai's shock and turned to Yi Yuan and said with the appearance of a little grown-up, I feel that what you said is very reasonable, but I finally managed to come out. Yet he wouldn't let me go here, wouldn't let me go there either. I could only sneak out." This Long Xiaochen stayed too long in the pseudo-world and was filled with curiosity toward the outside world. But along the way, Long Xiaohai refused to let her go anywhere. She was naturally very depressed. Hence, she secretly ran off halfway. Long Xiaohai only came a few days later in order to find Long Xiaochen, so he did not hear the matter of Yi Yuan killing Qi Zhen. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your big brother is worried about your safety too. That's why he didn't let you move around, isn't that so?" Long Xiaochen thought about it and nodded her head, but then she shook her head again and said, "I'm very amazing." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Those who come are guests. Since you all came, sit down and drink a cup of wine." "Yay, yay, I love drinking wine the most," Long Xiaochen said with an excited look. A few cups of wine down the belly, Long Xiaochen was already slightly tipsy. But her pretty face was glowing red, looking freaking adorable. Long Xiaochen chirped away. Long Xiaohai also finally understood who Yi Yuan was. But he became even more shocked in his heart. This young man was actually so incredible. He had fought with Qi Zhen before and knew about Qi Zhen's alchemy strength and even more about his pride. But Qi Zhen actually did not even have the courage to make a move facing Yi Yuan. Feeling an itch to test his skill, Long Xiaohai even wanted to spar with Yi Yuan a little. The result was naturally being abused until he was black and blue all over. This way, Long Xiaohai admired Yi Yuan even more. He finally knew why Qi Zhen did not even have the courage to make a move. Long Xiaochen watched with great relish by the side, idolizing Yi Yuan to the extreme. Long Xiaohai was also an alchemy fanatic, discussing in depth with Yi Yuan for 3 days and 3 nights before being fully satisfied. "Sigh, it's getting late. Elder Shu and they all must be worried sick from waiting. Otherwise, I'd really want to consult Brother Yi for a few months more," Long Xiaohai said with a look of regret. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No worries. As long as you guys are willing, you can come to find me at any time." Long Xiaohai was pleasantly surprised when he heard that and said, "Brother Yi, is this for real?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I feel very congenial with your brother and sister, 2 people. Looking at you guys is like seeing my kin, I naturally won't refuse." Long Xiaochen nodded repeatedly and said, yeah, it's true, I also have this kind of feeling. The first time I laid eyes on you, it's like seeing a big brother." After some small talk, the 2 people took their leave. Before long, Long Xiaochen even repeatedly urged Yi Yuan, "You have to remember. If the Qilin clan dares to bully you, just report my name." Yi Yuan just brushed it off with a smile and naturally did not take it seriously. 3 days later, an aura powerful until it made people asphyxiated instantly enveloped the entire city. At this moment, 2 words flashed across the minds of everyone: Heavenly Emperor. This powerful aura akin to a god, only Heavenly Emperor powerhouses in the legends could possess it. This emperor is the Qilin clan's Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun. Give you all 100 breaths of time. Hand over the chief criminal, Yi Yuan, otherwise, the whole city will be annihilated. A voice akin to a clap of thunder sounded out in the ears of every demon in the city. The demon race powerhouses in the city were all ashen pale. Those who were slightly weaker were even injured by this voice. Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. It actually really drew a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Damn it, it's all Lord Second Sage's fault. Showing off momentary bravery, what to do now? At this time, Lord Second Sage should sacrifice himself to protect the entire demon race. There were discussions everywhere in the city. Yi Yuan's residence was nearby. There were many demon race powerhouses yelling and hurling insults. Suddenly, an angry voice sounded out, "All get lost for this Empyrean." Everyone looked over. It was actually Empyrean Xin Luo. When the group of demon powerhouses saw Xin Luo, they immediately exploded. "Lord Xin Luo, you have to stand up for us. He, Second Sage, can't make the entire city be buried in death with him because of his individual grudge." The pressure that a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse brought to people was seriously too strong. At the moment of life and death, whatever Second Sage, whatever alchemy genius, it was all useless. Xin Luo had a grim expression as he said coldly, "All shut up for this Empyrean. This Empyrean came to request Lord Second Sage to uphold justice for us." The moment everyone heard, their faces immediately revealed excited looks. Uphold justice. Xin Luo's meaning was handing Yi Yuan over. Xin Luo arrived in front of the door and said in a clear voice, "Xin Luo requests an audience with Lord Second Sage." The front door slowly opened. A white-robed youth slowly walked out. When Xin Luo saw Yi Yuan, he was just about to open his mouth to speak, but then he heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Don't need to waste your breath anymore. I already said before on that day at the Divine Temple. This matter, I'll shoulder it alone." Xin Luo could not help being stunned when he heard that. The words that Yi Yuan said back then, he thought that it was just joking around. For this, he even laid down an all-encompassing net in the vicinity, afraid of Yi Yuan escaping. However, not only did Yi Yuan not escape, he actually really stepped up right now. Xin Luo even thought that he had to use force this time, who knew that Yi Yuan was so sensible. Could it be that when he killed Qi Zhen, he already prepared to pay with his life long ago? But no matter what, Yi Yuan himself being willing to go was naturally for the best. Otherwise, a charge of being disrespectful towards second sage could not be avoided. If sacred ancestor high priest were to really demand accountability, he would definitely be that scapegoat. Xin Luo gave Yi Yuan a bow and said, Lord Second Sage understands the righteousness of a cause. Xin Luo admires Lord Second Sage. Yi Yuan looked at Xin Luo and said with a cold smile, stop putting on an appearance here. You arranged so many spies in the vicinity, do you really think that I don't know? If this sage really wanted to leave, do you think that you can stop me based on these people? When Xin Luo heard that, he could not help revealing a look of surprise. The spies that he arranged were all Empyrean powerhouses. Yi Yuan actually knew all about it. Not waiting for him to react, Yi Yuan already took a step out and arrived above the void. Chapter 2116, I am guilty. Yi Yuan sized up the old man in front of him. The old man had white hair and the complexion of a child, giving people a feeling of being as deep as the sea. A heavenly emperor, that was a figure above the heavens, the true sovereign of this world. Although Gongyang Lai was a heavenly emperor too, he was a servant and lacking some domineeringness. In front of Yi Yuan, he also did not dare to really reveal the aura of a heavenly emperor. Only the heavenly emperor Xiaoyun in front of him was considered a heavenly emperor powerhouse in the true sense. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun sized Yi Yuan up as if wanting to see through him. His aura was extremely powerful. Of the demon race powerhouses below, there were already quite a number of people that actually knelt down. It was just that Yi Yuan was so close to him, but was completely fine. In the crowd, a white figure suddenly shot up to the sky. But she had not gone very far when her figure actually fell back involuntarily, as if getting backtracked. Uncle Ji, what are you doing? Long Xiaochen said to the dragon race elder beside her with an indignant look. The old man was expressionless as he said coolly, this is an unimportant matter that you shouldn't poke your nose into. Long Xiaochen raised her dainty fists and said angrily, how can it be an unimportant matter? Yi Yuan killed Qi Zhen, it's equivalent to taking revenge for big brother Xiaohai. He's our dragon clan's friend. Long Xiaohai also urged by the side, Uncle Ji, take action and help brother Yi. Long Kai was not the slightest bit moved and said coolly, coming out this time, this old man's duty is to protect your safety. Although I don't fear that Xiaoyun, I'm also not willing to get involved with this trouble. The strength of a heavenly emperor powerhouse, you all are aware too. If you still dare to make trouble, I'll tell your mother everything that happened along the way. This last sentence indeed had massive killing power. The Long Xiaochen who feared neither heaven nor earth seemed to have heard a desolate behemoth's name. Her expression actually showed her being frightened until it turned pale. It was just that the meaning in his words was that he actually did not fear heavenly emperors. This Long Ji was actually a dragon race heavenly emperor who concealed his strength. Uncle Ji, you're unvirtuous. Long Xiaochen puffed her cheeks up and said with an unhappy look. Long Ji still said coolly, Long Xiaochen, just the trouble that you caused along the way, if not for Uncle Ji being around, you could have poked a hole in the sky. Have you forgotten who was wiping your buttocks behind you? You say that Uncle Ji is unvirtuous, but Uncle Ji won't shoulder this blame. Hearing the word buttock, even Long Xiaochen's pretty face also turned slightly red as she said huffily, humph. Boorish, ignoring you. Done talking, Long Xiaochen turned around. But a pair of intelligent eyes were swiveling around. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses see through everything. How could the commotion here escape Xiaoyun's eyes? That scene of Long Ji taking action just now landed in his eyes fully and he could not help being startled in his heart. Dragon race Heavenly Emperor. This bunch of guys would not come out to cause trouble, right? Xiaoyun originally came in a threatening manner. But if this matter had the Dragon clan's involvement, it would not be good. Got to cut the Gordian knot. Xiaoyun's mind spun lightning fast, already making a decision. His gaze looked towards an area in the void and he said in a solemn voice, Gongyang Lai, Yi Yuan killed my clan's Qi Zhen. This emperor is bringing him away now, you have no objections, right? The demon race powerhouses were all extremely shocked. Although Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun was overbearing, the meaning in his words was actually discussing with someone. Who could be worthy of a Heavenly Emperor's deliberation? That was surely a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Was there still another Heavenly Emperor powerhouse here? Gongyang Lai's figure slowly came out and he looked at Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun and said coolly, Lord Second Sage is willing to sacrifice himself to help all the demons in the entire city. This emperor naturally have no objections. It's another Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. It's our demon race's Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Gongyang Lai's existence, only a small number of Empyrean powerhouses knew. The demons in the city were completely unaware. Toward Yi Yuan's action, Gongyang Lai was also very surprised. He even thought that Yi Yuan would definitely threaten to die. Who knew that he was actually so shameless, directly surrendering without resistance? As for whether Yi Yuan could run or not, he never considered it at all. A mere true god realm wanted to escape from a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's hands. That was not possible. Yi Yuan could kill Qi Zhen that day. It was entirely because he was too careless, and also because Yi Yuan's method was too unexpected. Who could have thought that a true god realm could actually control the Dao mark? Thinking up to here, a hint of regret arose in Gongyang Lai's heart. If he was a little more decisive back then and directly restrained Yi Yuan, there would not be so much trouble. It was just that there was no regret medicine that could be eaten in this world. Xiaoyun nodded slightly and looked over towards Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, this emperor is asking you, do you know your crime? Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, crime? Ha ha ha, I'm guilty. Of course I'm guilty. Xiaoyun's brows furrowed slightly. A powerful pressure suddenly enveloped Yi Yuan. This was not realm coercion. Xiaoyun was genuinely enraged. How horrifying was the world power of a Heavenly Emperor. Since you know your crime, why haven't you knelt? Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun glared fiercely. A cold cry reverberated throughout the entire city akin to a clap of thunder. Everyone's faces became fearful, looking at Yi Yuan rather sympathetically. A shame, Second Sage was overly conceited and insolent on account of his ability. Today, all of his dignity is going to be trampled underfoot by the Qilin clan. Heavenly Emperor Second Sage is avenging Qi Zhen here, gaining back face for the Qilin clan. That day, Second Sage killed Qi Zhen really refreshingly. But coming out, debts have to be repaid. Humph, this incident was caused by him. So now, he naturally has to bear the consequences himself. How powerful is the Qilin clan? How can they allow humiliation? Quite a few people harbored the emotions of gloating over others' misfortune to watch the show, with their words full of mockery and cynicism. However, a breath passed, Yi Yuan was there like he was completely fine as if he did not hear it. 3 breaths, Yi Yuan still stood there and did not have the slightest intention of kneeling. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun's pupils constricted, his eyes full of puzzlement. Yi Yuan looked at him with a faint smile just like that, as if he was air. The entire city was dead silent. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan in shock, their gazes full of incredulity. Yi Yuan could actually be perfectly safe and sound under a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's coercion. This emperor is asking you to kneel. Didn't you hear me? Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun shouted angrily again. An even more powerful aura surged to the sky and directly crushed over towards Yi Yuan. Clearly, Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun was already enraged. A powerful Heavenly Emperor powerhouse actually could not do anything to a true god realm. This was too disgraceful, so this time, he pulled no punches. This time, even those Empyreans could not withstand his pressure, all spewing fresh blood wildly. The might of a Heavenly Emperor was too strong. But Yi Yuan still stood there calmly without any reaction at all. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun's expression changed wildly. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment, his gaze full of disbelief. This is not possible. Why can a mere true god realm stand up against this emperor's move? Ha ha ha, your Qilin clan is really awe-inspiring. Xiaoyun, I'm indeed guilty. But, I'm an innocent man who got into trouble because of his wealth. Yi Yuan turned his palm over, the Qilin Emperor bone already in his hand. A powerful pressure of bloodline power enveloped the entire heaven and earth until it made people feel suffocated. Chapter 2117, Ruthless Face Slapping. Yi Yuan held the Emperor bone in his hand and slowly walked out, his aura growing stronger and stronger. The expressions of the Qilin clan's powerhouses changed drastically. They looked at Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun with incredible shock, their eyes full of disbelief. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun actually trembled incessantly under this bloodline pressure. Furthermore, the closer Yi Yuan got, the fierce Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun's trembling. What Qilin clan's face? What avenging Qi Zhen? It's all bullshit. Your true objective of coming here is this, right? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile as he walked. Seeing this scene, all of the demon race powerhouses felt shocked to the core. Especially those Empyrean powerhouses, their eyeballs almost popped out. The more one reached their realm, the more they knew the terror of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. However, a mere Emperor bone could actually completely suppress a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. This was too terrifying. The Qilin clan is really making a mighty show of power. You all sensed this treasure and then thought that this treasure is yours. Calling for me to hand it over time and again, you even want me to kowtow and beg for mercy. Being taught a lesson by me, the young one failed, so the old man came. The old one failed and an even older one came. Made a bet with me, but reneged on it one-sidedly, and even wanted me to offer up the Emperor bone, and to make apologies to the Qilin clan. Yi Yuan walked step by step, saying a sentence with each step. While talking, it carried the effect of the voice of the dragon god, the power immense. The voice of the dragon god contained the effect of a divine soul attack. Each of his words was affecting the judgment of the demons in the city. Your Qilin clan is really tyrannical. However, it's too bad. You're overbearing, I'll be even more domineering than you all. Yi Yuan's voice was akin to thunder. It was as if it fell down from above the 9 heavens. At the same time, the Qilin Emperor Bone's bloodline pressure also reached the peak at this time. The moment this voice landed, Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun actually could not withstand the pressure and directly knelt down in front of Yi Yuan in the air with a thud. Behind him, Qi Chen and the rest of the Qilin clan's Empyrean powerhouses all could not withstand this pressure and knelt down too. The entire Qilin clan was kneeling in front of a young man. This young man seemed like a god. A heavenly emperor kneeling, it was as if the void started trembling. All the demon race powerhouses in the city were deathly silent. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun came in a threatening manner and was actually coerced into kneeling by Yi Yuan with a few sentences. That was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse was actually pressured into kneeling by a true God realm martial artist. Even if Yi Yuan borrowed the power of the Emperor Bone, being able to obtain the Emperor Bone's recognition, this was an inconceivable thing to begin with. Whoever obtained the treasure, that treasure would naturally be a part of their strength. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were god-like existences in everyone's cognition. Below Heavenly Emperor, even Empyrean powerhouses were like ants too. If it was not something major, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses would not be walking around in the secular world at all. They overlooked the world in Heavenly Emperor Bodimandas. But now, an existence that they viewed as a god actually knelt down. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun's gaze stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, almost spewing fire. A stifled breath was stuck in his chest, virtually making his entire body about to explode. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not stand up from under this bloodline pressure at all. This was trembling that originated from the soul. In front of the Emperor Bone, he could not give birth to even the courage to resist. At this very moment, Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun was like a wooden puppet that was strung up. Although he was unbelievably awake, his body and soul did not listen to orders and were being suppressed by a mysterious power, making him only able to submit. Beyond the rage, Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun had more shock. He was the Qilin clan's Heavenly Emperor to begin with and naturally would not be unfamiliar with Qilin Emperor bones. Even the bones in his body could similarly be called Emperor Bone too. However, when he was facing this Emperor Bone, it was like a child facing a giant. At this time, inside the city, the Dragon clan's powerhouses were also incomparably shocked. What they were shocked at was not the Qilin Emperor Bone, but that Yi Yuan actually used the voice of the Dragon God. It's actually the voice of the Dragon God. Could it be that this boy even fused a true dragon bloodline? But even if he fused a true dragon bloodline, it's also impossible to use a secret art like the voice of the Dragon God. Long Ji looked at the Yi Yuan in the sky and said with a doubtful look. The voice of the Dragon God was an extremely complicated dragon race secret technique. Disregarding that it was powerful, it was also famous for being difficult to train. It was inconceivable to them that Yi Yuan could utilize the voice of the Dragon God to such an extent. As a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, Long Ji could naturally determine the strength of the voice of the Dragon God. If this roar of Yi Yuan's was aimed at ordinary martial artists, it could absolutely one-shot same-rank powerhouses. Even when facing a martial artist who was a minor realm higher, he would also be able to contend with them. This kind of strength was absolutely not what fusing true dragon bloodline could explain. Long Xiaochen also opened her mouth wide and said in surprise, "Goodness gracious. Yi Yuan is too incredible. That's a heavenly emperor powerhouse, but he actually directly made him kneel. Looks like he really don't need this young lady to take the stage anymore. But it feels really great. The Qilin clan, that bunch of old things, this young lady is very displeased at the sight of them, see if they still dare to make a show of force." Long Ji gave Long Xiaochen a glance and could not help rolling his eyes. "Yi Yuan, you dare to humiliate this emperor. This emperor will definitely make you regret coming to this world." Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun roared at Yi Yuan. He came in a threatening manner and roared at Yi Yuan earlier, attempting to make Yi Yuan kneel down and ruthlessly slap Yi Yuan's face. In the end, Yi Yuan was completely fine. But now, Yi Yuan's voice shook the entire world, pressuring him, a heavenly emperor powerhouse, and the entire Qilin clan to kneel instead. This face was really slapped resoundingly. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The Qilin clan coming out of hiding this time, not only did they not exhibit their race's power, they instead had their faces repeatedly slapped by the same person. This kind of thing, it was depressing just mentioning it. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun felt ashamed, and enraged, and could only use his roars to vent the repression in his heart. "Ha ha ha, your Qilin clan is really jackals from the same lair. Even the lines are the same. Your words are identical as when Qi Zhen knelt down back then. However, this is what you all asked for yourselves. I, Yi Yuan, am not domineering like you guys. But if someone is being domineering on top of my head, then I'll be even more overbearing than you." Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Ever since coming to the West Spirit region, the Qilin clan had been arrogant and bossy in front of him time and again. In the end, wasn't it still bullying him on the basis that his strength was weak and his realm was low? But the Qilin clan never dreamed that Yi Yuan had the Emperor Bone, this trump card, in his hands. When facing the Qilin clan, he was virtually set in an undefeatable position. Now, even a heavenly emperor powerhouse knelt down. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. The development of the matter already completely exceeded all of their expectations. "Humph, how can my Qilin clan's dignity allow you to provoke like this? Conceited child, hand over the Emperor Bone and prepare to die." Right at this time, a cold snort transmitted out of the void, carrying a majesty that did not tolerate profaning. Chapter 2118, Unexpected Reinforcement. A young man dressed in white robes walked out of the void and slowly walked over toward Yi Yuan. He was actually not the least bit affected by the Emperor Bone. Qi Zixu. In the crowd, when Long Ji saw this youth in white, his expression could not help changing. Long Xiaochen looked towards Long Ji with a curious face. She sensed dread from Long Ji. Clearly, this Qi Zixu was not ordinary. Even a fool could also tell that this Qilin clan's heavenly emperor powerhouse, who could actually resist the Emperor Bone's bloodline pressure, was naturally not an ordinary person. Qi Xiaoyun was still kneeling there right now. Yi Yuan is in trouble now. Heavenly Emperor Zixu is actually not afraid of the Emperor Bone's pressure. Long Xiaohai said with a worried look. But Long Ji shook his head and said, "Who said that he doesn't fear the Emperor Bone's pressure? If he isn't afraid, he would have long smacked Yi Yuan to death with one slap." Long Xiaohai opened his mouth wide, his face astonished. This Emperor Bone's power truly exceeded imagination. It's actually another heavenly emperor. Looks like this time, the Qilin clan is being serious. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Second sage really said it correctly. A mere Qi Zhen is nothing in front of this Emperor Bone. When the Qilin clan saw this Emperor Bone, how can they still resist? The demons in the city were all extremely frightened. The current situation already completely went out of control. Even Gongyang Lai also looked at Heavenly Emperor Zixu stupidly, with a look of astonishment. He did not think that the Qilin clan actually even sent out Heavenly Emperor Zixu. Similarly, a Heavenly Emperor, Qi Xiaoyun, was trash in front of Qi Zixu. At this time, Yi Yuan had a solemn look on his face. The matter already exceeded his control. The Qilin clan's reaction was far stronger than he imagined. He also detected that this Qi Zixu's strength far surpassed Qi Xiaoyun. His bloodline power was also unimaginably powerful, even the Emperor Bone also found it hard to control. After all, no matter how strong the Emperor Bone was, it was just a bone too. It was impossible to be infinitely powerful, suppressing all of the Qilin clan. When the Qilin clan's members became powerful to a certain degree, they would naturally be able to shake off the bloodline pressure. However, Yuan could feel that this Qi Zixu did not find it easy. He was just pretending to be calm. Actually, the pressure on his body was not the slightest bit least. When Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun saw Heavenly Emperor Zixu, his face revealed a look of wild elation. Lord Zixu, you came in the nick of time. This brat actually dared to humiliate our Qilin clan. You have to kill him. Qi Xiaoyun glared at Yuan and said with a look of grief and indignation. Since making his first appearance in the world, no idea how many tens of thousands of years had passed. A humiliation like today, he had never experienced it before. There were countless demon race powerhouses below, but he was pressured by people until he was made to kneel under the watchful gazes of the people. Heavenly Emperor Zixu nodded slightly, indicating that he got it. His expression was calm, but actually, all of his body and mind were used to resist the Emperor Bone's pressure. If not for seeing personally with his own eyes, it would also be very hard for him to believe that an Emperor Bone could actually have such horrifying bloodline pressure. Under everyone's stares, Heavenly Emperor Zixu slowly walked in front of the Emperor Bone. It was only to see him slowly reach a palm out. Blue fine threads crept out, climbing over toward the Emperor Bone like vines. Very soon, the Emperor Bone was wrapped up by countless dark marks. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun and the rest of the Qilin clan's powerhouses only felt the pressure on their bodies lighten and they could actually stand up. Yuan's two eyes narrowed, attempting to urge the Emperor Bone to break free of the constraints of the Dao marks. But that power was too strong. With his strength, he was unable to affect it at all. Heavenly Emperor Zixu looked at Yuan as if he was looking at an ant and said coolly, "You don't need to waste your strength anymore. This Emperor Bone is owned by my Qilin clan in the first place. Now, it can return to the rightful owner." Ha ha ha, return to the rightful owner. Your Qilin clan is really as shameless as before. As the saying goes, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. No wonder Qi Yun and Qi Zhen, those two people, were so shameless, Yuan said with a loud laugh. This Qilin clan's overbearing and shamelessness, Yuan truly experienced it. From top to bottom, the style was really unexpectedly the same. Heavenly Emperor Zixu was totally indifferent and said coolly, "Are you very angry right now? But your fury can't resolve any problem. What you should be indignant about is your weakness. My Qilin clan has stood proudly for endless ages. So how formidable is our strength? How can we allow you, a mere true god realm, to act wildly?" A cold snort, Yuan seemed to have received an attack that weighed a heavy 30,000 caddies, causing his figure flying out backward, with fresh blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Yuan barely managed to stabilize his figure. But the moment he raised his head, Heavenly Emperor Zixu already arrived in front of him. Heavenly Emperor Zixu gave a low cry. Yuan felt as if the sky had fallen down. Limitless power was forcefully crushing on his shoulders. Yuan's sweat instantly broke out, his bone emitting creaking sounds. The muscles in his body already seeped out blackish red bloodstains because of the powerful pressure. The situation was looking very grim. But he stood up stubbornly. On Yuan's body, two powerful bloodline powers surged to the sky. At the same time, the Chaos Heavenspan cannon revolved wildly, attempting to resist this pressure. In addition, Yuan unleashed spatial law continuously, guiding this power out. Not reaching a last resort, Yuan did not wish to utilize the divine vestige space. "Making me kneel. Not unless I die," Yuan gritted his teeth and said. When Heavenly Emperor Zixu saw Yuan unleash all of his means and actually barely managed to resist his pressure, this made him incredibly shocked. He looked at Yuan and nodded slightly as he said, "Spatial law, true dragon bloodline, Qilin bloodline. Your means are really quite a few. I have to admit that you're very outstanding. It's a shame that in front of this emperor, all these are merely in vain. Kneel down for this emperor." An even more horrifying power enveloped down like it blotted out the skies and covered the earth. Yuan's vision went dark, and he actually almost really knelt down. He knew that if he still did not deploy the divine vestige space, he would definitely suffer humiliation today. Just as his divine vestige space was about to activate, a pure white figure suddenly appeared beside Yuan, brandishing his fist and directly smashing over. Fine cracks actually appeared in the space around Yi Yuan. In the end, it collapsed with a loud bang. The pressure on Yi Yuan's body suddenly eased up and he actually regained freedom of movement. The heavy pressure that Heavenly Emperor Zixu applied on him was actually smashed to dust by this punch. He looked at that figure beside him with a surprised face, shocked speechless. Heh, this young lady said it before, I'm very amazing. Long Xiaochen brandished her fist at Yi Yuan and gave a beaming smile. Long Ji was frightened until he nearly sat on the ground with a plot. He was speechless as he said, really damn it. When did this little lass run over? Long Xiaochen was clever and mischievous. He was negligent for a moment and she slipped away. But at this time, he could not look on with folded arms anymore as well. He could only take a step out and arrive above the void. Heavenly Emperor Zixu looked at Long Xiaochen coldly and said in a solemn voice, Dragon race little girlie, do you think that this emperor doesn't dare to kill you? If you dare to kill her, my dragon clan will completely break out into war with your Qilin clan. Long Ji said coolly as he slowly walked over. Chapter 2119, Mysterious Long Xiaochen. Remember, if those Qilin clan's old fellows come to find trouble with you, you just report my name, Long Xiaochen. This sentence echoed in Yi Yuan's mind. Originally, Yi Yuan just took it as a joke. But looking at it now, it was not the case. This girl's identity was very extraordinary. Furthermore, what was the deal with that horrifying strange power just now? Yi Yuan also did not expect that this little girl was actually already a rank 7 powerhouse at a young age. But even if it was a rank 7 powerhouse, the power of that punch earlier was also too terrifying. Heavenly Emperor Zixu looked at Long Ji, his expression slightly dark as he said, Is your dragon clan going to intervene in this matter? Since this emperor appeared here, you should know my clan's attitude. Is it worth it for a mere human true god realm? Heavenly emperors did not easily wade into the mortal world, let alone an existence like Heavenly Emperor Zixu. Since Heavenly Emperor Zixu came, that represented that the Qilin clan already regarded this matter very importantly. If the dragon clan intervened in this matter, it would surely aggravate the Qilin clan's upper echelon. This was something to be very afraid of to the two clans. Long Ji was just about to speak, but he noticed Long Xiaochen put her hands by the side of her waist, and then she said, Humph. Don't talk about whatever dragon clan, Qilin clan, today's matter, this young lady is butting in for sure. Yi Yuan is my good friend. So if you dare to touch him, this young lady will show you. Long Ji cried bitterness in his heart, he wished to block this little girl's mouth. This one in front of him was the Qilin clan's Heavenly Emperor Zixu, a third firmament Heavenly Emperor horrifying existence. This kind of powerhouse was a peerless powerhouse that could rule over a region. With him coming, what it represented was the Qilin clan's face and attitude. Hence, that was why he would forcefully suppress Yi Yuan, attempting to gain back face for the Qilin clan. It was just a shame that just as he was about to succeed, Long Xiaochen suddenly popped out, making him fall short of success. Hoo, very good, looks like your dragon clan thinks that my Qilin clan is easy to bully. Since that's the case, don't blame this emperor for going on a killing spree. Heavenly Emperor Zixu laughed from extreme fury when he heard that. At the same time, the Heavenly Emperor's pressure on his body instantly covered the entire world akin to the thunderclouds in the sky. The moment his world power released, heaven and earth changed colors. The world power of a third firmament Heavenly Emperor was too strong. Even Long Ji's expression also became incomparably ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, Lord Zixu, my dragon clan has no intention of intervening in this matter. Long Ji will bring Xiaochen away right now. At the same time, Long Xiaochen also put away the teasing look on her face and said seriously, Uncle Ji, I'm not going. Yi Yuan is my Long Xiaochen's friend. I, Long Xiaochen, won't abandon my friend. If you dare to forcefully bring me away, I'll cry for you to see. Although the current sight was incomparably serious, the numerous demon race powerhouses in the city were still tickled by Long Xiaochen. Yi Yuan also found it funny, this last way of blackmailing people was also too unique, right? Looks like it was really a little princess. But Long Ji's face revealed an incomparably serious expression. Don't. My great-grandaunt, you mustn't cry. Sigh, I really can't do anything about you. Long Ji sighed slightly and turned to Heavenly Emperor Zixu and said, Lord Zixu, this matter, your esteemed clan please lift your hand high in mercy and let this little brother off. As for Xiaochen, you can't afford to provoke her. Better withdraw, otherwise, you'd be the chief culprit of launching a divine war. The moment, divine war, 2 words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. These 2 words represented destruction. Divine war, that's the tangled warfare of late-stage heavenly emperor powerhouses. With these 2 clans, strength, there might even be transcendent heavenly emperors taking part. At that time, the entire pseudo-world will probably be collapsed, right? Divine war, who on earth is this little lass? The dragon clan actually won't scruple to launch a divine war for her. Maybe it is just to scare people, right? That dragon clan's heavenly emperor wants to use these 2 words to scare away heavenly emperor Zixu. The power of heavenly emperor powerhouses was too terrifying, especially late-stage heavenly emperor powerhouses. With every movement and action, they had the power to destroy heaven and obliterate the earth. Back then when Yuan used the heaven-shocking lightning, the strike of a heavenly emperor directly leveled a radius of 10,000 miles to the ground. Zhu Luoji that was several tens of thousands of miles away also suffered a powerful secondary impact. That kind of power was really too frightening. Once a divine war was launched, it would surely be fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open and the people plunged into misery and suffering. It was also precisely so that heavenly emperor powerhouses would maintain relative restraint and not easily enter the mundane world, and only move around in the heavenly emperor bodymanda that they opened up. Now, Longji actually said that the dragon clan was going to launch a divine war for this little girl. By the side, Yi Yuan observed with cool detachment, but monstrous waves already set off in his heart. He felt that Long Xiaochen's threat was only joking around just now, but looking at it now, it was not ordinary. Long Xiaochen definitely had an extremely important position in the dragon clan. He did not expect that this artless and childlike little girl was actually so unfathomable. Even Heavenly Emperor Zixu was also stunned by Long Ji's words. Qi Zhen's status in the Qilin clan was indeed extremely high, but it also did not reach the extent of launching a divine war. The Qilin clan sending him. This time, more importantly, it was still for the sake of obtaining the Emperor Bone. But this unassuming little lass actually had such an important status. Heavenly Emperor Zixu actually fell into hesitation. After all, the significance of divine war, these 2 words, was exceptional. Once the Dragon Clan and Qilin Clan started a divine war, it would probably engulf the entire demon divine region. With the 2 clans' strength, the casualties would definitely be very tragic. Arriving in the mortal world, he was a supreme heavenly emperor hegemon. But in front of the 2 clans' top major powers, he was still inadequate to look at. He could not shoulder divine war, 2 words. Heavenly Emperor Zixu was not worried that Long Ji was lying. No heavenly emperor powerhouse dared to use divine war, this kind of word, to threaten the other party. Furthermore, looking at the clues and inklings, Long Xiaochen, this little girl seemed to really be exceptional. Forget it, looking on the account of the Dragon Clan, I'll spare your dog life. But you have to be more careful. Maybe someday, my Qilin clan will come and take your life. You don't be so lucky every time. Heavenly Emperor Zixu finally heaved a sigh and looked at Yi Yuan as he said coolly. Everyone looked at the sky in disbelief. Heavenly Emperor Zixu actually gave up just like that. With Heavenly Emperor Zixu leaving, it would also be equivalent to Yi Yuan slapping their faces for nothing. The Qilin clan was considered to have swallowed the insult and humiliation silently. With the Qilin clan's pride, they were actually able to stomach this insult. It seemed like the deterrence of divine war, 2 words was really huge. Long Ji also let out a slight sigh in relief but shot Long Xiaochen a fierce glare. The latter rolled her eyes and turned her head around, completely ignoring him. When Long Ji saw the situation, he could not help feeling stifled. Heavenly Emperor Zixu turned around and arrived beside the Emperor Bone. But right at this time, there was a ripple in the void. A figure stepped out of the void first and grabbed the Emperor Bone. Dao Mark, you can actually control Dao Mark. Heavenly Emperor Zixu's eyes turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, "Humph. This emperor already spared your life, but you actually still want to take away the Emperor Bone." Chapter 2120, You knew that I was around. Apart from Gongyang Lai, who did not feel surprised, the pupils of the other heavenly emperor powerhouses shrunk. They were clearly stunned by this scene just now. A true God realm powerhouse grasping Dao Mark, this kind of thing was unheard of. Yi Yuan actually used Dao Mark to break Heavenly Emperor Zico's restraints. This was simply inconceivable. But very soon, each and every one of them shook their heads and sighed. This Yi Yuan was really courting death. Even if he grasped Dao Mark, the two people's strengths were not on the same level at all. Yi Yuan's eyes were icy cold as he said, "Mine means it's mine. Want to bring away the Emperor Bone? Not unless you step on my corpse." Yi Yuan could be said to have experienced 1,000 hardships to obtain the Emperor Bone. Obtaining the Emperor Bone, Yi Yuan was equivalent to the Emperor Bone's master. He absolutely did not allow others to take the Emperor Bone away. Even if the Emperor Bone was taken away by the Qilin clan, it would also be impossible for them to obtain the Emperor Bone's recognition. "Hoo, you think that with the Dragon clan protecting you, this Emperor really doesn't dare to kill you?" Heavenly Emperor Zico's fury that had just calmed down rose up once more. This kid was simply ignorant. He turned to Long Ji and said in a solemn voice, "Long Ji, this Emperor has already given your Dragon clan face. If you guys dare to stop again, don't blame this Emperor for being ruthless." Long Xiaochen was just about to speak when she heard that, but how could Long Ji give her the chance? He directly made a move and imprisoned her. "Let me go, Uncle Ji." Still not letting go, "I'm going to cry." Long Xiaochen screamed. Long Ji casually pointed a finger. Long Xiaochen's eyes rolled back and actually fainted. Long Ji carried the unconscious Long Xiaochen and said coolly, "Lord Zixu, rest assured, Long Ji won't stop you again." Similarly, a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, Long Ji was very clear that the dignity of a Heavenly Emperor could not be violated. Today, for Long Xiaochen's sake, Heavenly Emperor Zixu already put down his dignity and did not stoop to her level. But if they reached for a yard after taking an inch, no one could bear the fury of a Heavenly Emperor. The term divine war could indeed threaten Heavenly Emperor Zixu, but it was also impossible to make a Heavenly Emperor give in limitlessly. For the sake of not letting Long Xiaochen mess around, Long Ji could only knock her out. Indeed, launching a divine war for a true god realm was not worth it. Even though Long Ji was very curious about Yi Yuan, this curiosity was not enough to let him protect Yi Yuan to death. Heavenly Emperor Zixu nodded slightly, turned to Yi Yuan, and said with a cold smile, "Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. Hell has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. Now, nobody can save you from up in the heavens to down below the earth." Who said that nobody can save him? Just as Heavenly Emperor Zico's aura surged to the sky, a man in a blue garment slowly walked out of the void with his hands behind his back, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. The arrival was a middle-aged man with a long flowing beard, his complexion rosy akin to Marquis Guan Yuan. The middle-aged man with a flowing beard looked very ordinary, just like a mortal. But Heavenly Emperor Zico's facial expression was an unprecedented solemnness. Seeing this middle-aged man in blue, Heavenly Emperor Zixu was akin to facing a great enemy as he said in a deep voice, "Who is your esteemed self? Could it be that you also want to butt into my Qilin clan's affairs?" With his strength, he actually could not see through the blue-clothed man's depths. Yi Yuan looked at the back view of the man in blue and said coldly, "You finally came out." The man in blue ignored Heavenly Emperor Zixu, but he turned his head and said with surprise, "You knew that I was around?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I didn't know, but I could feel that there was someone watching here." The man in blue was slightly taken aback and said with a nod, "No wonder Master conferred you Second Sage. The title of Second Sage is fully deserving." The moment these words came out, everyone broke out into a commotion. The pupils of the few great Heavenly Emperors also shrunk, their gazes revealing astonishment. Who was the person who conferred Yi Yuan as Second Sage? Sacred Ancestor High Priest. This man in blue actually called Sacred Ancestor High Priest as his master. Then his status was already almost certain. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's 11 disciples, each one was an earth-shaking great figure. Even the weakest High Priest Redplume was a late-stage Heavenly Emperor peerless powerhouse. This one in front of them was clearly not High Priest Redplume, otherwise, Gongyang Lai would not have no reaction at all. Then who was this person? Even Yi Yuan's icy cold eyes also shrunk slightly. He had long felt that someone was watching here. Furthermore, this aura, he had a very familiar feeling. Hence, that was why he risked his life and also had to snatch the Emperor Bone back. Giving the Emperor Bone to others with both hands was not his, Yi Yuan's, style. It was just that he also did not expect that Sacred Ancestor High Priest actually sent his own disciple over personally. The entire incident was started by Qi Zhen. With the unexpected turn of events until now, several heavenly emperor powerhouses showed themselves. In the end, it actually startled Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Gongyang Lai had also never seen before the man in blue. But his status was high above, so Gongyang Lai had clearly heard about him before. From the clues and inklings, he determined the identity of the man in blue and hurriedly bowed in salute and said, "Could your excellency be High Priest Stardrive?" The man in blue looked towards him and said coolly, "That's right. It's precisely this venerable. It's actually High Priest Stardrive. That's Sacred Ancestor High Priest's 7th disciple. His status is even above High Priest Redplume's. I didn't expect it, really didn't expect it. I can actually see High Priest Stardrive's true self one day. Looks like we all underestimated Sacred Ancestor High Priest's resolve." All the demon race powerhouses in the city had devout looks, looking at the High Priest Stardrive above the void. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was a paramount existence. His disciples similarly enjoyed the worship of the demon race powerhouses. Their lineage created countless powerhouses for the demon race and also let the demon race be able to stand tall in the heavenspan world. This man in blue was precisely Ji Mo, who was always by Sacred Ancestor High Priest's side. He was known as High Priest Stardrive. It was just that the name Ji Mo, extremely few people knew of it. Gongyang Lai had a look of astonishment, and he slowly knelt down and said, "Old servant Gongyang Lai, offer greetings to High Priest Stardrive." Ji Mo gave a cold snort and directly pointed a finger out. Gongyang Lai's figure flew out backward, spurting out a mouthful of blood with a cough. But he hurriedly crawled up and knelt back down. Ji Mo said coolly, "Crippled 10,000 years of your cultivation and imprisonment for 5,000 years of confinement. Go." Gongyang Lai's complexion was deathly pale as he prostrated deeply and said, "Thank Lord Stardrive's kindness of not killing." He smiled ruefully to no end in his heart. He thought that second sage was merely conveniently set by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. What did a mere true god realm count for? But he severely underestimated Yi Yuan's status in Sacred Ancestor High Priest's heart. High Priest Stardrive arriving here was absolutely not representing himself, but he was actually representing Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Sending High Priest Stardrive over, the significance was extraordinary. That was virtually equivalent to Sacred Ancestor High Priest arriving in person. Similarly, a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, Gongyang Lai was simply like an ant in front of High Priest Stardrive. Crippled your cultivation and confined you, you still had to thank the Lord for his kindness. But everyone understood in their hearts that High Priest Stardrive was enraged because Gongyang Lai offended Yi Yuan. The Qilin clan bore down upon the borders with a great army, but not only Gongyang Lai did not protect Second Sage, he also actually even took the initiative to hand over Second Sage. He already committed a severe offense. Chapter 2121, Yuo Second Sage. Taking care of Gongyang Lai, Ji Mo slowly turned around and looked at Heavenly Emperor Zixu as he said with a cold smile, "Hey, your Qilin clan is really awe-inspiring." The entire incident, Ji Mo observed with cool detachment from the sidelines. It was just that even though so many powerhouses present, only Yi Yuan alone discovered his existence. As for the Qilin clan's show of authority, he naturally took it all into his sights. The reason he did not take action was that he wanted to see Yi Yuan's limits and also wanted to see how great Yi Yuan's potential was. Although Sacred Ancestor High Priest conferred Yi Yuan as Second Sage, actually, Ji Mo was the same as High Priest Redplume. They were more or less having some reservations about Yi Yuan. A mere true god realm powerhouse actually rode above 11 great disciples. This kind of thing, anyone would also feel that it was too ridiculous. But watching this show, Ji Mo's attitude toward Yi Yuan already completely changed. Not only was Yi Yuan an unrivaled alchemy genius, making all alchemy geniuses pale in comparison, he was also a martial arts genius at the same time. Yi Yuan's combat power virtually made those in the same rank perspire from embarrassment. What was more terrifying was that Yi Yuan actually grasped Dao Mark with true god realm cultivation. No wonder his master viewed Yi Yuan as his opponent. Even if it was just in terms of alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan surpassing them apprentice brothers in the future, was likely a sure bet too. When Heavenly Emperor Zixu learned Ji Mo's identity, he also sucked in a cold breath. He never would have thought that Sacred Ancestor High Priest actually attached such importance to this so-called Second Sage, to actually send his direct disciple over personally. Heavenly Emperors did not step into the mortal world. But Ji Mo, this kind of apex existence, rarely even took part in the disputes of heavenly emperors. A late-stage Heavenspan world peak powerhouse was this Heavenspan world's true hegemon. But High Priest Stardrive actually personally descended upon the human world for Yuan. But even if it was facing High Priest Stardrive also could not weaken the Qilin clan's imposing momentum. He immediately gave a bow toward Ji-mo and said in a deep voice, "Lord Stardrive's words, Zixu doesn't understand. Even if Yuan is the second sage, he killed my Qilin clan's #1 alchemy genius, making my clan suffer a great loss in strength in alchemy. He also seized my clan's emperor bone. Could it be that my Qilin clan is acting without any justifiable reason?" High Priest Stardrive stared at Heavenly Emperor Zixu, staring until the latter shuddered. High Priest Stardrive said coolly, "Huhu, your Qilin clan really knows how to play the blame game. Since Second Sage arrived in the West City, this emperor has been paying close attention. This matter was your Qilin clan finding trouble first to begin with. Second Sage endured time and again, but you guys went from bad to worse. Forget about that. Qi Zhen scrapped the agreement. He even threatened to make Second Sage offer up the Emperor bone and make apologies. Heh, the Second Sage that Master personally conferred, but you all made him apologize. Are you guys looking down on Second Sage or looking down on Master?" MN. When he said the last word, Ji-mo glared fiercely. A powerful soul force stabbed straight for Heavenly Emperor Ziko's divine soul. Heavenly Emperor Ziko's entire body trembled and actually knelt in front of Ji-mo uncontrollably. While at this time, Ji-mo's figure moving aside, revealing Yuan behind. Heavenly Emperor Ziko's kneeling just happened to kneel down toward Yuan. A late-stage Heavenly Emperor peerless powerhouse. Furthermore, it was a high priest who was powerful in the divine soul aspect. How powerful was Ji-mo's soul force? If he was willing, just the stare earlier could turn Ziko's soul to dust. Heavenly Emperor Ziko's face turned deathly pale, as if he fell gravely ill. He looked at Ji-mo, his face full of alarm and fear. High Priest Stardrive was too strong. Each and every one of the demon race powerhouses in the city was extremely shocked. The Qilin clan came in a threatening manner this time. In the end, two Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, one was suppressed and made to kneel by Yuan, while the other was personally suppressed by High Priest Stardrive and also knelt down. This face was utterly lost. Furthermore, this time, High Priest Redplume even invited many reclusive demon race powerhouses over. The Qilin clan was considered to have completely tripped this time. But the demons in the city were all worried. High Priest Stardrive was so domineering. Was he not afraid of the Qilin clan's revenge? Lord Stardrive, this is taking advantage of your power to bully people. Are you bullying my Qilin clan for having nobody? Heavenly Emperor Zixu gritted his teeth and said. Ji-mo smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "This emperor knows that your Qilin clan is very strong, being not beneath my priest temple. But it's not your turn to come and question this emperor yet. This kneel, you second sage." Ji-mo's gaze then turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Second sage was personally conferred by Master. His status is even above us direct disciples. You, a mere third firmament heavenly emperor, came to humiliate my priest temple's second sag. Isn't that slapping Master's face? It's you who is bullying my priest temple for having nobody." Ji-mo's voice was akin to a great bell, reverberated throughout the world. His rage represented the sacred ancestor High Priest's rage. Originally, Yuan's second sage was merely a title. No one would take it to heart. But Ji-mo descending personally, the significance of second sage was totally different. Hence, Heavenly Emperor Ziko's kneel was not unjust. Heavenly Emperor Ziko's face was ashen. Same as everyone present, the Qilin clan also underestimated the weight of Yuan, this second sage. Furthermore, this underestimation was a severe underestimation. Sacred Ancestor High Priest did not treat him as a junior that could be molded, but Sacred Ancestor truly put Yuan on a seat with equal footing. The height of his expectations exceeded everyone's imaginations. Heavenly Emperor Zixu gritted his teeth and said, "Even so, my Qilin clan also doesn't tolerate Lord Stardrive to humiliate us like so." Ji-mo smiled faintly when he heard that and said, "Is that so? If you're not convinced, you can invite the Qilin clan's powerhouses over. This emperor will await respectfully at any time. My priest temple doesn't fear a divine war." When Heavenly Emperor Zixu heard that, his pupils could not help constricting. Ji-mo said it very casually, but the weight of this sentence was too heavy. How can this be? Lord Second Sage is merely a true God realm martial artist, but why would Sacred Ancestor High Priest value him so highly? Sacred Ancestor High Priest actually has no qualms on launching a divine war for Second Sage. Looks like we still underestimated Lord Second Sage's status in Sacred Ancestor High Priest's heart. The demon race powerhouses present were all shook to the core. High Priest Stardrive's nonchalant words represented Sacred Ancestor High Priest's powerful determination. If the Qilin clan dared to touch Yi Yuan, this divine war definitely could not be avoided. Either battle or withdraw, the power to choose was handed to the Qilin clan. Heavenly Emperor Zixu sucked in a deep breath, looked toward Yi Yuan with a complicated expression, and finally let out a sigh and said, "This matter, Zixu is unable to make a decision. But Lord Stardrive's words, Zixu will definitely deliver it." Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Zixu stood up with some difficulty and planned on leaving. "Stop. Did this emperor let you guys go?" Ji-Mo said coolly. Heavenly Emperor Zixu's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Why? Does Lord Stardrive really want to kill me? Although Zixu isn't some important person, I also represent the Qilin clan's face. If I die here, this divine war will likely really can't be avoided." Ji-Mo did not seem to have heard his words. His gaze sweeping around, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Today, all the people of virtue are here. Then let's witness Second Sage's strength together." Chapter 2122, Entering the Game. Ji-Mo flicked his sleeves grandly. A small and exquisite chessboard slowly flew out. A majestic and insubstantial aura of Tao gushed out, instantly covering the entire world. It was as if this chessboard was a world. When people with extensive knowledge saw this, their faces could not help changing drastically as they cried out with surprise, "Ask not. This is Ask Not. Only Ask Not has such a mysterious and unpredictable aura." Someone asked doubtfully, "Second Sage? Hasn't Second Sage already cleared Ask Not before? Wouldn't using this to exhibit his strength be a joke?" "What the hell do you know? Sacred Ancestor High Priest has made countless rubbings of Ask Not and handed it to the various priest temples. But the rubbings of Ask Not chess game vary in concept. What's enshrined by the various priest temples are merely the lowest level version of Ask Not. It probably doesn't even have 1/10,000th of the true Ask Not's power. In this case, this Ask Not chess game is very incredible. Is there still a need to say? Would the Ask Not that High Priest Stardrive personally brought over be of the common sort?" Numerous demon race powerhouses were anxious and doubtful, looking at that tiny chessboard with incredible shock. Ji-Mo looked at Yi Yuan and opened his mouth and said, "Second Sage, Master said that you must be very interested in Ask Not. So he ordered me to bring it over. This chessboard is the real Ask Not." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, immediately revealing strong interest. Heavenly Emperor Zixu, Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun, Long Ji, and the rest, their pupils shrunk, revealing a look of astonishment. Ask Not's great reputation, even if they were in pseudo-worlds, they had also heard of it. This was the real Ask Not, an eternal chess game with boundless power. "Hoo-hoo, the person who knows me well is still Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Challenging Ask Not the last time, the Medicine Ancestor was too weak. I truly couldn't muster up interest," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone was speechless. Medicine Ancestor was too weak. This sort of words, only Yi Yuan would dare to say it out. But Ji-Mo was slightly shocked in his heart and could not help recalling his scene of challenging Ask Not back then. Back then, when he challenged Ask Not, that was a hairbreadth escape. He almost did not come out alive. But arriving at Yi Yuan here, he felt that the opponent was too weak. That was Medicine Ancestor. Although he did not personally see the sight of Yi Yuan clearing the hurdle, his master had told him before. Back then, Yi Yuan replaced his master, then he had a great battle with Medicine Ancestor, finally completely routing the Medicine Ancestor. How grandiose and exciting was that battle? Ji-Mo said, "Master sealed 50% of the power with a great divine ability. Inside this Ask Not, it still contains 50% of the power. However, even if it's only 50% power, this emperor can't clear it either. Does Second Sage dare to challenge it? What? Sealed 50% of the power and High Priest Stardrive actually can't even make it through. Just what kind of existence in this Ask Not? The rubbing Ask Nots only have 1/10,000th power and already heaven shocking might. Just 50% power, it's too terrifying. Second Sage is just a 6-star priest. Unless his head is spoiled, why would he go and challenge Ask Not? This was the real Ask Not. It was the game field of the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, these two peerless alchemy experts. That kind of existences could destroy heaven and earth with a wave of a hand. Although it was just a Tao debate, heavenly emperor powerhouses did not dare to easily set foot in it either, let alone a measly little Yi Yuan. I've already been captivated by this Ask Not for a long time. So how can I miss it? Activate it, Yi Yuan said coolly. Stardrive laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, what a heroic second sage. This emperor is also very curious just how great second sage's potential is. It was only to see him pointing at the void. A bright red light beam hit the chessboard and the chessboard immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light. A horrifying to the extreme pressure instantly bloomed. Originally, that chessboard only gave people a profound and mysterious feeling. But only at this time did the people realize that this was the battlefield of two apex figures. Is this sacred ancestor high priest here to verify strength, or here to kill people? How can just horrifying power be what a mere true god realm can resist? Long Ji marveled with admiration. When Zixu saw this scene, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth and he said, sacred ancestor high priest had better don't shoot himself in the foot and mess this up. A mere true god realm brat, if he can survive amidst the struggle of two apex transcendent heavenly emperors, this emperor will pluck his own head off and let that brat kick it as a ball. Hey, I think that it will definitely be messed up. This kind of power, even if the likes of us go in, it's also certain death. Just based on a measly little true god realm powerhouse, can he come out alive? Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun said with a cold smile. All of a sudden, heaven and earth changed colors. The color of the sky in a radius of 100,000 miles suddenly turned dark. The scene before everyone's eyes changed, as if they had entered another world. Everyone's expressions turned stiff, as if being constrained, unable to move at all. These people then felt a trace of their divine soul being extracted away, feeling a bout of weakness. Above the void, two giants looked at each other across space, almost like gods. Heavenly Emperor Zico's gaze revealed a look of astonishment and he said in a solemn voice, heaven and earth is the chessboard, myriad life is the chess pieces. What a tremendous power! Yi Yuan being situated inside it was akin to facing the entire world. Second sage, enter the game. High Priest Stardrive looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and directly took a step out, entering this world. Yi Yuan's figure directly submerged into this world. Ji Mo's gaze flickered and he said to himself, disregarding other things, just this resolution, no one can be compared to him. The game between two apex powerhouses, how shocking was the commotion. Once entered the game, it was 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. To a true god realm like Yi Yuan, it was practically a hopeless land, certain death. The scene before Yi Yuan's eyes changed, he discovered that he was actually decked out as a foot soldier. In front of two peerless powerhouses, Yi Yuan was puny like an ant. Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded out. Everyone's divine soul seemed to be pulled by someone. The military strength of the two sides started engaging fiercely. Everyone was unable to refuse this order. Yi Yuan was wrapped up inside, akin to a speck of dust in a torrent, unable to control his actions at all. The army on both sides fought together fiercely just like that. In an instant, there were countless powerhouses that were annihilated. The current Yi Yuan was just an ordinary foot soldier, just like a wooden puppet being towed to go on an expedition all around. Under the footsteps of two peerless powerhouses, Yi Yuan was as feeble as a speck of dust. And this scene landed fully in everyone's eyes. Hey, what did I say? How can a mere true god realm influence the game of supreme powerhouses? Once he entered the game, he's just an ant. Sacred Ancestor High Priest asks him to go eat, he won't be able to go west. This show is really fun to watch. Heavenly Emperor Zixu had a cold expression. He just swept a glance over and saw the Yi Yuan in the torrent. The others all had a wisp of divine soul submerged inside. Even if they died, it also did not matter. But Yi Yuan entered with his real body. Once he was killed by an enemy, that was true death. Heavenly Emperor Zixu had suffered such a big loss in Yi Yuan's hands. He wished for Yi Yuan to die 1,000,000 times over. This outcome was exactly what he wished for. Chapter 2123, Sword of Will. With Yi Yuan being wrapped up inside the torrent of the army, everything was not of his free will. This was the heaven and earth general situation created by Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest, two people. It was even more terrifying than the power of one person. Once entering the chess game, one would be a chess piece. On the battlefield, cold steel glinted and flashed, 10,000 steeds galloped. An unparalleled will descended upon Yi Yuan's body, controlling Yi Yuan to charge forward and kill vigorously. Yi Yuan was very familiar with this willpower. It was precisely Sacred Ancestor High Priest's will. It was just that compared to the first time he challenged Ask Not, this will was God knows how many times stronger. So the moment he entered the game, he was controlled by this will. It did not allow the slightest bit of resistance at all. Humph, so what if it's the real Ask Not? My will is controlled by me. Break for me. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. A powerful fighting intent soared to the sky, breaching the firmament. Being situated inside the game, Yi Yuan could not see these two giants at all. They were seemingly two controllers, controlling everything in this world. Humph, an ant is an ant, only fit to be a chess piece. You also dare to vie for glory with us. Suppress. Above the firmament, a godlike voice fell down, shocking the entire battlefield. At the same time, an enormous palm fell from the sky, landing on the mortal world. This palm was dropped precisely for Yi Yuan. When the people outside the game saw this scene, they turned pale with fright one after another. Too terrifying. This is the power of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan is courting death here. Challenging this kind of heaven-shocking chess game, there's only following the rules strictly. How can one resist such will? Sacred Ancestor High Priest who is inside the chess game doesn't recognize whatever second sage. Yi Yuan daring to resist his will aroused his fury. Sacred Ancestor's will is akin to the will of heaven and earth, undefiable. How can a mere true god realm be able to resist it? Following the palm landing, everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Just this will could crush heavenly emperors to dust, let alone a puny little true god realm. Ha ha ha, I thought what incredible talent he is. Turns out that he is a fool. With his talent, it's also not impossible for him to reach Sacred Ancestor High Priest's boundary in the future. But right now, he's an ant. A firefly also dares to contend for glory with the bright moon. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's will, even the likes of us can't withstand it. But just based on his strength, Heavenly Emperor Zixu laughed unceasingly when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan's action was courting death in their eyes. Reaching Medicine Ancestors and Sacred Ancestor High Priest's level of realm, that was only a hair's breadth away from Tao Ancestor. Their will was virtually equivalent to the will of heaven and earth. How could a mere ant's will rival heaven and earth? What was this if not seeking death? The enormous palm fell from the sky, bringing a power to crush all life. The giant palm had yet to land completely when Yi Yuan already spurted a mouthful of fresh blood out wildly. That horrifying pressure directly bent his waist. Those who submit prospers, those who defy dies. How can this emperor's will allow defiance? Die. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's awe-inspiring voice came from above the void. Right at this time, another extremely horrifying pressure descended from the sky. An enormous cauldron slowly emerged from the void, suppressing Yi Yuan. Pooh! The moment the enormous cauldron appeared, Yi Yuan's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning, fresh blood spurting wildly. A giant cauldron, an enormous palm, pressed on Yi Yuan's shoulders akin to two large mountains. That horrifying willpower was seemingly like a sledgehammer, bombarding Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness non-stop, making him submit. This giant cauldron is the Medicine Ancestor's will. The Medicine Ancestor is enraged too. My God, two Leviathans being enraged at the same time. What kind of terrifying will is this? Mad, utterly insane. Second sage is courting death here. This is the chess game of two giants, but he wants to intervene flagrantly, challenging the will of two Leviathans. The two are enraged at the same time now. This Ask Not was the true Ask Not. It was completely different from the one Yi Yuan challenged before. Inside that Ask Not, the true sovereign was the Sacred Ancestor High Priest. But in this place, there were two hegemons. In fact, Medicine Ancestor's strength was even above Sacred Ancestor High Priest's. Yi Yuan's unyielding will had surprised not just Sacred Ancestor High Priest, but there was also the Medicine Ancestor. With two sovereigns taking action at the same time, the entire world became dim and dark. That kind of horrifying pressure felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. Even if the rest were not inside the game, they also felt tremendous pressure. At this time, Yi Yuan's hair was disheveled. His eyes, nose, and ears were actually all bleeding. The pressure that he endured, Bystanders were completely unable to imagine it. When Jimo saw this scene, his expression was very complicated. He had also cleared Ask Not before, but he did not dare to provoke the two Leviathans' will at all. Even if 50% of the power was sealed, he also did not dare to confront these two people's will pressure. Inside this chess game, even if he was the sacred ancestor's disciple, he could only be relegated to be a chess piece. Those two people were not people of the mortal world at all. Their strength was too horrifying. Only by being situated inside the chess game and watching their showdown of magical abilities could one vividly experience these two people's boundless power. Jimo let out a sigh and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Second sage, give up. Medicine ancestor and master are two of this world's strongest existences, their strengths being unfathomable. One day in the future, you might be able to contend with their will. But right now, you're unable to challenge their will at all. With your talent and strength, as long as you let nature take its course, you'll be able to break the deadlock." Jimo's voice passed right through Ask Not and transmitted inside the chess game. Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha, there's no give up, two words in my Yuan's dictionary. Without the heart of a powerful powerhouse, how can one surmount above the 9 heavens? Yuan, will never be a chess piece. Competing in strength, Yuan, am poles apart from you guys. But comparing will, Yuan, absolutely won't lose to you. With my will, sever the firmament. Condense for me." Yuan roared wildly, a stubborn will surging to the sky. Amidst everyone's dumbfounded gazes, an enormous sword slowly condensed and formed. That powerful aura was actually not the slightest bit weaker compared to the two sovereigns. A long sword condensed, slowly shooting to the sky, and actually flew over towards the giant cauldron. That's the sword of will. How is that possible? No way, right? Yuan's will is actually able to condense such a terrifying giant sword. He's going to clash head-on with the medicine ancestor here. Once he fails, his sea of consciousness will completely collapse, and he'll die without a burial ground. A series of exclamations came from outside the game. This sword of will was the manifestation of all of Yuan's will, fusing all of his comprehensions in sword Dao and spatial law. The pressure among the wills was not the slightest bit weaker than the two heavyweights. Being able to condense such a terrifying sword of will indicated that Yuan's willpower was already comparable to the medicine ancestor, this kind of transcendent big shot. How could the people present not be surprised? Jimo looked at this scene. His expression was complicated as he muttered, as the saying goes, how big the heart is, how large heaven and earth is. I truly find it hard to imagine that you actually have such willpower. I finally understand why Master conferred you as second sage. I am inferior to you. Chapter 2124, Heaven-Defying Rise. Crack, 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 shattering sounds came from above the void. The giant sword that Yuan condensed actually started cracking. One fine thread after another came out from the sword of will. The two transcendent heavenly emperors' will suppression was ultimately too strong. Looking at the sword of will that was about to collapse, Heavenly Emperor Zixu said with a cold smile, HMPH. HMPH, see if you still don't die. So what even if you condense a sword of will? Even if your will is higher than the heavens, how can it deal with two supreme powerhouses at the same time? The giant cauldron and enormous palm were still falling. The sword of will barely managed to withstand these two powerful wills. It was just that looking at the appearance, it could not sustain for long. Sigh, ultimately weaker by a notch. In this heavenspan world, how many people dare to deal with these two powerhouses, wills at the same time? It is a shame. Second Sage is such a gifted character. A series of lamentations came from outside the game, one after another feeling sorry for Yuan, this genius who was about to fall. However, amidst the bemoaning, Yuan's palm faced the sky and another heaven shocking will burst forth. With my dragon soul, stabilize the universe. Condense for me. Yuan gave an angry cry, his clothes fluttering madly in the strong wind. Immediately after, a dragon soul will that was not inferior to the sword of will rose to the sky. The azure dragon's mouth emitted an unwilling roar. That was the angry roar of rejecting fate. That was the angry roar of not fearing the powerful. That was the angry roar of not willing to be mediocre. The enormous dragon rose to the sky and welcomed the giant palm. A giant sword versus a giant cauldron. A giant dragon versus a giant palm. Amidst everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the giant cauldron and the giant palm actually ceased their momentum of falling. 4 powerful will forms actually confronted each other in the air. An enormous shock made this world tremble. Fierce wind howled, heaven and earth crumbled. The men and horses on the battlefield collapsed right away, being shocked into nothingness by these 4 powerful wills. This is a true dragon will. How can he have such a pure and powerful true dragon will? This willpower has probably already reached the level of ancestor. Long Ji looked at the Yuan inside the game, his eyeballs almost popping out. Previously, even when Yuan used dragon race bloodline and used the voice of the dragon god, he was not so surprised. But a true dragon will was different. The will existed in the divine soul. For Yuan to be able to use true dragon will, it represented that he had a pure dragon soul. Which was also to say that Yuan was a true dragon race member. Furthermore, this true dragon will could actually stand up to sacred ancestor high priest's giant palm as an equal. What kind of existence was that? Yuan's true dragon bloodline was even purer and stronger than the vast majority of the dragon race. By the side, Long Xiaochen also opened her eyes wide, looking at Yuan in disbelief. Not long ago, she already woke up. She opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, Yuan's true dragon will is actually even stronger than mine. Truly inconceivable. However, it was not over yet. Yuan held his palm up, another earth-shaking will rose to the sky once more. This time, it was an enormous Qilin. Qilin Emperor Bone 1. Yuan did not know what level of a powerhouse of the Qilin Emperor Bone was when he was alive. But he had died for countless years and could still suppress heavenly emperor powerhouses with bloodline power. Even if it was inferior to the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, it was likely not far off either. Since that was the case, would the residual will inside the Qilin Emperor Bone be of the common sort? Sure enough, an enormous Qilin leapt to the sky, rushing over towards the giant cauldron and giant palm. Heaven and earth trembled again. The addition of the Qilin would make the battle situation undergo a heaven-shocking grand reversal. The giant cauldron and giant palm were actually pushed back by the 3 great wills. Sword of Will, True Dragon Will, Qilin Will, 3 powerful wills, actually pushed the giant cauldron and giant palm, and rose high into the sky, heading straight for the clouds. How is this possible? Yuan defeated the wills of 2 mighty transcendent heavenly emperors with his will alone. Just what kind of freak is this guy? He's just at the true god realm. When he reaches the realm of heavenly emperor in the future, what kind of terrifying existence would he be? This scene before their eyes came too shockingly. Everyone was stunned. Prior to this, no one was able to imagine that a true god's willpower could actually contend with 2 great transcendent heavenly emperors. Those 2 people were this world's strongest existences. Tao ancestors not emerging, the 2 of them could virtually be said to be undefeatable existences. Even if Yuan was heaven-defying, when it condensed his will, contending with one person was already the limit. But who could have thought that Yuan actually condensed 3 will forms all at once, and beat the will forms of the 2 mighty powerhouses back to above the sky? Arg! Yuan's angry roar still lingered in their ears. Carrying unyieldingness, carrying powerful desire, the speed of the 3 great will forms became faster and faster, flying straight for the firmament. A loud bang came over, the entire chess game world quaked fiercely. A hole was poked out in the sky. It was deathly silent outside the game. Even Ji Mo also opened his mouth wide at this time, unable to close it for a long time. This scene was seriously too shocking. Before this, he already did his best to overestimate Yuan. But how could he have thought that Yuan was actually monstrous to such a degree? Sword of Will, True Dragon Will, Qilin Will, no matter which kind, they were extremely hard to come by existences. But these 3 kinds of willpower actually appeared on Yuan at the same time. Simply unimaginable. A hint of a bitter smile flashed across the corners of his mouth and he said, Master, just what kind of a terrifying opponent did you find? Once he rises up in the future, will you really be his match? Even though this was inside the Ask Not chess game and not a true competition in strength, the potential and strength that Yuan displayed made people daunted at the sight of it. This was a special battlefield. To a certain degree, Yuan already defeated the teaming up of medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest 2 people. This kind of battle achievement was sufficient to shock the world. The more one reached his level of realm, the more one could feel the importance of martial Dao will to a martial artist. Just as Yuan said, without the heart of a powerhouse, How could one arrive at the summit and look down upon the world? Heavenly Emperor Zixu started dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape as he muttered, "This. How is this possible? How is this possible? A mere true God realm's willpower could actually defeat the medicine ancestors and sacred ancestors combined strike. Those two people are peerless powerhouses above third blight." Originally, he already saw the appearance of Yi Yuan being crushed to pieces by these two wills. But who knew that all of a sudden, Yi Yuan rose up heaven-defyingly, his will surmounting the heavens, crushing the teaming up of the two mighty peerless powerhouses to dust. Even the world that the two people formed was shattered. This kind of result already exceeded their imaginations. At this time, the world inside the chess game collapsed with a loud bang. Two enormous phantoms were projected in the world. The people finally saw the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest's true faces. Although they could not be seen distinctly, they truly saw it. Originally, they were hidden in the depths of the chess game, unable to be seen at all. But now, Yi Yuan shattered the world, letting them reappear in the world. Chapter 2125, You Are Too Old. The void vanished into thin air, the chess game fell into a region of chaos. Two mighty sovereigns faced each other across space, without words. At this time, an enormous phantom suddenly cut in horizontally between the two. Looking at the appearance, it was actually Yi Yuan. The phantom slowly opened his mouth and said to the two people, "Now, can I sit and debate on Tao with you guys?" Medicine Ancestor slowly opened his mouth and said, "Possessing three astonishing wills is indeed seldom seen. It's just that, to sit and debate on Tao with us, you're still not qualified enough." Sacred Ancestor High Priest also said, "How can our boundary be what you can imagine?" Yi Yuan said calmly, "The people are confused by the chess game and don't know that the chess game is the world that the two of you developed. Naming it a chess game, in reality, it's the two of you refining to form a world with alchemy Tao. It's just that this world has an imbalance of yin and yang. It's clearly one stronger, one weaker, clearly unable to form a world, and naturally unable to form a pill. Just in terms of alchemy Tao, actually, the two of you have failed." The moment these words came out, the two people were shocked. The two phantoms slowly turned their heads and looked toward Yi Yuan's phantom. Those deep gazes seemingly wanted to see through Yi Yuan. Clearly, the two people both did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had such a profound understanding. In disregarding right or wrong, Yi Yuan had clearly already grasped the essence of the chess game. The chess game was a world, but in reality, it was also a medicinal pill. Bystanders thought that these two people were facing off, but actually, they were refining pills. One pill, one world. These two people were jointly creating a world. These two people's alchemy Tao already reached the acme of perfection. It was just that these words sounded like thunder in the ears of everyone in the outside world. Especially Ji Mo, his entire body trembled, his gaze revealing an incomparably shocked expression as if being enlightened. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. There were countless priests in the city, but among these people, Ji Mo's alchemy strength was the strongest. So Yi Yuan's words had the greatest impact on him. To them, senior and junior brothers, the Ask Not chess game was all too familiar. Ever since following Sacred Ancestor High Priest, them senior and junior brothers had already researched the Ask Not chess game for no idea how many years. But them senior and junior brothers were unable to understand the true profound meaning of Ask Not from start to end. But presently, it was laid bare by Yi Yuan's one remark. This was not a chess game, but a world, a medicinal pill. It was just that normal people refined pills with spirit medicines, these two people refined pills with great Tao. The two integrated their own Tao into the chessboard with a great divine ability and created a world on the chessboard. It was called a showdown, but in reality, it was an alchemy battle. Each piece that landed developed a portion of the world. This kind of alchemy battle was simply a marvelous work of art. After the shock, Ji Mo used an even more shocked gaze to look at that enormous phantom, his expression indicating him being in a trance. Was this person really just a 6-star priest? This Ask Not chess game, he had studied it for no less than 10 million years, but could not compare to Yi Yuan's this one short day. Thinking up to here, Ji Mo could not help smiling bitterly. Them senior and junior brothers 11 people, which one wasn't a prodigious talent in alchemy Tao? In these several tens of millions of years, they had also always thought that this was the case, all the way until encountering Yi Yuan today. Clearly, Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Tao already touched the essence of Tao. A disdainful voice came from the medicine ancestor's mouth. Humph. A mere ant also dares to have preposterous views on us, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The world knows that this game was won by this ancestor. So how can it be your turn to come and butt in? Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that. Medicine ancestor's face turned dark and he said, impudent. What's there to laugh about? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm laughing that you're deceiving yourself as well as others. A powerful aura rippled out. Everyone felt asphyxiated. Clearly, the medicine ancestor was enraged. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter, looking towards Yi Yuan with incredible shock. This guy was too arrogant to actually dare say that medicine ancestor was deceiving himself as well as others. Wasn't this courting death? However, Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, stop making an empty show of strength. In this place, you're merely the medicine ancestors, Tao. As long as your will can't bring me down, you can't do anything to me. Medicine ancestor sneered and said, you're wrong. My Tao can also kill you. Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. With a disdainful look on his face, he said coolly, you are already old. Others all call you medicine ancestor, but actually, you're not a Tao ancestor. In these countless tens of thousands of years, you were unable to take this step. Do you know why? Not waiting for medicine ancestor to speak, Yi Yuan continued, because you're afraid of losing. You indeed won this game, but also lost. Because, if your heart yearned for Tao, this ask-not chess game should be a complete world, a true pill of great Tao, and not this current appearance. The vying of alchemy Tao is vie and also fulfilling. If you have a mind as open as a valley, free from pride and prejudices, achieving a real world, that would be you winning. Just you wait. Come one day, you'll be surpassed by sacred ancestor high priest. Of course, you'll also be surpassed by me. You are already old. Each and every one of Yi Yuan's words was akin to one heavy punch after another, striking onto Ji Mo's soul. Other people's boundaries were too shallow and completely did not know what Yi Yuan was talking about. But he understood. Yi Yuan's words sounded wildly conceited, but actually, it concealed a profound theory. Alchemy Tao was different from martial Tao. Martial Tao's competition for hegemony did not have number one. If it was not a win, it was a loss. But what the competition for hegemony for Alchemy Tao competed in was Tao heart. If one's Tao heart was firm, they should cherish each opportunity to refine pills, and not create an incomplete world. Hey, really spouting drivel. In this world, there's actually someone who dares to talk about surpassing medicine ancestor. Even sacred ancestor high priest couldn't do it. Just based on his strength. Heavenly Emperor Zixu responded with a cold smile. In these countless years, there were countless alchemists who wanted to surpass the medicine ancestor. But no one had done it before. He thinks that he can do it because he's talented. What a joke. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun similarly said with a cold smile. The powerhouses in the outside world were all mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability. In their understanding, the medicine ancestor was already the perfection of alchemy Tao, unable to surpass it all. This was the truth, verified through countless springs and autumns. It was true that Yi Yuan's talent was high, but wanting to surpass the medicine ancestor was totally impossible. Ha ha ha, kid, I like Thai's words. Saying any more is pointless, begin. At this time, the sacred ancestor high priest who had been silent all along suddenly pointed at the void. The chessboard trembled once more. That cloud of chaos actually started trembling fiercely and actually divided into two segments. One finger, heaven and earth split. Medicine ancestor gave a cold snort and also pointed at the void. A powerful force reverberated between heaven and earth. With this finger, heaven and earth split again. The power of medicine ancestor's one finger was clearly much stronger than sacred ancestor high priest. Heaven and earth became even more distinct from each other. Medicine ancestor, this finger of yours is too strong. Sure enough, your heart of contending for the upper hand has obstructed your advancement. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and similarly pointed a finger out. It was just that this finger pointing out did not have the two supreme powerhouses, kind of power like nothing happened at all. Everyone was baffled. Wasn't it sitting and debating on Tao? This was also too nonsensical, right? Sure enough, the difference between Yi Yuan's alchemy strength and these two sovereigns was still too big. Chapter 2126, Stabilizing the Universe. MN. Medicine Ancestor's uncertain voice came from above the void. But Sacred Ancestor High Priest laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha. Brilliant, stupendous. Kid, you indeed have some skills. It's just that I wonder how long can you last under the two of our great Tao. Everyone had baffled faces. Yi Yuan's move was clearly incomparably lousy. So how was it brilliant? But Ji Mo's pupils shrunk, his eyes revealed an astonished look. Otherwise could not tell, but he could understand. Yi Yuan's finger seemed plain and ordinary, but it perfectly remedied some latent dangers left behind during the process of the two great sovereigns hewing open heaven and earth. Going according to the original rhythm, even if the two great sovereigns opened up a world anew, the result would also be exactly the same as before. This was the outcome decided in the chess game, so no one could change it. But now, with Yi Yuan smoothing things over in the middle, it was totally different. Yi Yuan's strength was insufficient to participate in the two people's development of the world, to create the world. But he had his own Tao. This is the yin-yang harmony that he spoke of. How incredible! Ji Mo could not refrain from marveling with admiration. When Long Ji and the rest heard this, they did not understand but felt that it was very impressive. To be able to make Ji Mo let out such an emotional sigh, this finger move was absolutely remarkable. It was just that they were totally clueless about alchemy Tao. So how could they see through the profundities involved? Again, amidst the loud laughter, sacred ancestor high priest pointed another finger out. Heaven and earth divided again. Medicine ancestor gave a cold snort and also pointed a second finger out, being incomparably sharp. Yi Yuan's gaze revealed a hint of a solemn look. But he also pointed a second finger out without the slightest hesitation. This finger was the same as before, also without any noise. The three people's showdown seemed played down, but in reality, it was incomparably perilous. Under the two great sovereigns' great Tao, if Yi Yuan made the slightest error, it would be the outcome of being smashed to pieces. No matter how talented Yi Yuan was, he was also just a true God realm powerhouse. So how could he bear two mighty transcendent heavenly emperors' Tao accumulations? Taking part in the two people's showdown, he was actually serving a pivotal function in front of the two great sovereigns, borrowing force to deliver force, and not him really exerting much force. But how could this sort of thing be that simple? If it were bystanders, they probably would not even be able to block a single exchange and would be directly crushed to dust by the two great sovereigns' power of great Tao. But Yi Yuan's realm was too low in the end. It was already extremely difficult to survive under the two great sovereigns. Heavy pressure, let alone that he even had to repair the damaged world because of the two people's showdown in magical abilities. The second finger that Medicine Ancestor pointed out was incomparably swift and fierce. It contained thick Tao intent, with killing intent being extremely heavy. Medicine Ancestor's move was clearly in order to exert greater pressure on Yi Yuan, trying to make him die under the two people's Tao accumulations. The three people were akin to playing a game, taking turns to point out one finger after another. A brand new world gradually appeared in front of everyone. Ji Mo looked ahead, a trace of understanding flashing across in his eyes. To a powerhouse of his level, every improvement was extremely hard to come across. Not making advancements for several tens or even several hundreds of thousands of years was also normal. But these short few days of observation could match several tens of thousands of years of his bitter cultivation. Originally, he could not figure out the ask-not chess game after racking his brains. But with Yi Yuan's addition, he actually had a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. Yi Yuan's technique was completely not worth mentioning in front of the two great sovereigns. But it was precisely because of his appearance that made this world become more perfect. The places where he cast the spell were all lacking areas originally in Ask Not, covering the incompleteness and regret caused by the two great sovereigns' magical showdown. Under Yi Yuan's participation, a perfect world was being sketched out little by little. Time passed day by day, the powerhouses of the outside world became more and more astonished. They had once thought of countless possibilities for Yi Yuan to clear Ask Not. But they had never thought that Yi Yuan was actually clearing the hurdle with such a method. Sitting and debating on Tao with two great sovereigns, creating a world, this kind of method was way too inconceivable. Before this, if someone said that a 6-star priest would sit and debate on Tao with the two great alchemy Tao sovereigns, they would definitely turn their noses up in contempt and then ridicule the person endlessly. But now, their inner hearts were completely filled with shock. Time flew by, in a blink, half a year already passed. The situation isn't good. You guys, look, Yi Yuan's complexion is pale. It seems like he's already completely drained like a lamp without oil. It's already been half a year. He hasn't stopped in the slightest and is actually only at the end of his ropes until now. This guy is really a freak. A true God realm powerhouse is facing two great alchemy Dao sovereigns, and yet he could actually hold on for as long as half a year. It's simply unimaginable. Even I, this Empyrean, would have long reached the end of my ropes too. Inside the chessboard, Yi Yuan's complexion was pale, his forehead seeping out fine beads of sweat beads, his entire person seemingly very frail. A fierce battle lasting half a year, regardless of whether it was divine essence or soul force, Yi Yuan already reached the limit. Humph, boy, I didn't expect that you could hold out until now. But, it also ends here. Medicine Ancestor gave a cold snort and pointed a finger out once more. Powerful Dao accumulations covered the world as easily as crushing dead leaves, inflicting heavy damage on the space that Sacred Ancestor High Priest created. Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave a muffled groan, clearly also already running out of steam and expiring. Inside this Ask Not was a doomed game to begin with. How could the Sacred Ancestor High Priest be Medicine Ancestor's match? If not for Yi Yuan taking part, this game of chess would merely be reenacting the chess game back then. Powerful Dao accumulations crushed over towards Yi Yuan. At this time, such a powerful force was like the last strand of straw that overwhelmed the camel's back, incomparably heavy. Ha ha ha, so what even if you're gifted? In the end, isn't it still death? Yi Yuan, see if you still don't die. Seeing this situation, Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun could not refrain from laughing out loud. He held extremely deep grudges toward Yi Yuan. Although he was shocked by Yi Yuan's talent and strength, he wished that Yi Yuan would be wiped out by Medicine Ancestor. Heavenly Emperor Zixu looked toward Ji Mo and said with a smile, Lord Stardrive, this is the Lord's second sage that you let us witness. That's right, he's indeed very impressive. But a dead second sage really lets people feel greatly consoled. Ji Mo just snorted coldly and did not say anything. Concerning this round, he was not optimistic about it too. The current Yi Yuan was too frail. Yi Yuan's gaze became slightly sharp and he said in a cold voice, what a fine Medicine Ancestor, really someone who is narrow-minded. Since that's the case, then I'll let you take a look at my true strength. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, both hands in the position of holding a ball. An enormous Taiji diagram emerged behind Yi Yuan. When Medicine Ancestor's Dao accumulations landed on Yi Yuan's body, it was immediately guided into the world by the Taiji diagram, repairing this world in an uninterrupted flow. Heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang. Yin and yang stabilize the universe. Medicine Ancestor, you watch closely. This is my, Yi Yuan's, Dao. Stabilize for me. Yi Yuan turned his palm. The Taiji diagram behind Yi Yuan slowly started turning. This world of chess game actually gradually formed. Yi Yuan's great Dao aura actually completely overshadowed the two great sovereigns. There was only a Taiji yin-yang diagram remaining in this world. Yi Yuan's palm shook, the Taiji diagram dissipated with a loud bang. Chapter 2127, The Moment to Witness a Miracle. This is not possible. Just how did you do it? Inside the void, came Medicine Ancestor's astonished voice. And just as the Taiji diagram dissipated with a loud bang, the entire Ask Not world emitted a dazzling light, and it actually started gradually contracting. That endless world transformed into one thick cyclone after another and started drawing in. The phantoms of the two great sovereigns also gradually started dissipating. Ha ha ha, the young ones are to be feared. The young ones are to be feared. After 10 million years, there's finally someone that can take part in our two people's game of chess. Although the Sacred Ancestor High Priest's figure started dissipating, he laughed loudly without ceasing. Finally, the entire world turned into an enormous chessboard. It was precisely Ask Not. Except, a heaven-shocking transformation already happened to the chess game on the chessboard currently. A draw, it's actually a draw. This Empyrean has once researched the Ask Not chess game in detail before. No matter how hard one works, it will always be the outcome of defeat in the end. So how is this possible? A miracle. This is the moment of a miracle. I've witnessed the birth of a miracle. The entire place was in shock. The outcome of this Ask Not chess game actually became a tie. Those present were all major powers. So they naturally would not be unfamiliar with Ask Not. This Ask Not chess game, the Medicine Ancestor who played white occupied a tremendous advantage. The Sacred Ancestor High Priest's declining trend already could not be salvaged. Saying that it was an eternal chess game, it was actually Sacred Ancestor High Priest's defeat. But now, the chess game on the chessboard was already totally different. Black and white, two sides, each occupied half of the map. Not a piece more and not a piece less. The entire situation was extremely harmonious. There was you and me and you, and actually gave people a feeling of gladdening the heart and pleasing the eye. Perfect. This word sounded out in everyone's hearts at the same time. Jimo looked at that chess game blankly and was speechless for a long time. Such a scene truly came too shockingly. To talk about the understanding of Ask Not, who could compare to him? Or perhaps, who could beat Sacred Ancestor High Priest? Sacred Ancestor High Priest had devoted himself to studying it and was also unable to crack this eternal game. Presently, in Yi Yuan's hands, it actually transformed the rotten into the magical, reaching such a perfect and harmonious realm. Yi Yuan perfectly outlined the Ask Not world with his own Tao, forming the present situation. He was merely a 6-star priest. So how did he do it? Ha 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 ha, eternal game. This is the true eternal game. Turns out that Ask Not's final phase is actually like this. Above the void, Jimo laughed loudly without ceasing. His mood had never been so free from inhibitions before. Ask Not was the sore point of his master for tens of millions of years. Now, it was finally solved. He knew that his master was definitely paying attention to this event. Right now, he must also be laughing heartily. In this world, the most terrifying thing was not a powerful opponent, but the loneliness of an expert. Now, his master finally found an alchemy Dao sovereign that met his match. He must be very delighted and pleased. Zixu, did you find Second Sage's game satisfactory to the eyes? Jimo looked toward Heavenly Emperor Zixu and said with a smile that was not a smile. The Qilin clan's powerhouses were long already dumbfounded. Even if they did not understand alchemy, they also knew that Yi Yuan had accomplished a remarkable major thing. This eternal game, Ask Not, the Qilin clan also knew that this was the game between two great sovereigns. This game was an eternal puzzle. For tens of millions of years, no idea how many supreme powerhouses had attempted to solve this puzzle but failed to do so. But now, it was solved by a measly little 6-star priest. How could they not be surprised? It was solved, completely solved, and not walked out of the chess game. These two concepts were totally different. For others, being able to protect themselves after entering the game and walking out of the puzzle safely was already a very impressive thing. But Yi Yuan shattered the world that the two great sovereigns structured with a heaven-shocking will, and also refined the pill anew with great Tao together with a great divine ability in the two people, building a perfect world. This was a chess game and also a medicinal pill. This kind of situation was simply fantastical. Just based on this game, Yi Yuan's name could go down in history. They had truly witnessed the moment of a miracle. What was laughable was that they were still jeering and making cutting remarks before this, thinking that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But now, they had their faces slapped blatantly. Being questioned, Heavenly Emperor Zixu's expression flickered incessantly, being very ugly. Suddenly, Zixu clasped his hands and said to Yi Yuan, "The title of Second Sage lives up to reality as well as in name. Zixu has offended Second Sage previously, please pardon my offense." No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, the moment this game ended, no one could treat Yi Yuan as a junior any longer. He was a powerhouse that could genuinely compete with the two great sovereigns. Perhaps his current strength was still weak, but in the future, he had limitless possibilities. This point, no one was able to refute it. Maybe another medicine ancestor would really appear again in this world. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Zixu and said coolly, "Now, do you still want to take the Qilin Emperor bone?" Zixu's expression turned stiff and he said, "Not anymore. Second Sage, Lord Stardrive." Zixu takes his leave. After he was done talking, Zixu brought Xiaoyun and the rest along, and they quietly withdrew. They truly could not stay on in this place any longer. They also had no face to stay on. Originally thought that Yi Yuan was just a junior, snatch then snatch. But they discovered in the end that Yi Yuan was a future titan. The actions previously simply became a joke. A miracle, really miraculous. I finally understand why Sacred Ancestor High Priest would confer him as Second Sage. Seeing this game today, I can brag for 100,000 years. There was a series of marveling in the city. They felt honored to have witnessed the moment of miracle. In those priest temples 7-star priests had abashed looks on their faces. Yi Yuan had once said to them that he was the opponent that Sacred Ancestor High Priest designated. At that time, they turned their noses up in contempt. Now, they finally understood that what Yi Yuan said was not false. Yi Yuan absolutely had the qualifications to become Sacred Ancestor High Priest's opponent. In front of Yi Yuan, Sacred Ancestor High Priest's disciples appeared to be cast into the shade. Incredible, truly too impressive. I want to take him as my master. In the city, Long Xiaohai waved his hands about agitatedly. His complexion was flushed red. Hee, I'm afraid that Yi Yuan will find you too stupid. Hang on, if you acknowledge him as master, wouldn't I become his junior? No way, Long Xiaochen immediately denied it. But Long Xiaohai ignored her and was still immersed in the midst of excitement. He already completely became Yi Yuan's fan, his ardent worshipper. Long Ji, who was by the side, was also speechless for a long time. He also did not expect that this young man was actually so heaven-defying. Second Sage, this emperor also has to apologize to you. Prior to this, I also had many suspicions about Second Sage. Now, I'm wholeheartedly convinced. Jimo bowed in salute and said to Yi Yuan. This bow came from the bottom of his heart. Even following by Sacred Ancestor High Priest's side, Jimo also found it very hard to understand his master's actions and profound meaning behind them. But today, he witnessed Yi Yuan's miracle and finally understood his master's painstaking effort. Yi Yuan smiled and said, my realm is too low. Causing people to give birth to underestimation is normal. As for apologizing, there's no need. With High Priest Stardrive delivering Ask Not personally, this Yi is endlessly grateful. Chapter 2128, The Condition to Become a Supreme Powerhouse. Jimo, how do you feel about the trip to West Spirit Region? Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at the Jimo in front of him and said with a smile that was not a smile. With Yi Yuan clearing the hurdle, Jimo hastily bade farewell to Yi Yuan very quickly and returned to report to Sacred Ancestor High Priest on the mission. At this time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest's 11 disciples were all present. It was just that their expressions appeared somewhat awkward, especially High Priest Redplume. Jimo blushed with shame. But thinking of Yi Yuan's soul-stirring Taiji developing Tao, he could not help revealing a look of admiration. He bowed and said, Master, Jimo is completely convinced. Second Sage is prodigious and is bound to be a big shot that shakes heaven and earth in the future. While talking, Jimo was very respectful. When he mentioned Yi Yuan, it was actually like facing a senior. If High Priest Stardrive's demeanor was seen by people, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. Wing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, You apprentice brothers, few people have always been arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. Apart from Master, you've never submitted to anyone. I didn't expect that this time, you were actually subdued by Yi Yuan. Jimo smiled bitterly and said, If not for seeing with my own eyes, Jimo finds it really hard to believe that there's actually such an alchemy rare talent in this world. Second Sage seems to be born for alchemy Tao. A short 1,000 over years and he can actually spy right at the source of great Tao. It truly makes people sigh with admiration. The event during this half a year, Jimo felt as if it was right in front of his eyes. Each finger that Yi Yuan pointed out seemed to have the effect of shocking the soul. Wing smiled and looked towards High Priest Redplume and said, Yan Wei, do you still have resentment in your heart now? High Priest Redplume's expression was slightly red as he bowed and said, replying, Master, Yan Wei is convinced. It's just, Yan Wei doesn't understand why he, a 6-star priest, can actually do it to this step. Wing put away his smile and said, actually, this performance also made Master incredibly shocked. About this Ask Not chess game, Master has researched for tens of millions of years and was unable to achieve fusing Tao into one, but he did it. Looks like the day of my showdown with him isn't far already. Letting Jimo bring Ask Not over, what Wing expected was not for Yi Yuan to break the deadlock. Even if he sealed 50% of the power, breaking the deadlock was also not what Yi Yuan's bit of strength could accomplish. But Yi Yuan's performance far exceeded his expectations. Yi Yuan actually solved the puzzle of tens of millions of years and created a new world. Such a result shocked the world. It naturally also included him, Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Could it be that his understanding of alchemy Tao already surpasses Master? Yan Wei said in puzzlement. Wing shook his head and said, surpassing Master is naturally impossible. Him being able to complete such a heroic feat actually has elements of gaining advantage through trickery. But he has already taken his own Tao path. That's the most crucial thing. His own Tao path. The disciples were all uncertain. Wing slowly nodded and said, Back then, when you all challenged the Ask Not chess game, you were all willing to be chess pieces, playing chess with medicine ancestor under master's manipulation. This is also to say that you all are walking according to the path that master designated. Therefore, even if tens of millions of years have passed, the path that you all have taken is also merely a branch of master's. Wanting to surpass master is simply impossible, and looking at the heavenspan world, sovereigns that can tide over third blight and above must have their own path. Tao 1. When the group of disciples heard this, their facial expressions changed wildly. This was their first time hearing the secret of becoming a sovereign powerhouse. Wing's words stirred up tumultuous waves in their hearts. For countless years, they revered master as a god, but only today did they discover that turns out they merely walked master's path. Master, this, eldest disciple Splitfeather said in great shock. Wing waved his hand and said, Master knows what you want to say, but that's impossible. Unless you have the tremendous resolve to give up everything you possess now and start again anew. Splitfeather's expression flickered incessantly and finally turned into a long sigh. Wing smiled and said, Are you all blaming Master for only telling you guys this now? Splitfeather was terrified as he said, The disciple dares not. Their mouths said dare not, but did they really not have any thoughts in their hearts? Wing naturally knew what they were thinking and said with a chortle, Major powers that are third blight and above, how many do you think you can find in this heavenspan world? From that moment when you all chose to submit inside Ask Not, your lifetime's path was also decided. Want to become a sovereign, perseverance, willpower, talent, not one can be lacking. You all ask yourselves, if you guys are given a chance to redo it again, can you achieve Yi Yuan's level? The group of apprentice brothers exchanged glances. In the end, they actually lowered their heads without any prior agreement. The answer was clearly no. They understood Ask Not too well. Not submitting, it was death. The will of a sovereign, they could not resist it at all. But Yi Yuan could. During these tens of millions of years, only Yi Yuan alone replaced the sacred ancestors when challenging Ask Not, and he played a game of chess against medicine ancestor. Just this point, they were already unable to surpass. As for challenging Ask Not the second time, Yi Yuan rose up heaven-defyingly, contending with the pinnacle will of two great sovereigns with his power alone. This was even more inconceivable. They were thrown even further behind until they could only see the dust ahead. Hence, Yi Yuan could become second sage, while they could not. Wing's meaning was very simple. Their talents and will were insufficient to become a supreme powerhouse. Being able to have today's accomplishment was already a great fortune. There were many geniuses in this world, but those truly able to tread out their own path and become a supreme powerhouse were extremely, extremely few. Walking other people's path is easy. Taking your own path is as hard as ascending to heaven. For Master being able to walk till today, how can the experiences involved be what you all can imagine? For Yi Yuan to be able to have such accomplishments at a young age, his story is likely even more exciting than the vast majority of this heavenspan world's supreme powerhouses. Wing said. Jimo mused and said, in this case, that Taiji diagram was Yi Yuan's Tao. Wing nodded and said, although his Tao is at the nascent level, that Taiji diagram gave me a feeling of being as deep as the sea. Martial Tao is difficult, but alchemy Tao is even harder. However, I have a feeling that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments might even be above mine and medicine ancestors. The group of apprentice brothers trembled all over, looking at Master in disbelief. This appraisal was too high. Medicine ancestor was only a hair's breadth away from Tao ancestor. Could it be that Yi Yuan could become the real medicine ancestor in the future? Yan Hui's face changed and he said, in this case, isn't Master warming a snake in your bosom? Ha ha ha, warming a snake in my bosom. Everyone is afraid of losing. The more powerful, the more afraid of failure. But they have forgotten, it's precisely failure that let him walk until this step today. The medicine ancestor is afraid of being surpassed by me, so he has always been suppressing me, not letting me lift my head. But reaching Master's realm, wanting to improve another step further is far too difficult. Master needs an opponent. Moreover, this insult, Master has already held it in for 50 million years. Even if I lose to Yi Yuan, there's still him going to challenge medicine ancestor. Watching him lose is also a very merry thing, so I don't see any reason why not, Wing said with a big laugh. Chapter 2129, East Suppression Pseudo-World. No way, you can't acknowledge him as your master. If you acknowledge him as your master, then wouldn't I be directly a generation younger? I must take second sage as my master. Miss, this village, there won't be this shop anymore. 1. I said no, means no. If you insist on acknowledging him as your master, I'll cry for you to see. You're pestering endlessly, you're refusing to see reason. HMPH. Inside the priest temple's hall, two figures were tugging and pulling, becoming tangled together. It was precisely Long Xiaohai and Long Xiaochen, brother and sister, two people. While behind him, Long Ji shook his head slightly. This Long Xiaochen was really troublesome. Xin Luo slowly came out of the inner hall. Seeing this scene, he could not help smiling as he said, "Please wait a moment. Lord Crimson Sky is currently consulting Lord Second Sage. Lord Second Sage will be out very soon." Long Ji nodded slightly, indicating that he got it. He was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. He naturally did not need to express anything to Xin Luo. Presently, Yi Yuan already moved into the priest temple. The temple served him with the highest standards, revering him as a god. Every day, a group of Empyreans would pay respects morning and night, being incomparably respectful. Crimson Sky even put aside all of his pride and came to pay respects to Yi Yuan every day, asking him for advice on alchemy aspect knowledge. Every day, he returned fully loaded. Before long, Yi Yuan slowly came out of the inner hall. Behind him was Crimson Sky and Lonzuan, two great Empyreans. When Long Xiaochen saw Yi Yuan, she arrived in front of Yi Yuan with a wuxian pointed at him fiercely as she said, "Yi Yuan, you're not allowed to take big brother Xiaohai as a disciple. Otherwise, the two of us will break off all relations." Yi Yuan had a blank look, completely unaware of what was going on. But Long Xiaohai was greatly enraged. Pulling Long Xiaochen, he said, "Xiaochen, you're not allowed to mess around. Lord Second Sage, Long Xiaohai wishes to acknowledge you as master." As he said, Long Xiaohai actually directly knelt down. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped him up and said, "Brother Xiaohai mustn't. If you have any doubts about alchemy, feel free to come to find this Yi to discuss. But the talk of acknowledging a master, you mustn't say it anymore. You and Xiaochen are both this Yi's saviors. How can I take you in as my disciple? Also, don't keep calling me Lord Second Sage. Just call me by my name, and that will do." Long Xiaochen patted Yi Yuan's shoulder and said with a big laugh, "Haha, you're really terrific. If Long Xiaohai were to acknowledge you as master, then wouldn't I become a generation younger for no reason? Do you hear it, Long Xiaohai?" Yi Yuan was speechless. This girlie's thought process was indeed abnormal than most people. Long Xiaohai had a depressed face as he said, "But, we'll be returning to the Dragon Clan soon. At that time, where would I go to ask you for advice?" At this time, Long Ji hesitated a bit, but he still bowed towards Yi Yuan and said, "Long Ji pays respect to Second Sage." He could ignore Xin Luo, but facing Yi Yuan, this existence who suppressed the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, the two sovereigns, he had no choice but to put away the pride of a heavenly emperor. Witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, regardless of whether it was Long Ji or Qi Zixu, they all realized Yi Yuan's importance to sacred ancestor high priest. If any mishap happened to Yi Yuan, under sacred ancestor high priest's fury, the latter might really launch a divine war. Nobody could shoulder this consequence. Therefore, no matter how the Qilin coveted the emperor bone, they did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan either. As for Qi Zhen, under Yi Yuan's light, he did not matter at all anymore. How could a mere Qi Zhen be mentioned in the same breath with the entire demon race's second sage? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Heavenly Emperor Long Ji is too courteous. Please, sit." Everyone sat down as guest and host. Crimson Sky was the same as Lonzuan, standing by the side and carrying out the etiquette of a disciple. "Heavenly Emperor Long Ji, you probably have important things to ask this Yi by coming to the temple, right?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Long Ji's expression turned intent and he said with a nod, "Second Sage has the Qilin Emperor bone on your body, releasing Qilin will isn't surprising. But where did this true dragon will come from?" These few days, Long Ji was extremely puzzled in his heart. Yi Yuan actually released such a pure true dragon will and could even unleash such a pure dragon race martial technique. Could it be that he was a member of the dragon race? The true dragon will that Yi Yuan released was not the same as the Qilin will. The true dragon will was released by the dragon soul. At that time, the unyielding dragon soul soared straight to the clouds. As a member of the dragon race, Long Ji naturally felt it very clearly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if I say that I'm a member of the dragon race, do you believe it? Long Ji's pupils constricted, his eyes full of complicatedness as he said, second sage must be joking. How can you possibly be a dragon? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm not kidding. This Yi possess an atavism dragon soul. Furthermore, it's already more than half awakened. The dragon race's cultivation method and martial technique isn't some secret to me. Long Ji's entire body trembled and he said in disbelief, atavism dragon soul. You're actually of the atavism dragon soul. Even in the dragon clan, atavism dragon soul is also 1 in a million. In this case, you're really of the dragon race. Yi Yuan nodded and said, through and through. Long Ji's heart shook wildly. Atavism dragon soul was one of the paramount dragon souls. Not only did this second sage have the talent to rule the world, he even had the dragon race's supreme inheritance. He simply gathered a great destiny onto himself. Even Long Xiaochen also opened her mouth wide at this time, looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked face. Why you are actually of the atavism dragon soul. This is the most monstrous inheritance. As long as you keep awakening it, your strength will be able to soar by leaps and bounds and don't need to cultivate at all. Long Xiaochen said with surprise. It's just that I don't know who second sage's ancestor is. Our dragon clan has been reclusive from the world for a long time already. I've never heard of anyone leaving the pseudo world, Long Ji said curiously. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know about this either. There are no memories in this area in my inheritance. Maybe this portion of memories is in the inheritance at the back. However, I can feel that my ancestor was likely just an Empyrean and not some incredible existence. After awakening at rank 6, Yi Yuan could feel that his dragon soul was already almost reaching grand completion. Reckon that awakening one more time was already the limit. Moreover, a dragon that was able to follow heavenly Empyrean immortal grove, his strength probably would not be too strong either. After all, heavenly Empyrean immortal grove was also just an Empyrean. If it was the dragon clan's heavenly emperor powerhouse, they would totally turn their noses up at heavenly Empyrean immortal grove. By the side, Long Xiaohai's eyes swiveled around and he suddenly spoke up, why not do it like this? Brother Yi, make a trip with us to East Suppression pseudo world. Perhaps after returning to the dragon clan, you'll be able to find your origin. Furthermore, we can also discuss alchemy Dao. The moment Long Xiaochen heard, her eyes could not help lighting up as she clapped her hands and applauded. She said, good, good, no wonder the first time I saw Yi Yuan, it was just seeing my biological brother. Maybe our bloodline is very close. But Long Ji's gaze turned intent, an appearance of wanting to speak but swallowing the words back. Letting a stranger go to the dragon clan, he was a little worried. The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he was also greatly moved. He was also very curious about his origin. But the origin of the four-phased divine beast, even Dustless could not say for sure either. Dustless seemed to have had this segment of memories wiped away. It seemed like there were still many unknown secrets on Immortal Grove. Chapter 2130, Meeting with a Mishap in the Stronghold. Lush mountains and blue rivers, birds chirped, flowers fragrant, and monkeys crying. A lonely boat flowed down leisurely along the current in the midst of the mountains and water. Several people stood on the boat, admiring the beautiful scenery on both shores, laughing with praises unceasingly. Young master, this place is really so beautiful. If we can live here together with elder sister Lier they all, how great would that be? Seeing this otherworldly paradise-like scenic view, Luer's heart gave rise to a yearning for it. As for Lonzwan and the rest, they had yearning looks on their faces. East Suppression pseudo-world was extremely mysterious, barely anyone in the entire Heavenspan world knew. He did not expect that he could actually enter here one day. It was all thanks to their master. Yi Yuan smiled and said, beauty is beautiful, but it secretly conceals killing intent. How can there truly be some otherworldly paradise in this world? Luer opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, secretly conceals killing intent. Why don't I feel it at all? It was not just Luer. Even Lonzwan had a blank look, clearly not discovering any dangers. Yi Yuan said, with the dragon clan's power, how can the restrictions laid down be easily seen through? These two shores are brimming with vigor and vitality, too beautiful to be absorbed all at once, and may be rated as perfect. However, things will develop in the opposite direction when they become extreme. The more it's a place like this, the more dangerous it is instead. The surroundings of this brook are full of powerful restrictions everywhere. I'm afraid that even if a heavenly emperor powerhouse comes, once the person triggers the restrictions, they would turn to ashes too. When everyone heard, their hairs could not help standing on end. The environment here was too beautiful. It was very hard for them to link it together with danger. By the side, a hint of surprise flashed across in Long Ji's eyes, and he said with a marvel, well deserving of being second sage, seeing through the actual situation with one glance. Looks like second sage has already touched the source of great Tao. Yuan smiled and said, just a wild guess. Rather, this Yi is somewhat surprised that senior Long Ji actually agreed to let me enter the dragon clan. Although Long Ji had some qualms, he still agreed in the end. Resting for a few days in West Spirit region, he brought Yuan and company and set off for the east. Suppression pseudo world. Long Ji smiled and said, honestly speaking, Long Ji is also very curious about second sage. Long Xiaochen immediately jumped up and said, yeah, you're really an enigmatic man, full of mysteries from head to toe. Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, you're also an enigmatic girl. Giggling and laughing along the way, suddenly, everyone seemed to have passed through a thin film. Everyone realized that they had probably already entered East Suppression pseudo world. The scene did not change, it was still green hills and blue waters, birds tweeting and the flowers fragrant. But the dragon race bloodline in Yuan's body suddenly started boiling with excitement, as if the blood in his body was going to evaporate. Feeling the pure dragon race pressure on Yuan's body, even Long Ji's expression changed slightly too. This bit of pressure was naturally unable to make him visibly moved. But the purity of Yuan's bloodline, even he was also unbelievably surprised. Long Ji could not help being secretly alarmed. Just what was this guy's background? Why would he have such a pure bloodline? He did not know that Yuan's bloodline was incomparably pure to begin with. Now that he transcended 6 levels of nirvanic tribulation and achieved the perfect 6th transformation golden body, his bloodline evolved to an inconceivable level. Of course, his future path was even more bumpy and thorny too. The perfect 7th transformation would be a life and death ordeal to Yuan. It's like having returned home. Could it be that my root is actually here? Yuan raised his head to the sky, feeling endless vicissitudes of emotion in his heart. Walking all the way from the Immortal Grove world, Yuan wandered all over the world. Now, he actually had a feeling of returning home. It was really inconceivable. Xiaochen, Xiaohai, you guys settle second sage down first. I'll go to the clan to report completion on the mission first, Long Ji said. Long Xiaochen waved her hand and said, quickly go. Quickly go, having me here will do. Long Ji nodded his head, his figure moving, disappearing from everyone's line of sight. No idea how long they traveled either, the few people finally got ashore. The party was very swift on their feet, leaping into the air and flying over toward inland. Several days later, an enormous stronghold appeared in front of everyone. After landing and entering the stronghold, Yuan was also very curious and started looking around. Inside the stronghold, there were men and women, elderly and young, their expressions peculiar. The appearance of Yuan and his group immediately drew many people's attention. But Yuan discovered that each and every one of these dragons revealed a strange look. Inside those eyes exuded a thick look of fear, and actually avoided them like the plague. East Suppression pseudo world has a total of 9 great heaven strongholds, 81 earth strongholds, and countless black strongholds and yellow strongholds. The Rain Dragon stronghold that we're at is one of the 81 earth strongholds. Uncle G is our Rain Dragon stronghold's protector elder. Long Xiaochen was clearly very enthusiastic, introducing to Yuan the East Suppression pseudo world's local customs and practices. According to what Long Xiaochen said, the 9 great heaven strongholds ruled East Suppression pseudo world. Only dragons with the noblest bloodline had the qualifications to enter the heaven strongholds. That place was the dragon clan's core, countless supreme powerhouses. But even the 81 earth strongholds were also equivalent to the outside world's heavenly emperor bodimandas. Each earth stronghold had a heavenly emperor powerhouse garrisoning. Seeing this scene, Yuan and the rest could not help feeling overcome with emotion. The dragon race was well deserving of being an ancient variant species. The might of their strength was simply unimaginable. Xiaochen, why do I feel that your clansmen seem to be very scared of us? Yuan asked curiously. Long Xiaochen chuckled and said, how so? No need to care about them. Come, I'll bring you guys to the residence. By the side, Long Xiaohai wanted to speak but swallowed the words back. At the end, he still did not speak up. It was just that how could this scene hide from Yi Yuan's eyes? But if they did not say, it was also not convenient for Yi Yuan to inquire more. He could only gloss it over. Long Xiaochen brought Yi Yuan to a stone house that was not small and stayed there. Brother Yi, you stay here first. Tomorrow, I'll bring you to stroll around Raindragon's stronghold. Long Xiaohai said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, then I'll have to trouble you. After Long Xiaohai left, Yi Yuan directly went into closed seclusion to cultivate and did not speak for the entire night. Early morning the next day, Yi Yuan went out of the stone house and was planning on strolling around nearby, but then he saw a large group of people crowding around ahead, raising a big hue and cry. Moving close to take a look, he was immediately greatly enraged. 3 dragon race young men were actually surrounding Lu Er and Yang Fei, their expressions very obscene. Ha ha ha, human girls, this young master hasn't tasted before yet. Girl, follow me, Long Hao. I'll guarantee that you'll be merry as an immortal every day in the future. A man in the middle with shaggy eyebrows and a very obscene expression actually reached his hand out to touch Yang Fei's chin. 1. At this time, Yang Fei and Lu Er were already being restrained and did not have the strength to resist at all. These 3 dragon race men were very powerful. Looking at their auras, they were already peak rank 6. Although Yang Fei was also a 9th firmament true god, how could she be a match for members of the dragon race at the same rank? As for Lu Er, although she was extraordinarily talented, her strength was much weaker after all. At this time, Yang Fei and Lu Er's clothing were somewhat in a mess. Clearly, they had experienced a fight just now. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, flames of fury surged to his head. Stop! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, divided the crowd, and walked out. The moment Long Hao turned his head and looked, he could not help sneering coldly as he said, Yo, isn't this the human brat who came together with that misfortune star? Why, these 2 beauties are your women. Starting from today, they belong to me. Chapter 2131, Oh, is that so? Hoo, belong to you. Yi Yuan laughed from extreme fury, but his words were full of killing intent. Lu Er was Yi Yuan's reverse scale. For her, Yi Yuan did not even stint to employ the heaven-shocking lightning. Now, this Long Hao actually provoked in his face like this, how could he not be furious? But Long Hao was not aware of it at all. He said with a smug look, that's right, belong to me. You might not know who I am. I'm, cough, cough, cough. Long Hao's words were just said halfway when his voice suddenly cut off, like a duck that had its throat clutched. Yi Yuan's both hands already clutched onto his neck. A tremendous force came over. Long Hao felt like his neck was going to be twisted off, his face flushing bright red, eyes rolling back. Just now, you said that they belong to you. Yi Yuan's words did not carry the slightest emotion, the force from his hands becoming greater and greater. His present fleshy body's strength already reached peak rank 6. How tremendous was his strength! In front of a perfect 6th transformation golden body, even if Long Hao was of the dragon race, he did not have any leftover strength to resist at all too. By the side, a young man said, Human brat, you dare to act wildly in my dragon clan's territory. Let go of Long Hao. Otherwise, you're dead for sure today. Long Hao landed on the ground, holding his neck as he started coughing fiercely. When everyone saw the situation, they even thought that Yi Yuan yielded. The other young man said, Hey, at least you're sensible, kid. It isn't your turn to act wildly here. This Yi has just come to your esteemed land. I don't wish to bring trouble to myself. The 3 of you, kowtow and admit your fault to Lu Er and senior apprentice sister Fei and this matter will be dropped. Yi Yuan completely ignored the other party and said coolly. Listening to the first half of the sentence, everyone even thought that Yi Yuan was scared and yielded. But hearing the second half, everyone could not help finding it funny. Making these 3 people kneel down and kowtow. How was this possible? This human brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Long Hao is protector elder Long Qi's grandson. Who dares to provoke him in this raindragon stronghold? This human kid succeeded in sneak attacking just now. He probably isn't clear yet about Long Hao, the 3 of their strengths. Long Hao is the young generation's pinnacle genius. Just half a step and he'll be able to reach rank 7, Empyrean realm. This kid will likely suffer some hardship. When everyone around heard Yi Yuan's words, they could not help shaking their heads. By relying on his grandfather, no one dared to provoke Long Hao in Raindragon Stronghold. The other two people, Long Fei and Long Cheng, were also both Raindragon Stronghold's elders' grandsons. These three people's backgrounds were extremely powerful. Who dared to provoke? Moreover, with these three people joining hands, if an Empyrean did not come out, there was virtually no match. Earlier, Yuan just relied on his speed and defeated his opponent with a surprise move, controlling Long Hao. That was all. Now, Long Hao had his guard up, everyone did not feel that he had high chances of winning. When Lu Er and Yang Fei saw Yang Fei, their hearts immediately became much calmer. Arriving at East Suppression Pseudo-World, the local customs and practices here were greatly different from the outside world. Under their curiosity, the two of them came out to take a look early in the morning. Who knew that they had just stepped out not long and ran into Long Hao three people. Long Hao three people had their lust aroused at the sight of them and actually wanted to make a move against the two of them. Lu Er and Yang Fei naturally disobeyed. That was how there was this current situation. Lu Er pulled the corners of Yuan's sleeves and said softly, "Young master, better forget it. This place is the Dragon Clan's territory after all." She and Yang Fei were not worried about Long Hao, but this place was the Dragon Clan's territory. If really blow matters up, they had nowhere to run. After all, everyone knew about the might of the Dragon Clan. Making them kowtow is already considered letting them off. Otherwise, humph, Yuan said with a cold snort. "Kowtow, I kowtow your fucking head. Long Fei, Long Cheng, attack together. Exterminate him for me." Long Hao roared and suddenly threw a palm out. Universe Dragon Claw third stance, Grand Universe Palm. Currently, Long Hao was extremely near Yuan. Him using a heaven-shocking martial technique like the Grand Universe Palm this near to Yuan, how horrifying was the power. Long Fei and Long Cheng's reactions were also extremely fast, firing out a palm at the same time. Three great peak ranked 6 powerhouses attacking at the same time, the commotion was extremely shocking. However, Yuan gave a cold snort and said in a solemn voice, "Looks like you guys are courting deaths yourselves." Grand Universe Palm. At this time, Yuan made his move fiercely. It was actually the Grand Universe Palm too. Except, the moment Yuan's Grand Universe Palm was executed, it was as if space solidified. The power of his palm actually completely overshadowed the three people. A loud bang came over, the three people flew out at the same time. Yuan's palm repelled 3 great peak ranked 6 dragons. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfounded with their tongues tied, faces full of disbelief. How is this possible? He actually knows the Grand Universe Palm too. Why is his Grand Universe Palm's power even above Long Hao's? Beyond the shock, everyone was more puzzled. Yuan's Grand Universe Palm was actually even stronger than Long Hao's. One had to know, among the Raindragon Stronghold's young generation, Long Hao's strength was already the strongest. Apart from Long Xiaochen, nobody was his match at all. Now, Yuan fought 1 versus 3 and actually utterly trounced his opponents. It was simply inconceivable. Long Hao being blown flying with one punch, his innards already suffered a shock, fresh blood spurting wildly. He looked at Yuan with a look of astonishment and said in disbelief, "You? How do you know the Grand Universe Palm?" Yuan's gaze was icy cold and was completely disinclined to bother with him. Another Grand Universe Palm. This palm actually flew toward Long Fei, directly bombarding him into dregs. Everyone opened their mouths wide with disbelieving faces. Yuan actually dared to kill people. Long Fei was Elder Long Yu's son. Was this guy mad? Yuan did not hesitate. Raising his hand, it was another palm. Long Cheng was dead. In a twinkle, Yuan actually killed Long Fei and Long Cheng, these two mighty young powerhouses. Then, he slowly walked over toward Long Hao. Long Hao's expression changed drastically, a look of fear finally revealing on his face. He collapsed on the ground and shifted backward, saying tremblingly, "You? What do you want to do?" I'm Protector Elder Long Qi's grandson." "Oh, is that so? I gave you the chance, it was you who didn't grasp it yourself. Since that's the case, go and die then," Yuan said nonchalantly, a palm lifting up once more. The surroundings were deathly silent. This guy was really a lunatic. A horrifying power gathered at Yuan's palm. Long Hao's complexion turned pale. He used all the strength in his body and suddenly scurried into the distance. Yuan just laughed coldly. Competing on speed, who could beat him? But right at this time, a powerful to the extreme aura suddenly descended. Clearly, the commotion here already startled Raindragon's stronghold's upper echelon. Child, you dare, stop at once. This Empyrean will spare your life. An alarmed and angry voice came from above the void. It's Long Hao's father, Empyrean Long Yu. He arrived. This human kid is dead for sure. Long Hao is really blessed. Luckily, Empyrean Long Yu arrived in time, he can escape death. When Long Hao heard his father's voice, he could not help being overjoyed. Ha ha ha, kid, my father has arrived. With this, you're dead for sure. Long Hao turned around and said with a wild laugh. Oh, is that so? Right at this time, an icy cold voice sounded in his ear. Chapter 2132, You Can't Kill Him. The wild elation that filled his chest instantly turned into limitless terror. Long Hao's expression changed wildly, frightened until his soul nearly left his body. He did not understand it. Didn't his father already arrive? How did this guy move beside him? This was the final thought in his mind. After this second, he was thoroughly blasted into residue by Yuan. However, behind, came Long Yu's heaven-shocking angry roar. He made it with his fastest speed and locked onto Yuan with powerful world power, planning on killing Yuan with a single blow. In his view, a late-stage Empyrean mighty expert locking onto a true God realm martial artist, how could the other party still have the strength to retaliate? Yet, he miscalculated. Yuan was just like a loach, slipping away from his world power. Yuan then moved beside Long Hao and killed him. At this time, all of the Dragon Clan's members were staring dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, looking at that slightly skinny figure in disbelief. Who on earth is this kid? Why is he so strong? Empyrean Long Yu is a late-stage Empyrean realm mighty expert, but he actually failed to restrain that human brat. That was spatial law just now, right? That's a supreme law. Furthermore, looking at his appearance, he has likely already comprehended extremely deep. True God realm experts were as weak as an ant in front of Empyrean realm powerhouses. But Yuan, this ant, shook of Empyrean Long Yu's final hit and even counter-killed Long Hao. This kind of strength, how could they not be surprised? But what everyone was more surprised by was Yuan's audacity. A human actually dared to kill 3 dragons in a row so arrogantly in East Suppression pseudo-world. This breadth of spirit had no choice but to make people admire. It was just that the final outcome was already decided. Empyrean Long Yu looked at Yuan coldly and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Good. Very good. This Empyrean already arrived and you actually still dared to deal a killing blow. Rest assured, this Empyrean won't let you die easily." Yuan turned to look at Empyrean Long Yu and said coolly, "You wanted to kill me, so why couldn't I kill him?" Bullshit. How can a mere human compare to the human dragon race? No need to say any more. Prepare to suffer this Empyrean's wrath. Amidst the angry roar, Empyrean Long Yu's aura suddenly erupted. The berserk dragon race pressure crushed over towards Yuan's frenziedly. Empyrean Long Yu reached his hand out and made a grabbing action. An enormous claw extended out of the void and grabbed straight at Yuan. That horrifying pressure made people's faces change. If this claw landed, Yuan's fleshy body would definitely turn to ashes. Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and did not take any action, and also did not seem to have the intention of running. But right at this time, a figure slowly walked out of the void and just lightly waved a hand. The enormous claw directly shattered into countless motes of light. Empyrean Long Yu's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Long Ji, what's the meaning of this?" This person who walked out of the void was precisely Long Ji. Empyrean Long Yu completely made little of Long Ji by relying on his father. Normally, he was just a little arrogant. But now, Long Hao being killed, under Long Yu's rage, how would he still care about Long Ji? If not for Long Ji's strength being too powerful, he would have long smacked him to death with one palm. Long Ji's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a solemn voice, "You can't kill him." Empyrean Long Yu said in a great rage, "Long Ji, your matters, there will naturally be father finding you to settle the scores. Now, this punk that you brought killed Hao, but you actually say that I can't kill him. Based on what?" Long Ji said coolly, "Based on that he's second sage." Second sage, what's that? Is it very impressive? A series of puzzled voices came from inside the crowd. But Empyrean Long Yu's expression changed. With his status, he naturally heard before what second sage was. That was personally conferred by sacred ancestor high priest. Except, just a title of second sage and he wanted to suppress him. So what if Sacred Ancestor High Priest? Sacred Ancestor High Priest's people killed someone in the Dragon Clan. Could it be that our Dragon Clan can't touch him still? When did Sacred Ancestor High Priest start intervening in our Dragon Clan? Long Ji, you saying such words, could it be that you threw your lots in with Sacred Ancestor High Priest after taking a trip outside? Empyrean Long Yu said with a cold smile. These words were somewhat penetrating, accusing of personal motives instead. Empyrean Long Yu was clearly not some goody two-shoes either, planning on using this incident to quell Long Ji for good. Long Ji gave Empyrean Long Yu a sympathetic glance and said coolly, if you won't scruple to launch a divine war for Long Hao, I can move aside right now. Can you shoulder it? The moment, divine war, two words came out, Empyrean Long Yu's pupils constricted. Divine war, hoo-hoo, are you kidding me? Would Sacred Ancestor High Priest launch a divine war for a mere true god realm? Empyrean Long Yu said with a disdainful look. In his view, Long Ji was scaring him, making him beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. He knew what Second Sage meant, but he only knew one aspect and was ignorant of the other aspects. The news of Yi Yuan solving Ask Not already spread in the Demon Divine region with a hubbub. But barely anyone in East Suppression pseudo-world knew. Long Ji said indifferently, you aren't aware of it, but Yi Yuan solved the eternal chess game, Ask Not. He sat and debated on Tao with Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest. At present, in Demon Divine region, Yi Yuan is already above millions and only has one person above him. Oh, right, the Qilin clan's Qi Zhen provoked Yi Yuan and was killed by him. The Qilin clan sent over Heavenly Emperor Zixu, but in the end, they returned in defeat and no longer mentioned the matter of Qi Zhen. How do you think Long Hao compares to Qi Zhen? Each additional word that Long Ji said, the expression on Long Yu's face became a degree more shocked. He never could have imagined that this true god realm brat in front of him actually had such immense capabilities. Oh, right, the matter of launching a divine war wasn't said by this emperor. At that time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest 7th Disciple, High Priest Stardrive, carried Ask Not over and personally said it to Heavenly Emperor Zixu, Long Ji explained further. Long Ji's words stirred up titanic waves in the hearts of Raindragon's stronghold. This human actually has such a great background. Isn't he a human? Why would he become the demon race's second sage? Qi Zhen, that's the Qilin clan's young generation's strongest alchemist. Back then, when he came to the Dragon Clan, he even defeated Long Shaohai. He was actually killed by this kid just like that. One news after another exploded in the ears of the Dragon Clan like one bomb after another. Each incident was inconceivable, but completed by Yi Yuan alone. Long Yu's expression became extremely ugly. If what Long Ji said was true, then there was simply no possibility for him to want to avenge Long Hao. It did not matter if he killed Yi Yuan, but Sacred Ancestor High Priest's wrath was not what anyone could bear. Once a divine war started, the Dragon Clan would be bound to suffer heavy casualties. At that time, he would be the Dragon Clan's sinner. Now, do you still want to kill him? Long Ji said coolly. While talking, Long Ji looked toward Yi Yuan. The latter had a calm and collected look. It was as if he had done something insignificant. Seeing this scene, Long Ji could not help feeling annoyed. This guy caused such a huge trouble on the second day he came to the Dragon Clan. If he had long known this, he would not have brought Yi Yuan here. This boy was indeed outstandingly talented, making the world sigh with admiration. But his ability to cause trouble was also first-rate. Chapter 2133, Don't Make a Spectacle of Yourself. Long Yu's expression flickered incessantly, his face struggling. Right at this time, a figure slowly walked out of the void. Seeing the arrival, Long Yu seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and said with surprise, Father. The arrival was precisely Heavenly Emperor Long Kai. Heavenly Emperor Long Kai looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze icy cold. People should not look at how East Suppression pseudo-world had countless dragons. It was through the propagation of countless generations in the past that there was today's scale. But even so, the scale of this stronghold was still much smaller compared to human cities. In reality, the propagation of the dragon race compared to humans, or even ordinary demon races, was much harder. Hence, regardless of whether it was Long Kai or Long Yu, they valued Long Hao this descendant very highly. Now, he actually died in Yi Yuan's hands. So how could these two people not be furious? He's of the dragon race. Heavenly Emperor Long Kai said coolly. Everyone was taken aback, not knowing what Heavenly Emperor Long Qi's words meant. Long Ji seemed to have thought of something, his expression changing as he said, Long Kai, what do you want? Long Ji had already reported to the clan about Yi Yuan's matter. Similarly, a protector elder, Long Ji was naturally aware of Yi Yuan's real identity. Long Kai said coolly, since he's of the dragon race, then it naturally has to be taken care of according to the dragon clan's rules. Long Ji's two eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a deep voice, Long Kai, do you want to plunge the dragon clan into the fires of war? Long Ji, divine war, 2 words, scared you until like this. Our dragon clan looks down upon the heavens and myriad realms. When did we become so cowardly and weak? Then we also can't plunge the dragon clan into war because of your grandson. Could it be that a mere Long Hao is even more important than the entire dragon clan? Long Kai mused for a moment and opened his mouth and said, since that's the case, have an elders meeting then. This emperor won't let this matter go. Done talking, Long Kai turned around and left. The dragon clan's people all had dumbfounded gazes and their mouths gaping. They all thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. In the end, Empyrean Long Yu did not kill him. Heavenly Emperor Long Kai came and also did not kill him. This was really a historical first in Raindragon Stronghold. But everyone was also clear in their hearts that once this matter was brought up to the Elders' Association, it would likely not end well. Long Ji looked at Yi Yuan, his face angry from failure to live up to expectations as he said, you, this fellow, can really cause trouble. But Yi Yuan said coolly, nothing to do with me. It was them who provoked me first. Explaining the matter in a few words, Long Ji was also speechless. This Long Hao could have provoked anyone, but he provoked this malefic star. So it served him right to be killed. Yi Yuan did not care that the person was a protector elder's grandson. Provoking him, one would have to be prepared to suffer his wrath. This guy did not shrink back in the slightest when facing a heavenly emperor powerhouse too. Why would he pay attention to the consequences of killing a puny little Long Hao? Back then, he suppressed heavenly emperor Xiaoyun and the Qilin clan to all kneel down with his power alone, and he completely disregarded the consequences. Sigh, you're satisfied with killing someone, but this place isn't the outside world's demon race after all. Long Kai isn't willing to drop this matter, so he'll definitely think of ways to put you to death. Long Ji said with a sigh, when soldiers come, use a general to hold them off. When the water rises, use dirt to keep it back. Scared of him for what? Yi Yuan said coolly. At this time, Lu Er and Yang Fei Er also moved closer. Lu Er said with an aggrieved look, young master, it was all Lu Er's fault, provoking trouble for you. Yi Yuan smiled dotingly and said, where did you provoke trouble? It was trouble that provoked you. That's all. In this world, there are always some people who act recklessly and blindly. Lu Er said anxiously, but there are no buts. Do you still not know your young master's ability? Yi Yuan directly cut off. Under Long Ji's lead, Yi Yuan entered a stone house. Upon entering the stone house, he entered another space. Above the void, 5 enormous dragons were circling around above, giving people immensely powerful deterrence force. Deliberately making things mystifying, Yi Yuan had a look of disdain and slowly walked into space. The leftmost giant dragon opened his mouth and said, Yi Yuan, since you're of the dragon race, why haven't you knelt when you see us? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, making me kneel, also can. As long as you can overpower me with bloodline power. No need to guess, this giant dragon was naturally Long Kai without a doubt. Yi Yuan naturally did not have a good opinion of this Long Kai. Being able to bring up Long Hao, that kind of grandson, how good could this fellow be? Sure enough, the moment he opened his mouth, Yi Yuan felt that overbearing tone. Most likely, this guy was also talked like this normal. Snort, you're the one who said it. Kneel down. Long Kai gave a cold snort. A powerful true dragon bloodline power pressed down on Yi Yuan akin to a giant mountain. Although he knew that Yi Yuan definitely had reliance, what kind of existence was he, Long Kai? Why would he care about a puny little rank 6 dragon's pride? As a heavenly emperor powerhouse, his bloodline was incomparably pure, already evolving to a kind of peak of the dragon race. How could a mere Yi Yuan resist his suppression? It was just that when the Long Ji beside Yi Yuan saw this scene, his face revealed a strange look. When he reported to the clan, it was naturally impossible to cover all details no matter how trivial. These elders knew that Yi Yuan was of the dragon race, but they did not know how pure Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was. Being able to contend with sacred ancestor high priest, that level of existence, with true dragon will, would Yi Yuan's bloodline power be of the common sort? The strength of bloodline power was unrelated to cultivation realm. As long as bloodline was pure enough, even if it was a powerful peak heavenly emperor existence, a weakling could also resist. Sure enough, Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. The dragon race bloodline pressure in his body suddenly bloomed. An astonishing aura soared to the sky, pressing right up against Long Qi's pressure. Two great pressures colliding suddenly, it caused the void to tremble. Long Qi's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "Impossible! How can your bloodline power be so strong?" A hint of ridicule flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth and he said coolly, "This is your bloodline power. Looks like your potential has already been pretty much exhausted." With one exchange, Yi Yuan sensed the strength of Long Qi's bloodline. For him to be able to cultivate to his present realm, he basically reached the end already. It was just that Yi Yuan's words clearly poked Long Qi's sore spot. Yi Yuan clearly saw the corners of the giant dragon's mouth twitch, clearly being greatly enraged. Above the void, Long Kai roared angrily and said, "Gentlemen, this boy is too arrogant, showing no respect to his elders." Everybody, attacking together to suppress. Long Kai could not deal with Yi Yuan by himself and actually shamelessly invited the rest to take action. The few people were just about to make a move, but they then heard Long Ji said coolly, "Stop making a spectacle of yourselves. Even counting Dragon Lord in, it's also impossible to suppress Yi Yuan." "What? This is impossible. How can this be possible? I don't believe it. Long Ji, what nonsense are you talking about?" The few great protector elders clearly did not believe Long Ji's words, having shocked expressions on their faces. 6 great heavenly emperors making a move at the same time actually could not suppress a measly little ranked 6 dragon. Long Ji laughed in spite of himself and said, "Talking nonsense. That's because you all didn't see how he solved Ask Not. He defeated Medicine Ancestor with a sword of will, forcefully resisted Sacred Ancestor High Priest with his true dragon will, and shattered the firmament with his Qilin will, breaking the world that Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, 2 people, created. Do you guys think that you're stronger than Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest?" Chapter 2134, Threaten. Above the void came the cries of exclamations of the group of dragon race heavenly emperors. The words that Long Ji said were seriously too inconceivable. "Hoo-hoo, do you all think that Ask Not, this eternal chess game, is that easy to solve? If not for having astonishing ability, how can Yi Yuan walk out of Ask Not?" Long Ji said with a look of ridicule. Even until now, Long Ji held Yi Yuan in awe and veneration too. The people who witnessed the entire process of Yi Yuan clearing Ask Not would respect Yi Yuan from the bottom of their hearts. Under Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest's pressure, what did heavenly emperors count as? "Kid, you were messing with me." Long Kai suddenly came to a realization and reproached angrily. After Yi Yuan entered, he intentionally said to have him use suppression with bloodline power. Actually, Yi Yuan totally knew that no matter how strong his, Long Qi's, bloodline power was, he could not suppress Yi Yuan at all. Making a fool of himself, that's all. Yet, he fell for it. Yi Yuan could contend with Sacred Ancestor High Priest, that kind of powerhouse, with true dragon will. How pure was his bloodline? Wouldn't utilizing bloodline power in front of him be teaching one's grandmother how to suck eggs? This guy simply did it on purpose. "Hoo-hoo, you're not considered too stupid yet," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. What not considered too stupid? It was simply too stupid. Long Ji already said the outcome before they came to realize the truth. What was it if not dumb? "Brat, this emperor will tear you to pieces." Long Qi's angry roar came from above the void. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. An astonishing pressure enveloped down and was going to exterminate Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a beautiful figure slowly walked out of the void and said coolly, "What are you trying to do, Long Kai? Do you want to make Raindragon Stronghold become the Dragon Clan's sinner that's condemned through the ages?" The arrival was dressed in white plumage, silky black hair winding around, boundlessly beautiful. Yi Yuan looked over. This woman actually had some similarities with Long Xiaoqian. Long Qi's face fell and he said rather unwillingly, "I pay respect to Dragon Lord." When the rest saw this woman, they also each bowed down. Yi Yuan did not expect that this Raindragon Stronghold's Dragon Lord was actually a woman. Dragon Lord waved her hand and said coolly, "All return to your original bodies for what? Trying to scare people, why haven't you put it away?" Long Kai and the rest recovered to their original appearances, all having embarrassed looks on their faces. They did it in order to scare people, but who knew that they failed to scare people and even utterly lost their faces. "You're Yi Yuan." Dragon Lord looked at Yi Yuan and started sizing him up. Yi Yuan pays respect to Dragon Lord. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. Long Kai was already too impatient to wait and said in a solemn voice, "Dragon Lord, this boy did not distinguish black from white and killed Long Hao 3 people when he just arrived at the Dragon Clan. He committed an atrocious crime and definitely can't be tolerated." Dragon Lord's dark brows furrowed slightly when she heard that and said, "This incident was clearly Long Hao 3 people who were in the wrong first. Isn't Elder Long Kai too overbearing? Long Hao injured Lu and Yang Fei and even wanted to forcibly seize the 2 people in public. Many people saw it, so it was naturally not difficult for Dragon Lord to want to know. Except, to a powerhouse like Long Kai, how was there any right or wrong? He was strong, so he was reason." Long Kai gave a cold snort and said, "Overbearing? Heh, even if Hauer committed a capital offense, it's also not his turn to come and execute him. Moreover, just 2 measly human girls, Hauer taking fancy on them as their fortune." Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed and he said with a cold smile, "Indeed, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. In my view, your grandson was a pile of dog shit. Killed then killed, what about it? Could it be that you dared to kill me?" Long Kai choked and nearly stifled until he had internal injuries. Yi Yuan's identity was too sensitive, he could not touch him at all. The crime of launching a divine war was not what he could shoulder. "Humph, do you really think that this emperor can't do anything to you?" Long Kai said angrily. "What can you do to me?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan discovered that Long Kai seemed to make light of Dragon Lord. It was like the person managing things here was him. Long Kai laughed coldly and he said, "Even if I can't kill you, those few people around you, this emperor can kill them." Brilliant light suddenly shone from Yi Yuan's eyes, the bloodline pressure in his body suddenly bloomed, and he said in a cold voice, "If you dare to touch them, this Yi will definitely trample your Raindragon stronghold in the future. If you don't believe it, you can wait and see." Long Chi's 2 eyes narrowed, he saw incomparably firm resolve in Yi Yuan's eyes. He did not doubt that Yi Yuan had this ability. With Yi Yuan's talent, reaching Heavenly Emperor realm was virtually certain. Right at this time, a figure suddenly barged into this space. "Long Kai, if you dare to make things difficult for Yi Yuan, I, Long Xiaochen, definitely will not let you off." Long Xiaochen arrived. When Dragon Lord saw Long Xiaochen, her brows furrowed and she berated, "Long Xiaochen, you arbitrarily barged into the elders' meeting. Where's the sense of propriety?" When Long Xiaochen saw Dragon Lord, her pretty face could not help turning stiff. But very quickly, she stubbornly said again, "Mother, this matter was clearly Long Hao's fault, even death couldn't expiate his sins. So why punish Yi Yuan?" When Long Kai saw Long Xiaochen arrive, he did not get angry but was overjoyed instead. Only to see him give a cold snort and say, "Dragon Lord, Long Xiaochen trespassed the elders' meeting and shows no respect for her elders, I wonder what should be the punishment." Dragon Lord's expression changed, and she said in anger, "Long Xiaochen, still don't withdraw, this emperor will put you in confinement for 1,000 years. Long Xiaochen gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, "Even if you confine me for 1,000 years, I also can't let you guys hurt Yi Yuan. He was brought here by me, so I must bring him out safely." Seeing Long Xiaochen defending him like this, Yi Yuan was moved. He laughed and said, "Xiaochen, you withdraw first. This old fellow doesn't dare to touch me." Long Xiaochen blinked a few times and said, "Really?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course it's real. If this old thing dared to kill me, why would he hold some elders' meeting?" Long Xiaochen tilted her head and thought about it, it seemed to be the truth. Hence, she nodded her head happily and said with a smile, "Okay, then I'll wait for you outside." After Long Xiaochen left, Long Kai laughed coldly and said, "Kid, whether you can live until then is still not known. Dragon Lord, even if I can't touch Yi Yuan, there's no problem with this emperor killing a few of his people to vent my anger, right? You wouldn't shelter a few humans, right?" When Dragon Lord heard that, her face revealed a hesitant look. But Yi Yuan's expression changed. Dragon Lord's change in attitude made his heart sink to rock bottom. When Long Kai saw Yi Yuan's expression, he was delighted. This brat was just like a hedgehog, neither listening to reason nor bowing to force. But his probing earlier clearly found Yi Yuan's weakness. His weakness was the people around him. Seeing that Dragon Lord was still hesitating, Long Kai increased the dosage and said, if Dragon Lord insists on showing partiality for humans, then this emperor can only initiate an elders meeting to decide by voting. Yi Yuan saw that the situation was not right and said in a cold voice, old dog, what the hell do you want? Long Kai smiled coldly and said, heh, this emperor even thought that you feared neither heaven nor the earth, turns out that you have something that you're scared of too. Rest assured, as long as you promise this emperor a condition, this emperor can let those few people go. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed together, and he said in a solemn voice, what condition? Long Kai chuckled and had an appearance of satisfaction due to his wicked scheme succeeding as he said, sign a life and death agreement. Just say that you willingly entered the Dragon Eye Cave and everything has nothing to do with the Dragon Clan. As long as you can do it, this emperor will spare their lives. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.